Pen Spirit, Pen Spirit, you are my past life, and I am your present. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. In the dimly lit room, the flickering flame of a solitary candle illuminated the scene. Two young women clasped a pen with their right hands, its tip poised above the paper as they recited the incantation to summon the pen spirit. After a moment's pause, the pen remained still and unresponsive. One girl could no longer contain her impatience and remarked, "Nan Nan, there's no reaction at all, perhaps we should just give up." In her early 20s, the girl wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt adorned with a cartoon cat. Her facial features were soft and rounded, and her petite frame exuded an air of endearing charm. Though she claimed disbelief, the flicker of unease in her eyes betrayed her. She estimated that there was a 99.9 chance nothing would occur. Yet, what if that mere 0.1 happened? The thought of sleepless nights loomed over her. "Oh, come on, what are you afraid of? Just wait a little longer," the girl known as Nan Nan said, easily perceiving her companion's trepidation. Her name was Su Xiaonan, clad in a light green dress that hinted at her developing femininity. Yet, her complexion appeared somewhat pale under the candlelight. When her friend struck at the heart of her anxiety, the girl vehemently denied it. "I am not scared. I simply think that there can't possibly be a ghost." Su Xiaonan's expression suddenly turned serious, her tone tinged with urgency. "Hui, is your hand moving?" On the white paper, the pen tip began to glide gently, sketching an irregular arc. The girl named Jiang Hui, now pale with fright, released her grip and shrieked as she recoiled. "I didn't move. It wasn't me, it was... Haha. And you said you weren't scared." Su Xiaonan laughed, observing Jiang Hui's terror-stricken countenance. "All right, it was me, there's no ghost," she teased, setting the pen down and approaching her friend, playfully pinching her adorable cheek. "Look at how frightened you are, our little darling." "Get away from me," Jiang Hui exclaimed, both embarrassed and annoyed. "Is it really necessary for you to joke at a time like this?" Su Xiaonan grasped her shoulders, grinning. "But you're the one who said you weren't afraid. I will never indulge in such a silly game with you again. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." Jiang Hui, miffed, pushed her away, switching on the light as she prepared to head to the bathroom, while Su Xiaonan settled onto the sofa in the living room. At that moment, Jiang Hui seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned back. Nan, do you feel that? It seems rather eerie." "Nope," Su Xiaonan replied, already reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, glancing at her. "Are you afraid to shower alone? Shall we go together?" "That's not it, Aya." Jiang Hui suddenly let out a shriek, pointing at the table where the pen had been. "Look, that is..." Su Xiaonan chuckled at the sight. "Please, with your exaggerated acting, you think you can scare me." Before she could finish her thought, she too gasped and sprang to her feet, her phone tumbling to the ground. The very pen they had been using now stood upright on the paper, its tip gracefully tracing a perfectly round circle, indistinguishable from one drawn with a compass. The two girls huddled together in terror. Nan, was that you?" "Of course not, I couldn't do that." "Then what should we do now?" "I have no idea." A faint, ethereal figure observed the two girls before him, a look of exasperation gracing his face. His name was Lin Yuan, summoned by the girls' invocation. Though they had called for him, their fright rendered them incapable of handling the situation. Indeed, it seemed that those who professed an interest in the supernatural were often like the man who loves dragons but is terrified to meet one. "What now, Nan? Should we send the pen spirit away?" "Yes." Suddenly emboldened, Su Xiaonan rushed forward and grasped the pen firmly. "If we don't send the pen spirit away, it could lead to serious trouble." Seeing her in such a flurry, Lin Yuan was tempted to inform her that concluding this matter would not result in any significant trouble, at most a minor inconvenience. As a ghost, he possessed certain unique traits. He could absorb human wish power. When humans made wishes, as long as he sensed them, he could respond and grant their desires. However, once a wish was granted, humans were obliged to repay their debt. During this process, they would lose a bit of luck, which he would gain as wish power. Su Xiaonan aimed to meet a ghost through the spirit summoning game, and Lin Yuan's presence before her fulfilled that wish. Since her wish had been granted, she was now expected to repay it. Su Xiaonan's luck would transform into wish power, absorbed by Lin Yuan. Afterward, if her physical constitution were poor, she might fall ill as a result. But that would be the extent of it. The two girls could not see Lin Yuan, nor could they comprehend these dynamics. Yet they believed that if they could truly summon a ghost in this manner, failing to send the Pen Spirit away might lead to the very entanglement they had read about online. Pen Spirit, I acknowledge my ignorance and should not have disturbed you. Please return, and if you have already departed, kindly move the pen off the paper. Su Xiaonan gazed anxiously at the pen in her hand, her face ashen. Yet her bravery surpassed that of Jiang Huihui, who trembled uncontrollably. Covering her eyes with her hands, she ultimately couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. Through the gaps, she caught a glimpse of a figure. It was a bloodied, spectral silhouette standing before Su Xiaonan, bending slightly to grasp the pen resting on the table. His body appeared as if crushed by a heavy weight, one side nearly flattened, blood and flesh mangled, an image of sheer horror. Ah! At the sight of this eerie scene, Jiang Huihui could not contain a scream, her panic contagious to Su Xiaonan. What happened? Huihui? There's a ghost right in front of you, covered in blood. It's terrifying. What Jiang Huihui described was Lin Yuan's appearance at the time of his death. That day, he had been struck by a vehicle, a large truck that ran a red light, crushing him under its wheels. Perhaps it was his profound unwillingness and resentment that transformed him into a ghost. After becoming a ghost, he acquired substantial powers through a series of fortunate coincidences. He was nearly omnipotent, yet despite these abilities, he could not manifest any of them. Exercising any power required energy, and his energy stemmed from people's wish power. Having been a ghost for 3 months, he had scarcely acquired any wish power. It was akin to possessing formidable skills without the requisite mana to utilize the Maken to a wizard with no magic to cast. He sensed that his spirit was beginning to dissipate. If he continued to fail in acquiring wish power, he might vanish completely in a few months. Sadly, every individual who summoned him had been paralyzed by fear, none daring to voice a request. Thus, he could only garner meager wish power. This instance was likely no different, and he was mentally prepared for it, feeling not overly despondent. As he held the pen, he began to glide it slowly across the paper. This was Su Xiaonan's request fulfilling, it would naturally yield him some wish power. Although it would be a mere trickle, insignificant in the grand scheme of things, he was not in a position to be picky. Just as the pen tip was about to leave the paper's circle, Su Xiaonan seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly exclaimed, "Pen Spirit, may I ask you to stay a moment longer?" Lin Yuan halted, and the pen ceased its movement. Jiang Huihui was overwhelmed with panic. They were on the verge of sending the Pen Spirit away. Yet Su Xiaonan had just thrown a wrench into the works. She even began to doubt whether Su Xiaonan was under the ghost's control. "Nan, what are you doing? I have a question for the Pen Spirit." Su Xiaonan's demeanor was remarkably calm. She had moved past her initial anxiety. Though encountering a ghost was indeed surreal, the Pen Spirit before her seemed devoid of malevolence. Now, her fear had diminished considerably. Su Xiaonan bit her lip, gazing at the pen tip resting on the paper, aware that the Pen Spirit awaited her inquiry. "Pen Spirit, I wish to ask if I will pass my upcoming exam." Chapter 2. Every desire shall be answered. Su Xiaonan, a fourth-year student at Zhengzhou University, found herself on the brink of graduation, yet faced the daunting prospect of having to retake a failed examination in just 2 days. Her institution, a prestigious university, upheld stringent academic standards, and failure to pass this exam could jeopardize her chances of obtaining a diploma. Having recently secured a promising position at Longqing Group, the largest enterprise in Zhengzhou City, she was eager to transition into a full-time role with excellent benefits. However, the specter of not graduating loomed over her, threatening to unravel the hard-won opportunity. Thus, she approached the impending exam with utmost seriousness. Yet as the day drew near, her confidence waned, leaving her in a state of anxious trepidation. Unexpectedly, she summoned a spirit through AS Ants, contemplating whether it could offer insights regarding her examination. Her gaze fixated on the pen's tip as it hovered over the paper, a mixture of anticipation and fear coursing through her as she awaited a response. For Lin Yuan, foreseeing such a future posed no challenge. The crux lay in discerning Su Xiaonan's genuine desire for the answer. Those who sought his assistance must possess a yearning that matched their wishes. Should Su Xiaonan lack a fervent desire, he would be unable to extract sufficient willpower from her, thus rendering him incapable of foreseeing her fate. When he utilized his abilities to fulfill desires, the fortune of the wishmaker was directly converted into willpower, while he himself expended none. Moreover, upon fulfilling a wish, he would gain a fraction of willpower, specifically 10 of what had been used for the task. The magnitude of the request determined the amount acquired. Larger requests yielded greater returns, while smaller ones yielded less. Overall, this exchange adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange, a rule that even he could not contravene without incurring karmic consequences. In Su Xiaonan, he sensed ample desire. Thus, she was destined to receive an answer. It appeared that he could profit a bit more. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan extracted that willpower from Su Xiaonan, and a vision along with information materialized before him. She would indeed fail the exam, yet not by a wide margin. A mere 2 correct answers would suffice for her to pass. Grasping the pen, he maneuvered the tip across the blank page. Marking in to denote a negative outcome, Su Xiaonan's expression shifted, though the result was not entirely unexpected. She was well aware of her own capabilities, yet a sense of disappointment enveloped her. Despite her diligent preparations, including study sessions with her friend Jiang Huihui, the specter of failure loomed large. "What on earth am I to do now?" she lamented, helplessly rubbing her forehead. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps the spirit could aid her. "Spirit, might you assist me in passing this examination?" she implored, her heart brimming with hope. Enlisting the help of a ghost to succeed academically was indeed an unusual notion, yet with the supernatural present, such a request did not seem implausible. Besides, she was out of options. What if it actually worked? The pen continued to dance across the paper, and to her astonishment, the spirit inscribed a message. "Every desire shall be answered." Joy radiated from Su Xiaonan's face upon reading the words. This spirit was indeed benevolent, proclaiming that requests would be fulfilled. However, a wave of unease washed over her. After all, it was a ghost. What compelled it to assist her? What price would she have to pay? She understood that nothing in this world came without cost. Even seemingly providential gifts bore hidden prices. "Spirit, what must I offer in return?" she inquired. The pen resumed its movement, and soon, the words "equivalent" appeared on the page. This was a straightforward concept, indicating that she needed to engage in a transaction of equal value. But what could she possibly offer to a spirit? Puzzled yet somewhat reassured, she mused that if the spirit demanded a fair exchange, she would not be left in the dark, nor would she have to question the integrity of the arrangement. She continued, "What must I provide to meet this price?" The pen moved yet again, revealing a single word: fortune. Fortune. Su Xiaonan was bewildered by the spirit's cryptic message and hastily sought clarification. "What do you mean by fortune?" However, this time, the pen remained still. Explaining such a complex notion would require more than a few words, and Lin Yuan felt it was something she could likely deduce on her own. As the spirit offered no further response. She surmised that the term likely pertained to luck, fate, or fortune, elements that might influence her future prospects. This notion was acceptable to her. After all, one must pay a price to gain something of value. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to allow the spirit to assist her. "Very well, spirit, our agreement is sealed. I request your aid in helping me pass the exam." The instant she uttered those words, the pen marked a check on the paper. In response, Su Xiaonan exhaled a sigh of relief. The spirit seemed amiable, presenting itself as a helpful entity rather than one of malevolence. She suddenly turned to her friend Jiang Huihui. Whispering, "Huihui, do you have anything you wish to ask the spirit?" "No, no." Jiang Huihui hastily waved her hand, her complexion pale. She felt no inclination to inquire, nor did she dare to, merely uttering softly, "Xiaonan, please, let the spirit leave." "All right then," Su Xiaonan replied, her gaze returning to the paper. "Spirit, we have no further matters to discuss. May the mountains remain green and the waters flow eternal. Until we meet again, please return to your realm. If you have already departed, kindly remove the pen from the paper." As soon as her words concluded, the pen glided across the paper, drawing a straight line until it was lifted from the page, landing softly on the table. Witnessing this, Su Xiaonan's expression relaxed entirely. The spirit had departed. This spirit was quite remarkable, responding readily to inquiries and requests, coming and going without unnecessary delay. After encountering it, she felt that perhaps ghosts were not as terrifying as she had once believed. "Xiaonan, has the spirit left?" Jiang Huihui inquired, her voice laced with uncertainty. "It should have," Su Xiaonan replied, observing the pen lying on the table. She approached Jiang Huihui and gently pinched her pale cheek. "Don't be afraid. It's over now." Jiang Huihui's complexion gradually returned to normal, Yet concern quickly resurfaced. Xiaonan, did you make some kind of deal with the spirit? Well, yes, but it's nothing to worry about. The spirit mentioned an equivalent exchange. And if that's true, then I should have no issues with this exam. But it's a ghost. Can we truly trust it? I believe we can, Su Xiaonan replied, lacking any tangible evidence but relying on her instincts. If it doesn't work out, I shouldn't have to pay anything. But if it does work, even a small price isn't a concern. Zhang Huihui remained uneasy, worried for her friend. What if the cost is something we cannot bear? It shouldn't be that severe, Su Xiaonan reassured her. Relax, it stated explicitly that it would be an equivalent exchange. Looking into Zhang Huihui's eyes, Su Xiaonan recognized her friend's apprehension and continued, the spirit has no reason to deceive me. I am but an ordinary person. What could it possibly gain from tricking me? I trust my instincts. This time, I will undoubtedly pass my exam. Her heart brimmed with elation. Having a spirit aid her in passing an examination felt utterly exhilarating. She believed she could boast about this experience for a lifetime, as for the cost. So long as it adhered to the principle of equal exchange, she was confident she could manage it. After all, it was merely an exam, nothing so grave that it could cost her life. Let us hope for the best, Zhang Huihui said with resignation. Chapter 3. Never to starve. Lin Yuan found himself in a villa within the Shangquan community, the very place he had called home during his lifetime. Although he had resided there for less than a month, it was, after all, his property to die in death. This space was the only one that evoked a sense of familiarity for him. Regrettably, as a ghost, he could no longer savor its comforts. In the month leading up to his demise, a fortune had inexplicably fallen from the sky, landing squarely upon him. The villa was one of those treasures. His father had disappeared when he was but a child, venturing abroad and subsequently vanishing without a trace. Even up to his mother's passing, there had been no word from the man. They were never certain whether he had perished overseas or had simply abandoned them. The day his father reappeared, Lin Yuan had been reluctant to meet this man he barely remembered. His memories were few, and none were particularly favorable. To him, his father was a negligent, irresponsible figure who had cast aside his family. His mother had raised him single-handedly, enduring countless hardships, while that man had no claim to his affections. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to feel any warmth towards this sudden reappearance of a father. However, upon learning that his father was gravely ill and had little time left to live, he acquiesced to the meeting. After all, he was the last family member he had in this world, and he was about to depart from it. Upon meeting his father, Lin Yuan discovered the tribulations his father had faced in the years abroad. His father had been deceived into going overseas, where he fell prey to local gangs, forced into menial labor, and barely scraping by to avoid starvation. Those years had been fraught with struggle, leaving him unable to contact his family. Yet, such explanations failed to elicit much sympathy from Lin Yuan. For a truly responsible man would not have forsaken his wife and child, allowing himself to be duped overseas. His father's abilities were commendable, and fortune smiled upon him. After several years of toil, he caught the attention of a discerning employer who retained him as an aide. A decade passed, and it was only then that he gradually began to achieve success, accumulating a substantial fortune. During this period, his father returned to their homeland seeking them, but by that time, Lin Yuan's mother had already passed away, and Lin Yuan had long since vacated their former residence, living a life of transience. Subsequently, his father fell ill, his health deteriorating, compelling him to return home for recuperation while persistently searching for Lin Yuan. Just a week prior to his father's demise, they finally reunited. In the presence of his gravely ill father, Lin Yuan felt an unusual tranquility. There was neither sorrow nor resentment, for he had long believed his father to be deceased. Over the years abroad, his father had remarried, yet tragedy struck when his wife and daughter perished in a calamity, leaving Lin Yuan as his sole heir. Ultimately, he inexplicably inherited a vast fortune, which included a lifetime's worth of cash and this very villa. After his mother's death in his early teens, he had dropped out of school to work, barely scraping by with meager earnings. Suddenly inheriting a sum he could never have earned through a lifetime of labor should have dramatically altered his fate. In truth, it did change his life, though it hastened his demise. After managing his father's funeral, he envisioned a bright future where he could luxuriate in life, free from the drudgery of low-paying jobs. He imagined traveling the world, visiting the locales of enchanting tales, pursuing poetry and distant dreams, engaging in endeavors he had never dared to contemplate. As long as he refrained from self-destructive actions, he believed his life would be one of ease and contentment. Alas, fate proved to be capricious. A tragic accident abruptly extinguished his life. The fortune he inherited became irrelevant, for the deceased have no need for money and cannot utilize it. Merely a month after his inheritance, he had yet to savor the transformative changes that wealth could bring before he met his untimely end. The time of his demise, he had ordered a Porsche Panamera, a car he had long admired but could never afford. Yet it had yet to arrive when he perished. Such is the unpredictability of destiny. Prosperity and misfortune are intertwined. One can never ascertain whether a circumstance is a blessing or a curse. Perhaps both he and his father were fated to be devoid of wealth. His father became ill after amassing riches, while Lin Yuan met his end shortly after receiving his inheritance. Indeed, he was taken by that unexpected fortune. For without it, he would not have been present at that fateful moment in death. With unspent wealth, how could there be no lingering resentment? Perhaps it was this very resentment that tethered him to this world, transforming him into a spirit. He vaguely recalls that after his death, his soul floated back home, entering a stone where it lay in repose. This stone, discovered during his childhood, remained a cherished possession, though its nature eluded him. It was simply beautiful, and thus he kept it, black and roughly the size of a fist. Its peculiar shape intrigued him. Lacking toys in his youth, he had treated the stone as one. Because of these memories, he carried it with him through subsequent relocations. It was this stone that granted him his current power. It must be said that this is a remarkable coincidence, evoking awe at the wonders of fate. When he first passed, his resentment was still substantial, but as time as a spirit wore on, his humanity diminished. His grievances faded almost entirely now, even if the driver who struck him were brought before him. He would scarcely react. This detachment is what allows him to maintain a human-like clarity, unclouded by obsessions or emotions. He no longer feels sorrow or hatred for the past. Instead, he must contemplate how to avoid being lost to oblivion. Each day of his existence consumes energy, drawn from human will. This willpower sustains his ethereal form and enables him to wield various abilities. The source of willpower is singular, the fulfillment of human wishes. Yet, for an extended time, only the girl named Su Xiaonan had made a wish. Currently, that wish remains unfulfilled, and thus he cannot gain her willpower. However, upon fulfillment, he could acquire approximately 0.1 units of willpower, not much. Primarily due to the simplicity of the wish. Presently, his total willpower stands at a mere 0.3, rendering him akin to a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Conserve energy. He spends most of his time in slumber, awakening only for a few hours each day. Typically around dawn, it is during these hours that he senses the call of humanity. Yet, he does not feel overly anxious. For several months remain. This city is populated by countless individuals. Perhaps he will encounter another who wishes to make a request. Furthermore, those two girls are likely to return to seek him out. After all, how many can resist the allure of wish fulfillment? Whenever a strong yet unattainable desire arises, people are often willing to strike a deal with the spirit. Throughout their lives, individuals face innumerable challenges beyond their capability to surmount. And thus, a spirit like him shall never succumb to starvation. Chapter 4. The fulfillment of wishes. Just emerging from the examination hall, Su Xiaonan walked with an exuberant spring in her step. A rare occurrence for her after a test. This time, she felt absolutely confident. Even if the deity himself were to descend, she firmly believed that she would not fail this examination. Upon reaching the school gate, she took out her phone and called Zhang Huihui, her closest friend, eager to share her elation. Huihui, where are you? Zhang Huihui's voice echoed from the other end. I'm at school. What's up? You seem so happy. Did something good happen? Wait, weren't you frowning when you headed to the exam this morning? It's precisely because the exam is over that I'm joyful, Su Xiaonan exclaimed. Did you pass? The delight on her face was unmistakable. Absolutely no doubt. Hurry over. I'm at the school gate, and I'm treating you to a feast. Yay. I'll be there right away. Come quickly. Su Xiaonan hung up, and shortly after, she spotted Zhang Huihui jogging toward her from a distance. She rushed forward, excitedly grasping Zhang Huihui's hand, and then enveloped her in a jubilant hug, momentarily losing herself in the joy of the moment. Let go. You're going to suffocate me. Jiang Hui wriggled in an attempt to escape her grasp. Su Xiaonan released her, chuckling. Hui, have you gained weight recently? I can hardly lift you. Jiang Hui shot her a glare. That's because you keep tempting me with midnight snacks. What do you want to eat? Pick anything. Today we're indulging. Hearing you say that makes me lose my appetite. Don't be like that. On such a joyous day, we must celebrate with a feast. How about barbecue? Fine, let us go for barbecue. Su Xiaonan linked arms with Jiang Hui as they strolled out of the school. They boarded a bus heading to a mall a few kilometers away. On the bus, Jiang Hui leaned in and whispered, Nan, I remember before the exam, you said you had no confidence. Why do you feel so certain you passed now? Su Xiaonan leaned closer to her ear, recounting her experience during the exam, her voice low but brimming with excitement. For she had indeed passed this exam with the assistance of a spirit, which was simply thrilling. Before the exam, she had pondered whether the spirit would manifest. If it did, how would it aid her in cheating? Yet, she could not have anticipated the outcome. Only upon entering the examination room, when the invigilator discovered the papers, did she think the spirit might not come. But the moment she picked up her pen, her mind became extraordinarily clear and agile. Her writing flowed effortlessly as if guided by divine intervention. The questions she once deemed challenging now seemed remarkably simple. In that moment, her entire being felt as though it was possessed by some mysterious force, solely focused on assisting her in answering the questions. After completing the exam, with 40 to 50 minutes remaining, she reviewed her answers, some of which she could barely comprehend, as if she had suddenly turned into an imbecile. However, after a quick calculation, she deduced that even if she answered a few questions incorrectly, she would undoubtedly surpass 80 points, ensuring her success. Jiang Hui suddenly grew concerned, lowering her voice. So, you're saying the spirit helped you pass? Su Xiaonan nodded earnestly. I'm certain of it. This was beyond my own ability. The state I was in during the exam was unlike anything I've ever experienced. It felt incredibly magical, a true manifestation of supernatural power. Recalling that sensation filled her with excitement, and she yearned to experience it again, for it was simply too exhilarating. However, if it was indeed connected to the spirit, what would the cost be? After all, the spirit had clearly stated that a price must be paid. No worries, Su Xiaonan replied nonchalantly. Gazing out the window, we're almost at our stop. It's time to get off. As they approached the back door of the bus, she continued, the spirit mentioned an equal exchange, and it was merely an exam. Even if there is a price, it should be within my means. But Nan, do be cautious. Got it? Hui's mom. Jiang Hui playfully pinched her. Just then, the bus gradually came to a halt, and the doors opened. Su Xiaonan stepped off, turning to glance back at Jiang Hui, who was about to alight. At that moment, an electric scooter suddenly darted in from the side. The rider, a woman in her 40s, was speeding along and, upon spotting Su Xiaonan, was taken aback. Instead of applying the brakes in time, she panicked and inadvertently twisted the throttle. Just as it seemed she was about to collide with Su Xiaonan, she instinctively stepped back, only to trip and fall, with the scooter rolling over her foot. The scooter and its rider both toppled to the ground, landing atop Su Xiaonan. Su Xiaonan cried out in pain. Xiaonan, are you all right? Jiang Hui rushed down from her vehicle, anxiously checking on Su Xiaonan's condition. It hurts. My foot. Su Xiaonan's face contorted in agony, clearly indicating her injuries were severe. The scooter's rider scrambled to her feet, and Jiang Hui hastily propped the scooter upright. Examining Su Xiaonan's ankle, it was already swelling, and the scooter had also struck her calf, leaving the skin there red. A sharp object from the scooter had even sliced her calf, leaving a gash. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Su Xiaonan glared at the woman who had hit her. How could you ride so recklessly? You saw me and still rode so fast, the woman, initially flustered, quickly regained her composure. With her hands on her hips, she took on a defiant stance. Are you blaming me? How was I to know you would suddenly step out? You didn't look before getting off. I haven't blamed you yet, and I fell too. You hit someone and still act as if you're right. It was clearly your excessive speed that caused the collision, Su Xiaonan retorted, feeling a surge of anger as she attempted to rise, only to be met with a sharp, fiery pain in her ankle. Jiang Hui rushed to support her. How's your leg? Do you need to go to the hospital? The woman, overhearing, shouted, Stop pretending. It's not that serious. Why go to the hospital? Don't think you can extort money from me. Su Xiaonan, fuming, yelled back, "How shameless can you be? You were the one who hit me." The woman, equally unyielding, shot back, "You should have paid attention. If you got hit, it serves you right." Zhang Huihui interjected angrily, "You are utterly unreasonable. If you hadn't been speeding, this wouldn't have happened. I was driving normally. She just stepped out without looking. If I hadn't hit her, I would have hit you. It's your own fault for being reckless. You're just a little girl with no shame. I see your type all the time, trying to scam people." The woman displayed a complete lack of reason, appearing quite brazen. Su Xiaonan's face turned pale with rage. She had never encountered such a person before. "Xiaonan, don't argue with this kind of person. Let us call the police and let them handle it." "Yes, let us report it," Su Xiaonan nodded, no longer wanting to debate with this woman. Arguing with someone like her would be futile. Zhang Huihui immediately took out her phone and dialed the police. "Fine, call the police," the woman said, her bravado wavering slightly, but she continued, "Do you think I'm scared of you reporting me? Look at how you're dressed. Revealing so much. Are you selling yourself? Just wait and see who the police will catch." "What are you saying?" Su Xiaonan exploded in fury. "You're the one selling yourself." Su Xiaonan struggled to advance. And if Zhang Huihui hadn't held her back, she would have lunged at the woman. The woman smirked triumphantly. "What is wrong? Did I hit the mark? I've seen plenty of girls like you. Young and reckless, trying to scam people. Does your family know what you're up to? If they raise someone like you, they can't be good people either." The woman continued her tirade, while the two students, still unacquainted with the harsh realities of society, could not win a verbal battle against such a shrew. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around them, many recording the scene on their phones. Su Xiaonan, pale with rage, shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want to get slapped? You ill-mannered wretch, dare to touch me?" The woman bellowed, and they both engaged in a physical altercation. Hair-pulling and fierce grappling ensued. Soon, they both fell to the ground. Zhang Huihui rushed in, attempting to separate them, but now both had lost their senses, and she could do nothing but discreetly kick the woman a few times. The scuffle continued until the police finally arrived, bringing the chaos to an end. Chapter 5. The Cost of Desire. Once the police had arrived, the brawl ceased, and after gathering the facts, Su Xiaonan was taken to the hospital. It was at this moment that she gradually came to realize the true cost referred to by the spirit of the pencil. In her transaction with the spirit, she had lost her luck. The subsequent series of misfortunes were the direct consequences of her misfortune. Indeed, the price she had to pay. Her ankle injury was quite serious, necessitating hospitalization. During her stay, she inexplicably developed a high fever and fainted at one point. But after several days, she finally began to improve, though she remained confined to the hospital. The details surrounding the accident were rather complex. Although Su Xiaonan was certain the woman had struck her several seconds after she exited the vehicle, the woman insisted that Su Xiaonan had stepped out without looking, causing the collision. There were no surveillance cameras nearby, and the scene had been disturbed, making it impossible for the police to ascertain the truth. Ultimately, based on their experience, they determined that the woman bore the primary responsibility. However, the woman refused to accept this judgment, adamantly denying any fault and refusing to pay a single cent, leaving the police helpless. Su Xiaonan's parents also arrived, making numerous attempts to confront the woman at her residence, yet she remained obstinately indifferent, impervious to any appeals, and no matter what was said or done, she would not part with a dime. Sometimes, the law has little power over such shameless individuals. Pursuing legal action was a lengthy process that consumed time and money. Surely it was not worth sacrificing so much for someone so unreasonable. In the end, Su Xiaonan's parents reluctantly abandoned their pursuit of compensation. Now, half a month had passed, and Su Xiaonan was nearly recovered, soon to be discharged from the hospital. As she lay in her hospital bed, she glanced at the comments on her phone, angered enough to throw it onto the bed. What kind of people are these? She placed a hand over her heaving chest, attempting to quell her simmering rage. That day, the video of her altercation with the woman had been edited and posted online. While this in itself might not have been a significant issue, the title chosen by the poster was utterly sensationalist. Moreover, the comments were infuriating. Is this the quality of university students? They must just be working part-time. Their main gig is at a club. I know them. They're really nice in a way. Seems like that lady wasn't wrong about them. Such disgraceful remarks were plentiful, making Su Xiaonan's blood boil. She had never anticipated that people could be so absurd, spreading rumors so easily. Although such comments were in the minority, they were particularly jarring and infuriating for those directly involved. She reported the individual who posted the video and those who commented, yet her anger remained unresolved. She truly wished to confront those people and give them a good beating. How could she be so unfortunate? Su Xiaonan pondered, if it hadn't been for her transaction with the spirit, she couldn't be certain she would have passed her exams. After finishing her test that day, she wouldn't have gone out with Jiang Huihui to celebrate. And consequently, wouldn't have encountered that incident. Was this truly the price the spirit had spoken of? The spirit had mentioned that the cost she needed to pay was her luck. The root cause was likely her loss of a portion of her fortune, which meant that no matter what choices she made, misfortune would follow. While she couldn't verify this, she felt it was true. After all, such a series of unfortunate events occurring in quick succession was truly abnormal. Just then, Jiang Huihui pushed open the door to the hospital room, entering with a food box in hand. Xiaonan, feeling better. She approached the bedside and placed the food box on the adjacent table. Much better. I should be able to be discharged in a couple of days. Seeing her best friend had come, Su Xiaonan's mood lightened considerably as she focused on the food box Jiang Huihui had brought. What delicious food did you bring me? I made you chicken soup, Jiang Huihui replied. Su Xiaonan sat up. Only my Huihui knows me best. Jiang Huihui sat beside her. Hurry and eat. It'll get cold soon. Su Xiaonan took a sip of the soup, the delightful flavor uplifting her spirits significantly. Huihui, your culinary skills remain as excellent as ever. I adore you. After finishing her compliment, Su Xiaonan noticed Jiang Huihui sitting quietly by the bedside. Her gaze fixed on the floor, seemingly lost in thought, her demeanor appearing quite somber. What's the matter? Are you troubled? Jiang Huihui snapped her head up, her expression flustered, as if she didn't want anyone to notice her preoccupation. What's wrong? Is something happening? Su Xiaonan sighed. I'm asking you if something's up. No, it's nothing. Jiang Huihui hurriedly deflected. Xiaonan, are you feeling any better? You just said it was nothing, yet you seem distracted. Didn't I just ask you? Su Xiaonan extended her arm, wrapping it around her from behind, her hand gently resting on her shoulder. What's wrong? Has someone been bullying you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Jiang Huihui shook her head, insisting that everything was fine. Have you seen those infuriating comments online? They're just trash. Ignore what they say. Jiang Huihui shook her head again. It's not that. Then what is it? Jiang Huihui lowered her gaze, remaining silent. All right, if you don't wish to speak, I shall not pry, but do let me know if there's anything I can assist you with. After a moment of silence, Jiang Huihui slowly began. Nan, are you certain that your exam situation is related to that pin spirit? Su Xiaonan took a bite of chicken, responding, yes, I am quite certain. Why do you ask? What is the cost? What do you think the price you've paid is? I suppose the cost is my hospitalization. Isn't it rather unfortunate? I've never been this unlucky before. Jiang Huihui nodded, falling silent once more. A sudden unease washed over Su Xiaonan. What is it, really? After a moment of silence, a flicker of hatred crossed Jiang Huihui's eyes. I saw him again. Su Xiaonan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Who? The one involved in my brother's incident? Jiang Huihui's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes moistening unbeknownst to her, a tear cascading down her cheek and landing on her hand. Su Xiaonan's expression changed dramatically, her voice lowered urgently. You mean? The one who killed your brother? Jiang Huihui nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, he is still alive, living quite well. Yet my brother is gone forever. How can such a demon, having taken a life, face no repercussions? After just a few years, he can live like a normal person. But my brother will never return. Su Xiaonan felt a heaviness in her heart. This was an incident that had transpired during Jiang Huihui's high school years, a time when they had not yet met. Jiang Huihui's brother, Jiang Jie, was murdered by a classmate when he was merely 12 years old. Jiang Jie was introverted and often bullied by a few peers, even extorted for money. Initially, Jiang Jie would inform his parents and teachers, but once the bullies learned of this, they retaliated even more harshly, and no one could rein them in. Their actions grew increasingly outrageous. One day, that group lured Jiang Jie to a wooded area about a kilometer from the school, where they brutally beat him to death. Subsequently, they retrieved a shovel from home, dug a grave, and buried his body. The next day, they returned to school as if nothing had happened. Ultimately, the truth came to light, and the four who killed Jiang Jie were apprehended, yet Jiang Jie was never afforded a chance at justice. Due to their ages, those responsible were not held criminally accountable. Initially, Su Xiaonan had learned of this tragedy online, expressing her outrage against the culprits until, later on, she met Zhang Huihui, who, in a moment of vulnerability, shared this story with her. It was undeniably unjust. Su Xiaonan clenched her fists. Regardless of whether this incident had affected Zhang Huihui directly or not, her sense of justice would compel her to despise those murderers. The principle of an eye for an eye resonated deeply within her, as it does in every heart that seeks justice. If the act were a necessity or an accident, it might be understandable. However, this was a deliberate act of malice. She could not fathom the anguish of the victim's family knowing that the murderer faced no punishment. Even after the passage of years, their emotional scars remained far from healed. Suddenly, she recalled Zhang Huihui's earlier inquiry. Huihui, are you thinking of summoning the Pin spirit? Damn him, Zhang Huihui replied fiercely. Her once innocent and charming face was now marred by resentment. Chapter 6. He is the murderer in a small restaurant not far from Zhengzhou University. Su Xiaonan and Zhang Huihui settled into a booth in the back. They had just ordered 2 plates of fried noodles and were awaiting their meal. Zhang Huihui's expression was grim, her pale face devoid of any emotion. Her hands gripping tightly beneath the table, her nails digging into her flesh, the wave of intense hatred surged within her. The man who had killed her brother worked here. For days, she had been restless. Her brother's face haunting her thoughts, plagued by nightmares every night. She would see her brother, bloodied and pleading for help. She longed to grasp his hand and pull him back, yet something invisible held her back, preventing her from reaching him. Then, she would see the man who had murdered her brother, a sinister grin upon his face, raising a large rock and striking her brother's head until he could move no more. Yet she could do nothing, waking up in anguish. Over 5 years had passed, and she had thought she had moved on from this tragedy. But the moment she laid eyes on that man, all those old memories surged forth uncontrollably. The pain and resentment were still very much alive within her. Her brother was lost to her, yet that man continued to live without a care in the world. No matter how she tried, she could not let go of this hatred. And her brother's restless spirit surely could not find peace. Su Xiaonan looked at her face, feeling a pang of sorrow. Zhang Huihui had visibly deteriorated over these past few days, with dark circles under her eyes and a dazed expression. Today, having just been discharged from the hospital, she decided to accompany Zhang Huihui to this place. Huihui, let us confirm something first. What if you've mistaken him? After all, so many years had passed. The man could have changed significantly, and there was a possibility that Zhang Huihui might be mistaken. She hoped for this to be the case. If that truly was the murderer of Zhang Huihui's brother, it would be unbearable for her to confront him so closely. At that moment, a boy of about 17 or 18 emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of fried noodles, setting them down before the two. The boy was tall, with a fair complexion and a bright, sunny smile. Upon seeing him, Zhang Huihui's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, her grip tightening to the point that her nails nearly broke the skin. Su Xiaonan understood that this boy was indeed the person Zhang Huihui had mentioned. She nudged Zhang Huihui's foot, signaling her to remain calm. The boy placed the noodles on the table and turned to leave. Su Xiaonan suddenly called out, "Hey, handsome, what is your name? Can we get to know each other?" The boy paused, slightly taken aback, then turned around to look at Su Xiaonan, smiling. "Hello, I'm Li Xin, the new beginning. Su Xiaonan nodded. Then inquired, "Handsome, where are you from?" "I'm from Nan. Li Xin seemed to suddenly recall something, quickly changing his response. "I'm from Zhengzhou City. You look familiar. I thought we might be from the same hometown." "I am from Nanqiu County." After Su Xiaonan spoke, she observed Li Xin's reaction, as Zhang Huihui's family hailed from Nanqiu County, and the murderer of her brother was also from that area. Li Xin's expression shifted subtly but was quickly masked. "No, I'm just a local." Su Xiaonan turned back to her plate of noodles. Li Xin watched her and then added, "Beautiful lady, what is your name? Can I have your contact information?" "Sure," Su Xiaonan replied, tapping her phone a few times to bring up her WeChat QR code. "You can scan this." Li Xin pulled out his phone and added Su Xiaonan on WeChat. "By the way, what is your name?" "I'll tell you on WeChat," Su Xiaonan replied, dismissing him. Disappointed, Li Xin returned to the kitchen. After a while, Su Xiaonan and Zhang Huihui stood up to leave the restaurant. Once outside, Zhang Huihui could no longer contain her emotions, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face. Su Xiaonan grasped her wrist, tilting her head to look into Zhang Huihui's eyes. "Huihui, are you sure it's him?" You said his name was Li Xingyu? It's him. There's no mistake, Zhang Huihui asserted with absolute certainty. When my brother was being bullied, my father and I visited their home, and I saw him then. Although we didn't team-eat often, he has changed a lot over the years, but I still remember that scar on his hand very clearly. He must have changed his name, Su Xiaonan nodded. It was entirely normal for someone who had committed such acts to alter their identity. He likely did not dare to live under his former name. Furthermore, when she asked Li Xian where he was from, he initially mentioned a place starting with Nan before correcting himself to say he was local. That was quite suspicious. How could someone mistakenly refer to their own hometown? Su Xiaonan sighed. He appeared quite normal. If not for those who knew him in the past, who would suspect him to be a murderer? Li Xian sought to start anew, to begin afresh, and he had that opportunity. Yet her brother was robbed of such a chance. Zhang Huihui's body trembled slightly, her voice thick with sorrow. He has completely moved on from the past. He faces no consequences for his actions and bears no guilt. He can live a normal life, indistinguishable from anyone else. But why? Why does he get to start over while my brother? Zhang Huihui broke down in tears, her petite frame appearing fragile, as if it could shatter with a mere touch. It was indeed profoundly unfair. Su Xiaonan placed her hand on Zhang Huihui's shoulder, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Although she was not directly involved, she could not bear to watch. Such matters were utterly incongruent with her values. Typically, when she encountered characters in television dramas or novels who had committed grievous sins, only to be forgiven after a moment of epiphany, she would find herself seething with indignation for days. Why should past transgressions be erased simply because one has repented? Had anyone sought the opinion of the victims? Who grants the right to forgive? As long as one has erred, they should face appropriate consequences. Even if they strive to amend their ways, this is the only way to provide closure for the aggrieved. Yet, she understood that Li Xian would likely evade punishment, as societal norms would not permit it. Must they await divine retribution for such a demon? That would mean waiting for him to die of old age. However, sometimes one must simply accept reality. Hui, do you wish to harness the power of the spirit to end his life? Her voice was barely a whisper. Had I never crossed paths with him, perhaps I could have let go, but now that I have, I cannot pretend as if nothing has transpired. My mind is consumed with thoughts of my brother. He is terrified, calling out for my help, for the one who took his life continues to thrive in this world, preventing him from finding peace. I can never accept that. Su Xiaonan sighed helplessly, gently embracing her. She noticed the tears in Zhang Huihui's eyes, which concealed an indomitable spirit. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I realize this may not be the right thing to say, but let it go. Hui, you still have your own life ahead of you. It is not worth jeopardizing your future for such a scoundrel. The spirit cannot be controlled at will. To compel it to act, one must offer something of equal value. Nothing in this world comes without cost, and the spirit has explicitly stated that it demands an equivalent exchange. She had merely sought the spirit's assistance for an examination, yet misfortune had relentlessly pursued her. What if Zhang Huihui implored the spirit to commit murder? The only thing that could equate to life is life itself. She did not wish for Zhang Huihui to sacrifice her own existence over this matter. After Su Xiaonan spoke, she retrieved a tissue from her pocket to wipe the tears from Zhang Huihui's face. Hui, please do not act foolishly. You have a bright future awaiting you. Think of your parents. They have already lost your brother. Do you wish for them to lose you as well? What would they do without you? Although I may not have the right to say this, let the past remain in the past. We can only look forward. Zhang Huihui remained silent, her expression fraught with conflict. This was indeed a difficult decision to make. Her hatred ran deep, yet seeking vengeance would cost her life. She had too many ties to this world. She truly did not want to die. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Huihui finally spoke. You are right. The spirit may not fulfill my wishes, and I might have to pay the ultimate price for it. Engaging in this act would be no different from taking a knife to end his life myself. I truly should not act rashly. Su Xiaonan observed Zhang Huihui's face, where hatred and resentment still lurked in her eyes. She was making an effort to conceal these feelings, but she was not adept at hiding her emotions. Su Xiaonan understood Zhang Huihui's character well. Although she appeared innocent and fragile, once she made up her mind, it would be impossible to sway her. However, she could only guide her slowly in the future. Time would eventually bring Zhang Huihui to a state of calm. Hui, let us return home. All right, Su Xiaonan took Jiang Hui's hand and led her forward. As they were not far from their residence, just as they had walked a short distance, Jiang Hui suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful, something is falling from above." Before Jiang Hui could finish her warning, Su Xiaonan felt something strike her on the head from above. Her mind swirled in dizziness, followed by a sharp pain. Warm liquid began to flow from her head. Placing her hand atop her injury, she realized it was blood. A glance at the ground revealed an apple. The fruit had fallen from a height and struck her on the head. The sensation of dizziness intensified, and the world around her began to spin. Her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Jiang Hui rushed to support her. Nan, are you all right? Jiang Hui pressed her hands against the wound on Su Xiaonan's head, watching the blood flow with a look of panic, nearly in tears. Help me, help! Su Xiaonan uttered before losing consciousness. Jiang Hui quickly regained her composure, pulled out her phone, and dialed emergency services, calling for an ambulance. She never imagined that Su Xiaonan, having just been discharged from the hospital, would find herself admitted once more. You must hold on, Nan. The ambulance will be here soon. Chapter 7. An unshakable hatred. Su Xiaonan found herself back in the hospital mere hours after her discharge. After several minutes of emergency treatment, she finally regained consciousness, having escaped the brink of death. Following 2 hospitalizations, Su Xiaonan was increasingly convinced that everything was related to that ill-fated transaction. Her misfortune stemmed from the loss of her luck. She had thought her streak of bad luck had ended, only to discover it was ongoing. She did not know if this streak would persist or if it was merely a temporary phase. But she was beginning to feel regret. After all, it was just an examination. Even without the spirit's assistance, her diligence could have led to success. Yet, she had chosen the path of least resistance. Now, she understood that making a deal with the spirit came at a price that was far from easy to bear. That apple had nearly cost her life. With no surveillance footage and no one stepping forward to take responsibility, the police conducted an extensive investigation but ultimately could not identify the individual who had thrown the apple from above. They could only narrow down the possible locations of the perpetrator, unable to pinpoint a specific culprit. She realized that finding the person responsible for her injury was a futile endeavor, as long as that person denied their involvement. It would remain an open case. As for the medical expenses, she would have to shoulder them herself. This marked her second such incident, leaving her feeling incredibly disheartened. If this state of affairs continued, what if one day, the object falling from above was not an apple but a flower pot? Then, her injuries could easily turn fatal. She realized that even a slight loss of luck could have severe consequences. Moreover, it was not just her physical injuries. She had also lost her job. She had been hospitalized for nearly half a month due to her injuries and had planned to return to work upon her discharge. She had already communicated her intentions. Unfortunately, she found herself hospitalized again, and in turn, she had already been absent for almost a month. Her superiors were dissatisfied with her prolonged absence, leading to her dismissal. Furthermore, she had been blacklisted by the Human Resources Department of Longqing Group, barring her from employment at any of its subsidiaries in the future. I am truly unfortunate. Su Xiaonan lamented silently. It was best to keep a respectful distance from the supernatural. She must never entangle herself with such matters again. Regret over her transaction with the spirit weighed heavily on her. The supernatural was not something humanity should engage with. A sudden unease washed over her as she thought of Jiang Hui, whom she had not seen in 2 days. She had been hospitalized for over 10 days now, and for the first few days, Jiang Hui had visited her daily. Yet, she had not seen Jiang Hui for the past 2 days. I hope Hui isn't thinking of doing something reckless. On the day she was struck by the apple, Su Xiaonan could still vividly recall the look in Jiang Hui's eyes. She knew that Jiang Hui could not simply let go of the past. Tormented by those memories, she might resort to extreme measures. Now, confined to her hospital bed, she could not keep watch over Jiang Hui. No, I must not allow her to act impulsively. In a hurry, she sent a message to Jiang Hui. Hui, where are you right now? Soon, she received a reply. I'm at home. The home Jiang Hui referred to was their shared apartment in their sophomore year. They had moved out of the school dormitory to live together. They had spent 3 years in that place. Hui, please do not do anything foolish. Whatever you wish to do, can you wait until I am discharged? After sending the message, Su Xiaonan anxiously awaited Jiang Hui's response. Shortly after, her phone chimed, and she quickly opened it to read Jiang Hui's reply. What's wrong with you today? What foolish thing could I possibly do? Nothing. I just felt an unease. I'm relieved to hear you're okay. And how is your injury? I'll be discharged tomorrow. Please come pick me up then. Although the doctor had advised her to stay a few more days, she had decided to leave the hospital the next day, as she felt well enough. Sure, I'll visit you at the hospital tomorrow. Zhang Huihui even sent a playful emoji. I'm going to bed now. You should sleep early too. You're a patient now. All right, good night. Su Xiaonan sighed in relief. As long as Zhang Huihui refrained from acting recklessly during this time, she would gradually find closure. Time had a way of softening all wounds. In the dead of night, the streets were nearly deserted. With only the occasional car speeding by Tian intersection, Zhang Huihui stood alone at the roadside, allowing the cool evening breeze to whip against her frail figure. Dressed too lightly, she shivered intermittently. She appeared lost. Standing there for nearly an hour, unable to convince herself to let go of the matter. Now, whenever she closed her eyes, those haunting scenes would replay in her mind. Her brother was calling for her help, yet she felt powerless to assist him. She knew that her brother could not find peace in the afterlife. The very perpetrator of her brother's death stood before her. Why could she not take action for him? Tears involuntarily streamed from her eyes as a tumult of emotions surged within her. Guilt, sorrow, and resentment intermingled. Had she not encountered Li Xian, perhaps it would have been easier to bear, but now that she had, she could no longer pretend as if nothing had transpired. She understood that she ought to take action, that it was imperative to do so. At that moment, her phone vibrated, signaling a message from Su Xiaonan. As she gazed at the words on her screen, her tears blurred her vision. In this world, there were countless matters that weighed heavily on her heart. She could not let them go, and this was the very reason she found herself unable to make a resolute decision. She knew Su Xiaonan was correct. The best choice was to accept reality. Time could indeed wash away everything. Yet, she was unwilling to concede. She could not relinquish these burdens. Why was it that the individual who had brutally taken her brother's life could carry on as if nothing had happened? Regardless of whether he had reformed, every person should be held accountable for their past actions. She had just spoken with her parents over the phone, refraining from mentioning her encounter with Li Xian, focusing solely on her brother. The mere mention of him darkened her parents' spirits. Even her father, who rarely displayed emotion, was brought to tears. The impact of that tragedy had inflicted deep wounds upon them. Scars that could never be erased. As relatives of the victim, they would carry that pain for the rest of their lives. Yet, for the perpetrator, there was no need for genuine remorse to begin anew. She was uncertain if the fiend who had slain her brother still remembered that fateful day, if thoughts of it haunted him, or if he would ever sincerely repent. But none of that mattered. If he sought atonement, he could go seek Yama. She merely wished to send that man to face him. Blood for blood, that was the only fairness. After replying to Su Xiaonan, she withdrew her phone. And before her, her brother's visage seemed to materialize. He was pleading for her help. He was in pain. He was afraid, and as his sister, she felt compelled to act. Xiaojia, do not fear. I will avenge you. He will soon pay for his sins. Nan, I am sorry, but I cannot heed your advice. Moreover, I do not wish to involve you. She understood that this was the course of action she must undertake. Failing to do so would render her unable to forgive herself. It would drive her to madness. She knelt down, sitting on the ground, and retrieved the prepared paper and pen. The time was similar to when they had last summoned the pin spirit. The location was not far from their rented residence. The spirit should be able to sense her presence. Regardless of whether the pin spirit appeared or was willing to assist her, she had already made her decision. Her brother's vengeance must be exacted. If necessary, she would take matters into her own hands. Grasping the pin, she poised it above the paper, inhaling deeply. She recalled the day she had summoned the pin spirit with Su Xiaonan. Envisioning the spirit's terrifying form, though it had once frightened her to the core, causing her to tremble and suffer nightmares for days, at this moment, she felt no fear. Pin spirit, you are my past life. I am your present. After a while, the atmosphere around her grew ominously still, a chilling presence encroaching upon her. Suddenly, something cold brushed against her hand. The pen, influenced by an unseen force, began to glide across the paper. Tracing a perfect circle in the dead of night, Lin Yuan, newly awakened, sensed a powerful yearning. This summoning felt markedly different from those before. It was as if someone were explicitly calling for him. The intensity of the yearning was unlike anything he had encountered since becoming a ghost. Clearly, the request would be extraordinary. Yet to him, every task held the same weight. There was no distinction between difficult and easy. As long as the yearning was potent enough, all were equal. Few had seen him. And only Su Xiaonan had ever made a wish upon him. Was it her? Regardless of who it was, Lin Yuan resolved to heed the call of that yearning and set off immediately. In the next moment, he found himself at a crossroads. There, a girl knelt upon the ground, clutching a pin, her seemingly delicate face betraying a fierce determination. Seeing Jiang Hui took Lin Yuan by surprise. This timid girl had actively sought him out, and with such formidable resolve. However, now that he had arrived, as long as she was willing to pay the price, any wish could be granted. Chapter 8. Her revenge. Gazing at the circle on the paper, Jiang Hui felt the atmosphere grow sinister, reminiscent of the time they had summoned the Pin spirit. The ghost had arrived, yet the typically fearful girl felt no trepidation. Instead, a smile graced her lips. The Pin spirit was here. Her wish should soon be fulfilled. After all, the spirit had declared that all who sought would receive. Wait, she hadn't yet confirmed if this Pin spirit was the same one they had summoned before. Pin spirit, have we met before? No sooner had she spoken than she felt a force guiding the pin, leaving a mark on the paper. A hook? Jiang Hui sighed in relief. It was indeed the same spirit. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself voiceless, hesitating instead. In an exchange of equal value, should she request the spirit to take a life, would it cost her her own? Yet, this momentary doubt faded. She had already resolved to act before summoning the spirit. Pin spirit, I wish to ask you to do something. Taking a deep breath, her gaze unwavering, she declared, I wish to kill someone. Is that permissible? As the words left her lips, the atmosphere thickened with an even more foreboding chill. The wind picked up, rustling the paper beneath her. Her breath quickened as she pressed down on the fluttering sheets with her other hand, anxiously awaiting the spirit's response. The one making the wish was human and bound by moral considerations. However, Lin Yuan had been a ghost for months, his humanity growing increasingly faint. He no longer adhered to notions of right and wrong. Nor did he hold on to any vestiges of emotion. He was indifferent to morality, unconcerned with ethical dilemmas. Regardless of the wishes placed before him, as long as the yearning was sufficient, they would be fulfilled. This was a transaction. He merely executed the wish, while all consequences rested upon the wishmaker. Thus, he bore no burden whatsoever. The pen moved swiftly across the paper, quickly forming a few crooked characters. All who seek shall receive. Jiang Hui's heart raced with excitement. This was the same phrase the spirit had uttered before. Initially, she had feared that her request to kill someone might be rejected, but it appeared the spirit cared little for such matters. If the spirit could act, it would be even better. At least she would not be labeled a murderer, and her parents would not suffer the shame of having a daughter who had taken a life. The man in question had committed numerous atrocities. He had killed her brother, yet due to his age, he had escaped imprisonment. Now, he lived freely, having seemingly forgotten the past. Such a person deserved retribution. He must pay for his actions. He did not deserve to live. I hope you can kill him, she implored. Pin spirit, your act would be a service to justice. For a ghost, intervening in the affairs of the living was ill-advised. It held no bearing on whether the act was righteous or wicked. Should a ghost meddle in human matters, they would be ensnared by karma. This was the law of the universe. Justice and evil were merely human constructs, devoid of significance beyond the realm of humanity. Yet, Lin Yuan merely fulfilled desires. He bore no responsibility for karma. All consequences fell to the wishmaker. He inscribed a few words on the paper. Who, where, when, beyond that, he cared for nothing else. Jiang Hui pondered these words. According to the Pin spirit, she could determine when Li Xian would die and where the event would take place. That was even better. If she were to take revenge, the sooner the better. As for the location, anywhere would suffice, though it would be ideal for her to witness his demise firsthand. Though she had always been timid, she would not shy away from seeing her enemy, the one who had taken her brother's life. The person I wish to kill is named Li Xian, she declared, the image of him from that day vivid in her mind. His original name was Li Xingyu. After murdering her brother, he had changed it to Li Xian and was now working at a restaurant. As for the time, she wished for it to be tomorrow morning, ideally allowing her to see his death with her own eyes. The location was inconsequential. After stating her wishes, she quickly inquired, Pin Spirit, is this information sufficient? Do you require anything else from me? For Lin Yuan, this information was more than adequate. He could already envision the target. As long as the energy was potent enough, he was omniscient and omnipotent. With a brief mental calculation, he discerned all he needed to know. The target was indeed the murderer of her brother, as Jiang Huihui had described. For one so young, he was remarkably wicked, by the standards of most. He was deserving of death. Yet, Lin Yuan remained indifferent. In his eyes, there was no good or evil, only a transaction of equal value. What Li Xian had done was inconsequential. What mattered was whether Jiang Huihui could afford the price. He marked a check on the paper, indicating that it was sufficient. Suddenly, Jiang Huihui felt an emptiness within her. The matter of her revenge seemed settled. As long as the Pin Spirit consented, there would be no issues. However, this was a transaction. To kill a person, what price must she pay? She yearned to know whether she would ultimately pay with her own life. What must I offer? Lin Yuan exhibited remarkable patience, answering every query posed to him. For each response granted him a measure of wish power, albeit a scant amount. He deftly maneuvered the pin, inscribing a single character onto the paper. Yun. Shortly thereafter, 2 additional characters appeared, Dengjia. The meaning was unmistakable. Jiang Huihui was required to expend an equivalent amount of luck for this matter. What is luck? From Su Xiaonan, she gleaned a rough understanding. In such a brief span, Su Xiaonan had been hospitalized twice and lost a prestigious job, which could hardly be deemed mere coincidence. This was likely the aftermath of lost luck. Yet, it also implied that the Pin Spirit did not seek her life directly. What she needed to relinquish was luck equivalent to taking Li Xian's life. But how much exactly? Can you enlighten me? Upon observing the number, Jiang Huihui surmised that it signified she would lose 11 units of luck. However, without a point of comparison, she remained uncertain about its true magnitude. Jiang Huihui inquired again, will I die after my wish is fulfilled? The paper responded with words, not necessarily. This question pertained to the future and required the consumption of wish power to predict what lay ahead. While the likelihood of Jiang Huihui's demise was high, Lin Yuan would not answer casually without having glimpsed the future. I understand. The uncertainty, at the very least, retained a glimmer of hope. Now, having acquired all necessary knowledge, she felt no further inquiries were warranted. Pin Spirit, regardless of the cost, I fervently hope for Li Xian's demise. Please assist me in realizing this wish. Transaction completed. Lin Yuan inscribed these 4 characters on the paper. He sensed the girl's wish power was sufficiently potent to fulfill this task. With this power, he orchestrated a future wherein Li Xian would perish by tomorrow morning. The endeavor consumed 10 points of wish power, all transmuted from Jiang Huihui's luck. Yet, upon the completion of this task, Jiang Huihui would be obliged to repay her wish. Lin Yuan would acquire 1 point of wish power, also derived from her luck. In total, Jiang Huihui would lose 11 points of luck. Had Lin Yuan himself committed the act of murder, he would not have needed to expend such a vast amount of wish power, enough, indeed, to extinguish many lives. Nonetheless, he refrained from directly intervening in mortal affairs. He merely aided Jiang Huihui in fulfilling her desire by arranging Li Xian's fateful end. It was Jiang Huihui who would bear the burden of taking a life. Now, they awaited the appointed hour, and everything would transpire naturally. Jiang Huihui gripped the pin tightly, closing her eyes. At that moment, her emotions were profoundly complex. She knew her wish would soon come to fruition. She could exact her revenge, and her brother would finally rest in peace. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of bewilderment, as though her very essence was being drained. Perhaps it was the foreboding knowledge that she too might meet her end in the not-so-distant future. Once a person becomes aware of their impending death, their perception of all things shifts irrevocably. Pin Spirit, thank you. You have avenged me. If I survive, I shall devote my remaining days to serve you. Lin Yuan remained silent. In all likelihood, Jiang Huihui would not endure. An ordinary individual typically possesses around 10 points of luck, and her total expenditure of 11 points rendered her survival improbable. After all, the price of another's life is seldom light. Furthermore, even if Jiang Huihui were to survive, he would not direct her actions, for that would be tantamount to directly interfering in the mortal realm, incurring the same karmic repercussions. Is there anything I can do for you? If so, please do let me know. Though there were indeed actions he could take, Lin Yuan simply marked an X on the paper. Pin's spirit, please return to your place. With that, Lin Yuan departed, and the surrounding atmosphere lost its oppressive gloom. Jiang Huihui felt the hand that had shared the pin with her dissipate. The pin's spirit had departed. Yet she remained kneeling on the ground, her form appearing feeble against the cold wind. Chapter 9. Memories of the past. Lin Yuan returned to his villa. As a spirit, he found solace only in the familiar surroundings of his former life. Spirits do not belong to the human realm and are met with rejection wherever they wander. Without profound attachments and obsessions, they swiftly fade away. Within the villa lay remnants of his past. Objects imbued with his essence. These items were intricately linked to him, and only in such an environment could he mitigate the sense of rejection he felt. Lin Yuan entered a stone vessel, within which lay a space of several dozen cubic units. It was not vast, yet with each acquisition of wish power, the space expanded slightly. Here, he wielded dominion over all. It resembled a world forged specifically for him. In this sanctuary, he faced no resistance from external forces. Had it been otherwise, his spirit would have long since been fragmented. He sensed that this stone was akin to a rare treasure, and he was its spirit. This stone had supplanted his once corporeal form, and now they existed as one. An instinct told him that a change was imminent, though it would hinge upon the fulfillment of Jiang Huihui's wish and the wish power she would owe him in return. However, that moment was not far away. It was merely a day away. In the early hours, Li Xian abruptly awoke from a nightmare, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath, his forehead slick with cold sweat. He hastily turned on the room's light and scanned his surroundings, calming himself when he found nothing amiss. The nightmare had been eerily vivid, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. In the dream, darkness enveloped him, and he sensed a voice calling out to him. He could not discern the words. Compelled to venture closer to understand, as he groped through the shadows, he faintly perceived a figure. It was that person calling his name. He cautiously approached, straining to hear what they were saying. At last, he caught the words, Li Xingyu. That was his name, one he had not heard in ages. He had wished to erase it from his memory forever. No, I am not that. I am Li Xian. He sought to flee, but a hand seized him with an unyielding grip, rendering him unable to escape. Then, a face materialized before him. Dio, you remember me? Upon beholding that visage, he jolted awake. He had thought he had buried those memories deep within, yet they resurfaced in his dream. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Li Xingyu was a name he had long since tried to forget, for he sought to sever ties with his past entirely. He had renamed himself Li Xian, signifying a desire to cast aside all remnants of his former life and start anew. He had become Li Xian, a completely different individual. As for Li Xingyu, that name bore no relevance to him. The actions of that person were no longer his concern. Yet today, he realized that no matter how fervently he denied it, he could not fully sever the connection to his past as Li Xingyu. Jiang Jia. The name surfaced in his mind, accompanied by the visage that had appeared in his dream. A timid, introverted boy. Jiang Jia had once been the target of relentless bullying from him and his companions, who had often extorted money from him. In their eyes, Jiang Jia existed solely for their amusement. His academic performance was mediocre, and even when he reported their behavior to teachers, they were met with little more than reprimands. Even if parents were informed, it rarely amounted to anything significant, perhaps just a scolding at home. And even if the issue escalated, it was unlikely to result in physical punishment. Jiang Jia had grown accustomed to such treatment, remaining indifferent. However, the frustration he faced from teachers and parents was invariably unleashed upon Jiang Jia in exaggerated measures. Eventually, as they continued to torment Jiang Jia, there was little cost involved, for he no longer dared to report them to teachers or parents. In their youth, they believed that bullying others was a mark of coolness. They even thought that taking a life would be an experience to boast about, one that would evoke envy and admiration. He had once reveled in recounting his achievements. Yet, reflecting on it now, he realized how foolishly naive he had been. He regretted that incident deeply. Had he not taken a life, he would not have needed to live in obscurity, nor would he have to fear recognition. The title of murderer carried a heavy stigma. Anywhere he went, if the truth were revealed, he would have no place to hide. Most would not envy him for having taken a life. They would merely regard him as a scoundrel. More than 5 years had elapsed since that fateful day, yet the memories surged uncontrollably. each scene as vivid as if it had transpired yesterday. That day, their bullying of Jiang Jie was witnessed by a teacher, who appeared quite displeased. Not only did the teacher scold them, but insisted they call their parents. At that moment, he was seething with anger. Although Jiang Jie had not initiated the report, he vented all his frustration upon him. After school, he and two others cornered Jiang Jie, dragging him into the woods outside the school. He barely recalled the faces of those two accomplices, only faintly remembering their names. Following that incident, they had severed all ties. Yet he vividly recalled Jiang Jie's pleading expression. In that moment, he derived a perverse enjoyment from it. Perhaps driven to desperation, Jiang Jie had bitten him, igniting a surge of fury within him. Previously, Jiang Jie had hardly dared to resist. He was short and frail, unable to contend with any of them. The bite stoked his anger. He kicked Jiang Jie to the ground. At that moment, he sought only to reassert his authority, ensuring that Jiang Jie would never dare to provoke him again. Noticing a stone nearby, he picked it up and hurled it at Jiang Jie's head. He had never intended to kill. He merely wished to teach Jiang Jie a lesson. However, in his rage, he lost control. He could not recall how many blows he had struck, but when he finally ceased, Jiang Jie's head was drenched in blood. His skull nearly deformed from the relentless assault. He kicked Jiang Jie with his foot, and Jiang Jie merely lay on the ground, motionless and beyond help. At that moment, the realization struck him. He had killed Jiang Jie. Panic gripped him, yet he swiftly concealed his turmoil. To exhibit fear in front of these individuals would be a source of embarrassment. He was dead. We are all complicit in this act, and no one is to speak of it. However, if any of you dare to utter a word, it will spell the end for us all. His outward composure quelled the anxiety of the other two. Let us find something to bury him with, and no one shall ever discover him. His home was not far from the school. He rushed back to retrieve a shovel, then returned to the scene, where he dug a grave and interred Jiang Jie. Subsequently, the three of them synchronized their accounts to ensure that this incident would not trace back to them. He believed his plan was flawless, yet the following morning, their deeds were exposed. The police apprehended them, and during the interrogation, he realized that the alibi he had prepared was riddled with inconsistencies. Moreover, those two disloyal companions, they all pointed fingers at him as the one who had struck the fatal blow. Claiming they merely failed to dissuade him. In such circumstances, he had no choice but to confess. He initially thought this would lead to grave consequences. He trembled with fear, for a life had been extinguished at his hands. Yet, the reality diverged from his expectations. Even with irrefutable evidence, even with the severity of his crime and the evident malicious intent, the repercussions were not as dire as he had anticipated. He bore no criminal responsibility. After several years of education, he was released. In the beginning, he took pride in his actions, viewing them as a remarkable achievement. Each time he boasted about that experience to those around him, he was met with admiration. However, as he grew older, such individuals became increasingly scarce. Moreover, having dropped out of school at an early age, he was compelled to shoulder the burdens of life. Only after stepping into society and enduring its harsh realities did he comprehend that his former self had been a fool. What he had done was not an achievement, nor was it worthy of pride. It only served to alienate others, engendering disdain, leaving him unwanted even for menial jobs. His parents were also ensnared by his actions. Once a prosperous family, with his parents running a business that earned them hundreds of thousands annually, their fortunes dwindled after the incident. Their business collapsed, leading to significant losses and ceaseless scrutiny from others, ultimately forcing them to seek factory work. Over the years, they had relocated several times, each new place bringing the dread of being recognized. Now, he truly regretted it. That incident had brought him a multitude of troubles. Had it not occurred, even with poor academic performance, he could have inherited the family business and led a decent life. However, it was not too late to realize this. He was still young, and despite having ventured down a misguided path, opportunities for redemption remained. This was the advantage of youth. No matter how many mistakes one makes, fear need not prevail. He had long resolved to forget the past. Yet, inexplicably, he dreamt of Jiang Jie today. Feeling agitated, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. After just a few puffs, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. He sensed that something was bound to happen today. He picked up his phone and called his mother. Chapter 10. Old photographs. The call connected swiftly, and he heard his mother's voice on the other end. "Hello, who is this?" Her voice was drowsy, clearly roused from sleep. However, hearing her voice alleviated some of his tension. "Mom, it's me, son." His mother immediately became alert, sitting up abruptly, her tone shifting to one of concern. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Lee Xian understood that his mother had misunderstood. His late-night call would naturally provoke her imagination. This misunderstanding stung, for in his parents' eyes, he was merely a troublemaker. Though this was true, he was determined to change. "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. I just miss you as long as you're okay," his mother sighed with relief. "But why are you calling at this hour? How have you been? Make sure to work hard. Just keep at it over there. Your father and I are trying to find you another job through connections." "You haven't gotten into any trouble, have you?" Lee Xian sighed. "No, you can rest easy, Mom. I've changed. I'll never cause trouble again, not ever. I just miss you. How have you been?" "Oh," his mother sighed, hesitating before finally saying, "We all fine. You needn't worry." Though his mother reassured him, Lee Xian knew well that they were not truly all right. They constantly worried about the day someone might recognize their son as a murderer, forcing them to move once again. After a brief conversation with his mother, Lee Xian felt his eyes welling with tears. He ended the call, the weight on his heart as heavy as ever. Everything his family endured was of his own making. He had not only ruined his own life, but had also burdened his parents. Given a second chance, he would never dare to kill again. Yet life offers no reruns. All he could do was strive to amend his ways. This was the very reason he had chosen the name Lee Xian for himself. He turned off the lights, preparing to sleep once more, but for reasons unknown, memories of the past surged forth, roaming chaotically in his mind. Jiang Jie's face repeatedly surfaced, a ghastly and terrifying visage from the moments before his demise. Though he had long forgotten, today, he could not suppress the relentless thoughts. Agitated, he abruptly sat up in bed, cursing, "Damn it, why can't I stop thinking about these troubling matters?" He feared he would not sleep at all tonight. Grabbing his phone, he glanced at the time. Just as he illuminated the screen, a grotesque face appeared before him. It was a boy, bloodied and with icy eyes, staring intently at him. Startled, he hastily tossed the phone aside, watching it tumble onto the bed. How could this be? His heart raced. He recognized that image. It was a photograph he had taken the day they killed Jiang Jie. Yet that was from years ago, on a phone he had long discarded. The phone he currently used was only a few months old. How could it possibly contain such an old photo? Furthermore, he had never set such a horrific image as his wallpaper. Had he misread? Cautiously, he reached out, flipping the phone back over. The screen revealed a vibrant young woman, his actual wallpaper. He breathed a sigh of relief, attributing the earlier confusion to his wandering mind. It was already 3 a.m. He had to be up for work by 9, leaving him 6 hours. But alas, no matter what, sleep eluded him. With no desire to engage with his phone, he sat on the edge of the bed. Lost in thought as he moved his hand, he felt something beneath it. He quickly withdrew it. Realizing, he reached out again, feeling a smooth surface. Was it a photograph? He did not remember placing any photos on his bed. He quickly turned on the light, the harsh brightness flooding the room, and squinted until his eyes adjusted. Finally, he discerned what lay in his hand. It was indeed a photograph, an old photograph, depicting 3 individuals, himself and his 2 classmates. It was they who had killed Jiang Jie. Yet he had not been in contact with either of them for a long time, and he could barely recall their faces. How could this photograph still exist? Hadn't he discarded it long ago? He retrieved a lighter, intending to incinerate the photograph. He wished to rid himself of anything that might evoke memories of the past. As the lighter ignited the photo, he suddenly noticed another figure within it. The moment he recognized that person, he felt as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Had he misjudged? He swiftly extinguished the flames on the photograph, enduring the pain in his hand as he scrutinized it closely. There, in the image, was not just the 3 of them but a 4th individual. The 4th person stood in a dimly lit corner, almost concealed. Impossible. How could he be in this picture? The figure in the photograph was none other than Jiang Jie, quietly observing them from the shadows. Jiang Jie's positioning was eerie, no matter how one looked at it. Those eyes seemed fixated on him. A chill coursed through him. He scanned the background of the photograph, a wave of horror washing over him. The location where the picture was taken was that very grove, the site of Jiang Jie's murder. However, although he had taken photos with those two, he had never captured any in that grove. What on earth was this photograph? At that moment, the entire room felt unnaturally cold. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. He had intended to start anew, to incinerate all remnants of the past. There could not possibly be anything left. Even if there were, it would not resurface at this time. This was truly bizarre. He needed to destroy this object. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly frigid, an unsettling chill enveloping him, causing involuntary shivers. He was afraid. There was nothing to fear. There were no ghosts in this world. Even if there were, he had been dead for such a long time. It made no sense for vengeance to arise now. After all, over 5 years had passed, and he had likely forgotten all that had transpired. No matter how intense the hatred, it should have been laid to rest. Once more, he flicked the lighter, preparing to incinerate that cursed photograph. Yet, at that moment, the figure within the photo shifted again. He and his 2 friends appeared unchanged. But the transformation occurred with Jiang Jie, standing in the lower left corner of the image. The Jiang Jie captured in the photograph seemed to come to life, blood oozing from his body, his eyes filled with wrath. The image of Jiang Jie reached out a hand, slowly moving as if attempting to seize him. Witnessing this eerie transformation, he nearly dropped the photograph in shock. His entire body trembled. And the lighter extinguished suddenly. This photograph was too sinister. It had to be destroyed. He did not wish to ponder whether he was merely imagining things. That was irrelevant. What mattered was that the photograph must be burnt. His trembling hand repeatedly pressed the lighter, but it refused to ignite. A chilling thought surged from within him. Yet he fought to suppress his spiraling thoughts, determined not to let himself descend into madness. How could there be ghosts? If such beings truly existed, he would have faced retribution long ago. He had killed Jiang Jie, and so many years had elapsed, yet he continued to live without consequence. Moreover, there were countless individuals who had taken lives. Who among them had perished at the hands of a ghost? Furthermore, while Jiang Jie had feared him in life, he would certainly not dare seek revenge after death. Despite his constant reassurances that this was impossible, that no ghost would come to exact vengeance upon him, his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. This fear was entirely new to him when he had slain Jiang Jie. Though afraid, he had never known such a depth of terror. Even when his crimes were uncovered and the police took him away, he had not been so frightened, for he understood that even after taking a life, he would not face death. But now, uncertainty loomed ominously. He sensed danger. Burn it, and all would be well. He quaked as he attempted to reignite the lighter, but his shaking hands extinguished the flame once more. Clenching his fist, he struck his arm forcefully. The pain returned his focus. This time, his hands steadied, and the lighter quickly sparked to life, flames voraciously consuming the photograph. He felt the searing heat on his hand and hastily discarded the image onto the ground. In that fleeting moment as the photograph fell, he seemed to witness a transformation within it. He was drenched in blood, sprawled on the ground, his head appearing to be shattered. Yet before he could comprehend it fully, the flames had devoured the photograph entirely. The sinister image was reduced to ash, yet he felt an intensified chill enveloping the room. A sense of cold crept over him, prompting him to retreat to bed, wrapping himself tightly in the covers. But that cold could not be dispelled by any means. It emanated from within him, a manifestation of his own terror, and no matter how tightly he cocooned himself, it remained. His gaze fell upon the bed, and he suddenly let out a piercing scream. A photograph had appeared once more, seemingly out of nowhere. In that instant, the entire bedroom seemed to plunge into a harsh winter. Chapter 11. A Life for a Life. Li Xian's gaze fixated on the bed, his eyes fraught with anxiety, resembling a cat profoundly startled. As he beheld the photograph, his body trembled incessantly. Although the picture lay pinned beneath the covers, obscured from view, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. This could very well be the same photograph he had just burned, yet he was certain he had reduced it to ashes. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the frantic rhythm of his heart, inhaling deeply. Despite his fear, he knew he had to confirm the truth. Otherwise, an unsettling sensation would haunt him for a lifetime. With trembling arms, he extended his hand from beneath the covers, inching closer to the photograph. The nearer he approached, the more violently his hand quaked. There was nothing to fear. He lacked the courage to seek vengeance. If he dared to confront him, he would simply kill him again. Jiang Jie had feared him in life. He should fear him even more in death. Did death bestow greater power upon one? Finally, his hand brushed against the photograph. The moment he made contact, it felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his hand recoiled instinctively. He was still unprepared. What if he flipped the photograph over and discovered that it was indeed the one he had just incinerated? He could not bear to consider it. He only knew that he would lose his mind. Yet, if he did not confirm it, he would also spiral into madness. He struggled to quell his inner turmoil. His hand once again reaching for the photograph, it appeared remarkably light, yet his hand felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, refusing to turn it over. His eyes were filled with dread and unease. Terrified of the outcome, but regardless of his fear, he had to confront the truth. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and flipped the photograph over. The moment he beheld the image, madness enveloped him, his eyes turning bloodshot. How could this be? How could it be like this? The photograph depicted 3 boys. One was himself as a child, while the other 2 were his accomplices in Jiang Jie's demise. In the lower left corner, a shadowy figure could be discerned, its eyes filled with hatred as it gazed upon them. It was the same photograph. He had burned it. Yet a supernatural force had resurrected it that moment. The photograph morphed once more. The version of himself captured in the image was inexplicably bleeding from the head. The figures within the photograph appeared to come alive, their faces contorted with terror and suffering. Faint cries echoed in his ears, sounds of desperate pleas. The version of himself in the photograph was pleading for help. Fear drove him to madness. He could no longer bear to look, screaming with a grotesque expression on his face. He grasped the photograph tightly, desperately tearing it apart. Only when it had been reduced to shreds and he could no longer exert any force did he cease. He hurled the remnants into the air. The fragments scattered across the ceiling, drifting down like confetti. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the falling pieces, filled with rage, though much time had passed. Yet that worthless wretch sought vengeance against him, be what right. Though he had taken Jiang Jie's life, he had already endured the punishment he deserved. Why should Jiang Jie come seeking him? All these years, he had lived in fear, adopting a false identity to avoid the resurfacing of past transgressions. He and his family had been subjected to ridicule, and his parents had even shuttered their business, suffering significant financial losses. We have already sacrificed enough. What more do you want? He shouted at the floating scraps. At that moment, the fragments underwent a grotesque transformation. Each shard bore a twisted face, stained crimson with blood, yet he could still discern Jiang Jie's visage. Jiang Jie was watching him. The eyes that had once been filled with weakness and fear and death were now brimming with resentment. It was him, indeed. He sought to avenge me. Why, after all this time, would he not let me be? You are dead. Although I killed you, I have paid the price, so why are you still unsatisfied? Our grievances have ended. You cannot pursue vengeance any longer. Yet, no matter how he pleaded, those faces continued to glower at him with unyielding resentment. In that moment, he felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon him. Those eyes pierced through him like daggers, leaving him battered and exposed. He finally understood that begging for mercy would not resolve his plight. His cowardice would only drive his adversary further into madness. Just as they had tormented Jiang Jie when he had begged for compassion, they had only reveled in their thrill now. Jiang Jie merely wished to witness his humiliation, but he would never reveal such a side. He abruptly flung the covers aside, letting them fall to the floor. He stood upon the bed, his fear transforming into fury. You are merely the worthless being I killed. By what right do you dare confront me? I fear you even in life. What can you do in death? I can kill you once, and I can do it again. If you have the guts, show yourself, and let us have a proper fight. Why should he fear a worthless wretch? He leapt from the bed, snatched a fruit knife from the table, gripping the handle tightly as he wildly slashed through the air. Come on, if you dare. Show yourself. I can kill you again, he shouted loudly, the knife slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. In that moment, he felt no fear. Ghosts were nothing to fear. He had the audacity to kill a man. So why should he dread a ghost? He wielded the knife, swinging it for some time before exhaustion overtook him. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet the chilling aura within him remained. Once his fury had subsided, fear surged from the depths of his being, more intense than before. Now, he finally recognized reality. He was terrified, had always been terrified. He was no different from the Jiang Jie they had once bullied. He teetered on the brink of collapse. I cannot die. I am not yet 20, with so much left to accomplish. My life is still long. I did not intend to kill you. You bit me. And in my anger, I acted impulsively. I truly did not mean to take your life. Spare me. I have already faced punishment, and I have genuinely reformed. His crimes had long been absolved. Even the police would no longer harass him. Moreover, he truly had changed. At the very least, he had not committed any further misdeeds. Spare me, he pleaded weakly, his voice turning hoarse. Yet, there was no response, only the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid. Perhaps that was the answer. He would not be forgiven. Trembling, he picked up the shards of the photograph from the ground, and suddenly, blood began to seep from those fragments. The crimson liquid clung to his hands. In terror, he cast aside the shards and frantically wiped the blood from his hands with his clothing. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the blood would not be cleansed. Much like his sins that could never be absolved, on the floor, each shard continued to ooze blood, staining the room's floor in a deep crimson. He clasped his head in his hands, screaming in desperation. He would not receive forgiveness. He had taken a life. Had he not been the murderer, he would still deem the killer unforgivable, as the victim. How could Jiang Jie ever forgive him? He believed that the price he paid was trivial compared to the loss of Jiang Jie's life, the grief of his parents losing their son. Were it him in the grave, he too would find no peace. More blood flowed from the shattered photographs, pooling into a lake of crimson within the room. There was no place left to stand. His feet, clothes, and hands were all drenched in blood. The ground resembled a fountain, continuously spewing forth blood, which quickly accumulated to several centimeters in depth. The grotesque and bloody scene drove him to the brink of collapse. Despair engulfing him, he struck the ground with all his might, splattering blood into the air, droplets landing upon his face and lips. Moments later, the blood on the floor reached a dozen centimeters in depth, submerging much of his body. Perhaps, soon, this blood would completely engulf him, drowning him. Yet at that moment, his eyes filled with fear and despair suddenly grew calm. He finally understood what he must do. This was the price he had to pay. He should have acted thus long ago. To take a life is to pay with one's own. Debts must be repaid. This is a fundamental truth, a principle understood by all. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, rising from the ground, his voice brimming with madness. Wading through the blood, he approached a wall, dipped his fingers into the room's blood, and inscribed a few large characters upon it. To kill is to pay with life. The blood in the room quickly faded, restoring his bedroom to its former state, as if the horrors that had transpired had never occurred. Only the wall bore the 4 sinister characters, and on the floor lay a photograph. He walked over, picked up the photograph from the ground, and clutched it tightly in his palm. Subsequently, he made his way to the bedroom door, pulled it open, and stepped out. Chapter 12. The Falling Incident. Nan. Why are you discharged so early? Jiang Huihui asked, conversing while walking. On the other end of the line, Su Xiaonan's voice echoed with complaints. I missed you. Since you didn't come to see me, I had no choice but to leave the hospital early. According to medical advice, she should not have been discharged today, but she could not shake her worries for Jiang Huihui. Concerned that Jiang Huihui might do something behind her back, she understood the cost of making a wish to the Pin Fairy all too well. If Jiang Huihui wanted the Pin Fairy to take a life, she could hardly fathom what price Jiang Huihui would have to pay. However, as long as she remained by Jiang Huihui's side, perhaps she could guide her away from such actions. Oh, I was just about to come see you, Jiang Huihui replied with a smile. Her complexion was pallid, lacking any hint of color, and she appeared quite dispirited. Yet, she made every effort to disguise it, trying to make her voice sound less feeble. I asked that for real. Of course, it is. I'm not far from the hospital. I'll be there shortly. All right, it seems I misjudged you. Su Xiaonan chuckled. I just left the hospital and am on the road by the entrance. Where are you? Hey Nan, over here. Su Xiaonan suddenly heard Jiang Huihui's voice and immediately looked over to see Jiang Huihui waving at her from across the street. Great, I see you. Wait for me. I'm coming over. No need. Just cross the street, and you'll reach me. Su Xiaonan hung up the phone, noticing that the light was green, and proceeded to walk across the street. Zhang Huihui hurriedly ran toward her, and they met on the other side. Nan Nan, Zhang Huihui pointed at the bandage on Su Xiaonan's head. Isn't it a bit too early for you to be discharged? Su Xiaonan took her hand and smiled. I'm fine now. I'm nearly healed. I just feel a bit dizzy occasionally, but a period of rest should suffice. However, during this time, you must take good care of me. After all, I'm the patient, Zhang Huihui joked. Why don't you stay in the hospital a few more days? I'll take you back now. Su Xiaonan embraced her, resting her head on Zhang Huihui's shoulder. No, I'm sticking with you. You'll never get rid of me for the rest of your life. Zhang Huihui pushed her away, feigning exasperation. All right, I'll begrudgingly take care of you for a few days. I knew you were the best, Huihui. After Su Xiaonan spoke, she noticed Zhang Huihui's extremely poor complexion. Her face was ghostly pale, with dark circles subtly visible around her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel concerned. What's wrong? You don't look well. Zhang Huihui looped her arm through Su Xiaonan's, her gaze drifting elsewhere. It's nothing. I just didn't rest well yesterday. That really all. Su Xiaonan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Perhaps her concerns had already manifested. Zhang Huihui shook her head. I've been insomnia for the past few days. I can't sleep, hence I feel unwell. Said again. Su Xiaonan began to speak, but stopped short. Zhang Huihui must have been reminded of Jiang Jia again. She had been tormented by those events lately, but she knew better than to bring it up, as it would only make Zhang Huihui feel worse. She promptly changed the subject. All right, let us head back. You need to rest in your current state. Zhang Huihui supported her as they walked back, and Su Xiaonan sighed, choosing not to say more. The hospital was not far from their school or their residence, and walking took only about 10 minutes. Along the way, both of them fell into a profound silence, the usual endless chatter replaced by an awkward atmosphere. Su Xiaonan felt a persistent unease in her heart, and she couldn't help but voice the question that troubled her. Huihui, have you summoned that pin fairy again? Zhang Huihui seemed lost in thought for a moment and didn't respond immediately. Su Xiaonan repeated her question. Zhang Huihui calmly shook her head. No, I did consider it, but it didn't appear. The pin fairy can't be summoned just because I wish to. Hearing Zhang Huihui's words, Su Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhang Huihui had not taken that step, there was still hope. Zhang Huihui looked at her, a sense of relief on her face. Don't worry, I no longer care about that matter. I can't ruin my life over someone like that. One must always look forward. Indeed, we must look ahead and not let ourselves be dragged down by such scum. He will surely face retribution. Su Xiaonan understood that Zhang Huihui could not genuinely move on. Such things couldn't be achieved in a short time. But as long as she was no longer fixated on revenge, that was enough. Just then, she sensed a commotion around them. Nearby was a bustling shopping mall, typically filled with people, but now many had halted, pointing and murmuring, their gazes directed above them. What is going on? Su Xiaonan raised an eyebrow, looking up in confusion. Nan, be careful. Zhang Huihui had noticed too. On the rooftop beside them stood a figure. That person suddenly leaped from the roof, plummeting rapidly to that moment. The individual was directly above them. If that person fell, it could very well crush them. Seeing this, Zhang Huihui grasped Su Xiaonan tightly. Upon witnessing the scene above, Su Xiaonan felt panic rise within her. And as she stepped back, she stumbled. Before she could regain her footing, a tremendous sound echoed in her ears. Bang! The person fell like a heavy sack, crashing to the ground right before her, creating a thunderous noise. The immense force of the fall shattered the person's bones and ruptured their insides, blood splattering from the mangled body. That blood sprayed onto Su Xiaonan. Su Xiaonan let out a piercing scream. Not from fear of the scene, but from pain. My foot! The falling body had landed directly on her leg, and she felt as if her leg were about to snap in two. The intense pain forced her to cry out, leaving no room to feel fear or shock over the person who had fallen before her. Su Xiaonan's face contorted in agony. My leg, it's breaking. Hold on, Nan. Zhang Huihui gazed in terror at the scene, feeling both fear and urgency. Although this was not the first time Su Xiaonan had been struck, and the previous incident had been severe. This time, it was a corpse that had fallen upon her. The body that crashed to the ground was already a gruesome mess, and she could even smell the strong scent of blood. This scene was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. The surrounding onlookers screamed and scattered, keeping their distance, none daring to approach and assess the situation. Yet, she had to save Su Xiaonan. Summoning her courage, she fought through her fear and pushed the bloodied corpse aside. Afterward, she could not bear to glance back at the body, rushing to Su Xiaonan's side. "Nan Nan, how's your leg?" "I don't know. It hurts so much," Su Xiaonan sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "Hang in there. I'll call an ambulance right away." Jiang Huihui, in a state of panic, hastily retrieved her phone, poised to make a call, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the corpse on the ground. The moment she beheld the face of the deceased, her entire being felt as though struck by lightning. Yes, it was him, in her earlier disarray. She had failed to realize that the individual who had plummeted from the building was Li Xian. At this instant, as she stared at the lifeless body, it felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her powerless and slumped on the ground. The spirit of the Pin Fairy had, as promised, fulfilled her wish. Her nemesis lay dead before her eyes. Yet, the Pin Fairy demanded an equivalent exchange, and soon it would be her turn. She must repay this debt. Chapter 13. Just desserts. Su Xiaonan noticed the abnormality in Jiang Huihui, suppressing her pain and fear as she glanced at the corpse on the ground. The body, originally face down, had been turned over by Jiang Huihui in her desperate attempt to save her. The face now lay to the side, half of it exposed to their view. Although only half of the visage was visible, Su Xiaonan immediately recognized the individual. It was Li Xian. After all, he was a murderer. Even having seen him just once left a profound impression on her. A chilling sensation surged from the depths of her heart, compelling her to shudder involuntarily. "Huihui, is it really you?" Jiang Huihui looked at her, her face etched with remorse, tears streaming from her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiaonan understood without needing a response from Jiang Huihui. What a dreadful coincidence it was! Li Xian had suddenly jumped to his death, conveniently right before them. Everything had been orchestrated, and the architect of this arrangement could not possibly be human. She comprehended that Jiang Huihui had entered into a pact with the Pin Fairy. There was no other explanation. "I'm sorry, Nan Nan, that I truly did not foresee this outcome." Jiang Huihui choked on her words, unable to articulate further. Su Xiaonan shook her head, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She did not blame Jiang Huihui. Her injury was merely a stroke of misfortune, a recurrence in her life. Her wounds could heal, but what fate awaited Jiang Huihui? This transaction was one of equivalence. At that moment, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, and an ambulance was already en route. Upon arrival, the police swiftly cordoned off the scene, transporting both Li Xian and Su Xiaonan to the ambulance. With Jiang Huihui following closely behind, Li Xian was rushed into the emergency room, but it was not long before the doctors pronounced him dead. In contrast, Su Xiaonan suffered no major injuries. She had merely sustained a fractured left leg from the impact, necessitating hospitalization. This marked her third visit to the hospital in a short span. In the wake of the tragic fall, the police promptly launched an investigation into the incident. They quickly identified Li Xian, whose real name was Li Xingyu, a worker at a local restaurant. Those who had recently interacted with him reported no signs of abnormality. His acquaintances were adamant that he could not possibly have taken his own life, especially his parents, who firmly believed Li Xian had been murdered. The police took this matter seriously and conducted a thorough inquiry. They discovered that 5 years prior, Li Xian had committed murder. However, due to his age at the time, he had not been sentenced, and the incident had caused a considerable uproar online, with vitriolic comments directed at Li Xian permeating the internet. In the intervening years, he had changed his name, left his hometown, and taken on odd jobs elsewhere, but after being identified, he was forced to resign and had only been in Zhengzhou for 2 months. No one around him was aware of his past. However, the police unearthed something peculiar in the apartment Li Xian had rented. On the walls of the room, words were scrawled in blood. "Murderers pay with their lives." They speculated that Li Xian's death was likely connected to the events of 5 years ago. Yet, upon further investigation, they dismissed this theory. Forensic analysis revealed that the blood belonged to Li Xian himself, and the handwriting appeared to be his. Moreover, there were no signs of a struggle, nor any evidence of another person being present. It could be concluded that Li Xian had left his residence of his own volition. Surveillance footage captured him near the site of his fall, where he was seen alone on the rooftop at 5 a.m. remaining there until he leaped off at 9:30 a.m. The police found no traces of another individual at the scene. Additionally, they discovered a photograph clutched tightly in Lee Exion's hand, even after his fall. The picture depicted Lee Exion as a child, featuring 4 individuals. Upon identification, one of those in the corner was Jiang Jie, the victim of the earlier murder. The other 2 were accomplices who had participated in the crime alongside Lee Exion. All clues seemed to indicate that Lee Exion had succumbed to guilt over the past, leading him to take his own life. This hypothesis appeared reasonable based on the evidence, yet the police remained perplexed. 5 or 6 years had passed since the incident, and Lee Exion had not encountered any significant setbacks recently. His life had been relatively stable. What impetus could he possibly have to feel remorseful enough to commit suicide? Furthermore, they had conducted inquiries with individuals close to Lee Exion. Previously, he had boasted about the murder as a badge of honor, flaunting it to those around him. It was only in recent years that he had refrained from doing so due to concerns about being stigmatized. Lee Exion had never genuinely regretted the act. Any regret he felt stemmed from the inconveniences it had caused in his life. A person of his nature could hardly be expected to feel guilt over something that occurred 5 years ago to the extent of taking his own life. This was indeed suspicious. The police widened their investigative scope and soon stumbled upon a startling coincidence. At the scene, a university student had been struck in the calf by the falling Lee Exion and was subsequently taken to the hospital. This young woman was Su Xiaonan, and accompanying her was Jiang Huihui. The coincidence was chilling. Jiang Huihui was the elder sister of the deceased Jiang Jie. The very individual who had taken her brother's life had leaped to his death before her eyes. Furthermore, Jiang Huihui had visited the restaurant where Lee Exion worked 3 times in recent weeks. Such coincidences provided the police with ample reason to suspect that Jiang Huihui had recognized Lee Exion. Realizing he was her brother's murderer, thus harboring murderous intent, this was a premeditated act of murder. The police immediately commenced an investigation into Jiang Huihui, the only individual with a motive and recent contact with Lee Exion. They summoned Jiang Huihui for questioning, and it was evident that she was concealing something from them. Just as they believed they might extract some hidden truth, Jiang Huihui lost control of her emotions, exclaiming that Lee Exion had received his just deserts, that he deserved it. After that, she fell silent, refusing to cooperate with the investigation. The police felt they might have found their suspect. However, upon gathering more evidence, they were disappointed. Jiang Huihui had neither the time nor the opportunity to commit the crime, and there was no one in her vicinity who could have assisted her. While she may have had a motive for murder, she lacked any possibility of carrying it out. Ultimately, the police classified Lee Exion's death as a suicide. Furthermore, it was revealed that Lee Exion had spoken with his mother in the early hours before his death. It was likely at this moment that he had contemplated suicide, prompting his peculiar behavior. This incident garnered media attention online, and public sentiment overwhelmingly deemed Lee Exion's death deserved a cause for celebration. If Lee Exion had been murdered, then his killer was seen as a benefactor to society. If it was indeed suicide, then it was something he should have done 5 years prior. Only Lee Exion's parents steadfastly maintained their belief in their son's innocence, asserting that this could not possibly be a suicide. They knew their son well. Everything had been going well for him. How could he suddenly take his own life? Lee Exion's parents visited the police station multiple times in protest, but lacking evidence, they could not sway the outcome. Ultimately, the police concluded the case as a suicide. Jiang Huihui stared at her phone, tears streaming down her cheeks. After more than 5 years, her brother had finally received justice. The one who had taken his life had faced the consequences he deserved. She conveyed the news to her parents, who erupted into tears of joy. Although they believed Lee Exion had committed suicide, it nonetheless served as retribution for Jiang Jie. While the deceased could not be resurrected, the punishment of the killer brought a semblance of peace to Jiang Jie in the afterlife. As Jiang Huihui perused online reports regarding the incident, public opinion overwhelmingly condemned Lee Exion. Reading the comments from netizens, she shed tears of solace. This was the fate that Lee Exion rightfully deserved. Even in death, he remained reviled, for justice exists in this world. Yet, this justice arrived far too late, and it was at a tremendous cost to her. Nonetheless, in recent days, she felt an unusual tranquility. She was prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. Achieving this outcome, she believed every sacrifice had been worthwhile. Regardless of the price she might pay in the future, it mattered little. One must always bear the consequences of their choices. Lee Exion was no exception, and neither was she, however, She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Su Xiaonan. Su Xiaonan had worried for her, yet in her quest for vengeance, she had inadvertently sent Su Xiaonan back to the hospital. Although this had never been her intention, had it not been for her, such a tragedy would never have occurred. Jiang Huihui withdrew her phone, sighed, and wondered how much time she had left. Perhaps she could spend the remainder alongside Su Xiaonan. It would serve as her penance. Chapter 14. The token Lin Yuan felt a surge of willpower entering his body, awakening him from slumber. It was the power of Jiang Huihui's repayment. This signified that Jiang Huihui's wish had been fulfilled, and soon she would experience the repercussions of her lost fortune. However, Lin Yuan remained indifferent to these matters. To attain anything in this world, one must pay a price. This reality had always held true. He had assisted Jiang Huihui in realizing her desire, and in return, she had fulfilled her obligation. Thus, the transaction concluded. Each party had obtained what they sought. As Lin Yuan channeled the surge of willpower into his being. He felt his body, which had been on the verge of collapse, growing robust once more. Though it was a mere point of willpower, it was substantial for him, marking the greatest accumulation he had acquired since becoming a ghost. For at least a year, the risk of his body dissipating would be eliminated. In terms of ghostly hierarchy, he had previously been exceedingly feeble, comparable only to a lingering soul. Lingering souls, the lowest tier of spirits, emerge when a person's essence disperses after death, resulting in multiple remnants that retain little of the deceased's memories, akin to flickering flames poised to extinguish. Typically, these souls are guided to the netherworld. Yet a few remain in the mortal realm due to peculiar circumstances. Without any volition, lingering souls cannot impact the living world nor communicate with humans, ultimately fading away. Their weakness renders them unworthy of the title ghost. However, he had now ascended to the status of a wandering spirit. Wandering spirits possess a relatively intact essence due to their intense obsessions, allowing them to linger in the human realm temporarily. Although their power surpasses that of lingering souls, they remain quite feeble. They cannot directly influence objects or harm others. In fact, prolonged interaction with humans can adversely affect them. Under normal circumstances, even the most fervent obsessions allow wandering spirits to exist for only a few months before degenerating into lingering souls or returning to the netherworld. Yet, Lin Yuan harbored no such concerns. Even when he was as weak as a lingering soul, as long as a trace of willpower remained, he would not dissipate and could maintain a clear self-awareness. Capable of thought akin to that of a human, he was more adaptable to the human world than other ghosts. Nevertheless, his current strength was still insufficient. In conditions of ample willpower, he could almost achieve anything. The issue lay in the scarcity of his willpower. Should he encounter another ghost or a grim envoy, they could easily overpower him given his current reserves. Even if he managed to defend himself, the excessive expenditure of willpower would leave him in a state of profound weakness. Thus, it was imperative that he acquired more willpower. Possessing around 10 points would ensure his safety. What caught Lin Yuan's attention suddenly was an object. After Jiang Huihui made her wish, the increase in willpower resulted in some changes within a stone. Something new had appeared inside. It was a black object resembling a token, floating in the air. Everything within this space was under his control. With a mere thought, the token flew into his hand. It was crafted from a similar stone, entirely black, with no inscriptions or patterns adorning its surface. The moment he grasped this object, Lin Yuan comprehended its significance. It was a token of trust. If he could bestow it upon someone, they could establish a contractual relationship. He realized it was precisely the tool he needed at this moment. With another thought, a character emerged on the black stone tablet. This token could be granted to someone capable of serving him at the right opportunity. Unlike ordinary ghosts, who instinctively devour lingering souls or siphon human fortune to enhance their powers, he would not follow such a path, as it would subject him to karmic erosion and lead to the loss of self-awareness. Losing self-awareness and the majority of one's memories is akin to death. Thus, he could only grow stronger by absorbing willpower. In principle, a ghost of his nature should never lack individuals willing to make wishes. Humans are inherently driven by desires and often find themselves in situations beyond their control. After all, life seldom unfolds as desired. Many would be inclined to wish upon him. However, the crux of the matter lay in their ignorance of his existence. If they were unaware, they could not possibly make such wishes. Moreover, he could not reveal his presence to people. Engaging directly with humans would expose him to karmic repercussions, as it contravened the rules of the human realm. Even if summoned, he could not compel others to act on his behalf, as it would similarly lead to karmic erosion. Relying solely on chance to gradually make his existence known would take an inordinate amount of time, perhaps a decade or two, before he gained any semblance of notoriety. While it was likely he would not perish from energy deficiency during that span, the possibility of unforeseen circumstances loomed large. The token could resolve this dilemma. By utilizing it, he could forge a contract with an individual, allowing them to serve as his emissary in the mortal realm. Regardless of their actions, he would not bear the burden of karmic consequences. If he could find such a person, all tasks he found inconvenient to undertake could be delegated to them. The token also possessed a degree of binding power. Once the contract was established, the individual would owe him absolute loyalty and could not betray him. Even once the term of the contract expired, they would be forbidden from revealing any information about him in any form. Having such a subordinate would not only enable him to disseminate news of his existence, but also assist him with various matters, benefiting him immensely. However, the ideal candidate had yet to be identified. Lin Yuan remained patient, for his ambitions could not be realized overnight. He had a year to wait. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would eventually encounter the right person. This world never lacked individuals driven by desires. Even if people remained uncertain about the efficacy of divine beings in fulfilling their wishes, many continued to seek their blessings, and he, without a doubt, could help fulfill those wishes. Even if it required a sacrifice, many would not refuse, perceiving it as an equitable exchange. Yet, people remained oblivious to the existence of a ghost capable of granting their desires. Soon, however, they would come to recognize him. Chapter 15. Retribution in kind. In the hospital room, Zhang Huihui was assisting Su Xiaonan, who was struggling to step down from the bed. It had been over 10 days since Su Xiaonan's injury, and only now could she manage to walk with great difficulty. According to the doctor, she would need at least another half-month of recovery to walk normally, and complete rehabilitation would take over a month. Fortunately, she could now be discharged and rest at home. Su Xiaonan's parents had visited her and stayed for a few days, but their busy schedules prevented them from providing continuous care. Initially, they had considered hiring a nurse to assist her during her recovery, but Zhang Huihui volunteered for the task. She felt that Su Xiaonan's injury was closely tied to her own actions. Had it not been for her dealings with the Pin Spirit, Su Xiaonan would not have been readmitted to the hospital so soon after her discharge. As she supported her, she handed over a crutch, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Nan, I'm truly sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. Su Xiaonan feigned anger. All right, how many times have you apologized in the past few days? My ears are about to develop calluses. She accepted the crutch, tucking it under her arm. I've never blamed you. It's just my own misfortune. Of all the people, it had to happen to me. If anyone is to be blamed, it's that Pin Spirit. Ever since that transaction, my luck has turned sour. First it was the apple, now it's a corpse. I can't help but wonder what else might come next. Mentioning the Pin Spirit cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere, both young women's faces etched with concern. Since Su Xiaonan's hospitalization, she had been admitted twice on the very day of her discharge. She was at a loss as to how long this streak of bad luck would persist. If it were to accompany her for life, she could hardly fathom how to survive. But glancing at Zhang Huihui beside her, all her worries shifted onto her friend. Su Xiaonan sighed. Huihui, have you sensed anything unusual? Zhang Huihui understood the implication of Su Xiaonan's question, for she too had engaged in a transaction with the Pin Spirit. She shook her head, her tone calm as she replied, No, everything has been quite normal lately. In truth, she had been anxious about facing unforeseen calamities herself and had even pinned a will after all. The Pin Spirit had mentioned an equal exchange. She had taken Li Xian's life, and thus her own fate was likely in jeopardy. Yet, nothing had transpired. She had remained perfectly fine, not suffering from the persistent misfortunes that plagued Su Xiaonan, nor falling ill. Everything around her remained normal. That's good. Su Xiaonan leaned closer, lowering her voice. Perhaps the Pin Spirit thinks he deserves to die, hence it hasn't demanded any price from you. Zhang Huihui smiled faintly and nodded. However, she did not subscribe to this notion. During her exchange with the Pin Spirit, she was certain that it held no regard for human morality. It could not possibly refrain from extracting a price simply because Li Xian was deemed deserving of death. Yet, The Pin spirit had also indicated that her demise was not a certainty. It would not directly demand her life. Rather, she would merely lose her fortune, and her survival was of no consequence to the spirit. Perhaps it was due to her recent vigilance. Su Xiaonan, using the crutch for support, took a laborious step forward. Let us go. I'll have to get used to life with a crutch for a while. At least I'm finally being discharged. I was going mad in the hospital. Yes, at long last. You're out. Congratulations. Wait, don't congratulate me just yet. Remembering her previous experiences of being readmitted right after discharge, Su Xiaonan's expression changed, panic flickering across her refined features. She exhaled deeply, her eyes wide as she looked at Jiang Huihui. We can't rush into popping the champagne just yet. Jiang Huihui pondered for a moment before hastily nodding in agreement. Some matters simply could not be treated lightly. Su Xiaonan had expressed her desire to be discharged on 2 occasions, yet on both days of her release, she found herself readmitted. Now, in this hospital, she had become something of a minor celebrity. Her extraordinary experiences had been the subject of gossip among the doctors and nurses alike. Therefore, this time, it was imperative to exercise utmost caution. Su Xiaonan gazed earnestly at Jiang Huihui. I rely on you, my guardian angel. You must ensure my safe return home. Once I am there, I swear I shall not step outside again. She was genuinely frightened. Jiang Huihui nodded solemnly, assuring her, fear not. Delicate flower, I will see you home safely. They both understood the importance of vigilance, particularly with regard to the sky, hoping that nothing would fall upon them again. Su Xiaonan pondered all the potential hazards that could cause her injury. The journey by car also required great caution. Should they encounter any vehicles, they must keep their distance. Even with a green light, crossing the street warranted extreme care. Jiang Huihui patted her chest in reassurance. Do not worry, fragile blossom. This time, there will be no issues. She had been living with this mindset for the past few days. Well then, it seems we are ready. Let us depart. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaonan rested one arm on Jiang Huihui's shoulder while using a cane with the other, and they exited the ward together. The two made their way smoothly out of the hospital and arrived at the front entrance. Jiang Huihui surveyed the surroundings and inquired, shall we take a taxi or walk back? Although it was merely a 10-minute journey, given Su Xiaonan's mobility issues, hailing a taxi seemed prudent. Yet, both felt a certain unease. Believing they had been exceptionally unlucky lately, what if further misfortune awaited them during the ride? After all, taking a taxi meant relinquishing control over their fate. They exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned, and simultaneously suggested, perhaps we should walk back with that. Both burst into laughter at their unspoken understanding. Just as they were about to proceed to their residence, a man in his 40s approached from a distance. His pace was brisk, and he appeared to be in a hurry, clutching something in his hand that exuded an ominous aura. The street was bustling with people, who instinctively parted ways upon noticing him. Jiang Huihui also took note of the man, and upon catching sight of him, an inexplicable sense of panic washed over her. A dreadful premonition gripped her. The man seemed oddly familiar, as if she had encountered him before. Yet she could not place him at that moment. The man strode purposefully toward Su Xiaonan and Jiang Huihui. Nan, that man seems off. We must hurry. Jiang Huihui shouted suddenly, supporting Su Xiaonan as they aimed to move toward a more populated area. Each of Su Xiaonan's discharges had been accompanied by a streak of misfortune, and now both women were on high alert. Sensing something was amiss, their instinct was to distance themselves. However, Su Xiaonan's impaired mobility slowed their escape. And before they could reach the crowd, the man was within mere meters of them. A chill crept up Jiang Huihui's spine, prompting her to glance back. It finally dawned on her. Several years ago, she had seen this man. After her brother had been bullied by Li Xian, she and her parents had visited Li Xian's home, where she had encountered this man. He was none other than Li Xian's father. And though he had aged since then, the changes were minimal. This man was fiercely protective of his son. Even when Li Xian had tormented others, he had merely offered half-hearted rebukes. Had he not been such a father, Li Xian would not have turned out the way he did. Jiang Huihui had found him despicable back then, and even after all these years, she had not forgotten his face. Its him. It's Li Xian's family. Nan, you must flee. He is coming for me. As the man bore down on them, Jiang Huihui swiftly released her hold on Su Xiaonan, stepping protectively in front of her. Su Xiaonan reached out to grab her, but Jiang Huihui pushed her away. Run. I cannot let you be involved in this. I promised to see you home safely, but now I can no longer do so. You must go. The moment Li Xian's father appeared, Jiang Huihui understood the price she must pay. Once, the police had deemed her a suspect in Li Xian's murder. Although there was no evidence, his parents had protested vehemently, insisting she was the culprit. Without a doubt, this man was coming for her. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. She inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. She had long prepared herself for this moment. It was an unavoidable fate, a cost she must pay for the life she had taken. She accepted it with equanimity. However, she could not allow Su Xiaonan to bear the brunt of this ordeal. Su Xiaonan attempted once more to reach for her, but Jiang Huihui charged forward. The instant the man laid eyes on Jiang Huihui, his face contorted with rage. He lunged forward, producing a large wrench from his person, and without hesitation, swung it mercilessly toward Jiang Huihui's head. The impact reverberated painfully through Jiang Huihui's skull, leaving her vision dimmed and her consciousness wavering, as a warm liquid cascaded from her wound. Her senses dulled, her body felt as if it were slipping from her grasp. Yet, the man showed no mercy, raising the wrench again. Another blow struck her head, and in that moment, her fragile awareness dissipated. Yet, in her final moments, she felt no regret. This was the conclusion she had chosen. Chapter 16. The unforeseen dangers of life and death. Jiang Huihui collapsed helplessly to the ground, but the man had no intention of sparing her. His face was a mask of hatred, fueled by an insatiable rage. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he had lost all rationality. His sole desire was to kill, indifferent to the consequences or the suffering of others. He stepped closer to Jiang Huihui, raising the wrench once more, striking down upon her. Though he possessed no evidence, he was convinced that Jiang Huihui was responsible for his son's death. His son could not have taken his own life. Li Xian had been thriving. What reason would he have to end his own life? Guilt. That incident had transpired over 5 years ago. What guilt could linger that long? He firmly believed that Li Xian had been murdered. And the only suspect was Jiang Huihui. Lacking evidence did not deter him. He would not allow his son to die in vain. Since the police had failed to solve the case, he would take matters into his own hands. He raised the wrench high above his head, preparing to strike Jiang Huihui once more. For the man whose son had been killed, all he harbored was hatred. Help! Someone help! Su Xiaonan screamed in a frenzy at the unfolding scene. Emerging from her initial shock, she gripped her cane tightly and, despite the pain in her leg, charged forward recklessly. The cane struck the man's head. Though it did little harm, it halted his assault on Jiang Huihui. The man seized the cane, glaring furiously at Su Xiaonan. With a violent yank, he wrenched it from her grasp and hurled it aside, striking Su Xiaonan in the process. Already injured, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. The man cast a glance at Jiang Huihui, believing her to be as good as dead, before turning his attention to Su Xiaonan and charging toward her. Consumed by bloodlust, he had no intention of stopping. Having already committed one murder, it was unlikely he would escape punishment. He had no avenue for retreat. Why not take more lives, drag others into the abyss with him? After all, Su Xiaonan had been present when Li Xian fell. And perhaps she bore some responsibility in his demise. As the man bore down on her, Su Xiaonan screamed in terror. This was the closest she had ever been to death. Faced with an enraged man wielding a weapon, she felt utterly powerless as she struggled to rise. The man stood before her, wrench raised high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Su Xiaonan instinctively raised her arms to shield herself. Perhaps this was the fate that awaited both her and Jiang Huihui, the price of their pact with the spirit they had summoned. Expecting the wrench to strike her any moment, she was astonished when seconds passed, and it never came down. A cacophony of shouts and scuffles erupted around her. Su Xiaonan lowered her arms, glancing around. The crowd had regained its composure. Several men had seized the opportunity to rush forward and subdue the assailant, just as he attempted to attack Su Xiaonan. Now, he was pinned to the ground, struggling futilely against 3 men who held him firmly in place. Had they been saved? Su Xiaonan exhaled a long breath of relief. She had genuinely believed she was about to die. She hurried to Jiang Huihui, desperate to assess her condition. Jiang Huihui lay on the ground, her face ashen and devoid of expression, her breathing faint. She had lost consciousness, blood pooling around her head. Someone help her. Quickly, Su Xiaonan cried, her voice hoarse. Seeing Jiang Huihui in such a state brought tears to her eyes. Please, someone save her. Fortunately, the incident had occurred at the hospital entrance, and medical personnel swiftly responded, rushing to her side with a stretcher. Please, save her, Su Xiaonan pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation as the medical staff placed Jiang Huihui on the stretcher and rushed her toward the emergency room. Su Xiaonan attempted to follow but stumbled and fell to the ground. The injury in her leg had flared up again, leaving her almost immobile. Huihui, you must be all right. Tears blurred her vision. She turned back to glare at the perpetrator, who was now subdued on the ground. Devoid of strength to struggle, but still shouting curses. Let me go! Let me go! I will kill you all! Kill you all! A surge of hatred welled up within Su Xiaonan's heart. It was all because of this man. The one who had assaulted Jiang Huihui, leaving her fate uncertain. This man was none other than Li Xian's father. Li Xian had killed Jiang Jie, and now this man had attacked Jiang Huihui. Even she herself had narrowly escaped death at his hands. How could she not harbor animosity towards such a person? Enduring the pain in her foot, she rose unsteadily and limped towards him. One of the man's hands was being pressed to the ground by someone, and she lifted her foot, bringing her heel down forcefully upon his fingers. He let out a piercing scream. Ah, vile creature. I will kill you. Let me go. Hearing his threats only fueled Su Xiaonan's resolve to press down harder. Your son murdered Jiang Huihui's brother, and now you come to kill her, nearly taking my life as well. Your son is scum, and so are you. People like you do not deserve to live. With that, she kicked him squarely in the face, causing blood to pour from his nose, leaving his visage a gruesome mess. The onlookers did not intervene. Instead, they deliberately made way, allowing her to exact her revenge more easily. They had witnessed the earlier confrontation clearly, a girl brutally attacked, her life hanging by a thread, and Su Xiaonan herself nearly a victim. It was hardly excessive for her to vent her frustrations on the assailant. Moreover, from what she had just said, they had grasped the situation's context, and many felt compelled to join her in punishing him. Nearly losing her mind, Su Xiaonan reached out, grasping the man's hair, her hands clawing at his face relentlessly. Soon, his features were a bloody pulp beneath her fury. Exhaustion overtook her, and she collapsed onto the ground, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Even if she were to beat this man to death, it would not alter Jiang Huihui's fate. Her survival or demise remained uncertain. Before long, the distant wail of police sirens approached. The authorities had arrived. They subdued the man and began to gather accounts from the witnesses. Ultimately, he was taken away in handcuffs. Watching the police car depart, Su Xiaonan felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The suddenness of it all felt surreal, as if she were trapped in a dream, a nightmare from which she could not awaken, with her surroundings ceaselessly reminding her of the grim reality. This entire chain of events stemmed from her inviting Jiang Huihui to play the spirit-writing game. Had that incident never occurred, had they not summoned the spirit, none of this tragedy would have unfolded. It was all her fault. Huihui, please be safe. She picked up her cane, struggling to rise from the ground, and limped her way to the hospital. If Jiang Huihui were to perish because of this, she would be consumed by guilt for the rest of her life. Chapter 17. Only a miracle, Auntie. Please hurry. Huihui, Shida, something has happened. Outside the emergency room of the hospital, Su Xiaonan had just called Jiang Huihui's parents, informing them of the dire situation and urging them to come immediately. Her voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, her face contorted in anguish. She was attacked by Li Xian's father. He has been taken away by the police. I am here at the hospital waiting for you. Please hurry. After hanging up, Su Xiaonan wiped her tears, still unable to come to terms with the horrors that had just transpired. Her best friend had been assaulted right before her eyes and was now fighting for her life. When she had called Jiang Huihui's parents, she could feel their profound grief and disbelief. The uncertainty of their daughter's fate must have felt like the sky was collapsing around them. Yet, all of this was a consequence of her and Jiang Huihui summoning that spirit. Overwhelmed by sorrow and guilt, she felt as though her soul had been stripped away, her gaze turning vacant. Slowly, she approached a chair and sat down, her vision blurred by tears that rendered everything indistinct. Hours passed. Suddenly, the door to the emergency room swung open, and a doctor emerged. Su Xiaonan, ignoring the pain in her legs, stood up and rushed forward. How is she? Is Jiang Huihui out of danger? The doctor regarded her with a complex expression. removing his mask and shaking his head gravely. She has not regained consciousness. We are doing everything we can to save her, but her injuries are severe and alas, she is still in critical condition. Su Xiaonan retreated in despair, sinking back into her seat, her gaze once again becoming vacant. The doctor inquired about her family. Su Xiaonan, her eyes unfocused, whispered, "Her family is out of town, on their way here. They might not arrive until dawn." The doctor sighed. If they had arrived sooner, perhaps they could have seen her one last time. Su Xiaonan bowed her head, choking back tears, the weight of grief rendering her speechless. Memories flooded her mind. Ever since she had met Zhang Huihui, they had been inseparable. In their freshman year, they had quickly become close friends despite their differing personalities. They had even moved out of the dormitory to live together off campus. Zhang Huihui was an excellent cook, often taking care of the household chores, while Su Xiaonan jokingly remarked that if she were a man, she would marry Zhang Huihui and never part ways with her. During Su Xiaonan's recent hospitalization, it was Zhang Huihui who had been her constant caretaker, attending to her every need. The warmth of those memories only deepened her sorrow. The vibrant person who had shared countless joyful moments with her was now on the brink of being lost forever. She wished fervently for this to be a dream, a nightmarish scenario from which she could awaken. But alas, this was reality. Had it not been for that day when she insisted on playing the spirit-writing game, perhaps none of this would have happened. Had Zhang Huihui not come to the hospital to care for her, today would not have unfolded as it did. When calamity strikes, one realizes that even the smallest misstep can lead to catastrophic consequences. If any part of the preceding events had been altered, the tragedy might have been averted. Yet, the world does not entertain what it's all my fault, all my fault. She buried her face in her hands. Weeping as visions of Zhang Huihui shielding her flashed before her. Guilt, self-reproach, and sorrow threatened to drown her. Suddenly, she lifted her head to gaze at the doctor. Is there truly nothing that can be done? The doctor shook his head helplessly, sharing in her sorrow. He knew both girls well. Su Xiaonan had been in the hospital often, and Zhang Huihui frequently visited her. The last time Su Xiaonan had been unconscious from being struck by an apple. He had been the one to save her. Su Xiaonan's peculiar experiences had become the talk of the hospital. He never imagined that on the day of her discharge, such a tragedy would unfold. Previously, only Su Xiaonan had been injured, and her wounds were not life-threatening. But today, Zhang Huihui's life hung in the balance. Without a miracle, she would surely die. Even for a doctor accustomed to death, it was a profoundly tragic situation. Her injuries are far too grave. Had she not been rushed to the hospital in time, she would not have made it this far. Su Xiaonan fell silent, burying her head in her knees, weeping uncontrollably. The doctor's words felt like a death sentence for Zhang Huihui. Seeing Su Xiaonan in such despair, the doctor left, powerless to provide solace. After a while, Su Xiaonan seemed to recall something, abruptly sitting up, her tear-streaked eyes igniting with a glimmer of hope. A thought had flickered through her mind, now firmly etched in her consciousness. If no human intervention could save Zhang Huihui, perhaps a miracle could. She recalled the spirit from the game. The spirit had said, "All requests shall be answered." Could it save Zhang Huihui's life? Like a moth drawn to a dim flame in the darkness, she sprang to her feet, eager to reach that flickering light. While human medicine had failed, she believed that supernatural forces might prevail. Leaning on her cane, she took a few steps forward, but then hesitated. Was this truly the right course of action? All the tragedies of the day stemmed from their wish. Everything they were enduring was the price of their desires. Had they never wished for anything, they would be living contentedly now. Every wish had only led her deeper into despair. The spirit, which promised to answer every request, was a harbinger of ill fate. Making another wish could bring untold calamity. Yet, humans are inherently drawn to seek to retain the precious aspects of life. Even when aware of the potential costs, Su Xiaonan's resolve began to solidify. Huihui, I will find a way to save you. With renewed determination, she took another step forward. This time, she did not falter. Her strides grew longer. Her pace quickened. Her conviction strengthened, and no matter what, she would summon the spirit once more. At the very least, she owed it to Zhang Huihui to fight for her life. Otherwise, she could not find peace within herself. Since it all began with her, let her be the one to conclude this tale. Chapter 18. A wish. Once more in the dimly lit room, Su Xiaonan held a pen, its tip pointed downward. poised above a sheet of paper. "Spirit, are you there? I implore you, please come forth." Hours had passed, and she was on the brink of despair, yet the pen remained eerily still, devoid of any unusual behavior as it had before. Why, despite everything being the same as last time, was there no sign? Was it possible that the spirit of the pen would not return? However, Jiang Huihui had indeed summoned the pen spirit. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. Could it be the time? She finally recognized the crux of the issue. It was only 10 p.m. The previous summoning had occurred around midnight. Yet, the urgency of the situation loomed large, for Jiang Huihui was still in peril. Her life hanging by a thread. If she were to perish, could the pen spirit still offer salvation? "Huihui, you must hold on. When the time comes, I will ensure the pen spirit saves you." Her face was a canvas of anxiety as she awaited the passage of time. At that moment, she received a phone call from Jiang Huihui's mother, who was weeping uncontrollably. "Xiaonan, how is Huihui doing?" Su Xiaonan replied immediately, "Auntie, I am not at the hospital." "Where are you?" We are almost there." "Just one more hour," Su Xiaonan reassured her. "Auntie, please don't worry. The doctor said they would call if there were any updates. The absence of a call means Huihui is still okay." Jiang Huihui's mother's anguish rendered her nearly speechless. The line filled only with her sobs. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Thank you. We will hurry to the hospital. And no need to thank me, Auntie. Please rest assured, Huihui will be fine." Hanging up the phone, Su Xiaonan leaned back in her chair, silently counting down the moments. She glanced at the clock repeatedly, her heart racing, until finally, it struck 11:40 p.m. She recalled that the first summoning of the pen spirit had also occurred around this time. Her gaze fixated on the paper and pen before her, she inhaled deeply. "Pen spirit, I implore you, you must appear this time." Huihui, she truly cannot hold on any longer. Grasping the pen, she poised its tip against the paper. "Pen spirit, you are my past life, and I am your present. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle on the paper." After a moment of anticipation, the pen remained motionless. Was the time not yet right? Su Xiaonan pressed her hand to her forehead, slowly lowering it to cover her eyes. If Jiang Huihui could not last until then, even summoning the pen spirit might be too late, just as despair threatened to overwhelm her. She suddenly felt an eerie shift in the air, as if something had brushed against her hand. That force took control of the pen, guiding its tip to move gradually across the paper. She swiftly removed her hand from her face, staring at the paper and pen in astonishment. A circle had been drawn upon the surface. There was hope. Finally, there was hope. "Pen spirit, is it you who has come? How wonderful! You have finally arrived." She sensed an unseen hand guiding hers, a chilling presence seeping through her skin and into her being. Yet, she could not allow fear to take hold. Her heart surged with exhilaration. The pen spirit had come, and Jiang Huihui would be saved. Su Xiaonan, eager to seize the moment, urgently inquired, "Pen spirit, did Jiang Huihui make a transaction with you? Is her imminent demise connected to that transaction?" The pen moved across the paper, marking a check. Su Xiaonan instantly grasped the pen spirit's implication. Her suspicions were confirmed. This was the reason for Jiang Huihui's current predicament. The pen spirit demanded an equitable exchange. With Li Xian dead, Jiang Huihui was also destined to perish. Only life exchanged for life constituted an equivalent transaction. "Pen spirit, can you save her?" After posing the question, Su Xiaonan anxiously observed the paper. Another check appeared. She exhaled in relief. If the pen spirit said so, then Jiang Huihui would surely be saved. Though the pen spirit might be an ominous force, it was at least responsive to her pleas and had never concealed anything from her. "I beseech you to save her. What is the cost?" Once more, Su Xiaonan felt the tension mounting, her eyes fixed on the blank paper. She could hardly breathe as the pen stilled for a moment before beginning to write a twisted character. "Fortune." Su Xiaonan understood that the pen spirit sought fortune, yet this was not the answer she desired. She needed to know if she would survive. "I want to know, will I die?" The pen began to move again, inscribing 3 characters, "Do not know." Should she fulfill this wish, there was a 99 chance she would die. However, as long as there was a mere 1 chance of survival, Lin Yuan would not provide a definitive answer. Yet, deep down, Su Xiaonan already knew the truth. Given the nature of an equitable exchange, saving a life was no different from taking one. Jiang Huihui had posed the same question, receiving the same response. But now, Jiang Huihui was on the verge of death. At that moment, Su Xiaonan felt as though the air had been let out of her, her strength dissipating entirely. This was her greatest fear. Yet it had come to pass. In truth, she had suspected this outcome all along. Yet she had clung to a sliver of hope. Now, however, that glimmer had shattered. Was this truly the only way? To trade her life for hers? Though she shared a close bond with Jiang Huihui, she simply could not bring herself to make such a sacrifice. How many individuals in this world would willingly exchange their lives for another's? In moments of impulse, one might forsake their own safety to save another, resulting in the savior's death while the saved lived on. But if the rescuer were to foresee such an outcome, would they still act impulsively? It was difficult to say, yet the likelihood was slim. Life is precious and beautiful. Each person has but one, and who would willingly relinquish it? She could not trade her life for Jiang Huihui's. Tears streamed from her eyes once more, droplets falling onto the paper, soaking it. Pin's spirit. I cannot forsake my life. I cannot do it. Yet, even as she spoke, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Pin's spirit, you possess great powers. Is there truly no other way? I wish for her to survive, and I wish to live as well. I cannot exchange my life. Can it be something else? Or, if there is anything you need me to do, I will comply, no matter what it is. Su Xiaonan pleaded. After what felt like an eternity, the pin remained motionless upon the paper. The pin's spirit neither affirmed nor denied her request. Pin's spirit, have you departed? Su Xiaonan felt a surge of anxiety. If the pin's spirit were to leave in anger, then Jiang Huihui would have no hope left. She sensed that the unseen hand still gripped the pin alongside her and found some comfort in that. Please tell me if there is another way to save her. I will agree to anything, so long as it does not require my life. She continued to gaze at the pin, her heart racing with anxiety. After a brief pause, the pin moved again, swiftly marking a check on the paper. Su Xiaonan's heart soared with excitement. Pin spirit, thank you. I will do anything you ask, as long as we can both survive. At that moment, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she realized it was Jiang Huihui's mother. She quickly answered the call. Auntie, what happened? Have you reached the hospital? On the other end, a chorus of sobs erupted. Jiang Huihui's mother struggled to speak, her grief rendering her nearly inaudible. Su Xiaonan felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Auntie, is it Huihui? She has passed, came the agonizing reply, the wails intensifying. After a long while, Jiang Huihui's mother managed to utter, it was just a few minutes ago. Her voice broke, choked with sorrow. Auntie, please wait for me. I will arrive shortly. I want to bid Huihui farewell. Hanging up, Su Xiaonan stared at the blank paper before her. An overwhelming wave of anguish surged from her heart. She could not simply watch Jiang Huihui depart. Jiang Huihui was still so young. Her life should have stretched far ahead of her. She deserved to live a vibrant life, not to wither away like a flower that had just begun to bloom. Since everything had begun with her, she would bring it to an end. Pin's spirit, I have made my decision. I will save her. What are your terms? Chapter 19. Death and Resurrection. When Su Xiaonan arrived at the hospital, the nurses were wheeling Jiang Huihui's lifeless body out of the ward. Jiang Huihui's parents were engulfed in grief, their daughter's death rendering them inconsolable. They had endured so much. Their son had been killed by Li Xian, and after Li Xian's demise, their daughter had fallen victim to revenge from Li Xian's father. And now she too was gone. Though Li Xian was dead, his father would also face punishment for his crimes. Even if it wasn't the death penalty, he would find it exceedingly difficult to emerge from the consequences of his actions. Those who had taken their lives had paid dearly. Yet if given the choice, they would wish that none of this had ever happened, that their son and daughter were still alive. They had 2 children, both of whom had left them. Such a blow was unbearable for any parent. Their heart-wrenching cries echoed through the corridors, and even at this moment, they refused to accept the reality of their daughter's death. The sorrow of losing both their son and daughter would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Even time would struggle to heal such wounds. Perhaps only in death would they find solace. Uncle Auntie, Su Xiaonan, leaning on a crutch, made her way toward them with great difficulty. Jiang's mother looked up, her swollen eyes meeting hers. Xiaonan, you have come. Auntie, I wish to bid Huihui farewell. Jiang's mother remained silent. Consumed by sorrow, Su Xiaonan approached the medical staff and inquired, could you please wait a moment? I wish to bid her a final farewell. Several medical personnel nodded in understanding, as it was beyond their capacity to be devoid of empathy. They were willing to grant the bereaved some time. Su Xiaonan cautiously made her way forward, assisted by a nearby nurse. At that moment, Zhang Huihui's body was draped in a white cloth, entirely obscured from view. Su Xiaonan extended her hand, intending to lift the cloth. The nurse gently cautioned, "Her wounds are quite its best not to." Su Xiaonan comprehended the nurse's implication and shook her head. The injury on Zhang Huihui's head was horrific. It was prudent not to see it, lest it instill fear or deepen her sorrow. Yet she felt resolute, for this was her dearest friend. She slightly bent down and unveiled the white cloth covering Zhang Huihui. The blood on her head had been mostly cleaned, yet the wound appeared even more shocking. She had been present at the scene. That man had been utterly deranged, intent on murder. Huihui gazing at the wound. Tears streamed down her face anew. She reached out, her palm gently resting on Zhang Huihui's face, which felt almost devoid of warmth. "Huihui, you." Su Xiaonan choked on her words. "If you hadn't shielded me back then, but instead fled, would you still be alive? I have burdened you." Her tears fell upon Zhang Huihui's body. Memories of the spirit medium flooded her mind. She had accepted the medium's pact, pleading for Zhang Huihui's life. The medium had acquiesced. Yet, why had it come to this? Her hand weakly slipped from Zhang Huihui's face, and she nearly collapsed, saved only by the nurse who steadied her. Su Xiaonan turned to a doctor, asking, "Doctor, is there any possibility she could still be alive?" The doctor shook his head with resignation. If they were not entirely certain, how could they declare a patient deceased? As long as there was even a faint breath, they would exert every effort to save the patient. But Zhang Huihui had indeed passed away. Su Xiaonan gazed at the doctor, pleading, "How can this be? The medium promised me she would not die. Doctor, please, continue the resuscitation. She must still be alive." The promises made by the spirit medium had always been fulfilled without fail. Zhang Huihui could not be dead. Su Xiaonan's desperate words drew the attention of Zhang Huihui's parents. Their eyes filled with hope, unwilling to accept this grim reality. The doctor looked at them helplessly, shaking his head. "She has indeed passed away. It is time to accept the reality." Su Xiaonan insisted, "No, she is not dead. She can still be saved." The doctor merely shook his head in resignation, choosing not to engage in further debate. In times of grief, rationality often eludes one. There was no need to argue with Su Xiaonan, nor to impart any reasoning. Once she had expressed her sorrow, she would inevitably confront the truth. Su Xiaonan sought to plead her case once more when Zhang Huihui's mother approached, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. "Xiaonan, thank you for everything you have done for her." But Zhang Huihui's mother's voice quivered, unable to accept the reality of her daughter's demise. After a moment, having gathered her composure, she spoke, "Let her rest." At that moment, a nurse prepared to cover Zhang Huihui with the white cloth again, but Su Xiaonan abruptly extended her hand, blocking the nurse. "Wait, let me stay with her a little longer, just a moment." Su Xiaonan gazed at Zhang Huihui, her hand resting on her chest. Regardless of the doctor's assertions, she could not believe Zhang Huihui had succumbed. This was utterly impossible. The spirit medium had assured her that Zhang Huihui would be saved. Yet, Zhang Huihui exhibited no heartbeat. Her chest remained somewhat cold. Such was to be expected. If there remained any signs of life, the doctor would not have declared her dead. How could this be? She found it hard to accept. Had the spirit medium deceived her? With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes, preparing to withdraw her hand when, in the next instant, she felt a faint pulsation from Zhang Huihui's chest. A heartbeat? She quickly confirmed, and though it was faint, it was indeed a heartbeat, unequivocally not a figment of her imagination. Su Xiaonan urgently called to the doctor, "Look, she still has a heartbeat. She is not dead." Joy surged through her entire being. The medium had not deceived her. Zhang Huihui had truly returned to life. The doctors, however, remained unmoving, still believing this to be Su Xiaonan's unwillingness to accept reality. Growing frantic, Su Xiaonan shouted, "It's true. She is really alive. You must see." She placed her hand at Zhang Huihui's nostrils and felt the faintest of breaths, exclaiming in exhilaration, "She is breathing." Zhang Huihui's mother, her eyes glistening with tears, rushed to examine her daughter's body, a spark of joy illuminating her face. "She is alive, alive." Her voice was filled with immense excitement. prompting the nearby medical staff to hasten to check. Jiang Huihui's father rushed over, asking, "Is our daughter alive?" Jiang Huihui's mother exclaimed, "She is alive. There is a heartbeat." At that moment, the doctor inspecting Jiang Huihui's body displayed a look of shock. He shouted, "Quickly, she is alive. Take her back to the emergency room." His expression was one of disbelief. Just an hour prior, Jiang Huihui had shown no signs of life when they had declared her deceased. Yet now, they had discovered she exhibited both breath and a heartbeat. Initially, those signs were faint and sporadic, but gradually, they became steady and robust. This was nothing short of a miracle. Moments ago, Jiang Huihui's parents felt as if the sky had fallen. Now, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. "Doctor, please save my daughter. I beg you, you must save her." They clung to the doctor's arm, pleading fervently, "We will do our utmost. Please step aside and do not hinder the rescue." Jiang Huihui's parents quickly cleared a path, while the medical staff swiftly wheeled Jiang Huihui back, and the doctors hurried into the emergency room to commence resuscitation. Watching the door to the emergency room close, Jiang Huihui's parents felt their joy shift to anxiety and concern. Their daughter, who had been declared dead, had miraculously revived, signifying a thread of hope. However, if that thread were to vanish, it would be an immeasurable blow. Su Xiaonan looked at them and reassured, "Uncle, Aunt, do not worry. Huihui will be fine." "Xiaonan, thank you." Jiang Huihui's mother grasped Su Xiaonan's hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. "If it weren't for you, perhaps, thankfully, you discovered it in time. It's all right, Aunt. We will wait patiently. We will surely receive good news." Su Xiaonan replied, her eyes becoming misty once more, for she knew there would be no good news. Jiang Huihui would not die, but she would not awaken again, at least not for several years. Chapter 20. The Spirit Medium's Command 10 days later. At the hospital, Su Xiaonan pushed open the door to the ward and entered. Inside, Jiang Huihui's mother was gently wiping her daughter's body. Hearing the sound, she paused and turned to look. Upon seeing Su Xiaonan, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Xiaonan, you've come." Su Xiaonan approached. "Aunt, I came to see Huihui. How is she?" Jiang Huihui's mother looked weary, her expression somber. "The doctor says she is much better and has stabilized." But Jiang Huihui's mother could not help but shed tears. Her hopes for her daughter's awakening were very dim. Despite the outcome aligning with what the spirit medium had foretold, Su Xiaonan could not suppress her sadness. Jiang Huihui's mother held Su Xiaonan's hand, and they sat together on a bench beside the bed. "Xiaonan, thank you for your efforts during this time. You have helped Huihui immensely. If it weren't for you, perhaps her condition would be far worse." Although Jiang Huihui's mother remained burdened with grief, she felt a marked improvement compared to that day. For them, it was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. After all, their daughter was still alive, and there remained a glimmer of hope for her awakening. As long as there was hope, that was enough. Even if it was faint, it served as their spiritual sustenance to carry on. Su Xiaonan shook her head. "I merely happened to discover it. Moreover, Huihui is my best friend. If she hadn't shielded me from that person, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Assisting her is no burden. You are not to blame. The police contacted us, and we understand the situation at that time. That man was indeed targeting her. You have done so much for her, but we can only hope Huihui can feel it. If she knew, she would certainly be overjoyed." Jiang Huihui's mother continued, "You cannot imagine. When the doctor informed me that Huihui had passed, I felt as though the sky had fallen. I had no will to live. I had even resolved to take care of her affairs and then end my own life." Su Xiaonan comforted her. "Aunt, do not be too sorrowful. Huihui will surely awaken. The doctor had previously declared her dead. Yet a miracle occurred. There will surely be another." Jiang Huihui's mother nodded. "Let us hope so. Regardless of whether Huihui awakens in the future, at least we have found the motivation to live. We have endured such despairing moments. For us, as long as there is hope, that is already a blessing." Su Xiaonan inquired. "Auntie, what do you plan to do next?" Jiang Huihui's mother sighed. "After a while, once Huihui's condition stabilizes, we intend to return to our hometown and bring Huihui back with us. From then on, I will no longer work and will dedicate myself entirely to caring for her." Su Xiaonan nodded in acknowledgement. The two fell into a moment of silence before Su Xiaonan stood up. Taking the towel that Jiang Huihui's mother had used to wipe her daughter's body. "Let me do this, Auntie. No, I insist on taking care of it," Jiang Huihui's mother quickly responded. How can I allow you to do such a thing? It's all right, Auntie. Hui Hui has looked after me before. I also wish to speak with her for a while. Very well, Zhang Huihui's mother conceded with a nod. I just need to step out for a moment. You can say whatever you want to her, and I hope she can still hear you. After Zhang Huihui's mother exited the ward, Su Xiaonan washed the towel and continued to tend to Zhang Huihui's body. Once she finished, she gazed at Zhang Huihui's face and softly murmured, Hui Hui, this is the best I can do for now. I can only preserve your life, but I cannot awaken you. However, rest assured, I will find a way. You will surely awaken. The spirit has promised that there will be no issues. Previously, the doctors declared you dead, yet that spirit brought you back to life. It is capable of anything. After speaking, she gently caressed Zhang Huihui's face. Over the next few days, I will visit you frequently. Afterward, your parents will take you home, and I won't be able to see you as often. But once you awaken, we will return to how things used to be. Sitting by the bedside, Su Xiaonan spoke to herself, uncertain if Zhang Huihui could hear her. After a while, Zhang Huihui's mother returned. Pushing open the ward door, Su Xiaonan rose, glanced at Zhang Huihui, and then at Zhang's mother. Auntie, you're back. I was just about to leave. Zhang Huihui's mother expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaonan. We've all been quite busy these days. We will surely find a way to properly thank you another day. If you have anything to attend to, please feel free to go. Yes, Auntie, I will be heading home now, but I will return again. If there is anything you need assistance with, do not hesitate to ask. I will never refuse if I can help. After bidding farewell to Zhang Huihui's mother, Su Xiaonan departed the ward, exited the hospital, and returned to the apartment she shared with Zhang Huihui. Now, the place felt eerily empty, and she found it unsettling. Sitting before her computer, her expression was grave. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally powered it on. The spirit had granted her wish, successfully saving Zhang Huihui, but it only kept her alive without restoring her consciousness. To revive someone completely and restore them to their former self required an exorbitant amount of fortune, which she could not afford. However, she had entered into a contract with that spirit, becoming its servant. No, one should say she had become the servant of the wish spirit. That was the true title of the spirit. Henceforth, as long as she was compelled by the wish spirit to perform tasks, perhaps after a few years, she might manage to awaken Zhang Huihui. For any endeavor she wished the spirit to undertake, an equivalent exchange was necessary. Even though she had become the servant of the spirit, the principle remained unchanged. Yet, an individual's fortune is not fixed. One can lose fortune due to certain actions or gain it through others. As the servant of the spirit grew more powerful, she would indirectly benefit, affecting her own fortune. Furthermore, even if her current fortune was scant, it was unlikely she would encounter any misfortune because her status as the servant would offer her protection. Her hand rested on the mouse as she opened a document she had previously created. This was the task given to her by the spirit. She needed to make people aware of the wish spirit's existence. Selecting the text with her mouse, she prepared to copy it and post it online, crafting a story about the wish spirit based on her own experiences. Yet, as she reached the moment of publication, doubt crept in. She felt an unsettling sense that her actions might bring adverse consequences to the world. The wish spirit, capable of fulfilling any desire, bore no inherent morality. However, those who sought wishes from the spirit possessed varying degrees of virtue and vice. While it was improbable that everyone who read her story would believe her, the potential for even one person to believe and summon the wish spirit, leading to calamity, weighed heavily on her conscience. Yet, there was no turning back now. She could not defy the spirit's will. This was the essence of their contract, which she was bound to uphold. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. Even without her, someone would eventually summon the wish spirit through chance or fate. No one could prevent the spirit from being known to the world. It was only a matter of time. Her existence merely expedited the process, and no longer hesitating, she clicked the publish button. Once completed, it felt as though all her strength had been drained, and she slumped back in her chair. The world might undergo tremendous changes due to the wish spirit, yet this was beyond her control. She was merely a starting point. Chapter 21. The wish spirit. In the early hours, Lin Yuan awoke as usual from his slumber. Leaving the confines of his rocky abode in his room, he opened his phone to check the online world. He seldom used his phone, as engaging with earthly matters consumed considerable energy. Currently, he possessed merely 2 points of willpower. as Su Xiaonan had expended 6 points of fortune to save Zhang Huihui, from which he acquired 0.6 points of willpower. Furthermore, Su Xiaonan had forged a contract with him, accepting the token and becoming his servant. Su Xiaonan was obliged to fulfill his tasks until the contract expired or she perished. He had gained willpower and a devoted individual to serve him. It was indeed a double boon. Continuing to peruse his phone, he stumbled upon a thread on a paranormal forum discussing the Wish Spirit. The Wish Spirit was the moniker he had chosen for himself. He needed such a title for people to accurately summon him, and it was immediately clear what the name entailed. He began to delve into the post's content. I am seated in a wheelchair as I recount this experience, and the reason I became disabled stems from that fateful day. Previously, I had never believed in the existence of ghosts until that night when I had no choice but to accept the truth. It referred to itself as the Wish Spirit, capable of granting any desire. However, if you encounter it, do not, under any circumstances, make a wish. While your desire will indeed be fulfilled, it will usher in endless calamity. Such narratives were common on forums, as they primarily served to share ghost stories or post dubious photographs. The post view count was low, having been published for 5 or 6 days and barely reaching 1,000. The comments section contained several dozen replies, most evidently from Su Xiaonan's alternate accounts. Alongside a handful of derogatory remarks, Lin Yuan continued to scroll through the thread. In our region, there exists a legend. If one lights a candle in a quiet room at midnight, preparing a piece of paper and a pen, then closes their eyes and clasps their hands together, silently reciting the name of the Wish Spirit with sincerity, the spirit will manifest. When the spirit appears, the pen on the paper will stand upright. As long as you grasp the pen, you can communicate with the spirit. State your wish, and the spirit will fulfill it. However, when your wish is granted, you must pay an equivalent price. This segment was intended to instruct individuals on how to summon the Wish Spirit. It was not overly complicated. As long as a person's desire was strong enough and Lin Yuan could sense it, the spirit would appear. A year ago, as I approached graduation, I failed a crucial course examination. My university was a prestigious institution, and according to school regulations, I needed to pass this exam to obtain my diploma. However, I had not paid attention in class, and my grasp of the subject matter was abysmal. This was my last chance to pass. If I failed again, my years of university would have been in vain. At that time, I was interning at a large company, and without a diploma, I would not be able to secure my position, thereby losing the job I had struggled to obtain. Thus, I recalled the legend of the Wish Spirit. I wished for the spirit to help me pass the exam, but I could never have anticipated that this would become my greatest regret. Initially, I held little hope for the legend, merely attempting it as a form of psychological comfort. To my astonishment, the spirit truly manifested. Perhaps it was my sincerity. As the exam approached, I was genuinely frantic. I followed the method outlined in the legend to summon the Wish Spirit, closing my eyes and calling out to it. Seconds later, when I opened my eyes, a bizarre sight unfolded before me. The pen stood upright on the paper. I was utterly terrified, sensing an eerie chill enveloping me. Though I had made the decision to pursue this, I never expected to summon the spirit. That moment, I was so frightened that I could not utter a word. Yet, at that instant, the pen began to move, inscribing a few words on the paper. Words I still remember vividly. All who seek must pay the price. In that moment, I realized the truth of the Wish Spirit's existence. I quickly regained my composure and addressed the spirit. Please, allow me to pass this exam. As soon as I uttered my request, the pen marked a check on the paper. I understood that the spirit had agreed to my plea. Shortly thereafter, the pen fell to the ground, and the spirit departed. The following day, as the examination approached, I found myself in a state of anxious trepidation. Yet, inexplicably, during the test, I felt as though I were possessed by some unseen force. The questions, which I had previously struggled with, suddenly became manageable, and I was able to write down the answers with remarkable speed. However, once the exam concluded, I found myself incapable of solving similar problems again. Thus, I passed the examination smoothly. After graduation, I transitioned to a full-time position at the company where I had interned. Nonetheless, I could not fathom why, despite my prior success, I began to frequently make trivial mistakes at work following that day. My earlier performance had been commendable, and I had always approached my tasks with diligence. Yet, at critical moments, misfortune seemed to befall me, thwarting my efforts. My previous excellence had earned me a promotion opportunity. But now, I was on the brink of losing it due to my own shortcomings. Frustrated, I recalled the enigmatic spirit I had once encountered. I desperately needed this promotion, for my family's financial situation was modest, and this advancement would significantly enhance my income. That night, I summoned the spirit once more. It reiterated that every desire comes with a price. Armed with the experience of our last encounter, I felt unafraid this time. Declaring my wish for a promotion, the spirit acquiesced. However, I held little hope, as the meeting the following day would unveil the list of promotions, which I believed had already been finalized without my name on it. When the leader announced the names, my rival appeared overly confident. Having heard rumors that she was the chosen one, I had completely lost hope, convinced that the spirit could offer me no assistance. To my astonishment, when the list was revealed, my rival's name was replaced by mine. Everyone was incredulous. Later, I learned that the leader had indeed intended to promote that girl, but that morning, her breach of a significant company secret to a competing firm had come to light, prompting the leader to alter the list. Ultimately, I received the promotion, while she was dismissed from the company. However, my life did not improve post-promotion. My mental state deteriorated, and I continued to make frequent errors at work. While my personal life descended into chaos, a series of unfortunate events plagued me. In that moment, I realized that everything I had attained was a gift from the spirit. But why would the spirit assist me without reason? Was there truly no cost? My misfortunes were, in fact, the price I had to pay. Understanding this, I resolved to never engage with the spirit again. Yet, it was not long before I broke my vow. A significant client, who was poised to collaborate with our company, hesitated due to a mishap involving an intern in my team. The client ultimately decided to abandon us in favor of a competitor. This client was crucial to our company, and the leader was furious, declaring that if I could not secure this client and mitigate the loss, I too would be dismissed. With no alternatives left, I summoned the spirit once more. I had exhausted all avenues. Everything I possessed was a blessing from the spirit. Without it, I could not safeguard my current situation. Thus, I continued to bargain with the spirit. Once again, it agreed. The next day, upon arriving at the office, I received a call from the client. He decided to sign a contract with us and was on his way. I managed to retain my position. Yet I felt no joy, for I was acutely aware that there would be a price to pay. Indeed, 3 nights later, I was involved in a car accident on my way home, resulting in the loss of my leg. It is only now that I comprehend that every gift from the spirit bears a price tag, one I had never bothered to acknowledge. I pen this tale merely to caution all. Do not engage with the spirit of wishes. It does not grant desires without reason. Every wish demands an equivalent exchange, and the cost is our fortune. Once a transaction is made, countless others will follow. Ultimately, we risk losing everything, ending up with nothing. I implore those who read this story. My tragedy serves as a warning. Do not attempt to summon the spirit of wishes, for it is the beginning of calamity. Chapter 22. Black and Red is still red. As for the story penned by Su Xiaonan, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. The tale was based on Su Xiaonan's personal experiences, though it was rather commonplace and cliché. Nevertheless, the message Lin Yuan wished to convey was effectively communicated through Su Xiaonan's narrative. He was a ghost, unable to intervene directly in the affairs of the living, relying instead on Su Xiaonan to share such stories. The conclusion was tragic, and Su Xiaonan repeatedly emphasized the importance of not attempting to summon the spirit of wishes. Regardless of whether this reflected Su Xiaonan's true sentiments, it served Lin Yuan's interests. Such declarations would likely incite curiosity in others, prompting them to experiment with summoning the spirit. Modern individuals are unlikely to believe in fairy tales of serendipitous fortune. However, if that fortune is tainted, the credibility of the tale increases significantly. The notion that the spirit grants wishes without any price is one that most people would outright dismiss, never even considering the possibility. To boost the post's popularity, Su Xiaonan created numerous fake accounts, making an effort to generate interest. Yet the quality of these comments was abysmal, clearly indicating they were from paid commentators. Thank you, poster. I had never heard of the spirit of wishes before. And out of skepticism, I gave it a try. To my surprise, I actually summoned the spirit. I am a congenital deaf-mute, and the spirit allowed me to hear and speak normally. No one can fathom how desperately I long to return to normalcy. To hear sounds, to converse with others, no matter the cost I may incur, I believe it is worth it. However, while I am grateful to the spirit, I still advise everyone not to attempt summoning it unless absolutely necessary. The spirit of wishes is indeed real. It has been a persistent legend in our community, in my childhood. I once summoned it and was thoroughly frightened. I later recounted the incident to my grandmother, who scolded me, saying I was fortunate not to have made a wish, or else I would have faced dire consequences. I have also heard tales of the spirit of wishes from friends who have summoned it. One such friend wished to become beautiful and, in less than half a month, transformed from a 200-pound individual into a stunning beauty. However, shortly thereafter, she was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. Alas, she has since passed away. Had she not made that wish, perhaps such misfortune could have been averted. Almost all comments followed this pattern, clearly indicating they were orchestrated. What was even more baffling was that all the IP addresses originated from Zhengzhou City. Even the most naive individual would not believe this to be genuine. Yet, there were some authentic comments interspersed among them. Tio posts such a story and enlists so many fake accounts is quite amusing. Have some self-respect, at least change the IP address. Dio, you think no one can tell their fake accounts? The story itself held little intrigue, but the comments below were genuinely entertaining. The sight of all those identical fake accounts had me in stitches. I think it's quite well written. I'm looking forward to new stories. Author, please update soon. Clearly, no rational person would take the narrative in this post at face value. Regardless of how Su Xiaonan presented the tale, or the lengths taken to enhance its credibility, people would remain skeptical of the existence of the spirit of wishes. This post, no matter how meticulously crafted, would ultimately prove futile. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not expect everyone to fully believe in the spirit's existence. As long as a couple of individuals who read these stories considered attempting to summon the spirit, that would suffice. If everyone were to become aware of and firmly believe in the spirit of wishes, the first to approach Lin Yuan would undoubtedly be a messenger from the underworld. One or two messengers would not alarm him. Though his wish power was limited, he could always draw upon Su Xiaonan's fortune if necessary. However, an overwhelming number of messengers would pose a significant problem. For now, he simply hoped that Su Xiaonan could elevate the spirit of wishes into a renowned urban legend, akin to other urban myths like the Pin Spirit or Bloody Mary. While 99% of people would remain skeptical, as long as one harbored curiosity and attempted to engage with these legends, that would be sufficient. Once individuals began to experiment, some would inevitably discover the spirit of wishes to be real. And those who had heard the stories, upon successfully summoning the spirit, would not be overly frightened and might very well make wishes. Ultimately, they would likely find themselves ensnared by their desires, inviting calamity upon themselves. Yet Lin Yuan was indifferent. He was merely a ghost, unbound by notions of good or evil, responding to every request with an equal exchange, leaving the consequences to the individual. He would employ no deceitful tactics. Nor would he conceal any truths. Everything stemmed from the choices made by humanity itself. Lin Yuan also discovered that Su Xiaonan's posts were quite impressive within this forum, primarily due to the fact that the forum itself attracted only a handful of participants. This can largely be attributed to the comments below that were unmistakably from paid posters. Most visitors to the forum were there to express their disdain. Nonetheless, this was somewhat advantageous. Negative attention is still attention. As long as people clicked in, they would inevitably encounter those insipid comments and gain some awareness of the Ru Yuan Gui Xian. In any circumstance, when a subject garners considerable attention, it often becomes shrouded in ambiguity, with truth and falsehood merging indistinguishably. Lin Yuan put away his phone, no longer inclined to revisit the post. Being a spirit, prolonged exposure to the affairs of the mortal realm proved detrimental, merely accelerating the depletion of his energy. Presently, his reserves were far from sufficient for extravagance. He was not yet worthy of the title of Gui Xian. However, he mused that with the passage of time and an increase in supplicants, he would naturally grow in power. His name had already begun to circulate, albeit without causing significant stir. Yet, the impact of such tales on people is often subtle and profound. Perhaps one day, someone would feel compelled to test the waters. He merely needed to slumber. That which was destined to come would eventually arrive. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to enter the space within that stone, he suddenly sensed a call from a wish. To his surprise, the opportunity had arrived so soon. He could distinctly feel that the summoning was for the Ru Yuan Gui Xian. Clearly, Su Xiaonan's post had made a difference. Chapter 23. A life of suffering upon returning home in the evening. Wang Chuan sank wearily onto the sofa, releasing a long sigh. He was engulfed by exhaustion, both physically and mentally. A suffocating sense of oppression weighed upon him, leaving him uncertain of how much longer he could endure such a life. "Honey, are you back?" At that moment, his wife's voice floated from the bedroom, prompting Wang Chuan to rise with resignation. His wife had been bedridden for 4 years, and he had devoted himself to her care throughout that time. Now, he found himself genuinely weary of it all. 5 years prior, shortly after their marriage, his wife had been gentle and nurturing, diligently tending to their home. His own career flourished, seeing him ascend the corporate ladder with increasing success. To everyone's eyes, he was the fortunate one who had triumphed in both career and love. He, too, once believed this to be true. Little did he know that such a day of despair would come to pass. Fate, it seemed, was capricious. The accident 4 years ago had robbed his wife of her legs, and their blissful days had come to an abrupt end. They had been together since college, their relationship marked by deep affection and promises of lifelong companionship. Yet now, as he gazed upon his wife, paralyzed and confined to bed, he vowed that as long as she lived, he would care for her unconditionally, fueled by his love for her, despite the hardships. He attended to her every need with unwavering devotion. During those times, his wife descended into despair, her emotions fluctuating wildly, often contemplating ending her own life. It was his constant encouragement and tender care that helped her navigate through the darkness. Over the years, he could confidently claim he had no regrets regarding his devotion to her. Everyone asserted that he was a good man, and even his wife's parents reluctantly acknowledged that their son-in-law was far more attentive than they had been in caring for their daughter. Yet, for years had passed. Even the strongest affection could wane over time, and under the weight of life's pressures, he was, after all, human, and fatigue, along with moments of despondency, were inevitable, especially now, with a future devoid of hope. The end was all too apparent. Work, he faced an unending barrage of tasks. After hours, he was burdened with countless chores, all while caring for his bedridden wife. There was no respite. The heavy load of life threatened to crush him. Though he had only just turned 32, he appeared far older than his peers. He had truly reached his limit. Were he to learn that he would die the following day, he would not feel fear or regret. He would only sense relief. Each time he looked at his wife, he was met with a wave of annoyance and fatigue. The once beloved companion had become an unbearable burden. Gradually, he felt himself being dragged down by this weight. He could not fathom how long this existence would persist. Perhaps a decade, perhaps 2, or even longer. But he was certain that his life held no more promise. He felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Sometimes he contemplated whether releasing this burden would lead to a significantly improved life. Yet, every time he gazed upon his wife's face, his heart softened, and the words remained unspoken. Wang Chuan walked towards the bedroom. Before entering, he made an effort to compose his expression. Since her paralysis, his wife's heart had grown exceedingly sensitive and insecure. Displaying impatience could easily trigger her distress. "What's wrong, dear? I just got back." Wang Chuan forced a smile. Appearing gentle, concealing the turmoil within, the woman lying in bed propped herself up with difficulty. Her name was Qinya, and having been deprived of sunlight for so long, her face bore a sickly pallor. Her hair disheveled and greasy, she looked at Wang Chuan, fell silent for a moment, and finally spoke. "I need to use the bathroom." Her face was tinged with guilt and self-reproach. Even this simple task was beyond her capabilities. She understood that she was a burden to her husband, and had it not been for her condition, Wang Chuan would not have become the man he was today. Wang Chuan continued to smile tenderly. "All right, my love." He swiftly approached the bedside, assisting her as he lifted her from the bed. After helping her with her needs, he returned her to the bed. "Dear, I'm going to make dinner. What would you like to eat today?" As he prepared to leave, Qinya suddenly grasped his hand, her expression turning grave. "I don't want to eat. I'm a burden to you. You are my wife. Since I married you, this is my duty." It's no trouble at all. As he spoke, his gaze faltered, a flicker of guilt evident in his eyes. For those were mere words, he was truly exhausted. He had no desire to cook. He simply wished to be alone. For solitude offered him a fleeting sense of relief. Qinya seemed to sense his dishonesty, yet she remained indifferent. "Let us get a divorce, my love. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. You have been more than kind. I do not wish to be a burden any longer." Wang Chuan's emotions swirled in complexity. This was what he had longed to say to his wife. Yet he had never mustered the courage. Now, with those words escaping her lips, he hesitated. He could not comprehend why. It should be simple to let go, to escape this weight and embrace a new beginning. Yet, he found himself unwilling to relinquish it, perhaps out of a sense of responsibility. Why bring this up? A faint smile graced Chinya's face, a beautiful smile that reminded him of their first meeting. Back then, her laughter had captivated him. Yet, it had been ages since he had seen such a smile on her lips. I've thought it through. You must be weary after all these years. I have held you back. Let us end this, and you can have a new future. In my current state, I am nothing but a hindrance. But if we divorce, what will you do? Chinya shook her head. I have my mother and my brother. They will take care of me. Have you spoken to them? Chinya shook her head again. Not yet, but you need not worry. After all, she is my mother. Wang Chuan sighed. It had been 6 months since his mother-in-law had come to visit even once. Recently, he had to travel for work and asked her to look after his wife, only to be met with an excuse. His mother-in-law had always favored sons over daughters, and the bond between mother and daughter had never been strong. Now preoccupied with caring for her grandson, she had no interest in her paralyzed daughter. Seemingly reading her husband's thoughts, Chinya smiled. They only wish to shift the responsibility onto you. If we divorce, they won't abandon me. My dear, do not feel guilty. You have done more than enough, if anyone should feel remorse. It is you owe me nothing. There is no need to sacrifice your life for mine. Wang Chuan gazed into his wife's eyes, where determination shone brightly. It was clear that Chinya had made her decision. With a mere nod from him, he could cast off this burden. Yet, he remained hesitant. He was a man of deep emotions. Otherwise, he would not have cared for her so meticulously for 4 years. Stop wrestling with this. This is my fate, and I accept it. I simply do not wish to burden you further. Continuing to dwell on it is pointless. Chinya wore a smile, though her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. I can sense your exhaustion. I understand. After all this time, my legs hold no promise of recovery. Moreover, we do not have children, and I cannot bear you any. Do not force yourself any longer. Let us end this. I grant you your freedom. Wang Chuan inhaled deeply. His wife spoke the truth. He was indeed weary and had been forcing himself for too long now. By simply letting go, he could attain liberation. All right, his voice was low, barely audible to the two of them. Yet, uttering that word did not bring him relief. Instead, it filled him with an inexplicable sense of guilt and heartache. He truly loved Chinya. Otherwise, how could he have cared for her so diligently for 4 years? Recalling their once fervent promises and the happiness they had shared, the pain threatened to shatter his heart. Their current predicament was solely due to his wife's legs. If she were to recover, would they have ever reached this point? Yet, no matter how sincere their love, it could not withstand the harsh realities of life. Continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to his collapse. It was better to part ways than to suffer together. Separated from his wife, he returned to the living room and sank into the sofa, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. After a moment of stupor, he made his way to the cabinet by the door and retrieved a bottle of liquor. Before marriage, he abstained from drinking, yet over the years, he had gradually learned to indulge. The taste of alcohol was indeed unpleasant, but compared to the bitterness of life, it felt like ambrosia from the heavens. As he began to feel slightly intoxicated, memories flooded back. He and his wife were college classmates, having known each other for over a decade, and they once believed they would walk hand in hand through life. Yet, here they were, at such a disheartening juncture, all due to his wife's legs. If only her legs could heal, all their troubles would vanish. Suddenly, he recalled a post he had seen online earlier that day. The author claimed that there existed a spirit known as the wish-granting ghost. If summoned, it could fulfill any wish, albeit at a cost. Such tales were utterly unoriginal. He could never bring himself to believe in them. Yet now, an idea began to take root in his mind. What if it were true? If the wish-granting ghost truly existed, then surely, his wife's legs could be healed. If that were the case, they could return to their former blissful life. But how could that possibly be real? Covering his face with his palm, tears streamed down once more. Perhaps it was worth a try. This notion lingered in his mind, growing increasingly uncontrollable. He abruptly stood up, walked to the wall, and turned off the living room light. Why not give it a shot? Even if it were a folly, it wouldn't cost him dearly. Chapter 24. Another wishmaker with the lights extinguished. Wang Chuan immediately returned to the sofa and opened the drawer of the coffee table before him. He remembered that it contained a blank notebook and a pen, as well as some readily available candles. He lit a candle and set it on the coffee table, then opened the notebook, removing the cap from the pen and placing it on the pages. After completing these tasks, he suddenly found it amusing. Was he truly losing his mind, attempting to summon the so-called wish-granting ghost? It was merely a fabrication of others' imaginations. How could it possibly be real? How naive he was to expect a spirit to resolve his earthly woes. Yet, after the self-mockery, dissatisfaction crept in. After all, he had gone to such lengths. Abandoning the endeavor now seemed unreasonable. He decided to proceed, as no one would know of this foolish act. Sitting up straight, he closed his eyes as instructed in the post, silently repeating the name, Wish-Granting Ghost. Though he remained skeptical at that moment, he desperately wished for the spirit's existence. If it were real, he would willingly comply with any request. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes and sighed. This was indeed childish. How could he, in his 30s, still believe in such nonsense? Yet, upon glancing at the table, his expression froze in disbelief. His eyes widened, filled with incredulity. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, ensuring he wasn't imagining things. The pen stood eerily upright on the notebook, its tip facing down. Suddenly, he felt the air around him grow cold and eerie. A pen could not stand on its own. Something was amiss. A ghost? Could it truly be a ghost? No, it was a spirit, the wish-granting ghost. I have indeed summoned the wish-granting ghost. At that moment, rather than fear, astonishment transformed into sheer ecstasy. Wish-granting ghost, are you truly the wish-granting ghost? Wang Chuan's gaze was fixated on the pen upon the paper, his voice trembling with excitement. Opposite him, Lin Yuan held the pen, causing it to stand. Yet, Wang Chuan remained oblivious to this. The wish energy Lin Yuan sensed was Wang Chuan's own. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, Lin Yuan marked a tick on the paper. Observing the writing in the notebook, Wang Chuan was instantly exhilarated. He rubbed his eyes once more, confirming he wasn't hallucinating and that he hadn't lost his sanity. This was real. He had genuinely summoned the wish-granting ghost in no time. The pen began to move across the paper, inscribing a phrase. All who seek shall receive. The red ink of the pen was strikingly vivid against the paper, exuding an uncanny aura. This eerie sensation gradually calmed Wang Chuan's racing heart. Sweat beaded on his palms, and he felt tense. Before him stood a ghost. If the stories he had read were true, then the wish-granting ghost would ultimately bring calamity. Even though reason advised him against making a wish, he could not resist the opportunity that lay before him. Only such supernatural power could aid him. For he felt a profound affection for his wife and was willing to stake everything for her. Ghost, my wife has been bedridden for 4 years. Can you heal her legs? Upon finishing his plea, his eyes were glued to the paper, his heart racing. The pen continued to move, marking a tick. Watching the tick, Wang Chuan's anxiety dissipated, and a joyful smile spread across his face. Indeed, the spirit could truly assist him. But what would the cost be? If this were the wish-granting ghost from the stories, there must be a price to pay. He was uncertain if he could bear the burden of that cost. Ghost, what must I sacrifice? Lin Yuan, displaying no impatience, slowly inscribed a single character on the paper. Luck? What is luck? Wang Chuan endeavored to maintain his composure. When negotiating with a ghost, one must tread carefully and clarify all terms to avoid future regret. The pen remained still, for explaining this concept was too convoluted, and Lin Yuan found it tiresome to write. As long as one's mind was intact, one could deduce what luck entailed. Without a response, Wang Chuan ceased to press the matter, feeling that perhaps his question was overly simplistic, given that the post contained explanations regarding luck. He then inquired, how much luck do I possess? Lin Yuan promptly wrote a few words. Pay the price to know. How much is required? This question held considerable value, akin to inquiring about one's lifespan. It involved the future and was far from straightforward. Lin Yuan sensed no eagerness from Wang Chuan regarding this inquiry. Unless Wang Chuan agreed to pay the price, Lin Yuan would not voluntarily assess his luck. In truth, it was Wang Chuan's folly. Had he asked how much luck an average person possessed, Lin Yuan would have provided an answer. This query was common knowledge, and the price to be paid would be minimal. Even if he posed 10 such questions, it would hardly affect him. Wang Chuan understood that the one written by the ghost indicated 1 unit of luck. However, he was unaware of his own luck and dared not inquire further, fearing the cost might be exorbitant. After all, for ordinary questions, the spirit had answered directly. He then asked, if the wish is granted, "What will happen to me?" Lin Yuan remained silent, merely drawing a line beneath the words "pay the price." This too required foresight to ascertain an answer. How much? Lin Yuan was unperturbed by Wang Chuan's numerous questions. Even these ordinary inquiries could yield some wish energy, albeit scant, accumulating over time. As long as the other party was willing to converse, he could engage until the person's demise. Wang Chuan hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against further inquiries. Each question he posed was tantamount to a wish. Most questions bore little value, consuming minimal energy, but some held significant worth. He risked asking too many and potentially jeopardizing himself. Yet, there was one question he needed to know. "Spirit, I hope you can heal my wife's legs. How much luck must I expend?" The pen moved once more, inscribing a numeral. 6. Wang Chuan understood that he would need to sacrifice 6 units of luck. He was uncertain if this amount was substantial or trivial. However, he could ascertain one thing. Had he stubbornly pursued the answers to the 2 previous questions, he would undoubtedly be regretting it now. His wife had been bedridden, a grave matter, and it required only 6 units of luck. Had he squandered 2 units on vague inquiries, he would have been utterly dismayed. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chuan made his decision. "Spirit, I beseech you to save my wife. I am willing to pay the price." Upon uttering these words, the pen immediately marked a tick on the paper. Seeing the tick, Wang Chuan's expression grew complex. This indicated that their transaction was sealed. He would sacrifice luck, but his wife's legs would heal. But what would the outcome be? Would it conclude tragically, as with those in the stories? He had no way of knowing. No one could foresee the future. Any choice made in the present, whether good or bad, could not be determined at that moment. Only with the passage of time would the truth be revealed. "Spirit, I am ready. Please return to your place." As soon as he finished speaking, the pen on the paper fell over, and the eerie atmosphere dissipated, as though nothing had transpired. Wang Chuan slumped back against the sofa, feeling as though everything had been a dream. Suddenly, he shot up from the sofa, his face alight with excitement and exhilaration. He dashed into the bedroom. "Darling, we're not getting a divorce. Your legs will surely heal." Chapter 25. Liberation. Lin Yuan returned to his residence. It was evident now that the stories posted by Su Xiaonan had taken effect. At the very least, Wang Chuan had just attempted to summon the wish-granting ghost. He must have seen the post shared by Su Xiaonan, which spurred him to take such action. If a person was resolute in summoning the wish-granting ghost, there was a high probability that Lin Yuan would be the one to appear. However, when it comes to other spiritual rituals, such as the pin spirit, the outcomes become uncertain. It is possible that after Lin Yuan's arrival, he may encounter other spirits. Having a unique title for oneself somewhat diminishes the likelihood of encountering other spirits. Although he can confront most spirits, it depletes his energy unnecessarily. For now, he merely needs to wait a few more days. Once Wang Chuan's wish is fulfilled and he expresses his gratitude, Lin Yuan will receive 0.6 units of willpower. Everything is improving, and his willpower is sufficient for him to linger in the mortal realm for over 2 years. An increase in willpower will also enhance his abilities, allowing him to sense further distances. If someone wishes to summon a spirit of desire from afar, he would be unable to perceive it present. He can only sense a significant portion of Zhongzhou City. Beyond this range, he is powerless. This limitation poses a considerable drawback, and Lin Yuan ponders alternative solutions. Even if he were to grow stronger continuously in the short term, he could only extend his sensing abilities to 1 or 2 nearby cities. Previously, without Su Xiaonan as a messenger, Lin Yuan had no recourse, but now, this issue seems relatively easy to resolve. It merely requires an opportune moment. His reputation is not yet widespread. Any endeavors he undertakes will yield less than favorable outcomes. However, the day when he will be recognized by the world is drawing near. "Husband, take me out for a stroll," Qinya said as she awoke in the early morning, propping herself up with her arm, struggling to sit upright. Wang Chuan was stirred from his slumber by her voice. He rubbed his bleary eyes and inquired, "Darling, why are you up so early today?" It was 6 in the morning, and he had no work commitments today, allowing him to rest well. Typically, Qinya would not call him at such an hour. Yet, despite being roused from a beautiful dream by his wife, he felt no irritation. Could you take me out for a bit? I haven't been outside in a long time, that of course, Wang Chuan replied, sitting up and beginning to dress. It had been a week since his transaction with the spirit. Yet Qin Ye's legs had not improved. He even began to doubt whether he had merely hallucinated that day after drinking too much. Perhaps there was no spirit of desire at all. For the past few days, Qin Ye had been insisting on divorce, and despite his efforts to dissuade her, he could not alter her decision. Last night, they finally agreed that the divorce would take place the following day. As today was Sunday, the Civil Affairs Bureau was closed. This marked their last day living as a married couple. After the divorce, Qin Ye would return to her hometown to live with her mother. He would finally be free from this entanglement. Yet, contemplating such a decision filled him with reluctance, for they had shared over a decade of love. After dressing himself, Wang Chuan helped his wife with her clothes and assisted her with her morning routine. Finally, he lifted her into the wheelchair. Once all preparations were complete, over an hour had passed, and it was nearly 8 o'clock. For someone paralyzed and confined to bed, accomplishing any task was exceedingly difficult. Reliance on others was essential. For the past 4 years, he had assisted his wife with these daily tasks. He had grown weary of it. Yet today, perhaps due to the impending change in their shared life, he felt no weariness at all. Once ready, Wang Chuan turned to his wife and gently asked, "Where would you like to go, my love?" This being their last day together, he would not refuse any of her wishes. As it served as a farewell to their more than 10 years of affection. "Let's just wander about," Qin Ye suggested. After a moment's thought, she added, "How about we visit that park over there? I remember we used to go there often. It has been years since we last visited." Wang Chuan nodded in agreement. There was indeed a park nearby that they frequented in the past. But since his wife's paralysis, they had not returned. She had resisted going out, and he had not wished to force her. They descended the stairs, with Wang Chuan pushing the wheelchair at a leisurely pace. In that moment, he found it beautiful, and he even thought that if time could freeze at that instant, it would be perfect. Memories flooded his mind, and he felt regret. He should not have consented to his wife's request for divorce. But without doing so, he could not escape the mire of their current life. Soon, they arrived at the park. Being a Sunday, the park was busier than usual, bustling with people, and vendors were selling their wares nearby. After wandering for a while, Qin Ye suddenly said, "I'm hungry, dear da. Let's go get something to eat." "All right, what would you like?" At that moment, Wang Chuan could not refuse any of his wife's requests. They purchased some food. And nearby, there was a gazebo with stone tables and chairs. Wang Chuan pushed the wheelchair over to it, and they began to eat in silence, the atmosphere heavy and somewhat awkward. Wang Chuan stole glances at his wife. Sensing that something about her seemed different today, there was a hint of a smile on her face. Since her paralysis, such smiles had become a rarity. "Darling, once we finish eating," Qin Ye said, "I would like some water. Could you go buy some for me?" "Of course, I'll be right back." Wang Chuan rose. A vendor selling drinks was only a few hundred meters away. After taking a few steps, he turned back to glance at his wife, feeling as though he had overlooked something, but he could not recall what it was, so he continued on as Wang Chuan's figure receded. The smile on Qin Ye's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of determination. She began to turn the wheels of her wheelchair, moving forward, undeterred by the uneven ground beneath her. All that occupied her mind was her destination. Not far ahead lay an artificial lake, deep enough to suffice. She maneuvered her wheelchair to the edge of the lake, her gaze fixed upon its waters. After a brief hesitation, she pushed herself off the wheelchair with all her strength, her body tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the pain, she clawed at the earth with her hands, crawling forward with resolute determination. Just a few more meters, and once she traversed this distance, she would be free. For 4 years, countless times, she had entertained such thoughts. But paralyzed, she had been unable to act. Even the desire to end her life had eluded her. Today, she finally had the opportunity to act. The life she led held no hope and seemed utterly meaningless. She was grateful for her husband's meticulous care over the past 4 years, yet she truly wished to escape this existence. Living was merely a burden, a detriment to everyone. In death, there would be closure, and all would find relief. Soon, she reached the lake's edge, and without a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the water. The sound of her fall echoed, and the icy lake enveloped her instantly. As she felt the weight of the water surrounding her. Her heart was surprisingly calm. Finally, liberation was within reach. Although the instinct for survival is inherent in humanity, there are moments when individuals prefer death, for living can be unbearably painful. Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped Wang Chuan's heart. In that moment, he finally comprehended the significance of the smile on his wife's face. It signified liberation. He swiftly turned and sprinted back. Upon returning to the gazebo, his heart sank as he found no trace of his wife. Panic surged within him. Indeed, he had been correct. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His mind a blank slate. No, I must find her. A resolute thought welled up from within him, no matter what. He could not abandon his wife, even if she were never to stand again. Wife, wife, he shouted desperately, searching for any sign of her. Soon, he spotted the wheelchair by the lake's edge. In that moment, everything became clear. He looked toward the water and saw Qinya struggling beneath the surface. Without hesitation, he leaped in. He could not bear to watch his wife perish before him. The water was not very deep, only reaching his chest, but for the paralyzed Qinya, it could prove fatal. He swam swiftly to her, grasping her in the water and pulling her to safety. His cries attracted the attention of many nearby, who rushed to assist them. Before long, both of them were pulled to safety. Qinya had not been submerged for long, and when rescued, her mind was still relatively clear. She began to scream frantically, her hands striking Wang Chuan's body repeatedly. Why did you save me? Why? Why won't you let me die? After struggling for so long to find an opportunity, just as she thought she could finally end it all, her husband had pulled her back. She wept helplessly. Why won't you let me die? I'm just a burden now. Why save me? I can't live another day like this. Her expression grew increasingly frenzied. Dio, you want to see me as a joke? Living like a waste? Is that what satisfies you? Her face was nearly deranged as she shouted, venting her emotions. Wang Chuan held her tightly, comforting her. Darling, please don't act rashly. We won't divorce. I will take care of you for a lifetime. Do you know how much pain I endure? I truly don't want to live anymore. Please, just let me go. Wang Chuan was at a loss for how to console her. He understood her suffering better than anyone. If he were in her position, he too might wish for a swift end. But watching his wife die, he could not bring himself to do it. My love, let's go home first. We can talk when we get back. He lifted Qinya, who struggled in his embrace as he gazed at his distraught wife. Tears streamed down his face. All of their suffering stemmed from her legs. If only her legs could return to normal, their lives would not have reached this point. Yet reality was as it was. No one could change it. Even in the face of life's formidable challenges, one must persevere. He disregarded Qinya's struggles, holding her tightly as he continued onward. This was the responsibility he was destined to shoulder, and he was willing to bear it for a lifetime. After traversing only a short distance, Qinya suddenly cried out, "Put me down, quickly! My legs, they seem to have some sensation." Chapter 26. A return to health. Qinya's face was alight with excitement as she fervently pushed against Wang Chuan, eager to descend and ascertain the condition of her legs. What did you just say? Wang Chuan was utterly astonished by his wife's words, almost unable to believe his ears. I think I can feel my legs. They have sensation. Upon completing her statement, Qinya controlled her calves and gently wiggled them. Look, can you see? My legs can move. Her emotions surged uncontrollably, exuberance and excitement radiating from her visage. Wang Chuan was equally taken aback. Indeed, he had not misperceived. Just moments ago, Qinya's legs had indeed moved. Qinya, in her excitement, pinched her leg, a slight sting pulsating through her. For so long, her legs had been devoid of sensation. She had felt nothing at all. Though her legs were present, they had felt as good as non-existent. Yet, undeniably, her legs were on the path to recovery. Husband, please let me down. She was impatient to experience the sensation of her feet on solid ground once more, a feeling she had long missed. All right, but do be careful. Wang Chuan embraced his wife from behind, slowly lowering her down, equally curious to discover whether Qinya's legs had indeed returned to normalcy. At last, Qinya's feet made contact with the long-forgotten ground, and she felt it was as soft and yielding as walking upon clouds. She attempted to lift her foot, and to her astonishment, it rose slightly, invoking an almost surreal sensation. Pinching her own hand, a wave of pain confirmed her reality. This was not a dream. Her legs had indeed improved significantly. However, at that moment, Wang Chuan still held her from behind, reluctant to release his grip, as she remained uncertain if she could stand on her own. "Husband, please let go. I want to try." "Okay, but be cautious. I'm about to release you." Wang Chuan gently loosened his hold, as if caring for a child taking its first steps. The instant his hands fell away, Qinya felt her legs give way, and she nearly collapsed. Wang Chuan quickly stepped forward to support her. "Be careful." Still, it was no use. She felt utterly devoid of strength in her legs. With Wang Chuan's assistance, Qinya steadied herself, though a hint of disappointment shaded her expression. Wang Chuan quickly reassured her, "Dear, do not lose heart. At least your legs are much better now. This is just the beginning, and they will surely improve." "Yes." The disappointment on Qinya's face was swiftly overshadowed by joy as she nodded. In the past, Wang Chuan had often spoken such words to her, and she had believed none of it. She was all too aware of her leg's condition. But now, she believed that her legs would truly heal, for she had glimpsed a flicker of hope. The greatest fear for a person is the absence of hope. As long as hope exists, any adversity can be endured. "Husband, let me try again. Perhaps I simply need to adjust." "All right." Wang Chuan steadied her, saying, "Be careful. I will let go now." Receiving Qinya's confirmation, Wang Chuan gradually released his grip. This time, Qinya did not immediately falter. She stood for several seconds, eliciting excitement from both of them. Yet soon, her legs began to tremble, and within moments, they could no longer support her. Observing this, Wang Chuan rushed to catch her once more. Though it was merely a small triumph, tears of joy streamed down both their faces. 4 long years had passed, marked by suffering due to Qinya's legs, transforming their lives into a bleak existence. Qinya had even contemplated ending her life. But now, everything was set to improve. Even if she could not yet walk, at the very least, they had witnessed the dawn of hope. Wang Chuan embraced his wife tightly from behind, tears cascading onto her. In that moment, he felt that the trials he had endured over the years had not been in vain. They were finally emerging from the darkness. "Wife, your legs are finally healing," Qinya wept, releasing all the grievances she had borne over the years due to her legs. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have made it to this moment. Dear, let us return home to change into fresh clothes and then head to the hospital for a checkup." Just moments before, Qinya had jumped into the lake, leaving her clothes damp. Yet, in their elation, they had only just now noticed. "Yes, let us hurry back." Wang Chuan gazed at his wife's face. Although her eyes were teary, her expression was filled with joy. In this instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After returning home and changing into fresh attire, Wang Chuan promptly took Qinya to the hospital, the very same hospital where she had once received treatment. Following the examination, even the doctors were astonished. While they could not comprehend the reason behind this improvement, it was undeniable that Qinya's legs were indeed recovering, and remarkably so. However, given her prolonged paralysis, her body was still adjusting to the newfound sensation in her legs. Based on her current condition, it was anticipated that within a month, Qinya would be able to walk normally again. During this period, under the doctor's guidance, she engaged in rehabilitation exercises at home. Merely 3 days later, she could walk with the aid of assistive devices. As she observed her legs gradually regaining strength, her spirits soared day by day. For someone in her position, nothing could bring greater joy than the prospect of regaining her health. Each day, she would walk within the confines of her room, relishing the beauty of being able to move. Watching his wife's legs steadily improve, Wang Chuan felt a deep sense of happiness, yet a shadow of worry lingered. The sudden recovery of his wife's legs must be connected to the day he made a wish to the wishful ghost immortal. Otherwise, it was unfathomable to explain how his wife, who had been paralyzed for 4 years, could suddenly begin to heal. That day, although he had consumed alcohol, he had not been intoxicated. The events that transpired were undeniably real. The wishful ghost immortal existed, and it could indeed grant wishes. It became evident that the post he had read online bore some truth, at least in part. His wish had come true, and now he must repay that debt. What price would he have to pay? In what manner would he fulfill this obligation? For the ghost immortal, his price was luck, yet for him, losing luck was not the issue. The real concern lay in what consequences would arise from such a loss. This was what troubled him. He promptly retrieved his phone and revisited the forum where he had initially encountered the post. The original poster had published a new entry, recounting a different tale. The narrative described a girl who summoned the wishful ghost immortal and exploited its power to eliminate her enemies. However, shortly thereafter, the girl met her demise as well. Was this the nature of equivalent exchange? Life for life? He suddenly felt an unsettling kinship with this girl, although her motives were sinister, while his were noble. The distinction held little weight for the ghost immortal. The entity did not concern itself with the morality of the situation. It merely required a price to be paid, and it would grant any wish. This realization filled him with a sense of unease. For the wishful ghost immortal to fulfill a wish was an act of equivalent exchange. If the ghost immortal restored his wife's legs, would he be compelled to endure a calamity akin to hers? A wave of fear washed over him, sending a chill down his spine. The individual behind the posts must know something. The username of the poster was Nan Nan, and Wang Chuan swiftly used the private messaging feature to reach out. Hello, may I ask if the stories you posted are true? I summoned the wishful ghost immortal as per your instructions, and my wish for my wife's legs to heal has come to fruition. I wish to know if all of this is genuinely connected to the wishful ghost immortal. After sending the message, unease still gnawed at him, prompting him to send another. Please, if you see this, I beg you to reply. He withdrew his phone, placing it in his pocket, his face still clouded with apprehension. At that moment, his wife, engaged in rehabilitation exercises at home, glanced at him. What is wrong, husband? You seem quite upset. What happened? Nothing. Wang Chuan shook his head. Now was not the time to burden his wife with this revelation. Besides, it was too far-fetched for her to believe. He forced a smile and stood from the sofa, moving to her side. All right, don't tire yourself too much. You can't overexert yourself. It's essential to rest as well. Observing his wife, the unease in his heart gradually gave way to joy. Even if a price must be paid, at least his wife's legs were healing, and perhaps the disaster he feared would not come to pass after all. Chapter 27. Fortune is not constant. Su Xiaonan sat before her computer, perusing various listings on a job recruitment website. As she gazed at the dizzying array of opportunities, she couldn't help but sigh. None of these positions even came close to the remuneration she had earned in her previous job. However, a string of injuries had led to her dismissal from the company, and she had been blacklisted by the HR department of Launching Group. Now, she was compelled to seek new employment. Yet, suitable jobs were scarce, and she had no interest in settling for unsatisfactory work, unless she was willing to relocate, which she could not do at present. As the envoy of the ghost immortal, she could not leave without permission. Moreover, even if she could leave, she dared not to save Jiang Huihui. Her luck had plummeted. She could only imagine the consequences of stepping outside the protective sphere of the ghost immortal. If she were to experience a string of accidents and endless hospital stays once more, she would genuinely entertain thoughts of ending her own life. Sighing, she lamented, "It's so difficult. I graduated only to be unemployed." After submitting a few resumes, she resignedly closed the webpage. In regard to her various job offers, she was not entirely dissatisfied. Rather, she felt compelled to make a choice out of necessity. However, the greater misfortune lay in the uncertainty of whether those companies would even consider her. Leaning back in her chair, she stretched languidly and reopened the forum. Following the guidance of the ghostly deity, she posted an inquiry regarding the desires of this ethereal being. She remained uncertain whether her words would yield any results. Internally, she grappled with conflicting emotions. Having become the messenger of the ghostly deity, she found herself intricately bound to its fate. As the deity grew stronger, she too would indirectly reap the benefits, such as an increase in her own fortune. This fortune was crucial, for she yearned for Jiang Huihui to regain her clarity. Yet, she simultaneously wished to avert such an outcome, as she did not desire a recurrence of past tragedies. The experiences she and Jiang Huihui endured illuminated the truth that while the ghostly deity was always willing to grant wishes, it could also bring calamity upon individuals. As the deity's messenger, she bore the weight of disseminating these messages, unable to feign ignorance regarding the tragedies she inadvertently incited. Nevertheless, she had no room for regret. She was bound to uphold the contract. Fortunately, the ghostly deity imposed few constraints upon her, allowing her to maintain a semblance of normalcy in her life. Upon accessing the website, she noticed a private message awaiting her. The post she had shared garnered a moderate amount of attention, occasionally prompting private messages. She clicked to open it, discovering a message from an individual whose username consisted of a random assortment of letters and numbers. Yet, the content of the message sent a chill through her. Had someone truly summoned the ghostly deity? Su Xiaonan was taken aback. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Firstly, the individual had to genuinely believe, and secondly, they needed to be within Zhongzhou, for if the distance was too great, the deity would be oblivious. Yet, this phenomenon had indeed transpired. The sender emphasized their urgent need for a response, indicating their distress. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiaonan resolved to reply. This person might be facing a formidable challenge, and somehow, it was connected to her. Perhaps her experiences could provide assistance, and she could not simply stand idly by. Regardless of the potential efficacy of her response, she felt compelled to make an effort. This did not constitute a betrayal of the ghostly deity, for it remained indifferent to such matters, as long as the wish was fulfilled. The deity cared not whether one lived or died. It merely sought to receive the requisite power of wishes. After a moment of reflection, Su Xiaonan typed a few words on her keyboard and sent the message. I am here. How are you? Wang Chuan gazed at his phone, his earlier anxiety somewhat alleviated. He had finally received a response from the poster. Perhaps this individual possessed some knowledge that could help him avert impending disaster. He promptly replied, I am well at the moment, feeling no abnormalities, though there is a tinge of unease in my heart. Has the ghostly deity truly granted my wish? If so, what must I sacrifice? Hardly a moment passed before he received a reply. If you have made a wish to the ghostly deity, then indeed, it has. As for what you must sacrifice, I cannot predict the future, only speculate. How much fortune have you lost? 6 points. Wang Chuan responded instantly. A typical person possesses about 10 points of fortune. Upon reading this message, Wang Chuan finally comprehended that the fortune he had relinquished equated to a significant portion of his own. This was no trivial matter, and its impact would not be insignificant. His fingers trembled slightly as he typed, What will happen to me? Uncertain. However, you must exercise extreme caution in the coming days. Suddenly losing such a substantial amount of fortune implies that your current luck is misaligned with your circumstances. You are bound to lose something until your fortune aligns with your situation. Thus, your luck will plummet in the near future. Wang Chuan hastily inquired, Will this affect those around me? Not necessarily if you are particularly unlucky. Your family may feel some repercussions. Just as when a person suddenly passes, their family cannot remain untouched. However, the impact is indirect. If something happens to those nearby, it is likely due to their own circumstances and not yours. Upon reading this message, Wang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least the calamity would befall him alone rather than his family. This meant that unexpected events might occur in his life. But as long as he remained vigilant, he could avert them. So, I need to be on guard against these possibilities. I cannot predict what will transpire in your life. The ghostly deity's notion of equivalent exchange merely involves taking your fortune. What occurs after you lose that fortune is beyond the deity's concern. It will not deliberately target you nor provide assistance. Theoretically, if you are cautious enough, there should be an opportunity. Reading the message from the other party, Wang Chuan fell into deep contemplation. Disasters would indeed befall him. Yet these calamities were not insurmountable. If he could remain vigilant, it was plausible that nothing would occur. He had already been forewarned of impending disasters. As long as he exercised sufficient caution, there was a chance of avoiding them altogether. But must he remain on edge for a lifetime? Would he spend his days in perpetual anxiety? Yet, who could guarantee that he would never let his guard down? At that moment, the other party sent another message. Let me share one more piece of information, which might be considered good news. A person's fortune is not static. It can be lost, but it can also increase. Perhaps you can find a way to augment your fortune, thus averting disasters that may befall you. Fortune is not constant, Wang Chuan exclaimed upon reading this line, feeling as though he had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness. If that were the case, as long as he remained alive, his fate was within his grasp. While objective realities may remain immutable, a person's subjective agency was not entirely futile. Fate was never predetermined. There existed the possibility of change. He quickly replied, Thank you. What you have shared is invaluable to me. If I can be of help, I am equally pleased. I wish you good fortune. Wang Chuan responded with resignation. Fortune seems unlikely to be on my side. I merely hope that misfortune does not impact me too severely. Then I wish you triumph over adversity. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out to me. I would like to know your updates. All right, I will. Wang Chuan put away his phone, Suddenly feeling a surge of confidence, he recalled a phrase frequently encountered in cultivation novels: "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." His current situation closely mirrored this sentiment. The concept of fortune bore similarities to the heaven mentioned in that phrase. Both represented immutable objective conditions that influenced individuals. Now, he was determined to wield his subjective agency to combat misfortune. A person's life should indeed be dictated by oneself. He was resolute in overcoming the so-called heavens. Regarding Su Xiaonan's actions, Lin Yuan was well aware, yet he remained indifferent. Assisting others, while not within Su Xiaonan's official duties, was also not prohibited by the contract. Furthermore, bound by the constraints of the contract, Su Xiaonan was incapable of any acts of betrayal. It was not a matter of her desire but of her inability to do so. Su Xiaonan's actions also benefited Lin Yuan. If wishers were to face an inevitable and devastating cost, over time, fewer individuals would dare to make wishes. Knowing that fortune could be altered would lead them to act upon their desires. Driven by a sense of hope, however, combating fate was hardly a simple endeavor. Aside from the heroes of tales, most individuals would be crushed by destiny. Chapter 28. Prioritizing stability. Another half-month passed. Wang Chuan had yet to perceive any peculiarities in his surroundings. Despite the loss of fortune, everything around him felt entirely normal. He did not sense any particular misfortune. In fact, he felt that his circumstances were steadily improving. Qin Ye's condition had significantly improved. Although she could not yet engage in strenuous activities or stand or walk for extended periods, she was entirely capable of self-care and could even assist him with household chores. He no longer needed to devote the immense energy he had spent in the past years caring for his wife. Nor did he feel the daily exhaustion that had once weighed heavily upon him. With life taking a turn for the better, his spirits lifted considerably, and he found himself with more energy, leading to smoother progress at work. Each day upon returning home, he no longer needed to fret over various chores and could enjoy the lovingly prepared meals by his wife. While this lifestyle was not particularly extraordinary, it was light and joyful, sufficiently so for someone like him, who had endured despair and darkness. He felt as if he had suddenly shed a monumental burden, rendering him considerably lighter. Earlier that day, Qin Ye had undergone a follow-up examination at the hospital, where the doctor reported that her recovery was remarkable, having nearly returned to that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, their story had circulated, attracting media attention and interviews from television stations. Their unwavering bond over the past 4 years, supporting one another through thick and thin, was profoundly moving. In this world, young couples like them were indeed rare. Yes, they had yet to have children and were still relatively young. They could have easily sought better lives elsewhere, leaving their partner behind. It was precisely this persistence that made their story even more poignant. In recent days, they had received donations from kind-hearted individuals, both monetary and material. The 4 years since Qin Ye's paralysis had significantly impacted Wang Chuan's career, leading to a substantial decrease in income. These donations greatly improved their living conditions. The ease of their current circumstances even led Wang Chuan to momentarily forget his existing predicament. No, he must not let his guard down. The apparent tranquility might merely be a guise to lull him into complacency. Fortunately, he remained vigilant. He had lost a considerable portion of an ordinary person's fortune. It was implausible that nothing would transpire. He had discussed this matter with Su Xiaonan, who suggested that perhaps Qin Ye's recovery had resulted in an increase in her fortune. Recently, the smoothness of affairs has not been attributed to him, but rather to Qin Ye. Therefore, he must remain vigilant and not slack off. Everything he currently possesses is something he has painstakingly regained. Should he lose it once more, he would truly collapse in the time that follows. He becomes increasingly cautious. If he can avoid going out, he will. Aside from commuting to work and returning home, he scarcely lingers outside. Qin Ye's leg has nearly healed, allowing her to engage in normal activities without issue. Occasionally, she wishes to take a leisurely stroll with him, but he declines, citing work commitments. In essence, he exerts every effort to guard against any potential mishaps, resolutely staying indoors whenever possible. Several days later, unexpected situations begin to arise around him. For instance, one day, Qin Ye requests him to stop by the supermarket on his way home from work. After completing his shopping and preparing to cross the street while waiting at the traffic light, a vehicle speeds through the intersection just as the light is about to change. That moment, a teenage boy dashes across the road. perhaps believing the light had turned green and that no cars would be coming. The driver, seeing the imminent collision with the boy, instinctively swerves the wheel, losing control and veering toward Wang Chuan. Fortunately, Wang Chuan, being exceedingly cautious, had anticipated such an incident and managed to dodge out of the way just in time. The car sped past him, creating a gust of wind that brushed against his face. Thankfully, he emerged unscathed. Had he been in a less alert state, it is conceivable that he could have been struck by the vehicle. This incident made him acutely aware of the diminishing luck he had been experiencing. However, he viewed it as a blessing in disguise. The absence of accidents could have lulled him into complacency, rendering him more vulnerable. This experience instilled in him a greater sense of caution. The following day, a power outlet in his home malfunctioned and began to leak electricity, though he was unaware of this at the time. He had just plugged in his phone charger when he noticed that the device was unresponsive. Instinctively, he reached for the outlet to check if the plug was properly inserted. Thankfully, his hand halted just before making contact. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he donned insulated gloves and used a voltage tester, only to discover that the outlet was indeed leaking electricity. Grateful for his excessive caution, he refrained from directly touching the socket, for doing so could have resulted in a potentially hazardous incident. The series of events, which all left him unharmed, bolstered his confidence. Accidents are termed as such because individuals fail to account for all possible circumstances. Yet, with sufficient caution, one can assess every situation before taking action, thus entirely averting unforeseen mishaps. Following this realization, he enlisted the assistance of an electrician friend to thoroughly inspect the electrical systems in his home, eliminating all safety hazards and retiring any overused appliances. Now, his residence is significantly safer, rendering the recurrence of the previous electrical leak nearly impossible. One evening, upon returning from her walk, Qinya approached him while he sat on the couch, settling beside him. Ever since she regained the ability to walk normally, she has taken to strolling outside each night, though Wang Chuan has yet to accompany her due to his fears. Suddenly, Qinya wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Darling, tomorrow a friend of mine is coming to visit. Let us go to the airport to pick her up, and then we can spend the day together to celebrate. Since I've recovered, we haven't had a proper celebration. To the airport?" Wang Chuan furrowed his brow. "Why not let her take a taxi? We could prepare some meals at home." "That won't do." Qinya quickly shook her head. "I have already promised to pick her up, and I also have something I want to ask her. Now that my leg is better, I can't just stay at home. I want her to help me find a job. She has been doing quite well these past few years and has an extensive network. I mentioned it to her, and she agreed. Plus, she has traveled quite a distance to see me. It would be impolite to leave her hanging." Seeing the pleading look in Qinya's eyes, Wang Chuan felt his resolve waver. While there is a theoretical possibility of encountering an accident whenever one steps outside, he cannot isolate himself from social interactions for eternity. He must venture out eventually. Over the past few days, he has driven to work, and as long as he remains cautious, he should be safe. Additionally, Qinya reasoning is indeed difficult to refute. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "All right, I will drive tomorrow, and we'll go to the airport to pick her up." "Great," Qinya beamed, rising to her feet. "She arrives at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I'll go ahead and book a restaurant for dinner." Yet, as he observed his wife's joyous demeanor, a sense of regret washed over him, accompanied by a nagging feeling of unease. Perhaps he should not have agreed. Stepping outside inherently carries the risk of accidents. Although he cannot completely sever ties with society, he should still avoid any unnecessary risks. Moreover, the stakes are particularly high during this critical period. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. No, he absolutely cannot go. The route to his workplace is familiar. Although there is heavy traffic, he can navigate it safely as long as he is cautious. However, the journey to the airport is unfamiliar, and vehicles outside the city tend to drive rather fast, making an accident a real possibility. Though he has already made a commitment to his wife, he realizes it is not too late to retract his agreement. He quickly devises a plan to feign illness. Tomorrow, he will pretend to be unwell, but he will arrange for someone else to take his wife to pick up her friend. Thus, the situation will be flawlessly resolved. With this solution in mind, he takes a deep breath. Regardless of whether or not he might encounter an accident, he refuses to take any risks. Anything that can be avoided must be avoided. Caution is paramount. Chapter 29. A difficult decision. It is a Saturday, and Wang Chuan has promised to accompany his wife to the airport to pick up her friend. However, around 10 o'clock in the morning, he sits on the couch, cradling his head in his hands, watching as his wife diligently mops the floor in the living room. "Dear, what time are we leaving to pick her up?" Chinya pauses her task, glances at him, and considers. She arrives at 3 p.m. "So let us leave at 1:30 p.m. That should give us enough time." Wang Chuan furrows his brow, a pained expression etched across his face. "All right. We still have some time. I'll rest for a bit. I have a slight headache." Only then does Chinya notice something amiss with her husband. Rushing to his side, she places her hand on his forehead, her concern evident. "You don't have a fever. What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Just an old ailment, a bit of a headache, perhaps from not resting well last night," he replies. Chinya is aware of his occasional headaches and blurred vision, having witnessed him experience such symptoms before. "Is it serious? Do you need to take some medicine?" "No need. A short rest should suffice. It has always been this way. I just hope it doesn't interfere with your plans." "What time is it?" "You should rest. Your health is important," Chinya insists, then adds, "If you're not feeling well, you don't have to go this afternoon. I can manage on my own." Though disappointed that her husband cannot accompany her, Chinya understands that his health must come first. It is simply unavoidable. She cannot allow him to drive while unwell, as that would be far too unsafe. "Should I arrange for someone to drive you?" Lacking a driver's license and unable to drive herself, Chinya had once signed up for driving lessons but had not completed them before her accident. "No need. You should rest. I'll find someone else," he assures her. After saying this, Chinya helps him to the bedroom, encouraging him to lie down, and fetches some medicine along with a glass of water for him. "Take some medicine and get a good nap." Wang Chuan accepts the water and the pain relief medication that Chinya offers. He drinks the water but discreetly hides the pills when she isn't looking. After all, he is merely pretending to be ill and does not wish to take unnecessary medication. In truth, taking the medicine would not pose any real problem, but for now, he prioritizes caution above all else. As he lies in bed, Chinya leaves the room to continue her cleaning in the living room. Watching her depart, Wang Chuan feels a pang of guilt for not having accompanied her outdoors recently. She has even expressed her discontent about it. Yet, he has no choice. He must endure this challenging period. If anything were to happen to him, their family would once again descend into turmoil. Around 1 p.m., Chinya departs. Wang Chuan rises from the bed, feeling a slight numbness in his legs from lying down for too long. He takes a moment to shake off the sensation before stomping his feet on the floor to alleviate the numbness. This occasional numbness has occurred over the past few days, but is generally mild, and he has not given it much thought. He is determined to adhere to his principle of avoiding going out whenever possible and minimizing any unnecessary outings. He recalls hearing Su Xiaonan mention that she once made a wish to the ghostly deity, which only cost her 1 point of luck. Yet, she subsequently faced a string of misfortunes, including multiple hospital stays and losing her job. In contrast, Wang Chuan has expended 6 points of luck. For him, every venture outdoors is akin to embarking on a perilous journey. Days pass, and Wang Chuan continues to uphold his cautious approach. During this time, no further dangerous incidents have occurred. His wife has successfully secured a job and has begun working. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan's performance at his company has been exceptional over the past month, and his superiors have hinted at the possibility of promotion. His leadership has always recognized his capabilities, but family obligations had previously hindered his focus on work. Now that those issues have been resolved and his recent performance has been commendable, it is only natural for his superiors to entertain such thoughts. 2 months have elapsed since he made a wish to the ghostly immortal. Although he has lost 6 points of fortune, everything around him seems to be improving. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Has my luck returned? Aside from the 2 perilous incidents, he has not encountered any further misfortunes. Recently, everything has been progressing positively. Perhaps destiny is merely lulling him into complacency, preparing for a greater calamity, or maybe the ghostly immortal is not as fearsome as portrayed in tales. The cost of fulfilling wishes may not be as severe as anticipated. With proper handling, one might avert adverse consequences. He thought of Su Xiaonan, picked up his phone, and sent her a message to update her on his recent circumstances. Since those unfortunate events, I am back to normal and have not faced any dangers. Moreover, only good things have transpired around me lately. Do you think I have managed to escape? Not long after, he received Su Xiaonan's reply. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe such incidents cannot persist indefinitely. Since you've evaded them, things should improve going forward. However, remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down. You are correct. I too cannot afford to be complacent. The more secure I feel, the more cautious I must be. Lately, I only go to the office or return home, rarely venturing elsewhere, with the occasional trip to the supermarket for essentials. If I can avoid going out, I will, as long as I can stay safe. Over time, my fortune will naturally begin to restore. I believe my luck is indeed on the mend. He has been experiencing a streak of good fortune, leading him to think that perhaps his luck is indeed reviving. Surely, these nerve-wracking days will not last much longer. He felt as though he could see the dawn of hope. If he can overcome this hurdle, he will be able to live a normal life again. Although this period has been quite distressing, it pales in comparison to the relief the ghostly immortal provided by healing his wife's legs, liberating him from a life devoid of hope and light. The suffering he endures now is truly negligible. After concluding his chat with Su Xiaonan, Wang Chuan stood up from the sofa, preparing to head to the kitchen. Qinya had just started a new job and had been especially busy lately, often returning home around 7 or 8 in the evening, leaving him to cook dinner. Just as he stood up, he felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the floor. A familiar tingling sensation returned to his legs. But this time it was intense, making it difficult for him to maintain his balance, as though countless needles were pricking him. The sensation in his legs compelled him to sit back down on the sofa. Previously, he had only experienced occasional leg numbness, but now it seemed to have intensified suddenly. After a while, the feeling gradually subsided, and he carefully stood up, only to find that his muscles felt utterly weak. Should I go to the hospital for an examination? Logically, he should, yet he hesitated. A sudden sense washed over him, as if some unseen force was compelling him to leave the house today. Having not encountered any abnormalities for many days, would deviating from his usual strategy today lead to trouble? Perhaps this was yet another trial he must endure. A bit of leg numbness shouldn't be a significant issue. Avoiding the hospital might not pose a problem. However, it could also be a precursor, a signal that something is amiss with his body. If he neglects to visit the hospital, could the situation worsen? For a moment, he found himself at an impasse. He felt as though he stood at a crossroads, with two paths before him, one of which led to doom. Yet he had to choose one to traverse. This was excruciatingly difficult. The future was uncertain. And no matter how he chose, he risked stepping onto the path of demise. During this period of indecision, the symptoms gradually faded away, and his body returned to a near-normal state. It truly did not seem like a serious ailment. Yet he still needed to find an opportunity to visit the hospital, but it absolutely could not be today. Now it was evening, and going to the hospital, whether by car, taxi, or on foot, carried the risk of unforeseen accidents. Moreover, the past few days had been excessively calm, a tranquility reminiscent of the eye of a storm. He could not shake the feeling that this might be the last trial he must face. If he could just evade it, everything would proceed smoothly. Fate appeared to be guiding him toward the hospital, yet he had lost 6 points of fortune. His destiny was fated to be unfavorable. And he felt compelled to resist it. In that case, he would do the opposite. He made a resolute decision. These days were critical. He would not go out, nor would he attend work, perfectly timing his vacation. Having resolved to remain steadfast, he would not leave home, not even for fate. Chapter 30. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. To prepare for potential emergencies, Wang Chuan requested leave from work. He had not stepped outside for several days. He firmly believed that as long as he remained at home and exercised sufficient caution, no unforeseen circumstances could befall him. After all, he was intimately familiar with his home and was certain that there was nothing within it that could pose a danger. For him, as long as the building did not collapse, this was the safest place in the world. Surely, it would not create such a ruckus just to ensure his misfortune. If he could endure a few more days, everything would improve. His reasoning was not unfounded. However, the essence of an accident lies in its unpredictability. If it could be anticipated, it would not be an accident. That morning, as Qinya departed for work, Wang Chuan awoke to a sharp pain in his lower back. He reached back to locate the source of the pain and winced as he pressed gently, his expression contorting in agony. It hurt terribly, and the source of the discomfort was his lumbar vertebrae. How could this be? He hadn't engaged in any strenuous activity these past few days. Based on his experience, such pain only arises after intense physical exertion. Yet he had not partaken in any vigorous exercise recently. As he attempted to rise from the bed, he discovered an overwhelming sense of weakness throughout his body, particularly in his legs, which felt numb and rigid. With great difficulty, he managed to get off the bed, moving around a bit to alleviate the symptoms, but the pain in his lower back persisted. Wang Chuan did not dwell on it. He still believed this might be fate's way of pushing him out of the safety of his home. Here, he remained secure. It was only upon leaving that he might encounter trouble. The previous 2 incidents had occurred so suddenly, as if some unseen force was conspiring against him. He would not be fooled. Moreover, the current physical issues did not seem severe enough to warrant a hospital visit. Most people would not rush to the hospital for minor ailments. They would likely take some medicine and perhaps visit a nearby clinic. Enduring until they felt better, it was only when one could no longer cope that they would seek medical attention. Especially for those in their prime, who are generally in good health, it is not uncommon for them to have never set foot in a hospital. A minor ailment can often be resolved with a couple of days of rest. He applied a medicated patch to himself, reasoning that if things worsened, he could always go to the hospital later. He absolutely could not leave the safety of his abode at this moment. The following day, however, his symptoms had not improved. In fact, they had intensified. He awoke in the morning to find himself jolted awake by pain. Even without touching his lumbar region, the pain was excruciating. Whether sitting or lying down, any pressure on his lower back sent him into fits of agony. What's wrong? Qinya, awakened by his distress, rubbed her eyes and asked with concern. Wang Chuan's face contorted in pain. His lower back was suffering immensely. How could this happen? Seeing his expression, Qinya's sleepiness vanished, replaced by worry. Let me take you to the hospital. She hurriedly dressed and assisted him in getting out of bed. However, as soon as he sat up, he cried out in pain. Witnessing this, Qinya became even more alarmed. Recalling that the wheelchair she had used previously had yet to be disposed of, she hurriedly fetched it and placed him in it. Hang in there. I'll get you to the hospital. All right. The pain rendered Wang Chuan oblivious to everything else. Even the possibility of an accident on the way was no longer a concern. He needed to get to the hospital. The rapid deterioration of his condition filled him with a profound sense of unease. Noticing her husband's expression, Qinya felt the situation was dire and immediately called for an ambulance. The nearest hospital was approximately 4 to 5 kilometers away, and it was rush hour, causing heavy traffic. Even the ambulance faced delays. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at the hospital. Medical personnel swiftly wheeled Wang Chuan into the emergency room for examination. After a preliminary assessment, the medical staff provided him with immediate care. In the hospital room, Wang Chuan's pain subsided significantly, yet an overwhelming sense of anxiety lingered within him. He suddenly realized that he might have made a grave mistake. He had been so focused on avoiding potential accidents that he had neglected to heed the warnings his body had presented. Yet, the essence of an accident is that it comes unexpectedly. Perhaps this sudden illness was indeed serious. Soon, a doctor entered the room and explained his condition. It is acute myelitis caused by a virus, and it has progressed to a severe stage. The virus has spread and affected your nervous system, which is why you are experiencing numbness, weakness, or rigidity in your lower limbs. Why did you wait so long to come to the hospital? If you had come a couple of days earlier, we could have managed to control it. The current situation is not very optimistic. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Wang Chuan's mind went blank. His fears were confirmed, and he became dazed. Qinya looked at the doctor. Her face filled with urgency. What will happen? Will he recover? The doctor's expression turned regretful. If only a few days earlier, there would have been no significant issue. However, the inflammation has spread rapidly, already affecting his nervous system. Should there be further deterioration, the patient risks paralysis in his lower limbs. Paralysis in the lower limbs? A tempest of turmoil surged within Qinya's heart. She found it unbearable. Her legs were perfectly fine. Their family was finally on the right track. So why did her husband's health suddenly deteriorate? Couldn't fate allow them to live in peace? Qinya gazed at the doctor, pleading, Doctor, I implore you. You must save him. My husband cannot become paralyzed. We are willing to pay any price. The doctor shook his head helplessly, explaining that sometimes it is not merely a matter of money. Observing the agitated Qinya, the doctor reassured her, we will do our utmost. We have convened all the experts in the hospital to discuss treatment options. There is still a possibility for recovery. Yet, upon hearing the doctor's words, Qinya's expression did not improve. His words were laden with helplessness, almost indirectly suggesting that hope was dwindling. In that moment, Qinya felt utterly drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. She turned her gaze to her husband. only to find Wang Chuan staring blankly, his eyes filled with despair. She rushed forward, knelt beside him, and grasped his hand. "Darling, don't worry. Everything will be all right. The doctor said there is still hope, and no matter the cost. We must pursue treatment, and I will be by your side through it all. We will face any disaster together. You will recover. Please do not give up." As he met her tear-filled eyes, Wang Chuan mechanically shook his head, remaining silent, but the emptiness in his gaze spoke volumes. He understood that hope had slipped away. That moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as if a hand were callously orchestrating every aspect of his life. That hand was fate, an entity against which one cannot rebel, and no matter how he fortified himself, calamity would inevitably befall him. He did not believe he had made the wrong choices, for regardless of his actions, they all seemed futile, every decision a misstep. Before him lay nothing but a dead end. Even had he sought medical attention sooner, what was destined to occur would still come to pass, before fate. He felt like a small boat adrift, the merciless tides of destiny ultimately steering him towards his inevitable conclusion. Perhaps this was the inescapable fate he could not escape. Chapter 31. The inexorable fate. Su Xiaonan had not been able to reach Wang Chuan for over half a month. She vaguely sensed that perhaps something unfortunate had befallen him. Otherwise, there was no reason for his silence in response to her messages. However, having never met him in person and being unacquainted, she could not ascertain what had transpired. Previously, she had believed that Wang Chuan's situation was improving, which had sparked her regret regarding the events surrounding Zhang Huihui. Had they been a bit more cautious back then, or if she had not allowed Zhang Huihui to tend to her in the hospital, perhaps such a tragic outcome could have been averted. This thought tormented her, filling her with anguish. But now, upon learning that Wang Chuan had likely encountered an accident, she realized that even with utmost caution, trouble would still find Zhang Huihui, for such was destiny. From the moment fortune was lost, disaster had already been set in motion. Wang Chuan had been so careful, not even stepping outside, yet issues still arose. She felt a sense of regret and guilt, knowing that she bore some responsibility in this matter. Had it not been for her words, Wang Chuan would not have been aware of the so-called wish-fulfilling spirit. Days later, when she finally received a response from Wang Chuan, she learned of his fate. "I am ill, suffering from acute myelitis. Now, I am disabled." Just as she was about to reply, she discovered that he had blocked her. It seemed Wang Chuan still harbored resentment towards her, believing that had it not been for her, none of this would have happened. Su Xiaonan did not blame him. She merely felt a sense of discomfort. Wang Chuan's wife was in good health, yet he had fallen into misfortune, and their lives had reverted to their former state. No, perhaps even worse than before. This was the price of wishing upon a spirit. While wishes could indeed be fulfilled, the cost was insufferably burdensome. Life is invariably imperfect. When individuals are dissatisfied with their circumstances, they will seek ways to remedy the deficiencies in their lives. Spirits can certainly assist in compensating for these shortcomings. But this is merely patching one hole while creating another. When one issue is resolved, new problems invariably emerge. In their quest to remedy these issues, people often make new wishes. Ultimately, they discover that even if their wishes are granted, their lives do not improve as a result. They are simply trudging step by step towards the abyss. Once the act of wishing is initiated, it becomes an inescapable cycle that leads to demise. Su Xiaonan rapidly typed away at her keyboard, transcribing these thoughts onto her computer before publishing them. She transformed Wang Chuan and Qin Ye's ordeal into a new story, posting it on a forum. This was a task bestowed upon her by the wish-fulfilling spirit, a responsibility she could not defy. Yet, she hoped that this narrative would awaken those who might be teetering on the brink of despair. Even if she could prevent only one tragedy, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Simultaneously, she wished for Wang Chuan to see her post, to endure this ordeal, and to find a way out through his own strength. Without resorting to wishes upon the spirit, for otherwise, his circumstances would only worsen. However, who does not understand such reasoning? When individuals have experienced the allure of wishing, they care for nothing else. Moreover, what Wang Chuan faced was an unending darkness and despair that could not be navigated alone. After completing her story, Su Xiaonan, as per her usual practice, responded using her alternate account. This would increase the post's visibility, allowing more people to see it. Despite her inner reluctance, she felt compelled to act. Once she finished, she noticed several private messages in her own account and opened them to review. "What a load of nonsense you're writing," employing so many trolls to continuously post. Are you sick? Upon reading this inexplicable insult, Su Xiaonan's heavy emotions quickly transformed into ire. Though her posts garnered only a modest audience, totaling perhaps 3,000 or 4,000 views, encountering criticism was not unexpected given the vast array of people online. Yet, she would not tolerate it. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. Why do you care so much about what I write? Mind your own business and take care of your bedridden parents instead. With a click, she sent her retort and blocked the user, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Writing is no easy task. Keep at it, a message of encouragement, yet Su Xiaonan did not reply. She typically refrained from responding unless confronted with insults. She then clicked on the last private message. The sender's avatar appeared to be a young girl, her nickname reading Shanshan Never Late. Sister, I find your writing quite fascinating. Is the wish-fulfilling spirit real? I really want to give it a try. Best not to try. If you truly summon the spirit, it will only bring you trouble. After replying, Su Xiaonan suddenly felt regret. She should not have responded, let alone advised against trying it. As a messenger of the spirit, she could not declare the spirit to be a fabrication. In such a situation, any response she provided would be inappropriate, merely piquing the other person's curiosity. Initially, the individual might have only been speaking casually, but her reply would undoubtedly deepen their impression and increase the likelihood of them attempting to summon it. However, it was too late to retract her message. Just as she was about to close the webpage, she noticed a new notification, a new private message. Sister, you replied to me. I'm so happy I'll give it a try. If there are no spirits, I might come back to trouble you. Su Xiaonan immediately felt a wave of concern. She was not worried about the person seeking her out through the internet, but rather, she wished to prevent anyone from coming to harm. Every minute, every second, people were dying in this world, and those tragedies were not her concern. She felt no attachment. However, the matters concerning the spirit were of her own making, and she could not feign indifference when it came to the resulting tragedies. She no longer dared reply to any messages, for regardless of how she responded, it would only exacerbate the situation. This was why, as a messenger of the spirit, she found herself compelled to advise others against summoning the wish-fulfilling spirit. Yet this behavior was not prohibited. Leaving the computer behind, Su Xiaonan wandered to the window. Lost in thought. Initially, she believed that the spirit was neither inherently good nor evil, that it would not solely bring disaster upon people. Assisting the spirit was not necessarily a malevolent act. However, as she pondered further, she increasingly recognized that the vast majority of individuals could not derive any genuine benefit from the spirit. The more wishes people made, the worse their situations became. Wang Chuan was a prime example. Did humanity possess no means to resist fate? According to the spirit's doctrine, they did. For fortune is not constant. As long as luck can be augmented, everything will improve. She herself was a testament to this. Having made 2 wishes to the spirit, her luck must be quite low. Yet with the spirit's protection, she faced fewer troubles. Furthermore, becoming a messenger of the spirit would gradually enhance her fortune. Even after the contract expired and she lost her status, she would still possess more luck than others, making her endeavors more likely to succeed. Thus, her fate could be seen as altered by the spirit. However, the spirit would not concern itself with others. Those who lost their fortune and sought to escape the consequences found it exceedingly difficult. After a while, she returned to her computer, only to discover yet another new private message. It was from the girl with the nickname Shanshan Never Late. Sister, who exactly are you? How do you know? There really are spirits. I actually summoned the wish-fulfilling spirit. How wonderful, thank you. I adore you. As she read those words, Su Xiaonan's expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps she had inadvertently harmed yet another person. She once again noticed that a new reply had appeared on her previous post. It was from that person named Shanshan who was never late. She felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. She truly did not anticipate that the wish-granting spirit was real. She had genuinely summoned the spirit, and it had fulfilled her desire. If anyone has wishes they wish to see realized, they should hasten to make their requests to the wish-granting spirit, for it is said to be ever responsive to those in need. She glanced at the timestamp, which indicated that the reply had just been posted. Such a response was not surprising, as she often received similar comments on her alternate account. Those who saw the post would likely assume this comment was also from her secondary account. Only she knew the truth. This individual had indeed made a pact with the spirit and obtained what they desired. Without hesitation, She opened her private messages with that person and inquired, "May I ask what wish you made to the spirit?" Chapter 32. Present difficulties that night. Wu Shanshan found herself alone in the dormitory. It was Saturday, and her 3 roommates were either off with their boyfriends or had gone home. This was a common occurrence each week. She was now a junior at a rather ordinary university, despite its name, Zhengzhou University, which bore little relation to its actual standing and had a significant disparity in quality. However, the tuition fees were exorbitantly high, far surpassing those of comparable institutions. Most of her classmates hailed from affluent families, as otherwise they would not be able to afford such a school. Particularly in her dormitory, each of the 3 girls donned designer clothing, carried luxury handbags, and used exceedingly expensive cosmetics. In their presence, she always felt a sense of inferiority. In truth, her family situation was not dire. Although her parents did not possess great wealth, they had provided adequately for her and never neglected her needs. Otherwise, with her college entrance examination scores, she would not have gained admission to any university at all. Yet, comparisons bred discontent. In juxtaposition to her peers, she felt like a country bumpkin, an outsider. The clothes she wore, the bag she carried, and the cosmetics she used were all of a significantly lower tier. Prior to attending university, she had been the envy of others, as her allowance was consistently more generous than that of her peers. Now, the stark contrast left her feeling uncomfortable and at times even self-conscious. Although her relationship with her dormitory mates appeared cordial, an unbridgeable gap lingered between them. She could not fully integrate into their social circle due to her markedly different financial background. Always eager to keep up with others, she found herself running short of the funds her family provided, leading her to resort to an alternative path: online loans. Currently, her total debt across multiple platforms had exceeded 50,000. Initially, she managed her repayments by transferring funds between various accounts. For a time, this strategy worked well enough. However, as time passed and interest accumulated, her debts spiraled out of control. By the time she realized the extent of her predicament, it was already too late. She could no longer borrow from any platform, and the repayment deadlines were drawing near. In just 3 days, she was due to repay a sum of money. Otherwise, her loans would be marked overdue. And she could only imagine the barrage of harassing calls that would follow, affecting her parents, relatives, and friends. At that point, nearly everyone would become aware of her financial troubles. She felt utterly lost, unsure of how to face the world. Contemplating these matters, she found herself spiraling into despair. Yet, she was not entirely without options. She could still come clean to her parents. They were indeed capable of assisting her with the repayment. However, she could hardly fathom the disappointment they would feel upon discovering that their usually well-behaved and considerate daughter had fallen into such dire straits. In that moment, she would feel utterly ashamed to confront them. The thought of her parents learning of her predicament was more unbearable to her than death itself. Oh, if only the wish-granting spirit were real. She recalled a story she had recently encountered online. While the writing was mediocre, the content resonated with her deeply. She wished fervently that the wish-granting spirit in that tale were genuine. She had even sent a private message to the original poster. Although making a wish to the spirit required a sacrifice, those facing difficulties might willingly pay a price far exceeding their troubles, as long as their pressing issues could be resolved. The wish-granting spirit, capable of fulfilling any desire in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, could almost be likened to a living bodhisattva. Yet, how could such a being exist in reality? They were merely stories. After all, she put away her phone and prepared for bed. Just as she lay down, she glanced at her phone once more, only to see that the author had replied to her message. Curiously, she opened it. "You'd best not try. Summoning the spirit will only bring you trouble." This response took her by surprise. She had expected the author to dismiss it as a fabrication. While many commenters claimed the wish-granting spirit was real, it was evident they were merely using the author's alternate account. Yet, this reply truly piqued her curiosity. What if those responses were not from the author's alternate account, but genuine? Perhaps the identical IP addresses merely indicated that one could only summon the spirit in Zhengzhou. Once this thought took root, her desire to test it could no longer be suppressed. She genuinely hoped the wish-granting spirit was real. This was also why she had been so eager to follow the story in that post. Despite its ordinary writing, why not give it a try? Even if it turns out to be false, I have nothing to lose. But what if it is real? Without delay, she sent a reply to the poster and then got out of bed. In the dormitory, she was entirely alone. The time was late at night, and most were asleep. leaving the building eerily quiet. The timing, location, and circumstances were all favorable. The items she needed were simple: a pen, a piece of white paper, and at most, a candle. All of these were readily available in her dorm. Though deep down she still believed it was highly improbable, her impulse to attempt it could no longer be contained. If she did not try, she would not be able to sleep that night. Having turned off the dormitory lights, she used her phone for illumination, lit a candle on the study desk beneath her bed, dripped some wax onto the surface, and secured the candle in place. Turning off the flashlight on her phone, the dormitory was now illuminated solely by the flickering candlelight. The atmosphere suddenly felt ominous, sending a shiver down her spine. She had never been particularly brave, and being alone in the dormitory already made her uneasy. The sudden decision to engage in such a spiritual experiment only heightened her anxiety. What if she truly encountered a spirit? But then again, wasn't that precisely what she sought? She recalled the impending loan deadlines, and her anxiety intensified. Spirits were not so terrifying compared to the relentless debt collectors. The spirits posed no immediate danger, whereas the collectors would not show her any mercy. In comparison, she found the prospect of encountering a spirit rather endearing. Seating herself at the desk, she took a sheet of A4 paper and laid it flat. Placing a pen atop it, with her hands clasped together, she closed her eyes and silently chanted, "Wish-granting spirit." Approximately a minute later, Wu Shanshan opened her eyes and gazed at the paper. As expected, the pen remained unchanged. Sigh. She let out a breath, for indeed, nothing had happened. The good news was that she had not seen a ghost. The bad news was that she still had not encountered one. This outcome was not unforeseen. As she did not truly believe in the existence of spirits, her fear had dissipated, and she stood up to head to the bathroom. After washing up, she returned to her desk, staring at the paper. She felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. What if the spirit simply hadn't heard her? Perhaps she should try once more. If it still failed, she could always go to bed afterward. With her hands clasped together again, she focused on the pen, closed her eyes, and implored, "Wish-granting spirit, please come forth. If you do not appear, I shall retire for the night." Upon finishing, she opened her eyes. The pen lay exactly as it had before. Indeed, relying on a spirit was futile. She had to depend on herself. Disappointed, she stood up to extinguish the candle. However, just as she blew it out, she caught a glimpse of the pen, which, to her astonishment, had suddenly stood upright on the paper. That Wu Shanshan stumbled back, overwhelmed by a chilling sensation enveloping her. She trembled uncontrollably. The pen had risen. Had she imagined it, or was it real? She struggled to calm her racing thoughts. Her hand instinctively resting on her chest. It had only been a fleeting moment, and she hadn't seen clearly. It was entirely possible that she had misperceived it. Yet, she had to confirm the truth, or she would never find peace in her nights to come. Her hand quickly fumbled on the desk, searching for her phone. In the darkness, she failed to find her device, but instead brushed against something icy cold, colder than ice itself. She recoiled in shock, sensing a chilling presence seeping into her being, rendering her entire body numb. Fear surged through her, leaving her in a state of confusion. The spirit had truly arrived. She turned to flee but collided with the bed's railing, pain shooting through her head. The sudden pain jolted her into clarity, and she gradually calmed herself. She had summoned the spirit to fulfill her wish. Now that it had appeared, why should she be afraid? If she let this opportunity slip away, not only would her wish remain unfulfilled, but she might also invite misfortune upon herself. After all, she had called forth the spirit. If she fled, would it simply allow her to escape? Summoning her courage, she trembled but returned to her seat. "Spirit, I sincerely apologize for my earlier fear. I did not intend to show you any disrespect." Once she had gathered her scattered emotions, she relied on memory to find a lighter on the desk and reignited the candle. The flickering flame of the candle illuminated the darkened room, and through its glow, she discerned the situation before her with remarkable clarity. The pen stood poised upon the paper, as if gripped by an unseen hand. It had truly arrived. Witnessing all of this, Wu Shanshan felt her mind undergo a profound shock. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling the wild thumping of her heart, a mixture of astonishment, fear, and joy enveloping her. After several deep breaths, she finally managed to calm herself. Are you the wishful ghost immortal?" As soon as she finished speaking, She observed the pen tip moving across the paper, forming a stroke. Gazing at the characters inscribed upon the page, Wu Shanshan's heart was a tumult of excitement, exhilaration, and trepidation, entangled like a mass of tangled threads. Yet, when she recalled the difficulties she faced, only delight remained. Regardless of whether the future was bright or bleak, at least the pressing troubles could find resolution. Chapter 33. Ghost Immortal. I seek wealth. Wu Shanshan suppressed her exhilaration, pressing her palms together before her. Ghost Immortal, I have a small wish. Might you assist me in realizing it? Upon uttering these words, she cautiously fixed her gaze upon the pen on the paper, which swiftly danced across the surface until a few words emerged. All requests shall be met. Reading the inscription, Wu Shanshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. It indeed mirrored the tales she had heard. Those stories must be true. The Ghost Immortal could grant any wish. All she sought was a modest sum of money to alleviate her current plight. A trivial matter for the Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal, my wish is to receive a sum of money. $50,000 would suffice. No sooner had she spoken than Wu Shanshan hastily amended her request. No, not 50,000. I shall ask for 100,000 instead. Is that acceptable? She reasoned that having summoned the wishful Ghost Immortal with such difficulty, she could not settle for such a meager amount. 50,000 would merely suffice to repay her debts. Insufficient for maintaining a dignified life. 100,000, however, combined with her family's allowance, would be ample to sustain her until graduation. Once she graduated and entered the workforce, financial concerns should no longer pose a problem. Yet, if possible, she still desired even more money but dared not ask for too much. After all, this was a transaction of equivalence. Once her wish was fulfilled, she would be obliged to repay. She harbored uncertainty about the consequences of relinquishing the equivalent fortune. This time, she merely intended to test the waters. Holding her breath, she fixed her gaze intently on the pen. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. What if the Ghost Immortal declined her request? The pen tip swiftly marked a check on the paper. For Lin Yuan, this was a trifling matter, easily accomplished, provided the other party could meet the price. The amount desired posed no issue as long as it was within their means. Observing the pen's strokes, Wu Shanshan exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across her face. The weight that had burdened her and rendered her breathless seemed to dissipate, leaving her feeling remarkably light. At last, her immediate difficulties had found resolution. With this money, she need not fret about the approaching repayment deadline. Wonderful, thank you, Ghost Immortal. However, what price must I pay? Lin Yuan inscribed a numeral on the paper, signifying 2 points of fortune. This was the cost for Wu Shanshan to receive her 100,000. While money holds a fixed value, Lin Yuan facilitated the alteration of one's fate to help them realize their desires. Therefore, the fortune required to obtain money varied from person to person. A wealthy individual seeking 100,000 might expend no fortune at all, while a destitute person could expend all they had yet still fall short. The amount of fortune consumed to fulfill a wish depended on the wishmaker themselves. If a wishmaker could annihilate the world with a mere flick of a finger, then wishing for the world's destruction would cost them not a single point of fortune. Although Wu Shanshan was in debt, the 100,000, given her family circumstances, was not an exorbitant sum. Hence, expending 2 points of fortune was sufficient. 2 points of fortune? That doesn't seem excessive, Wu Shanshan mused, lacking a full understanding of fortune. She merely perceived this figure as relatively small. Yet, whether it was significant or not depended on her total fortune. She promptly inquired, "May I know how much fortune I possess?" For common inquiries, the cost is minimal, and Lin Yuan could respond while gaining willpower from the interaction. However, this particular question required the expenditure of at least 1 point of fortune to uncover. Lin Yuan could not directly consume her fortune to provide her with an answer. He wrote on the paper, "Pay 1 point of fortune." Everyone yearns to know this answer, yet few are willing to pay such a price. Observing the inscription, Wu Shanshan quickly waved her hand. "I no longer wish to know." Although this information was crucial, expending the equivalent of 50,000 in fortune for a question that offered no tangible benefit seemed unworthy. It would be far more practical to request an additional 50,000 instead. Wu Shanshan resolved not to ask further, convinced that losing 2 points of fortune would have no dire consequences. After all, it merely equated to the fortune of 100,000. Could her life truly be valued at only 100,000? 000? She refused to believe it. Ghost Immortal, when may I expect to receive the money? In what manner will it be delivered? As the repayment date loomed, she hoped for a prompt resolution. Otherwise, acquiring the funds would be meaningless. The paper soon revealed 2 words. At this moment, upon seeing these words, Wu Shanshan felt her phone vibrate. A notification of incoming information. Glancing at the pin, she quickly grasped the implication and hurriedly checked her phone. The message displayed a notification of a change in her bank account balance. To her astonishment, her account reflected a deposit of 0.1 yuan. Yet, she had requested 100,000, just as she prepared to question the Ghost Immortal. She noticed that the balance now read over 100,700 yuan, having started with just over 700. This 100,000 appeared without any trace of a transfer, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Or perhaps had always belonged to her. Wu Shanshan understood that this was undoubtedly the extraordinary ability of the Ghost Immortal. I have received it. Thank you, Ghost Immortal. You are truly my savior. With her hands clasped above her head, she bowed in reverence and, in her excitement, asked, Ghost Immortal, if I have further wishes, may I summon you again? The pin once again marked a check on the paper, and Wu Shanshan felt a wave of relief as she rubbed her hands together in excitement. At present, I have no other desires, Ghost Immortal. Please return to your realm. And no sooner had she spoken than the pin tumbled from the paper, rolling across the table before falling to the floor with a soft thud. Had it departed? Wu Shanshan sensed the surrounding air returning to normalcy, the eerie atmosphere dissipating. The Ghost Immortal had indeed taken its leave. It arrived at her summons and departed upon her request, clean and decisive. Without lingering or hesitation, it responded to every plead in her eyes. It was not a ghost, but rather a living bodhisattva. No, it surpassed the bodhisattva by far. While one could not summon a bodhisattva, the wishful Ghost Immortal could indeed be called forth. Previously, she had harbored a fear of ghosts, avoiding even the least terrifying of horror films. Yet this wishful Ghost Immortal had transformed her perception of spirits entirely. She gently patted her chest, calming her excitement and exhilaration. Having just experienced an extraordinary event akin to a dream, recollections of dreams prompted her to verify her bank balance once more, ensuring she had not been deluding herself. She pinched her cheek to confirm she was not trapped in a dream. She must give the Ghost Immortal a 5-star review. Suddenly recalling a post she had seen earlier, she quickly opened her phone and sent a private message to the individual who had made the post. After sending it, she commented beneath the post, succinctly recounting her recent experience and fervently praising the wishful Ghost Immortal as a devoted believer would. Having completed these actions, she lay in bed, still unable to sleep, tossing and turning in excitement. The events she had just witnessed were simply too miraculous. Anyone who underwent such an experience would remain exhilarated for a considerable time, and it would surely linger in their memory for a lifetime. Opening her phone, she noticed a reply from the original poster in response to her message. What wish did you make? Wu Shanshan, still brimming with enthusiasm, quickly replied. I merely asked the Ghost Immortal for a bit of money. And the Ghost Immortal granted it to me immediately. It was simply marvelous, resolving my urgent predicament. Sister, I am immensely grateful to you. Without you, I would never have known of the wishful Ghost Immortal's existence. You have opened the door to a new world for me. On the other side of the screen, Su Xiaonan read Wu Shanshan's message. Sensing her genuine joy, a sigh of resignation escaped her lips. If this was a matter of urgency, then it was acceptable. However, if it led to an attitude of entitlement, becoming enamored with the ease of obtaining money, then this person would be lost. After pondering for a moment, she replied, How much fortune did you expend? 2 points, came the swift response. 2 points of fortune is quite a lot. I once lost only 1 point and faced a series of misfortunes. However, generally speaking, the impact would not be severe, at the very least. It would not result in life-threatening circumstances like Zhang Hui's, nor would it lead to paralysis as in Wang Chuan's case. After considering, she quickly typed on her keyboard, aware that she needed to make the other party recognize the gravity of the situation. The fortune of an ordinary individual typically hovers around the value of 10, varying from abundant to scarce. If one wishes to engage in a transaction with the spirit of the deceased, caution is paramount. Communicating such matters to the other party is inconsequential. Should they inquire, even the spirit would respond. She merely hopes that upon realizing the gravity of the situation, that individual might temper their desires. She does not wish to witness a life extinguished due to her involvement. Soon, she received a reply. And upon reading the response, she came to the realization that it was unwise to speak out of turn. Each person is unique. She should never have attempted to persuade anyone. With such reflections, she expressed her gratitude to her sister for sharing this insight. Previously, a flicker of concern had crossed her mind as she had inquired about the extent of her fortune, yet the spirit had remained silent. The post she read indicated that if one's fortune were exceedingly low, it could lead to death. Now, she felt utterly untroubled. Chapter 34. Clothes make the man. The transaction with Wu Shanshan had granted Lin Yuan an additional 0.2 points of willpower, bringing his total to 2.8. According to the classification of energy, he remained at the level of a wandering spirit, and among wanderers, he was among the weaker. Despite Su Xiaonan's numerous posts, the conditions surrounding his summoning had resulted in very few attempts. The name of the spirit remained relatively obscure, and this could only be remedied through the passage of time. It was not something that could be hastened within mere months. He had ample time and felt no urgency. What was meant to come would undoubtedly arrive. Moreover, he was certain that Wu Shanshan would summon him again. As a student, Wu Shanshan lacked means to earn money, and the spirit's appearance had alleviated her immediate financial woes. Having tasted the sweetness of assistance, her desires would only grow. Without the spirit capable of fulfilling wishes, many often find themselves without avenues to realize their aspirations. Unfulfilled desires would naturally be restrained. However, when a means to achieve them presents itself, without clear costs or tangible consequences, controlling one's desires becomes exceedingly challenging. Individuals often harbor a sense of invincibility, believing that nothing untoward will transpire. Thus, although Wu Shanshan had expended merely 2 points of fortune, her destiny had irrevocably shifted. Lin Yuan, however, remained indifferent to Wu Shanshan's fate. His humanity waned, and he scarcely cared for his own well-being, regardless of who or what it was. As long as one could pay the price, their wishes would be granted. Wu Shanshan spent an exhilarating night sleepless with excitement. Yet, come morning, she appeared vibrant and untroubled, a stark contrast to someone who had not slept a wink. Such a miraculous experience was bound to stir exhilaration. She felt her luck was astoundingly fortuitous. Just as her loan was on the brink of overdue, she had summoned the spirit, who even provided her with money. This experience felt nothing short of extraordinary. During her restless night, she had repaid all her online debts. Now, she was free of financial burdens, a sensation she hadn't felt in ages. Around 10 in the morning, she indulged in an extravagant takeaway meal. Not long ago, due to the impending loan deadline, she had refrained from spending a single penny, concocting numerous excuses to extract funds from her family. Yet, even those funds proved inadequate, leading to a period of severe financial strain. Now, however, she harbored no concerns regarding money. After settling her debts, she still had over 50,000 remaining. Among students, she was relatively affluent. No matter how she managed her finances, she would have enough until graduation, especially with her family consistently providing her with pocket money. She firmly believed that once she graduated and began working, she would never face poverty. As she savored her meal, the dormitory door swung open unexpectedly, and Wu Shanshan glanced up. A girl entered, sporting deep brown hair, a tall figure, and clad in a black lace dress, complemented by high-heeled shoes and a light red handbag. Her exquisitely made-up face radiated confidence and elegance, exuding an aura akin to an unattainable goddess, at least in Wu Shanshan's eyes. This girl was Chen Linyan, Wu Shanshan's classmate and dormitory mate. Wu Shanshan admired her deeply, not merely in a fond manner, but with a sense of reverence and envy. Chen Linyan's demeanor was always poised and self-assured, reminiscent of a young lady from a wealthy family. Wu Shanshan felt an innate admiration for her, wishing to embody such grace. Chen Linyan, why are you back so early today? Chen Linyan, hailing from Zhengzhou, often returned home weekly, sometimes not even returning to the dormitory on Sundays since their Monday classes began at 10 in the morning. Upon entering the dormitory and finding it empty, she felt a bit bored and decided to check in. Is it just you here? Yes, I have no idea where the others went since Friday. Chen Linyan approached Wu Shanshan, her bright eyes studying her, as she smiled and inquired, "What's the matter? You seem unusually happy today." Wu Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly. "Do I? I've always been like this. Haven Ti?" Chen Linyan shook her head. No, today is different. You seem to have become even more beautiful, flattered by the compliment. Wu Shanshan smiled bashfully. Yet, she too felt a change within herself, perhaps due to her newfound ease. With sufficient funds now at her disposal, she felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps this was why Chen Linyan remarked on her increased beauty. Have you eaten yet? Wu Shanshan gestured to her table laden with food. If you haven't tea, come join me. Chen Linyan shook her head. I had something before coming up. After Wu Shanshan finished her meal and tidied up, Chen Linyan suggested, I'm feeling quite bored. How about we go out for a stroll? Wu Shanshan hesitated but realized that staying in the dormitory offered little else beyond binge-watching shows. She nodded. All right, where shall we go? Chen Linyan stood up. I'm not sure. Let us just wander about. I drove today. Exiting the dormitory, they found Chen Linyan's car parked along the roadside. A blue BMW 3 Series. Wu Shanshan had ridden in it before and had felt a pang of envy, pondering when she might own such a vehicle herself. However, with a price tag exceeding 300,000, it was far beyond her means. Her family S-car was barely above 200,000, making such a luxurious purchase implausible. Once inside the car, as Chen Linyan switched shoes, Wu Shanshan gazed at her with unmasked admiration. After changing her shoes, Chen Linyan sat up straight and turned to her. What's on your mind? Wu Shanshan quickly shook her head, fearful that Chen Linyan might discern her thoughts, which would be quite embarrassing. Chen Linyan drove them around the outskirts of Zhengzhou, where the scenery was delightful. In the afternoon, they ventured to a high-end shopping mall, a place Wu Shanshan had never visited before. Upon entering, she felt a strange sense of discomfort, as if she did not belong there. Her inner insecurities made her feel out of place. Chen Linyan, familiar with the venue, guided her to a CAF for a drink before casually browsing the shops. In a clothing store, Chen Linyan's eyes fell upon a dress, and she headed to the fitting room to try it on. Wu Shanshan picked up a nearby garment, glancing at its price tag in disbelief. The seemingly unremarkable piece was nearly 2,000 yuan, equivalent to her monthly living expenses. Chen Linyan's selection was likely even pricier. At that moment, a female shop assistant approached, politely asking, Miss, which piece has caught your eye? You may try it on. After assessing Wu Shanshan, she retrieved another item from the rack. I believe this one complements your style beautifully. Would you like to try it? Wu Shanshan quickly shook her head. I'm just browsing, waiting for someone, and no need to purchase. You can try it on first. It truly suits you. Seeing the dress in the shop assistant's hands ignited a spark of curiosity within Wu Shanshan. And she nodded. All right, I'll give it a go. Taking the garment, she delicately felt its soft, silky texture, which felt exquisite to the touch. The color was uniquely sophisticated, exuding an air of elegance. After changing in the fitting room and stepping out, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and was struck by a sense of astonishment. Indeed, the adage clothes make the man resonated deeply with her today. A fine outfit could elevate one's presence, transforming their demeanor entirely. Furthermore, the distinction between high-quality clothing and ordinary garments was palpable. Even when comparing garments of the same color, the differences in cut and craftsmanship were apparent. Such subtle variances determined their quality and prestige, leading to a significant disparity in appearance. How do you find it? Beautiful. The shop assistant approached Wu Shanshan, beaming at her. There was no need for further words. The dress suited Wu Shanshan impeccably, enhancing her aura and elevating her presence significantly. She found herself reluctant to remove it. Chapter 35. She is a swan. Wu Shanshan gazed into the mirror, turning about to admire her reflection, feeling an unfamiliar sense of self. She suddenly felt a wave of realization wash over her. She too could become the person she had always admired. The shop assistant stood beside her, patiently waiting, before softly inquiring, Well, miss, do you like it? Wu Shanshan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. She truly adored it. The only drawback was its steep price. Earlier, while in the fitting room, she had glanced at the tag, and for just one garment, it was over 3,000 yuan. That was undeniably expensive. After her previous experiences, she had vowed to refrain from frivolous spending. The online loans she had once taken out had nearly crushed her, leaving her with lingering trepidation. Initially, it had only been a few thousand yuan, and she managed to repay it with the living allowance from her family. However, as the amount borrowed grew, her allowance became insufficient, forcing her to resort to installments. Yet soon, she found herself unable to even meet those payments. Thus, she turned to other online lending platforms. At first, She believed she could maintain this precarious balance for an extended period. Yet, some platforms charged exorbitant interest rates, and within less than 2 years, she had accrued a debt of 50,000 yuan. Despite developing a habit of spending lavishly during her debt accumulation, this particular piece of clothing was still too extravagant for her. The money she owed had not significantly improved her quality of life. Such items were not meant for someone of her standing. Nonetheless, it was still exceedingly pricey. Wu Shanshan felt a twinge of embarrassment as she voiced her concerns. The shop assistant smiled, remarking, "Good clothes do tend to be a bit more expensive. After all, the quality is superior, and you wear it exceptionally well. It truly suits you." Wu Shanshan found herself in agreement with the assistant's words. The clothes she had previously worn had also cost several hundred yuan, and she had always thought they were quite nice. However, after comparing the two, she had to concede that there was indeed a reason for the higher price. Just as she was wavering, she noticed Chen Linyan stepping out of the fitting room, her face registering mild surprise upon seeing Wu Shanshan. "So, how does it look?" Wu Shanshan asked. Chen Linyan scrutinized her carefully before nodding, confirming that it indeed looked beautiful. "Unfortunately, it is a bit pricey." Wu Shanshan's face was filled with regret. She understood that this was beyond her means, yet she found it difficult to part with it, to revert to her previous attire. "Yes," Chen Linyan added, "the clothes here are indeed quite expensive." The shop assistant immediately interjected, "If you purchase 2 items, we can offer a 10% discount." Though the discount was minimal, and considering the original price of over 3,000 yuan, a significant reduction seemed impossible. However, Wu Shanshan felt a flicker of temptation at the assistant's words and glanced at Chen Linyan. Her eyes questioning, Chen Linyan inquired, "Could you possibly offer us a larger discount?" The assistant replied apologetically, "I'm afraid that's not possible. This is already the lowest discount we can provide." "Well, let's leave it at that," Chen Linyan stated, turning to Wu Shanshan. "What do you think?" "All right," Wu Shanshan replied, feeling a pang in her heart. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that she still had 50,000 yuan. Even if she spent a few thousand, she would still have a considerable amount left. As long as she refrained from purchasing such expensive items in the future, that money would suffice. Occasionally buying a pricier piece of clothing was not a problem. It wouldn't lead her to repeat past mistakes. Furthermore, she genuinely liked it. Little did she realize, the floodgates of desire often open with the smallest indulgence. Wu Shanshan wrapped her old clothes, and the two of them completed the transaction before leaving the store. Just as they stepped outside, Chen Linyan received a phone call. After hanging up, she turned to Wu Shanshan, saying, "My boyfriend just called. He's coming to find me. How about we grab a meal together?" "Your boyfriend?" Wu Shanshan was aware that Chen Linyan had a boyfriend, though she had never met him, and she quickly shook her head. "I wouldn't want to be a third wheel, but it's fine. There are others too. Besides, it's nearly mealtime." "Never mind. I think I'll just take a taxi home." Wu Shanshan felt somewhat awkward, being the outsider. "If anyone should take a taxi, it should be me," Chen Linyan retorted, grabbing her arm with a smile. "There's also a handsome guy. It would be great to introduce you to." Wu Shanshan's face flushed slightly, but she hesitated. "Maybe it's best to pass. Oh, come on, just consider it a meal with me." Seeing that Chen Linyan genuinely wanted her to join, Wu Shanshan relented with a nod. "All right then." An hour later, Chen Linyan's boyfriend arrived, and the two of them continued to browse the mall. Wu Shanshan spotted a pair of shoes that perfectly matched the outfit she had just purchased. Glancing at her old shoes, she suddenly found them unattractive. It was only through comparison that one could discern the disparity in quality. She felt conflicted. She had promised herself not to spend excessively, yet she kept encountering things she liked. Having already splurged on such an expensive garment, she felt that her other purchases should not fall short. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to buy the shoes as well. These shoes were still significantly cheaper than the outfit, costing just over 1,000 yuan. Once she donned the new shoes and her new clothing, standing before the mall's mirror, she felt completely transformed. Her foundation was not lacking. The reason she often perceived herself as inferior was rooted in her deep-seated insecurities. This self-doubt stemmed from her financial situation. Her attire always seemed to pale in comparison to others. She finally recognized that one's aura and confidence require careful presentation. Previously, without refined packaging, she appeared plain and unremarkable. Yet, fundamentally, she was not inferior to anyone. The disparity between her and Chen Linyan was merely due to the latter being from a wealthy family, while she came from a more modest background. That was all there was to it. Had their roles been reversed, she might have surpassed Chen Linyan in many ways. A confident smile graced her face as she resolved to bid farewell to her past. Akin to a homely duckling, she aspired to be a beautiful swan adorned in pure white feathers. They continued to explore the mall for a while, and although Wu Shanshan was tempted by many items, she managed to resist the urge to buy more. She was well aware that she had already spent quite a bit that day. Before long, Chen Linian's boyfriend arrived. Wu Shanshan had long been curious about what sort of man could be Chen Linian's partner. Upon meeting him, however, she felt a sense of disappointment. He was slightly older than them, in his early 20s, and his appearance was rather average. He was not particularly tall, barely reaching 175 centimeters, and stood almost at the same height as Chen Linian, who wore high heels. Yet, the man beside Chen Linian's boyfriend caught Wu Shanshan's attention. This must be the handsome guy Chen Linian had mentioned. He was also in his early 20s, significantly taller than Chen Linian's boyfriend. His skin was flawless, with a well-defined face and bright, clean eyes. His physique was impressive, indicative of someone who regularly worked out, with visible muscles that were not overly exaggerated, just perfectly proportioned. Chen Linian smiled at Wu Shanshan, teasing, "What's the matter? Have you spotted a handsome guy that you can't take your eyes off?" Wu Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly retorted, "No, don't be ridiculous. Allow me to introduce you," Chen Linian said, pulling her arm as they approached. "Wen Yin, this is my childhood friend. He has been studying abroad for the past few years and just returned recently." "Hello, I'm Wen Yin." The young man stepped forward, extending his right hand with a warm smile that radiated like gentle sunshine, making Wu Shanshan feel at ease. Wu Shanshan also extended her hand, lightly shaking his. Hello, I'm Wu Shanshan." Initially, she felt somewhat shy, her voice barely above a whisper. But soon, her confidence surged, and her voice became clear and polite. Chen Linian continued, "Wen Yin and I have known each other since childhood. He is 2 years older than I am. Our families were neighbors and often collaborated in business. As we grew older, our parents hoped to match us, but we are simply too familiar with each other. Just thinking of his childhood self makes me want to laugh. We truly can't be together." Wu Shanshan nodded, stealing another glance at Wen Yin, her heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. This man embodied all her fantasies of an ideal boyfriend, as if he had stepped straight out of a romantic drama. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, suppressing her inner turmoil. In the past, she might have felt unworthy of someone like him. However, now she possessed enough self-assurance. She understood that she too was a swan adorned in white feathers. Chapter 36. Maintaining the persona. Wu Shanshan felt that her luck had been remarkably favorable lately. After making a wish to the spirit of misfortune, she had lost 2 points of luck. Yet, over the past 20 days, she had not sensed any adverse effects from this loss. Recalling Su Xiaonan's earlier warnings, those words had initially unsettled her, but now they seemed somewhat alarmist. The luck of an ordinary person might average around 10 points, with some having more and some less. Perhaps she was simply one of those individuals blessed with an abundance of luck. Thus, the 2 points she had lost were negligible. Not only had she not been affected, but she had also become even luckier. Of course, there was another possibility. She remembered that the person who posted mentioned that luck is not fixed. It can change. Could it be that my luck has increased because of Wen Yin? A few days ago, she and Wen Yin had officially established their relationship as a couple. Although this was not her first love, it felt infinitely sweeter than any prior experience. Wen Yin is not only aesthetically pleasing but also possesses a gentle demeanor, a wealth of knowledge, and a gentlemanly respect for her. Moreover, her family is affluent and willing to lavish money on her. Recently, she has been enraptured by a sweet romance, which has infused her life with passion. If one were to pinpoint a downside, it would be that her spending has become rather excessive of late. Initially, after repaying her online loan, she had a remaining sum of 50,000 yuan, which has dwindled to just over 10,000 now. In a mere 20 days, she has expended over 30,000. Nevertheless, it is a worthy investment, as all expenses are directed towards herself. Given her family's wealth, she cannot afford to don the cheap clothing and low-cost cosmetics she once wore, as it would diminish her value in the eyes of her partner. The longer she spends with Wen Yin, the more she realizes how exceptional he is. She understands that in order to sustain this relationship, she must elevate herself. Otherwise, how could she ever be deemed worthy of him? She has fabricated an identity, slightly embellishing her family background to ensure they are a match in social standing. After all, even Chen Linhan is not fully aware of her family circumstances, since she is not from the local area. What she says goes. However, To make her identity appear more authentic, she feels the need to display some material wealth. Thus, she procured several exquisite garments, a necklace, 2 bags, and even a new phone from a previous shopping mall visit, all of which required considerable expenditure. Money truly is one of the most fleeting resources in this world. Had it not been for Wen Yin covering the costs during their recent outings, she might have found herself devoid of living expenses. Maintaining this facade is undeniably costly. However, she is resolute in ensuring that her persona does not collapse. It simply cannot. She comprehends that such deception could lead to the loss of everything she currently possesses. In a few days, it will be Wen Yan's birthday, and she has promised to present him with a gift. Furthermore, Chenlin Han, who introduced them, deserves at least a meal out. Given her affluence, a standard restaurant simply will not suffice. To save face, she must also offer her a gift, and it cannot be anything cheap. She counts on her fingers, continuously calculating, but no matter how she computes, her remaining funds appear insufficient. A significant portion is allocated for Wen Yan's birthday present. He has generously gifted her several items, including a bag that, according to him, cost 20,000 yuan. That is a luxury she has never dared to imagine, one that has elicited envy from her dormmates, including Chenlin Han. The thought has excited Wu Shanshan to the point of sleepless nights. Previously, she had envied Chenlin Han, but now, the tables have turned. One day, Chenlin Han jokingly remarked that she regretted introducing Wen Yin to her. Lamenting their childhood bond and conceding her loss, Wu Shanshan acknowledges that perhaps Chenlin Han and Wen Yin are a well-suited pair, but at this moment, he belongs to her. Moreover, she no longer perceives herself as inferior to Chenlin Han. In recent days, she has meticulously selected a birthday gift for Wen Yin at the mall. After all, the value of the items Wen Yin has gifted her totals several tens of thousands. She cannot afford to appear overly stingy. Otherwise, not only would her image in Wen Yan's eyes shatter, but he would also feel she does not value their relationship. She has set her sights on a pair of watches. They complement each other perfectly, making them apt for establishing their relationship and serving as a birthday gift for Wen Yin. Yet, their price is exorbitant, totaling over 20,000 for both. Are there no other suitable options? Unfortunately, none seem appropriate, and anything cheaper would lack sincerity. Ultimately, it all boils down to money. She sighs, realizing that borrowing from online lenders is out of the question. She has finally managed to escape that trap and cannot afford to fall back in. Besides, the interest rates are truly outrageous. The only solution to her dilemma remains the wishful spirit. As long as she can summon the spirit and make a wish, she can acquire whatever she desires. Such a phenomenon is simply extraordinary. In the past, she might have contemplated the cost, but now, after more than 20 days, nothing untoward has occurred. She has not faced any misfortunes, nor has her health faltered. She even suspects that there might be no cost at all. Even if there is a price to pay, it is undoubtedly something she can bear. This time, she will rely on the spirit's assistance. This is the only method Wu Shanshan can conceive. After all, losing a bit of luck is inconsequential. Money should not be turned down. This time, she intends to request 100,000 yuan, which should suffice in the future. She will avoid making wishes unless absolutely necessary. The reason for her current spending is primarily due to her recent relationship with Wen Yin, leading her to purchase numerous expensive items to craft her persona. However, such purchases are not one-time expenses. She will not need to buy again in the future. Thus, requesting another 100,000 yuan should be ample. Yet, soon enough, she begins to worry once more. Her concern is not about how the cost of her wishes may affect her future. Rather, she is uncertain whether she can summon the wishful spirit again. With a sense of trepidation, she deliberately waits until Saturday. The last time she called upon the spirit was on a Saturday evening. The only difference this time is her unwavering belief in the spirit's existence. Moreover, she is no longer afraid. She feels nothing but gratitude for the spirit that has resolved so many of her problems. Today, her dormitory is empty save for herself. Though Wen Yin had wished to take her out to dinner, she excused herself, citing prior engagements. While she cherishes every moment spent alone with him, summoning the spirit takes precedence. Additionally, she understands that being overly accommodating to a man only diminishes her value. Thus, to this day, she and Wen Yin have not engaged in any overly intimate interactions. As midnight approaches, Wu Shanshan retrieves paper and a pen. Lighting a candle as she did previously, and dims the lights. Taking a deep breath, she clasps her hands together, inwardly reciting the name of the wishful spirit. Wishful spirit, please come forth. I truly have an urgent matter to discuss. Help me fulfill one last wish at this moment. She is so anxious that she dares not open her eyes, fearing that the spirit may not heed her call. She has become dependent on the spirit. She does not wish to lose everything she currently possesses, and the only way to safeguard it is through the spirit's aid. Minutes later, she suddenly feels a chilling sensation, igniting her excitement. This feeling mirrors that of the last time the wishful spirit appeared. She quickly opens her eyes, and indeed, the pen on the paper has risen. The spirit has not deceived her. Spirit, I have another request for you. Please, I implore you to assist me this time. Chapter 37. Descending into the abyss, observing Wu Shanshan before him. Lin Yuan feels no shock. He had long anticipated that this girl would approach him for another wish. Indeed, less than a month has passed since their last encounter. The moment he appears, he notices that Wu Shanshan's dormitory has accumulated numerous items. Clothes, bags, and shoes are nearly overflowing. Her makeup appears more refined than last time, and her attire has undergone a transformation, giving her a fresh appearance. Lin Yuan surmises that these acquisitions were made with the funds from her previous wish. This time, it is likely she seeks money once more. Spirit, you have finally arrived. I am immensely grateful. I require a bit more money. Just like before, I would like 100,000 yuan. Is that possible? Wu Shanshan's expression radiates ease, clearly unfazed by the weighty costs involved. However, with this wish, she may very well be propelling herself into an abyss. In truth, while her initial wish only cost her a slight reduction in luck, its impact on Wu Shanshan has been profound. When one's luck diminishes, encountering minor misfortunes or losing some money may be the best-case scenario, as those events have negligible effects on life. The original trajectory of the wishmaker's life remains largely intact, at least preventing them from falling into a worse situation. Although Wu Shanshan appears to be thriving without any apparent misfortunes, her life has irrevocably altered, leading her down a different path, one that is fraught with cruelty. At the time, although she was burdened with online debt, given her family's circumstances, such a sum was hardly significant. Her parents were willing and able to assist her in repaying it. Should her situation be exposed, she would merely face a few reprimands from her parents, who would undoubtedly cover the debt. After learning from her experience, she would likely strive to improve herself rather than succumb to despair. Alternatively, even after the previous transaction, if she could restrain her desires and utilize that money to reshape her life, there would still be a chance for redemption. Yet, she failed to do so because she did not perceive the gravity of the cost. By wishing for money once again, she has sealed her fate. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan will not caution her. This is Wu Shanshan's decision, and he merely responds to her request. He promptly marks a check on the paper. Spirit, I knew you would agree. Thank you, Spirit. Wu Shanshan's face is alight with excitement. Her dilemma has finally been resolved. As for the cost, she does not regard luck as particularly valuable. Exchanging something deemed useless for money is a perfectly reasonable transaction. Spirit, you are truly wonderful, akin to a living bodhisattva. If I become prosperous in the future, I shall surely erect a temple in your honor. Wu Shanshan was filled with uncontainable excitement, yet Lin Yuan remained indifferent. For her words bore the same meaning as saying I'll treat you to a meal another day. They were not to be taken seriously. Moreover, he had no need for any temple. Gue Xian, I have nothing else to say. Until we meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, the pen on the paper fell, and Gue Xian departed, while Wu Shanshan received a text message from the bank notifying her of a deposit. It was a message akin to the last one she had received. The bank card showed a deposit of 0.1 yuan, yet the balance had increased by 100,000 yuan. Gazing at the balance on her card, Wu Shanshan smiled radiantly. Lin Yuan returned to his own abode. From this transaction, he had acquired approximately 0.3 units of willpower. This time, Wu Shanshan had expended 3 points of luck to obtain the 100,000. It remained an equitable exchange. Unlike before, Wu Shanshan had undergone a transformation in her destiny. Now, to acquire 100,000, she needed to expend 3 points of luck. However, as Wu Shanshan did not inquire, Lin Yuan chose not to disclose this. Yet the outcome was the same, as she remained oblivious to the significance of luck. At present, Lin Yuan's willpower had reached 3.1. Had Wu Shanshan not summoned him today, he would have gone nearly a month without being summoned by anyone. This period had indeed been tedious, and he prepared to slip back into slumber, but just as he was about to enter the realm of the stone, he sensed another surge of willpower. After a brief moment of attunement, Lin Yuan recognized the source. This individual had summoned him previously, wishing for his wife's legs to be healed. The renewed summoning likely indicated that new troubles had arisen. Lin Yuan was not surprised. Those who had made wishes would invariably seek to do so again whenever the opportunity presented itself. Frankly, if he were human, he would not believe he could resist such temptations of wishing. People often harbor dissatisfaction with their lives and yearn to mend those unfavorable aspects. No-one is exempt from this. Lin Yuan immediately followed the current of willpower and appeared before the other party. Wang Chuan lay upon his bed, surrounded by chaos, with various articles of clothing and personal belongings carelessly strewn across the floor. His face appeared haggard and greasy, as though he had not properly washed for an extended period. Stubble had grown for several days, forming a rugged patch of dark hair. He looked as though he had aged suddenly. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since the diagnosis of his illness. Although his condition had been stabilized and would not worsen, his lower limbs were already paralyzed. This unexpected turn of events had dealt him a severe blow, leaving him in a state of bewilderment and emotional instability. After his wife's legs had healed, everything seemed to be improving. Both his life and career were progressing smoothly. Yet, all of this had proven to be fleeting. He had struggled to escape the abyss, believing he could ascend to greater heights, only to find himself plummeting into another chasm. He had been cautious, confident in his ability to survive this calamity. However, the sudden onset of illness shattered everything he had. Life is such a fragile thing. A single misfortune can abruptly extinguish a vibrant existence. Previously, it was his wife who was paralyzed, and now it was he. It seemed as though fate had decreed that they could only struggle within this dark and muddy abyss, never truly reaching the surface. Just moments ago, he had lost control of his emotions, lashing out and having a heated argument with his wife. His unreasonable outburst had driven Qinya to storm out, and she had yet to return. Yet he felt that perhaps this was for the best, as he needed an environment conducive to solitude. Although the doctor had mentioned that there was still hope for recovery, it would require consistent treatment. Even if he could recover, the process could take several years. It was also possible that, years later, he would still be in this state. Regardless, his life had been utterly demolished. Even under the best circumstances, assuming he could recover in a few years, he would be nearing 40 by then. The treatment over those years would likely deplete most of the family's savings, possibly even necessitating the sale of their home. Approaching 40, disconnected from society for several years, and possessing nothing. What could he possibly do then? He could not envision it. Even if he were physically healthy, such a life would hold no hope. Moreover, this was the best-case scenario. What if the outcome were worse? If that were the case, he would have no desire to live. He knew that only the wishful ghost immortal could save him. Although the cost might be severe, it was his best option. It must be this way. It could only be this way. With Qinya gone, he had the opportunity to summon the ghost immortal. He retrieved paper and a pen from the bedside table, placing them on the nightstand. Candles were no longer an option, as he could barely move. He reached out to turn off the bedroom light, leaving only a dim lamp on, casting a softer glow in the room. Ghosts presumably prefer less brightness. Having completed these tasks, he was left panting and exhausted. His body was in such poor condition. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and pressed his hands together over his chest. Ghost immortal, I beseech you, please appear. Only you can save me, I implore you. At this moment, his heart was filled with trepidation. For his greatest fear was being unable to summon the wishful ghost immortal. His entire life hinged upon the ghost immortal's appearance. As long as the ghost immortal manifested, there would still be hope. Minutes later, he sensed the atmosphere around him grow cold and eerie, a sensation reminiscent of his first summoning of the ghost immortal. He excitedly opened his eyes, laboriously turning his body to gaze at the paper and pen on the nightstand. The pen remained still, yet he could sense the presence of something in the ISU. Wishful ghost immortal? As soon as he finished speaking, the pen seemed to be lifted by an unseen force. Standing upright on the paper, Chapter 38. Making others pay the price. Gazing at the pen poised on the paper, Wang Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. If he could, he would have knelt on the ground in a gesture of reverence to the ghost immortal. Alas, his body would not permit such action. Wishful ghost immortal, please forgive me. My body is incapacitated, and I can only do this. I am aware that my current predicament stems from my wish to you. And this is the price I must pay. Nevertheless, I remain grateful to you, for you truly healed my wife's legs. Enduring all of this is my rightful burden. After speaking, Wang Chuan turned to glance at the paper once more. The pen remained motionless. Perhaps the ghost immortal was indifferent to his thoughts, viewing them as mere prattle. He felt it best to get straight to the point and inquire about the information he sought. Ghost immortal, due to my illness, I am paralyzed in my lower limbs and unable to move. I wish to request your assistance in healing my legs. He rotated his neck, which ached slightly, and continued. May I ask how much luck I need to expend? He turned his gaze back to the paper and pen on the nightstand. The pen began to move slowly across the paper, and soon a single character appeared. The distance was too great, and the dim light made it difficult to discern. He strained to prop himself up, enduring the pain in his lumbar region, and peered at the writing on the paper. This was a matter of great significance for his life. 5. The number that appeared on the paper indicated that expending 5 points of luck would suffice to heal his body. Previously, he had consumed 6 points of luck to save his wife. Now, to heal himself, only 5 points were required. Perhaps this was due to the less severe nature of his condition compared to his wife's. At that moment, a glimmer of hope pierced through the darkness of his world. Ghost immortal, do I possess enough luck to save my life? Upon asking, Wang Chuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This question was of paramount importance. He genuinely feared that the ghost immortal would inscribe something about him having to pay a price. Any cost would be beyond his means at this juncture. However, while this question held significance for Wang Chuan, it was not a matter of concern for Lin Yuan. He could ascertain whether the other party could afford the price of their wish. He drew a cross on the paper, indicating a negative response. Observing the cross on the paper, Wang Chuan did not reveal any expression of disappointment. He had long been mentally prepared for this. A person's luck typically amounted to around 10 points. He had expended 6 points to save his wife. Recently, nothing had transpired to enhance his luck. In fact, he had become disabled. It was only natural that he would have little luck remaining. However, who said he had to bear the cost alone? His wife's legs had been healed at his behest, which meant the price of the wish could be borne by another. From the outset, he had never intended to shoulder this burden himself. Not only was he unable to afford it, but even if he could, he would likely perish after making the wish. He would never entertain such a notion. Whether or not he could bear the cost, he had ample justification for asking Qinya to help him shoulder the expended luck. Ghost immortal, if I wish for my wife to help me pay this price, is that permissible? Lin Yuan again marked a cross on the paper. Each individual is a distinct entity. The one who makes the wish must be the one to pay, and no one else can bear that burden on their behalf. Wang Chuan was not disheartened. It mattered little to him. He certainly could not decide whether his wife should forfeit her luck. But as long as he arranged for Qinya to summon the wishful ghost immortal another day and wish on his behalf, his legs could still be healed. There was no significant difference. He believed that Qinya would not refuse him. Their relationship was strong, and whatever he was willing to do for her, she would undoubtedly reciprocate. Although he had indeed added much turmoil to her life with his emotional instability recently, it had been the same when his wife was paralyzed, yet he had remained steadfast and devoted. He was simply unable to accept such a heavy blow momentarily. His wife had also experienced this phase and would naturally understand. Moreover, although Qinya had been weary and in low spirits lately, she was still doing her utmost to care for him. He retained considerable faith in his wife. Furthermore, to heal his legs, only 5 points of luck were required. Qinya would need to expend much less, so it shouldn't be as taxing for her. Fortunately, it was merely 5 points of luck. Had it been any more, he would have hesitated to allow his wife to pay such a price for him. This was also the reason he refrained from informing her about the wishful ghost immortal, choosing instead to clarify things himself first. Ghost immortal, I am truly grateful, but I cannot pay the price at this time. May I ask my wife to make a wish on your behalf in a few days? Lin Yuan marked a tick on the paper. Of course, as long as your wife is willing, there will be no issue. Previously, Wang Chuan had consumed his own luck to heal Qinya's legs, during which he had glimpsed her fate. That woman's fortune was sufficient to cover this price. Given that the restoration of her legs was such a significant event, her luck had increased considerably. If she were willing, she could completely save Wang Chuan. A smile spread across Wang Chuan's face. He had never felt this joyful since his paralysis. After nearly 2 months of darkness, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Ghost immortal, thank you once more for your trouble. I only hope that when my wife summons you next time, you will appear. Lin Yuan remained still. He would not offer any guarantees unless Wang Chuan was willing to pay the price. However, to ensure that he appeared when summoned was a price Wang Chuan could not afford. Certainly, if Wang Chuan were to schedule a specific time, he would be willing to appear then. After all, he truly had nothing to occupy himself with and spent his days in slumber to conserve energy. Ghost immortal, please take your leave. We shall meet again. As soon as Wang Chuan finished speaking, the pen on the paper toppled over, rolling off the bedside table and onto the floor. Yet, Wang Chuan lacked the strength to retrieve it. He hurriedly searched beside his pillow and found his phone. With excitement, he called Qinya. The phone rang for a while but went unanswered. His wife had hung up on him. Was she still angry? It was all my fault. My mood had been so poor lately. She had to care for me while also going to work. It was indeed burdensome for her. It was only natural for her to be upset. Wang Chuan picked up his phone again and sent his wife an apologetic message. Meanwhile, Qinya stood on the overpass, resting her hands on the railing as she gazed down at the vehicles passing beneath. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating that she had been crying. Beside her stood a man who was watching her intently. Feeling the man's gaze, Qinya turned her head and said, "Thank you for coming all this way to comfort me. I truly appreciate it." The man shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing. You are my employee now, and it is only right to care for my staff." Qinya felt a surge of gratitude within her. Sometimes, I really feel like I can't hold on any longer. During this time, I've been thinking every day that if I were to jump from the building, perhaps it would relieve my suffering. Thankfully, I encountered you. Had it not been for you, I might have truly gone through with it. The man, named Yulu, was the owner of Qinya's company and also a classmate from her university days. At that time, Yula had pursued her, but Qinya had ultimately chosen Wang Chuan. After graduation, they had lost all contact, and Qinya had long forgotten about such a classmate. Once her legs healed, she sought employment, and a close female friend introduced her to Yulu. Throughout this period, Yulu had been quite supportive of her. During Wang Chuan's illness, even though she had only recently joined the company, Yulu still granted her paid leave. Thus, she felt immense gratitude towards him and even a tinge of guilt. This period had placed her under significant pressure. Without Yuli's guidance, she would have likely broken down. This person had subtly become a pillar in her challenging life. You have been remarkably strong. It's just that fate has not been kind. Endure this phase, and fortune will surely turn in your favor. Qinya nodded, looking down at the street below, her frail body shivering in the cold breeze. Yulu leaned closer, resting his arm over her shoulder. Qinya's body trembled slightly, and her heart raced in disarray. Instinctively, she wanted to push Yuli's arm away, but after a gentle nudge, she relinquished the thought. Ultimately, she was unwilling to disrupt the warmth of the moment. So much had transpired recently. She was utterly exhausted. Deep down, she longed for a shoulder to lean on. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Wang Chuan. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to hang up. Chapter 39. The fish is not as good as the fisherman after leaving Wang Chuan. Lin Yuan returned to his own residence. Although he felt as though the trip had been in vain, he did not mind. Such occurrences were quite normal. Moreover, after this experience, either Wang Chuan or his wife would undoubtedly summon him again. Regardless of their discussions, at least one of them would make a wish. Thus, it could not be deemed a wasted trip. It served as a foundation for the next encounter. Just as Lin Yuan was about to rest upon the stone again, he sensed a faint wish power. Could it be that someone else was seeking me? He felt a twinge of surprise. That evening, Wu Shanshan and Wang Chuan had summoned him in succession. He had only just returned and was already feeling the pull of wish power. Prior to today, he had not sensed it for nearly a month, yet suddenly found himself busy. This wish power was quite weak, likely due to the summoner being at a considerable distance, and their heart not being particularly eager. They were probably just summoning for amusement. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan decided to pay a visit. This was the only new summoner who had called upon him in a month, and he was eager to have something to do. As being a ghost was indeed rather dull. Following the flow of that wish power, moments later, Lin Yuan appeared before the individual. This was essentially the limit of his ability to sense wish power. Had the person been any further away, or had Wu Shanshan not granted him an additional 0.3 wish power today, he would have been unable to arrive. Fate is indeed marvelous. Two completely unrelated individuals could profoundly influence one another. This influence might even be monumental. He grasped the pin resting on the paper and set it upright. However, the person summoning the wishful ghost immortal could not see him. It was a young man of ordinary appearance. Seated at a table with his eyes closed, on the table lay remnants of cold dishes and several empty beer bottles, with only a pair of chopsticks. Clearly, he had been drinking alone, perhaps troubled by some vexing matter. Sensing something unusual, his expression shifted and he shivered. Abruptly opening his eyes, he felt as though the air had suddenly grown eerie. Upon opening his eyes, he hurriedly glanced at the table. The sight startled him. A pen stood upright on the paper, its tip pointing downward. Strangely, there was nothing around it to support it. Such a phenomenon was utterly impossible. It defied the laws of physics. The only conclusion was, there was a ghost. And the very thing he had just done was summon one. This bizarre scene sent chills down his spine, causing his body to jerk backward, nearly toppling over. Once he steadied himself, he took deep breaths to regain composure. This ghost was summoned by him. However, before this event, he had never anticipated that he could genuinely summon a ghost. After all, he had participated in various spirit summoning games with others before and had never encountered any ghosts. Had he known he could truly summon a ghost, he might have hesitated. Now, he could not panic. He had invited the ghost forth. If he fled in a state of alarm, he might encounter trouble in the future. It was wise not to offend a ghost. Furthermore, if those tales were true, the ghost he summoned was extraordinary, presenting him with an immense opportunity. He stared at the pen standing on the paper, his heart racing, and after a moment, he cautiously spoke, "Are you the wishful ghost immortal, who grants all requests?" As soon as his words left his lips, the pen drew a checkmark on the paper. Seeing this, the young man let out a sigh of relief. It was not some wandering spirit, which was a relief. His emotions shifted from panic to excitement. The wishful ghost immortal was indeed real. The stories he had seen online were true. The wishful ghost immortal posed no danger. At the very least, it would not directly harm anyone. Moreover, the wishful ghost immortal claimed to fulfill any wish. Since he had indeed summoned a ghost immortal, it meant he had the opportunity to alter his destiny. This was a long-held desire of his. "Ghost immortal, I thought I was merely testing the waters. I didn't expect to truly summon you. Your presence brings me great joy and excitement. I do wish to make a request, but please allow me a moment to contemplate what I truly desire." The pen drew another checkmark on the paper. Lin Yuan was unconcerned about waiting, as he had no pressing matters. The young man took a deep breath and began to think rapidly. As an ordinary person, he had many wishes he longed to fulfill. He wished to become immensely wealthy, to grow a tad taller, to become a bit more handsome. He also desired his parents to enjoy good health, and he wished to marry a gentle and virtuous wife. Like most, he found himself overwhelmed by his numerous aspirations. Yet he was acutely aware that the wish-granting spirit was not offering its assistance free of charge. The realization of any desire comes with a cost. He could ill afford such expenses, thus he needed to deliberate carefully. His name was Shuiyu, 21 years of age, who had never attended university and had been navigating the world for several years. Over the years, he had encountered numerous experiences and was no longer the naive youth he once was. He harbored no unrealistic fantasies. He understood clearly that to gain something, one must pay the corresponding price. He made a wish to a spirit because this desire was beyond his own capabilities to fulfill, necessitating a request to these extraordinary beings. The price he would have to pay would undoubtedly be substantial. Recently, he had come across stories shared by Su Xiaonan online. Initially, he perceived them as mere tales, yet found them intriguing enough to follow the author and even offer gifts. However, at this moment, he finally comprehended that these were not just simple stories. Perhaps they were true, at least the rules within them were real. In those narratives, individuals who engaged in transactions with spirits invariably met tragic ends. This was due to humanity's inability to control their desires. Of course, it was not solely that. At the time, he had placed himself in the shoes of those wishmakers and reflected on what he would wish for if such a spirit existed. Typically, when people make wishes, they straightforwardly ask for a specific item or the outcome of a particular situation. These desires are drawn from their own fortunes. Although wishes may be granted, they often lead to consequences where the fortune they possess does not align with their current circumstances. Thus, they inevitably lose something from another aspect. Furthermore, their abilities are insufficient to retain what they have gained through wishing. To avoid further loss, They are compelled to continue making wishes, yet the outcomes only worsen. Ultimately, they can only resign themselves to calamity, powerless to alter their fate. At that moment, he contemplated that if he could realize a wish, he would never directly demand anything from the spirit. Instead, he would ask for certain skills or abilities. He desired to acquire what he wanted through his own efforts. In that case, even if he were to lose something, he would possess the capacity to regain it. He yearned for many things and harbored an ambition that refused to settle for mediocrity. Yet he understood that life is inherently imperfect. One cannot possess everything nor seek it all. Shui Yu mused. Thus, I can only choose one. If I must select but one, it is undoubtedly money and truth. For most individuals, financial resources can resolve their dilemmas. He was an ordinary person, neither particularly outstanding nor severely lacking. Like many others, he longed for a life of ease and joy, but he was a worker subjected to the grueling 996 routine. He yearned for poetry and distant dreams, yet he could only survive in the present. If he had money, this contradiction could be instantly resolved. However, he would not directly ask for money, as he might not require a substantial sum. Even if he obtained it, it would quickly dissipate at that time. He could not continually deplete his fortune in exchange for money. What is easily gained is easily lost. Such actions would only plunge him into an endless abyss. An ancient proverb states that it is better to teach someone to fish than to simply provide them with fish. He was a healthy individual, currently facing no significant hardships. For him, the ability to fish outweighed the fish itself. Therefore, rather than requesting money, he preferred to ask for the ability to earn it, thus enabling himself to accumulate wealth. Addressing the pin before him, he declared, "Spirit, I have discerned what I truly need." The expression on Shui Yu's face was resolute. This wish was unwavering. I desire the ability to generate wealth. Chapter 40. The harshness of reality. Upon hearing Shui Yu's words, Lin Yuan found them rather amusing. At present, he was the only individual wishing to enhance his abilities. It was indeed a novel idea. Possessing the ability to earn money would lead to a continuous influx of wealth. Yet, ideas remain mere ideas. Imagination may be lush, but reality is stark. He marked an X on the paper, indicating his disapproval. Shui Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, he was filled with fervor, even envisioning a future akin to that of a gratifying narrative, ascending to the pinnacle of life through his extraordinary abilities. However, he never anticipated that his plans would be thwarted before they even began. "Spirit, do you mean to say that it cannot be done?" Lin Yuan certainly could fulfill it, but the issue lay in the vagueness of Shui Yu's wish. The ability to earn money was far too broad. Different industries require entirely distinct skill sets. Moreover, in many sectors, Shui Yu's foundation was non-existent. If Lin Yuan were to make him the best in any field and enable him to earn a fortune, the cost would be far beyond what Shui Yu could afford. Few individuals in this world can bear such a price. Furthermore, those capable of affording such a price would not wish for such a thing. Shui Yu was an ordinary person with no exceptional talents. Even if Lin Yuan were to grant him significant earning potential in just one industry, the requisite cost would still be considerable. After all, transitioning from zero to the world's elite is a feat that countless individuals toil their entire lives to achieve. He marked another X on the paper. Upon seeing the symbol, Shui Yu immediately inquired, "Spirit, do you mean to say that I cannot afford such a price?" He had some understanding of the wish-granting spirit. Since the spirit could indeed fulfill wishes, this left only one possibility. Sure enough, he soon observed a confirming symbol appear on the paper. Shui Yu pondered deeply. His wish did carry an element of wishing for too much too soon. The ability to earn money encompassed too many facets, and it was reasonable that he could not afford such a price. Aspiring to reach the pinnacle of life through a wish was likely unrealistic, as wishing upon a spirit necessitates an equivalent sacrifice. Although he was indeed restless and ambitious, reality compelled him to narrow his objectives. He must avoid the folly of aiming too high, for the cost was one he could not bear. If he wished to earn money in a particular industry, he merely needed to enhance his skills relevant to that field. In that scenario, the cost would likely be lower. Achieving excellence in any industry is no small feat, yet as long as one reaches the top, life would hardly be unbearable. Coming from a rural background, his family was of modest means. He had not completed high school, lacked qualifications, and had never dedicated himself to mastering a particular skill. After graduating, he initially worked in an electronics factory for 2 or 3 years, only to find it monotonous, drifting through his days without purpose. life seemed devoid of hope, with each day merely a repetition of the last. Everything so dreary, utterly lifeless. After resigning, he hoped to find a better job, one that, while perhaps demanding, at least offered prospects for advancement. Unfortunately, lacking education or technical skills, even articulating his strengths in a resume proved challenging. With such a background, he was devoid of competitiveness in the job market. After a prolonged search for suitable employment, he ultimately became a real estate agent. Although this position had minimal entry barriers, earning money within this industry was far from easy. After roughly a year, he had saved little. At best, he earned $15,000 in 1 month. During most periods, he only made a few thousand, with his lowest earnings being a meager $2,000 in base salary. Yet, to be fair, there were indeed individuals who managed to earn substantial incomes. His inability to generate wealth stemmed from 2 reasons: insufficient ability and inadequate effort. However, in terms of effort, he believed he performed reasonably well. Although he occasionally grew lax, he generally dedicated himself diligently and felt he was not lacking compared to others in this regard. The crux of the matter lay in his capabilities. Others earned more simply because they were more skilled. Lacking the requisite ability, no amount of effort would allow him to surpass his peers. When he first embarked on this career, his work skills developed rapidly, but after reaching a certain level, further improvement became exceedingly challenging. Regardless of his endeavors, they felt futile. Some aspects are governed by innate talent, which dictates a person's limits, and no matter how hard one strives, breaking through that ceiling proves arduous. At times, he refused to accept this reality. Yet after exerting himself, he had to concede that some things were beyond his reach. Perhaps he could try harder, but he felt he was nearing his limits. At this juncture, what more could he do? He could not risk exhausting himself to the point of no return. Occasionally, he felt resigned to his fate, believing he was destined to remain a lowly worker for life. After all, what he lacked was talent and ability. Everyone else worked hard, and without the requisite skills or talents, why should he expect to rise from the bottom? Yet he was also a person with ambition, unwilling to accept mediocrity. Even after enduring the harsh realities of society for many years, the desire to change his fate had not diminished. Thus, when he encountered the stories of the wish-granting spirit online, an idea took root. If only this spirit were real, how wondrous it would be. Even if it demanded an equivalent exchange, this spirit would be akin to a benevolent deity, for it could provide individuals with the opportunity to alter their destinies. Some aspects of life are predetermined, while others are attained through hard work. However, the innate attributes often dictate how much one can achieve through subsequent efforts. To break free from these predetermined constraints is exceedingly difficult. Yet the wish-granting spirit could alter those unchangeable elements of fate. He set aside all unrealistic dreams and resolved to start within his own field. Even if he did not achieve perfection, he would first strive to save some money. He recalled a colleague from the office, someone who consistently ranked as the top performer in sales. That colleague, regardless of the moment, exudes an unwavering confidence and remains perpetually composed. When engaging with clients, he invariably presents himself as exceptionally professional, yet possesses an undeniable charm. In the initial stages of communication, he has already secured the trust of clients, and within a remarkably short span, he cultivates a rapport akin to that of friends. In truth, many of the assertions he makes are often erroneous, yet delivered with such self-assured eloquence, the majority of clients still choose to believe him. Shuayu feels that, aside from his communication skills, he is not inferior to that individual in any aspect, yet his performance pales in comparison. His deficiency lies precisely in his ability to connect with others, and it is a significant shortcoming. It is not that he faces any barriers in communication. Socially, he functions at a normal level. Yet therein lies the challenge that a mere average level does not suffice to distinguish him. He requires at least an exemplary standard. Contemplating this, he resolved to enhance his social skills. He does not wish to remain merely a real estate agent for eternity. This ability could not only prove advantageous in his current occupation but, more importantly, could expand his network and enable him to meet numerous individuals. Should he aspire to start a business or venture in the future, this skill would undoubtedly be invaluable. With this thought in mind, Shuayu made up his mind. He would elevate his social capabilities. Ghost Immortal, I have made up my mind. I wish to enhance my social skills. Is that permissible? Upon uttering these words, Shuayu anxiously gazed at the pen, eagerly awaiting the response from the Ghost Immortal. If this too were unachievable, he would feel quite helpless. The pen glided across the paper, marking a check. Witnessing this scene, Shui Yu let out a sigh of relief. Evidently, his intentions were sound. The first step towards altering the course of his life had finally been taken. However, what would the cost be? The Ghost Immortal had mentioned that the price would be measured in luck. If the tales were to be believed, an ordinary person possesses approximately 10 points of luck. He had some understanding of luck. If a person's luck were excessively low, it could lead to dire consequences. Even if one were not to perish, they would still encounter a myriad of troubles, rendering normal existence impossible. At present, he merely wished to ascertain whether this cost was one he could bear. Ghost Immortal, how much luck must I expend to realize this wish? Lin Yuan grasped the pen and inscribed a numeral on the paper. Point 6. Chapter 41. Bargaining. Gazing at the characters on the paper, Shui Yu comprehended that the price he needed to pay amounted to 6 points of luck. This cost appeared rather steep. He was uncertain of his total luck, making it likely that this would equate to more than half of it. Such a sacrifice was unacceptable to him. In a story he had encountered online, a certain individual had wished for the healing of his wife's legs, which also cost 6 points of luck. Yet now, that individual lay paralyzed in bed. Each person's fate is unique. Perhaps expending 6 points of luck would not lead to paralysis for him. However, he truly dared not take that gamble. Inhale deeply. He pondered that trading such a hefty price for an enhancement in social skills seemed disproportionate. What if he became disabled without achieving anything substantial? That thought was overwhelming. Could it be less? Shui Yu instinctively inquired. Just as one might negotiate a price when shopping, he contemplated bargaining. Yet, the other party was a ghost. Could that even be feasible? Regrettably, he hesitated to voice this question, fearing it might offend the Ghost Immortal. To his astonishment, however, the Ghost Immortal marked another check on the paper. Stunned, Shui Yu realized that the Ghost Immortal had not stated that an equivalent exchange of luck was non-negotiable. Rather, his standards could be adjusted. He need not strive for his social skills to attain a world-class caliber, especially since he was merely a real estate agent at present. He would not require perfection, but rather a balance of cost-effectiveness. The abilities gained from expending 6 points of luck would undoubtedly far exceed those acquired through a lesser cost. Yet, akin to a game where skill points are fixed, should he allocate all his points to one specialty, it would inevitably lead to deficiencies in other areas. Life necessitates a modicum of luck. He need not convert greater amounts of luck into specific specialties. Sufficient was all he required. I understand your meaning. You suggest I lower my standards to expend less luck. Is that correct? Upon posing the query, another check appeared on the paper. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. May I expend just 3 points of luck? Lin Yuan promptly marked a check on the paper. Shui Yu inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of nervousness. Even if it were merely 3 points of luck, it could represent a third of his total. Utilizing 1/3 of his luck for something intangible was a gamble whose worth remained uncertain. Yet he resolved to take the chance. This was an opportunity to change his life, a pursuit worth undertaking. He did not wish to remain an ordinary worker for eternity. Who does not aspire to a life of splendor and brilliance? For such a chance, he was willing to gamble, as he was profoundly dissatisfied with his current circumstances. Losing 3 points of luck would likely subject him to numerous challenges. However, an elevation in ability might enable him to navigate those obstacles. Ghost Immortal, I accept this. I hope you will grant my wish. Upon uttering these words, the pen on the paper moved once more, inscribing another check. Shui Yu stared blankly at the paper before him, realizing that his agreement with the Ghost Immortal had been established. He had relinquished luck in exchange for an unseen and untouchable entity. He remained uncertain of how this would impact his life. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily inquired, Ghost Immortal, may I pose one final question? Is a person's luck constant and unchanging? This question bore great significance. Whether luck is predetermined or can be acquired later would determine if destiny could indeed be altered. If not, did that imply that all he had done today was in vain? With a heart racing with anticipation, he gazed at the paper, waiting with bated breath. The pen inscribed 2 characters, can change. Upon seeing this, a smile involuntarily graced Shui Yu's face. A person's luck is not a fixed quantity. Rather, it can be influenced by subsequent efforts, leading to gains or losses. A person's endeavors are by no means futile. At birth, due to factors such as familial environment and genetic inheritance, individuals inevitably possess varying degrees of luck. These circumstances are fated and cannot be altered. Furthermore, opportunities and fortuitous moments can likewise have a profound impact on one's life. While innate qualities may be predetermined, opportunities and luck remain uncontrollable variables. Thus, for an individual, the efforts made in life become their sole controllable factor. Presently, with Shuaiyu's luck diminished, his fortunes would naturally be adversely affected. Yet, his luck had been redirected towards enhancing his social skills. This ability could potentially amplify his efficiency in striving for success, while effort remains the only controllable element amidst various conditions. His life, henceforth, would be more firmly in his own hands. Nevertheless, the results remained uncertain, contingent upon whether his efforts could compensate for the luck he had forfeited. Shuaiyu clasped his hands together, positioning them before his mouth, his expression serious and respectful. "Thank you, Ghost Immortal. Though this is an equivalent exchange, you have granted me an opportunity to alter my destiny, which is of immense importance to me. I hope we may meet again. For now, I have no further questions. Please return to your rightful place." No sooner had he spoken than the pen toppled onto the paper, and the ominous atmosphere dissipated. Undoubtedly, the Ghost Immortal had departed. Shuaiyu gazed at the paper, still bearing the remnants of their exchange, lost in thought. However, before long, the dullness in his eyes was replaced by a glimmer of hope. His life now held the prospect of transformation. Having made his choice, there was no turning back. He must exert more effort than ever before to compensate for the luck he had lost. Otherwise, this transaction would only worsen his predicament. That Shuaiyu intrigued Lin Yuan, particularly with his final question. Lin Yuan understood his intentions. Shuaiyu yearned to change certain aspects of his life through diligent effort, thereby improving his luck. Subsequently, he could engage in further exchanges to enhance other abilities. Such a path could indeed lead to a significant transformation in his life, perhaps even allowing him to attain an extraordinarily brilliant existence. He possessed a clear sense of self-awareness, a well-defined plan, ambition, yet remained pragmatic, effectively curbing his desires, and at a relatively young age, he was in the prime of his striving years. Such individuals hold considerable potential. However, the journey ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The only variable he could control was his own effort. But what if he lost his passion and could not persist? Or if his efforts fell short? Failing to compensate for the impact of lost luck? The situation would not improve. Once a person perceives their efforts as futile, they may succumb to lethargy, losing their drive and, consequently, their luck. Shuaiyu had been granted an opportunity to alter his fate. Yet it remained merely that, an opportunity. Ultimately, the outcome depended solely on him. Shuaiyu also prompted Lin Yuan to contemplate a possibility. Suppose there truly existed an individual akin to Shuaiyu who successfully accomplished all he aspired to. Through countless transactions with the Ghost Immortal, this person realized every wish. To what heights might they ascend? Yet, such a feat was undeniably akin to scaling a mountain. The difficulty lay primarily with the wishmaker. For Lin Yuan, as long as the other party can afford the price, nothing is difficult. Chapter 42. The Storyteller's Record. More than a month later, in the evening, Su Xiaonan logged into her forum account as usual. Maintaining this account and disseminating information about the wishful Ghost Immortal was her current task, and it was all she needed to focus on. Within this forum, she had garnered a modest following. Several individuals had commented on her posts, and some had even sent her private messages. Although the stories she shared about the wishful Ghost Immortal did not attract a vast audience, she still had a handful of loyal readers. Some readers frequently urged her to update her posts, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment, leading her to ponder whether she truly possessed a talent for storytelling and if she might try her hand at writing webfiction. However, it was merely a fleeting thought, as her recent employment left her utterly exhausted. Generally speaking, the comments beneath her posts, aside from those from her own alternate account, were either requests for updates or baseless criticisms, with a few entirely meaningless remarks. The newly added comments mostly fell into these categories, which she typically ignored and rarely replied to. However, today, one comment caught her attention. The wishful Ghost Immortal is real. By following the methods described above, one can indeed summon the Ghost Immortal. A month ago, I merely wanted to test it out, but to my astonishment, I truly summoned the wishful Ghost Immortal. My wish to the Ghost Immortal was to enhance my social skills. However, I advise everyone to exercise caution and not to wish lightly upon the Ghost Immortal. At the very least, one should contemplate what they truly need and how to compensate for the deficiencies in their luck once their wish comes true. Otherwise, one may find themselves in an even worse predicament. This individual recounted their experience of summoning the ghost immortal in broad strokes, and Su Xiaonan was fairly certain it was genuine. It appeared that yet another person had discovered the wishful ghost immortal through her posts. This person was somewhat different. While others wished for the ghost immortal to resolve specific problems, this individual wished for the ability to solve problems themselves. Was such a wish even permissible? Su Xiaonan felt a twinge of surprise. Yet the person's actions had opened her mind to new possibilities. The ghost immortal, if one desires something, must respond. It could even enable a paralyzed individual to stand or bring the recently deceased back to life. Enhancing a person's abilities in certain aspects should not be an insurmountable task. She sincerely hoped that once their wish was fulfilled, this individual's life would improve. Su Xiaonan wished this person well. The information she disseminated was not intended to bring misfortune. If it could bring happiness, even if unappreciated, she felt she was doing a good deed, alleviating any guilt from her conscience. She began reviewing her private messages. One from a loyal reader encouraging her to continue her creative endeavors, another berating her, to which she responded as usual. Yet another private message caught her attention. It was from the individual who claimed to have summoned the ghost immortal. Su Xiaonan promptly opened it to read. It had been a month since that person summoned the ghost immortal, and she wondered if they had encountered any trouble. Though there was little she could do, she was willing to provide any information that might assist them. Beautiful lady, who are you? I have searched online for a long time and have been unable to find the origin of the wishful ghost immortal you mentioned. It seems you are the first to publish anything about the ghost immortal online, though you have extensive knowledge of it. Su Xiaonan replied, my understanding is no greater than anyone else's. The wishful ghost immortal is merely a legend passed through word of mouth, known to very few. Previously, no one had shared it online. Although she was the envoy of the ghost immortal had not revealed any further information to her. Her knowledge was merely slightly more than that of an ordinary person. She only knew that the ghost immortal wished for more people to be aware of its existence, yet it seemed indifferent, adopting a natural attitude of if it exists, it exists. If not, so be it. Otherwise, as the envoy of the ghost immortal, she would not have been so unoccupied. Shortly after her message was sent, she received a reply from that person. All right, I understand. Thank you anyway. You have enlightened me about the ghost immortal. Previously, I was drifting through life, nearly losing faith in existence, feeling that my life held no hope. Yet since that day I summoned the wishful ghost immortal, I suddenly feel that my life has transformed. Su Xiaonan inquired, what has happened since your wish was granted? I saw your comment. It has been a month, hasn't it? Although I feel good about myself now, the reality is not quite so favorable. My wish to the ghost immortal was to achieve a breakthrough in my career and earn more money. However, my circumstances have not changed at all. My salary has not increased this month, and I find myself even more exhausted than before. Nevertheless, I still believe it was worth it. At least I have felt fulfilled during this time, and my efforts have indeed shown results in terms of my enhanced abilities. It's just that my luck is exceedingly poor. Upon reading the message from the other party, Su Xiaonan replied, could you share more details with me? She wished to know more, considering it a means to gather inspiration for her own storytelling. And it also constituted part of her task. Of course, no problem, came the prompt reply, followed by new information. Actually, it's nothing much, just that I often encounter small mishaps at work. I am a real estate agent. And recently, while riding my electric bike to meet a client, I was a bit too anxious and almost had an accident. Fortunately, I was cautious enough. Although I fell, my injuries were not severe. I ended up missing the meeting with the client. We had almost finalized the deal, and the probability of success was very high. However, due to this mishap, the client grew somewhat upset and had grievances against our company, ultimately opting to purchase the property through another agent. Moreover, such unexpected incidents have been frequent recently. Several potential clients have inexplicably vanished. Just a few days ago, I truly felt helpless. There was a landlord looking to sell their property, and I had a great discussion with them. The landlord ultimately decided to exclusively entrust me with the sale. Although the property had a history of death, classifying it as a haunted house, the price was significantly lower, and I still found a client. The client was very satisfied with all aspects of the property, though they were slightly apprehensive and hoped to negotiate a lower price. Coincidentally, the landlord had a friend who was a live streamer, and they invited this friend to do a live stream in the house for an entire night. The intention was to demonstrate that the house was entirely fine and to alleviate the buyer's concerns. However, that friend was utterly outrageous. During the live stream, they played with the spirit pin game, and even more absurdly, they actually summoned a spirit. They were so frightened that they ran away. My client, having witnessed that live stream, well, the outcome is predictable. Although the client was uncertain whether the streamer was merely pulling a prank, they nonetheless developed reservations and resolutely refused to buy the house. Sigh, I have lost several deals recently due to these incidents. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be the top performer in the shop this month. Upon hearing about the other person's experiences, Su Xiaonan replied, "This may be due to a sudden loss of luck. Your fortune has soured. Therefore, it is wise to exercise caution for the time being. However, luck is not constant. In time, perhaps your fortunes will improve. As long as you overcome this hurdle, everything will turn out well." "Yes," I asked the ghost immortal. "And it told me the same. I will be more attentive." "How much luck have you lost?" 3 points. "That's not too bad. It's not a great deal. I hope your wishes truly come true." The other person's genuine desire evidently revolved around wanting more money. Yet they had not asked the ghost immortal for money, but rather for the ability to earn through their own efforts. Su Xiaonan could sense that the individual still held a great deal of enthusiasm. If they could maintain this passion, they might indeed achieve commendable results. "Thank you for your blessings. I also believe I can get through this. Although my luck seems to have diminished somewhat, my personal abilities have noticeably improved. At the very least, I have more potential clients this month than before. It's just that because of my poor luck, I lost those clients. While my earnings have not increased compared to before, I am still relatively young and do not bear too much pressure. Money is important, but hope is even more so." Reading this passage, Su Xiaonan could feel the individual's confidence in their future. Perhaps this wish would indeed bring about some positive changes for them, or perhaps such changes had already begun to manifest. Although the person had encountered some misfortune, their life had not been significantly impacted. This indicated that they had indeed compensated for the effects of lost luck through their own efforts. As long as they persevered, there was no reason they could not achieve their goals. She sincerely wished this individual well. The other person inquired, "If the wishful ghost immortal truly exists, then are the stories you shared all true?" Su Xiaonan did not conceal the truth, replying, "Although there are elements of adaptation, they are indeed based on real occurrences. Most endings are tragic, yet I firmly believe that my story will not end in tragedy. Will you rewrite my experience into a story and publish it?" Su Xiaonan smiled and responded, "If you don't mind, I certainly will. I also hope it will conclude with a different outcome. If anything further arises, I will inform you. Though the future remains uncertain, I would find solace in having someone to document these experiences for me. I wish you good fortune." Concluding her conversation with this individual, Su Xiaonan closed the dialogue box, only to find a new private message awaiting her. Is at her. The sender's nickname was Shanshan Buqi Dao, a name that Su Xiaonan recognized. Over 2 months ago, this person had made a wish to the ghost immortal, and she wondered how she was faring now. Su Xiaonan opened the message and read its content. "Sister, can we meet?" Chapter 43. A Secret in the Dead of Night. Wu Shanshan stood on a bridge, phone in hand, making a call. "Chun Lin Han, after evading me for so long, you finally answered." Her voice was not particularly loud, yet her expression was one of extreme ferocity, imbued with an overwhelming sense of hatred. This girl, once the object of her envy and admiration, had now transformed into someone she utterly detested. She wished nothing more than to tear this person apart. On the other end of the line, Chun Lin Han remained silent for a moment before a voice filled with regret emerged. "Wu Shanshan, I'm sorry. I understand how you feel right now. I know you must be furious with me, perhaps even hate me, but you cannot blame me entirely for this. I was unaware. The moment I found out, I informed you." Wu Shanshan's face contorted further, her alluring and graceful attire starkly contrasting her twisted expression. "So it's my misfortune, is it?" "That's not what I meant." Chun Lin Han's voice quivered with anxiety. "If you must assign blame, then direct it towards him. Yes, Wen Yin. This is all because of him, of course. I know he is the root of this calamity, but you are no saint either." Wu Shanshan's tone dripped with venomous hatred, laced with a hint of murderous intent. She longed to eliminate her adversary right then and there. "Do not think that hiding will spare you. You just wait. If I ever lay eyes on you again, you will discover how dire your fate will be." In a fit of rage, Wu Shanshan abruptly ended the call. Words were futile now. The other party was determined to elude her, and she had no means to confront Chun Lin Han. And then there was Wen Yin, who was also in hiding from her, leaving her powerless. Her anger was a raging fire with no outlet. Gripping the railing of the bridge, she gazed downward. her eyes as frigid as the waters below. Her heart, too, began to chill. Recent events replayed in her mind like a cruel film. Ironically, she had once believed her situation to be fortuitous. Now she recognized it as a demonic trap leading her into the abyss. The ghost immortal had granted her wishes, yet it was the very catalyst of her downfall. If it were not for the ghost immortal, I would never have found myself in this predicament. It has transformed me into this wretched being while refusing to offer further assistance. It could help, yet it chooses not to. Initially, she had indeed felt gratitude towards the ghost immortal. The money had alleviated her troubles. However, the so-called immortal had merely disguised itself as a benefactor, now revealing its true, predatory nature. Yet, how could she confront a ghost when she could not even locate Qinlin Han or Wen Yin? Her wrath could not be directed toward the ghost immortal. It was now that she comprehended the harsh truth. Fortune does not fall from the sky. It only leads one into traps. Everything had conspired to draw her in, and only after plunging into the snare did she recognize the deception. But it was too late. Her life lay in ruins, devoid of any possibility of redemption. Though she still breathed, it was akin to being dead. No, existing like this was far more tormenting. There was another person who had led her into this abyss. That person deserved to suffer, if one were to lay blame. That individual was the initial instigator. If not for their seduction to summon the ghost immortal, none of this would have transpired. Her eyes turned ominous as she took out her phone and sent a message to that person. "Sister, can we meet?" She was uncertain if the recipient would reply, considering they had never met and were complete strangers. Yet, even so, this individual was the root of her current plight. She fixated on her phone, waiting for a response, her expression twisting into a grimace upon reading the reply. "Have you encountered trouble? It seems you've known all along that I would face difficulties." A cold smirk formed on her lips as she clenched her fists. "I will ensure you encounter troubles too." Su Xiaonan observed the message with a deep breath. It had been 2 months since she last heard from this person, and during that time, neither had reached out to the other. She sensed that something must have gone awry, likely something serious. When this girl had made her wish to the ghost immortal, Su Xiaonan had warned her. However, the girl had brushed it off, showing no regard for the consequences. Su Xiaonan had suspected that this girl would inevitably find herself in peril. Yet, since everything stemmed from her actions, she could not turn a blind eye. At the very least, she would do what she could. She promptly replied, "What is wrong? Why this sudden request to meet? Have you encountered a problem?" Shortly after sending the message, she received a response. "Why do you say that?" Su Xiaonan furrowed her brows. Could it be that she had misjudged? "It's nothing, just curious as to why you contacted me out of the blue. How have you been?" Well, actually, I owe you a proper thank you." Su Xiaonan hastily typed her response. Over this period, her typing skills had significantly improved. "Thank me for what?" "For introducing me to the ghost immortal. If it weren't for you, I would never have known of its existence, nor would I be in my current situation. So, I am genuinely grateful to you. There's no need. Didn't you already thank me before? Besides, it was the ghost immortal who granted your wish. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards the ghost immortal." The girl had already expressed her thanks when she summoned the ghost immortal and had her wish realized. However, Su Xiaonan didn't wish to accept this gratitude. To be thanked for a favorable outcome meant she could also be blamed for an unfavorable one. And she did not want to shoulder such burdens. If you must thank someone, thank the ghost immortal. If you wish to blame someone, blame the ghost immortal. I merely relayed the message. I do not wish to bear the weight of such sentiments. That's not the same that if it weren't for you, I would never have been able to summon the ghost immortal. Besides, the ghost immortal wouldn't care whether I thank it or not. This was indeed true, for the ghost immortal possessed little in the way of human emotions. After all, it was a ghost. Su Xiaonan pondered for a moment before replying. "What happened after you made your wish? Can you share it with me? Let us meet and talk." "Sister, I truly wish to see you in person so we can discuss everything. I promise to tell you everything. But I'm rather busy." "Why is it necessary to meet?" Su Xiaonan was not particularly busy. She simply had no desire to go out or meet this person. The girl was expressing gratitude now, but should any issues arise in the future, that gratitude could easily morph into resentment. "Sister, please grant me this wish. I genuinely want to meet you. Consider it fulfilling a small desire of mine." Seeing the girl's pleading tone, Su Xiaonan felt a sense of helplessness. But she was a woman and not one to be swayed easily. The more the girl insisted on meeting, the less inclined she felt to do so. Another message arrived. Sister, the reason I am so insistent on meeting you goes beyond mere gratitude. There is something of great importance. What is it? Su Xiaonan sensed that the girl had something significant to share, which was why she was so eager to meet. It concerns the ghost immortal. And it should be important to you as well. T.S. A crucial secret revealed to me by the ghost immortal when I made my wish. The reason I must tell you is not only out of gratitude, but because you are the only one I can trust to believe in the ghost immortal. Su Xiaonan hesitated for a moment. She was indeed intrigued by the secret regarding the ghost immortal. What could the girl possibly know? Why couldn't she simply disclose it online? I cannot, and I must tell you in person. Once we meet, you will understand why I must do this. Moreover, I see that your IP address is also from Zhengzhou. We should not be far apart. Su Xiaonan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. All right, when and where? How about tomorrow morning at Zhengzhou Square? Is that convenient? If not, we can change the location. Zhengzhou Square was one of the most bustling areas in Zhengzhou City, filled with numerous large shopping centers and commercial streets, often crowded with people. It was not too far from her location, taking around 20 to 30 minutes to arrive. Additionally, she had no work obligations the following day, providing her with ample time. All right, tomorrow morning it is, then. How does 10 o'clock sound? Perfect, sister. It's a deal. Let us not miss each other. They exchanged contact details, and the girl sent her the exact address. Only then did Su Xiaonan learn that the girl's name was Wu Shanshan. She noted the girl's profile picture, which suggested she was likely younger than her, possibly still in university. What could this secret possibly be? Su Xiaonan found herself at a loss, choosing not to speculate further. Tomorrow would unveil everything. Chapter 44. Do not move at precisely 9:50 a.m. Su Xiaonan arrived at Zhengzhou Square, following the address provided by Wu Shanshan to a nearby CAF. She scanned the establishment from the entrance, ultimately locking her gaze on a girl seated in a corner. The CAF was nearly empty, and even though she had only seen Wu Shanshan's social media avatar, she easily discerned who she was. Wu Shanshan was engrossed in her phone, but sensing Su Xiaonan's gaze, she lifted her head. The gazes of the two individuals locked onto each other. I asked that you. Sister Nan Nan? I am Wu Shanshan. Wu Shanshan recognized her as well, rising from her seat to face her, a polite smile gracing her features. As she spoke, she waved enthusiastically at Su Xiaonan. Hello, I am Su Xiaonan. Su Xiaonan approached and took a seat opposite her. Wu Shanshan continued her warm greeting, urging her to sit down. Please, take a seat, Sister Nan Nan. The previous day, after exchanging contact information, they had merely engaged in a brief conversation to share their names. However, this girl seemed oddly familiar, incessantly calling her sister, which made Su Xiaonan feel somewhat embarrassed. Su Xiaonan placed her bag on the table and sat down in the chair across from Wu Shanshan. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. Wu Shanshan quickly shook her head, smiling. Not at all. I just arrived, and it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Su Xiaonan's gaze fell upon Wu Shanshan's face. She had always presumed that Wu Shanshan was a naive and straightforward girl. Yet, looking at Wu Shanshan's expression, she felt that there was something peculiar about that smile. This person emanated a profound aura, and the smile seemed to conceal something deeper. Sister Nan Nan, what would you like to order? Wu Shanshan offered the menu. Anything is fine, Su Xiaonan replied, pushing the menu back toward her. You decide. I have no preferences. Wu Shanshan called over the waiter, ordering 2 cups of coffee along with some pastries. After the waiter departed, Su Xiaonan quietly inquired, what made you suddenly want to see me? Has something happened? And what is this secret about the ghost fairy you mentioned? Su Xiaonan had chosen to meet primarily due to Wu Shanshan's mention of the ghost fairy's secret. Naturally, she was also keen to learn about Wu Shanshan's recent experiences. She intended to document all of this, adapt it into a story, and publish it online. Wu Shanshan smiled, revealing a glimpse of her pearly white teeth. Don't rush, Sister Nan Nan. It's a long story. I'll tell you gradually as we enjoy our coffee. Su Xiaonan nodded, her gaze still fixed on Wu Shanshan's face. Suddenly, she understood why she found Wu Shanshan's smile strange. It appeared almost staged, as if everything about her was a performance. What's wrong, Sister Nan Nan? Is there something on my face? Wu Shanshan's voice interrupted Su Xiaonan's thoughts, prompting her to shake her head quickly. Nothing at all. Please continue. At that moment, the waiter brought their order, 2 cups of coffee and some snacks. Placing them before them, Wu Shanshan lifted her coffee cup, gently blowing on it before taking a sip and leisurely saying, Sister Nan Nan, if it weren't for you, I would have never known about the existence of the ghost fairy. I truly owe you my gratitude. The tone of Wu Shanshan's thanks seemed somewhat peculiar. Yet Su Xiaonan did not perceive it. She shook her head. It's nothing. I merely shared some stories. There's really no need to thank me. Well, where should I begin? Let me start from the first time I summoned the ghost fairy. Wu Shanshan began to recount her experience. Not long ago, I found myself in dire need of money due to certain issues that were very important to me. At that time, I was overwhelmed and quite distressed. Su Xiaonan glanced at Wu Shanshan's attire and the expensive bag she had placed on the table, which seemed rather lavish. It was puzzling why Wu Shanshan would be short on funds. Being a student without a source of income while possessing such costly items seemed contradictory. She nodded for Wu Shanshan to continue. I saw the post you shared, and although I thought such matters were impossible, I sincerely hoped that the ghost fairy in your story was real. With a joking mindset, I sent you a private message. Upon receiving your reply, my curiosity was ignited, prompting me to give it a try. Honestly, if you hadn't responded the way you did, I might not have dared to attempt it. Su Xiaonan felt a bit awkward. Her intention in replying to Wu Shanshan was to dissuade her from trying such things. Yet the outcome had been the opposite. Wu Shanshan continued. To my surprise, the ghost fairy truly appeared. I was terrified initially, but quickly regained my composure. As I began to communicate with the ghost fairy, I discovered that it was quite benevolent, completely altering my preconceived notions about spirits. I felt no fear whatsoever. Consequently, I made a wish for some money to alleviate my urgent situation. Before long, I found an additional 100,000 yuan in my bank account. Wu Shanshan glanced at Su Xiaonan. You must be aware of all this, right? Su Xiaonan nodded, recalling how excited Wu Shanshan had been when she sent her a message, and how she had advised her against making further wishes. And what happened next? Did you summon the ghost fairy again? Yes, Wu Shanshan nodded, sighing. Humans are strange creatures. If things come too easily, they fail to appreciate them. It's easy to spend money that was acquired through wishes, and I spent it rather quickly. Moreover, shortly after my wish was granted, I began dating a boyfriend who had just returned from studying abroad. He was quite handsome and wealthy, and he generously spent on me. I didn't want him to think of me as merely a woman who squandered his money. Whenever he gifted me expensive presents, I felt compelled to reciprocate. Thus, before long, I had nearly exhausted that money. Additionally, my boyfriend's birthday was approaching, and I had promised to give him a gift. He always believed that my family was affluent, so I had to be extravagant. Otherwise, it would not only appear insincere but also tarnish my image. Su Xiaonan mentally scoffed at the situation, realizing why Wu Shanshan was in debt. And then? You didn't summon the ghost fairy again to wish for more money, did you? Indeed, Sister Nan, you guessed correctly. Wu Shanshan wore a knowing smile. I summoned the ghost fairy once more and wished for another sum of money. Another 100,000. Hearing this, Su Xiaonan felt a wave of concern wash over her. Didn't I warn you about the dangers of summoning the ghost fairy for wishes? What happened after you made this wish? Wu Shanshan's smile remained. Sister Nan, why don't you take a guess? Su Xiaonan furrowed her brows, contemplating. Given that Wu Shanshan was already someone prone to extravagant spending and unable to control her desires, it was logical to assume that she would be facing significant troubles by now. Su Xiaonan had merely lost a bit of luck and had suffered consecutive injuries, while Wu Shanshan's situation would surely be more severe. However, why then did Wu Shanshan express gratitude towards her? Su Xiaonan realized that perhaps there was a turning point, one that might be connected to the secret Wu Shanshan had mentioned. Su Xiaonan shook her head. I can't guess. You might as well tell me yourself. It related to the secret about the ghost fairy you spoke of? Wu Shanshan nodded. Smiling, Sister Nan, you are indeed clever. It is precisely that I summoned the ghost fairy once more for another 100,000 yuan, and with this amount, my troubles were resolved. I am truly grateful to the ghost fairy. If it weren't for its intervention, I wouldn't know what to do. Su Xiaonan sighed, realizing that relying on the ghost fairy to fulfill one's wishes would only lead to insatiable desires. Such desires, akin to a flood released from a dam, could drown everything in their path. Suddenly, Wu Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze locking onto Su Xiaonan. Sister Nan, do you think I have fallen into depravity? Su Xiaonan considered nodding but felt it inappropriate. They were still strangers, and it wouldn't be polite to openly criticize her. Instead, she shook her head. It's understandable. Perhaps most people would react similarly. It's easy to slip from simplicity to extravagance, but transitioning from extravagance back to simplicity is incredibly challenging. Wu Shanshan blinked. Indeed, I have come to realize that my actions are misguided. Yet, I cannot seem to control myself. I find myself compelled to move forward, even when I know I am heading toward an abyss. At that moment, I simply did not want to lose everything I had. After saying this, she took another sip of her coffee, then picked up her bag and stood. Sister Nan Nan, please hold on a moment. I need to visit the restroom. Su Xiaonan nodded, although she was indeed curious about the secret of the ghost fairy that Wu Shanshan was eager to share. She was not in a hurry. After Wu Shanshan left, she idly checked her phone, sipped her coffee, and nibbled on some pastries from the table. Before long, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Putting down her phone, she turned to glance. Wu Shanshan nodded at her as she approached but did not return to her seat. Instead, she stood beside Su Xiaonan. Looking up at Wu Shanshan, Su Xiaonan asked, "What's the matter? Sister Nan Nan, please don't move." Suddenly, Wu Shanshan's demeanor shifted dramatically. She had transitioned from a lively, cheerful girl to a woman with a deeply sinister intent. Her hand rested on Su Xiaonan's back, her expression contorted with malice and resentment. "Sister Nan Nan, you do well not to move. I have something in my hand, and if it were to prick you, I assure you, you would regret it for the rest of your life. As of now, I can control it, but should you choose to move, the consequences would be dire." Chapter 45. Her revenge. Hearing Wu Shanshan's words, Su Xiaonan's expression shifted dramatically. She felt a chill creeping up her spine, sending shivers coursing through her body. Wu Shanshan's words were laced with threats and resentment. Sensing the menacing aura surrounding her, Su Xiaonan had no doubt that this woman intended to harm her grievously. Just as Su Xiaonan was about to make a move, Wu Shanshan's piercing gaze swept over her, coldly stating, "You'd best believe me. I am capable of it. Do not alert anyone, and do not move. However, if you insist on seeking your own demise, I won't stop you." Su Xiaonan's eyes darted around, and from the corner of her vision, she caught sight of the syringe in Wu Shanshan's hand, its needle ominously aimed at her back. "What do you intend to do?" Panic surged within Su Xiaonan, as uncertainty clouded her mind regarding the contents of the syringe. Yet, judging by Wu Shanshan's demeanor, it was undoubtedly something perilous, likely a form of poison. She struggled to regain her composure, suppressing the urge to flee. Any sudden movement could result in that needle piercing her skin. Observing Su Xiaonan's compliance, Wu Shanshan continued, "Sister Nan, didn't you want to know what transpired with me? I shall divulge everything now. After receiving that sum of money, I purchased a birthday gift for my boyfriend, spending over 20,000 on his birthday. When I presented him with the gift, he was overjoyed and gifted me a necklace, which he claimed was worth over 40,000. However, that was merely his assertion. In reality, the necklace was nothing more than a worthless imitation, barely worth a few hundred." Wu Shanshan's expression grew increasingly agitated, her face contorting in a mask of rage. At that time, I was blissfully ignorant, believing that all his gifts were genuine, luxurious treasures. In truth, they were all fakes. Behind my back, he derided me as a vain, unworldly girl, delighted by a pile of trash. A self-deprecating smile flickered on Wu Shanshan's lips as she shook her head. Regrettably, I realized this too late. In retrospect, I was nothing but a fool, and his remarks about me were hardly surprising. I am indeed a person driven by vanity, yet my financial circumstances could not sustain such a desire. During my university years, seeing several girls in the dormitory flaunting their wealth, adorned in expensive attire and carrying luxurious bags, I felt like a rustic country girl in comparison. I was plagued by insecurity, and, in a desperate attempt to bridge that gap, I resorted to borrowing money online. It was only recently, when I could no longer repay my debts, that I sought the help of a spirit. Alas, since then, I have sunk deeper and deeper into despair, now trapped in an abyss with no hope of escape. Tears streamed down Wu Shanshan's face, her regret palpable. It was a single moment of folly that had led her life to this dire state. Reflecting on her vanity now seemed utterly pointless. Moreover, the lives of the girls she envied were not as idyllic as she had imagined. Their outward glamour concealed a tangled web of chaos. Wu Shanshan's expression was a tapestry of complexity. Had she known the truth sooner, her fate would have been entirely different. Among the 3 girls in her dormitory, 2 shared similar financial backgrounds. Their continued affluence stemmed from relationships with men in their 30s and 40s. Yet even then, most of their luxury items were merely high-quality replicas. Even Chen Linhan, whom she had long envied, despite having a relatively better family background, was not as glamorous as she appeared. Her car was an older model, a second-hand vehicle, and many of her clothes and bags were counterfeit. Regrettably, she had been oblivious to these realities at the time, constantly yearning to compete with them. In hindsight, she realized the extent of her folly. Su Xiaonan began to grasp the gravity of Wu Shanshan's situation. It was undoubtedly dire, and Wu Shanshan's resentment towards her had escalated to a lethal intent. Su Xiaonan retorted, "What are you trying to convey with all this? You hardly appear to be seeking redemption." Wu Shanshan shook her head. "You will understand soon enough. It all traces back to my boyfriend. When he gifted me such extravagant presents, I was genuinely moved. That night, I intended to return to my dormitory, but he made further advances, I thought, despite only knowing each other for a little over a month. His lavish gifts indicated his genuine affection for me. I consented. I felt I had no choice. He had spent so much money that rejecting him would surely anger him. From that moment on, we frequently spent time together, and then?" Su Xiaonan furrowed her brow, feigning interest while contemplating her escape. However, the proximity of the syringe made any such endeavor perilous. She contemplated reaching for her phone, but Wu Shanshan's gaze halted her in her tracks. It was best to remain still. Wu Shanshan continued, "A few days ago, Chen Linhan called me, revealing something that shattered my illusion of happiness, reducing me to a mere fool." Su Xiaonan inquired, "What happened? Did your boyfriend cheat on you?" Wu Shanshan shook her head. "If it were merely that, my predicament would not be so dire." Suddenly, she laughed, though the expression was one of pure menace. "Had it not been for my dealings with the spirit, none of this would have transpired. Thus, all of this is your fault. Sister Nan, how shall I properly express my gratitude to you?" A chill coursed through Su Xiaonan as Wu Shanshan's words seemed laced with countless sharp thorns, piercing into her very being. At that moment, Su Xiaonan was restless, yearning to stand and flee. "Sister Nan, please sit still. Don't you wish to hear what comes next? It is of utmost importance to you." Wu Shanshan's voice was laced with madness and intense hatred. Su Xiaonan hesitated, but ultimately resolved to remain seated. Glancing at Su Xiaonan, Wu Shanshan continued, "Since you are so obedient, I shall share with you, allowing you to mock me to your heart's content. After all, I have sunk to such depths that I care for nothing anymore." She leaned closer to Su Xiaonan, whispering conspiratorially, "My boyfriend has known Chen Linhan since childhood. They were classmates. Chen Linhan was the one who introduced us a few days ago. She called to inform me that during his years abroad, my boyfriend led a highly dissolute life. Recently, he was diagnosed with a certain illness. Can you guess what it is?" A flicker of alarm crossed Su Xiaonan's mind. What did it have to do with her? She had an inkling but dared not voice it, for merely recalling the term sent shivers down her spine. It dawned on her what lay within the syringe Wu Shanshan held. "How could it not concern you? You are the source of it all, Nan, sister." Wu Shanshan leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet Su Xiaonan discerned the words clearly, filling her with dread and despair. AIDS, Chapter 46. Harnessing power. Su Xiaonan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her instinct urging her to rise. Yet Wu Shanshan pressed her down. She dared not make any sudden movements, knowing that angering Wu Shanshan would only exacerbate the situation. Gradually, she regained her composure. Though she might not necessarily contract the disease, the mere thought repulsed and terrified her. It was akin to a toxic toad suddenly crawling onto her foot, and no matter how she tried, she could not shake it off. Even though the general populace understood that HIV was not easily transmitted, most would shun any contact with such individuals. People would not inquire into how a person contracted the virus. They would simply label them as having a chaotic lifestyle, subject to discrimination and disdain. Even sharing a meal with such individuals would be intolerable for some, let alone the fact that Wu Shanshan was now wielding a syringe aimed directly at her. "Do not move, Sister Nan. If you do, you might just get pricked." Wu Shanshan's tone was sinisterly playful, sending chills down Su Xiaonan's spine. "The syringe contains my blood. After Chen Linhan informed me, I went to the hospital for an antibody test, and you can guess the results. But you have no idea how despondent I felt. It was as if my entire world became devoid of meaning." Su Xiaonan gazed down at the table. "Shouldn't your hatred be directed at that man? He is the one who transmitted the virus to you." They have long since hidden away, too afraid to face me. But your attempts to shift the blame are futile. Wu Shanshan scoffed. It seems you knew all along that misfortune awaited me. According to you, the spirit drained my fortune, leading to my current plight, did it not? You, or that so-called spirit, are the true source of it all. You could seek the spirit, plead for its help. It can even bring the dead back to life. Surely it could save you. Wu Shanshan's expression darkened. Do you think I Haven Tea tried? The very day I was diagnosed. I sought it out, but it told me I could not afford the price. My luck has dwindled to nearly nothing due to my recent extravagance. Wu Shanshan growled in fury. It is this spirit that has brought me to this state. Yet it offers me no salvation. It is a phantom, beyond my grasp, but you are simply a pawn. Su Shaonan felt a chill run down her spine. What you are doing is against the law. Do you think I still care? She realized that Wu Shanshan had lost her sanity and would stop at nothing. Negotiation was futile. Slowly, she relaxed her clenched fist, staring at her hand. A token-like object faintly materialized in her palm. Inscribed with a single character, Wish. This was bestowed upon her by the Ghost Immortal. As an envoy, she could draw upon the powers of the Ghost Immortal, albeit in a severely limited capacity. The extent of the power she could wield was contingent upon the karmic burdens she had borne for the Ghost Immortal. She was uncertain of how much power she could actually access. At that moment, however, she could only hope that this artifact would prove effective. Su Shaonan slightly raised her head and glanced at Wu Shanshan, contemplating that even if you were ill, you would not perish. Your lifespan is still long, so there is no need for such drastic measures. Your actions will only lead to your own detriment. Moreover, even if you harbor hatred towards me, it does not necessarily grant you the means to harm me. If you cease your actions now, I shall pretend as if nothing has transpired. I will not involve the authorities. You speak so lightly, yet it is not you who suffers the contagion. Very well. If you are indifferent, then perhaps you should experience the same torment I do. Wu Shanshan's expression morphed into one of sheer ferocity as she lunged at Su Shaonan with the syringe. However, in the next moment, Wu Shanshan emitted a pained cry, as if her wrist had been struck by something chilling. A wave of cold pain surged through her wrist, causing her to drop the syringe onto the ground. Shock painted Wu Shanshan's face as she stumbled back, inspecting her wrist. The bizarre pain had vanished, and no injury marred her hand. Su Shaonan quickly rose, her face alight with surprise. The power lent to her by the Ghost Immortal proved unexpectedly effective. She hastily kicked the syringe aside and turned her gaze towards Wu Shanshan. Who are you, truly? Wu Shanshan's face was a mask of horror, still grappling with the incomprehensible events that had just unfolded. As if Su Shaonan possessed some extraordinary force, Su Shaonan shook her head, her expression a mix of anger and disappointment. I offered you a chance. Had you relented earlier, I might have spared you. For you were not beyond redemption. But now, I am left with no choice but to involve the authorities. Upon uttering these words, she prepared to retrieve the phone from the table, but Wu Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically. She pulled a knife from her bag and charged at Su Shaonan with wild abandon. What gives you the right to teach me a lesson? Die! Observing Wu Shanshan's reckless advance, Su Shaonan reacted swiftly, kicking a nearby chair into the path between them. Having witnessed the power bestowed upon her by the Ghost Immortal, she felt confident in her ability to evade harm. Though she could not match a man in strength, she believed she could easily handle someone as slender as Wu Shanshan, provided she was unarmed. The chair obstructed Wu Shanshan's furious charge, colliding with her legs. Yet, she felt no pain, instead forcefully pushing the chair aside and continuing her assault on Su Shaonan. With no avenue for escape, Su Shaonan resorted once more to the power of the Ghost Immortal. Wu Shanshan felt a sharp pain in her hand, and the dagger fell from her grasp. Seizing the moment of her daze, Su Shaonan charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Wu Shanshan. In that instant, she harbored no sympathy. The force behind her kick was considerable. Wu Shanshan staggered backward, colliding with the table behind her. What is happening? A server from the CAF, a tall young man in his 20s, noticed the commotion and rushed over. Su Shaonan shouted at him, urging, call the police. She has gone mad. She wants to kill me. Wu Shanshan's face twisted with resentment and defiance, her features contorting grotesquely. Indeed, you are connected to that Ghost Immortal. You are responsible for my current state, and you all deserve to die. At that moment, she appeared utterly deranged, charging forward once more, having lost all regard for consequence or fear. Grabbing hold of Su Xiaonan, she attempted to bite her. Su Xiaonan found it challenging to push her away. However, the CAF staff arrived just in time, restraining Wu Shanshan alongside Su Xiaonan. Pinned to the ground, Wu Shanshan exerted all her strength but could not break free. The server inquired, "I've called the police." "What transpired here?" Su Xiaonan explained. "She is infected with AIDS and has gone mad, intending to kill me and inject me with her blood." Her words startled the server, causing him to loosen his grip momentarily, nearly allowing Wu Shanshan to escape. Despite knowing the disease was not easily transmitted, the notion still instilled a sense of dread. Su Xiaonan held Wu Shanshan down, gazing into her face, which was rife with malice and frustration, and said, "You blame me for everything. Yet how can you hold me accountable when it was you who made these choices?" While the origins of this situation indeed involved Su Xiaonan, had it not been for her, Wu Shanshan might never have been aware of the Ghost Immortal's existence. However, the path was one that Wu Shanshan had chosen for herself. Every step was a product of her own decisions. Had she not acted foolishly, she would not be facing such consequences. Su Xiaonan felt she had brought this upon herself. Perhaps it is true that those who are pitiful must also possess qualities that are detestable. Wu Shanshan's plight was her own doing, and had no bearing on Su Xiaonan or the Ghost Immortal. The root of the problem lay solely within Wu Shanshan herself. Though held down, she still managed to utter, I will never forgive you." Su Xiaonan, exasperated, delivered a sharp kick to her abdomen, knowing that reasoning with someone like her was futile. Only force could impart understanding. "I await your return, but first, you must face the consequences of your attempted murder. Once you are released, perhaps then we can discuss this further." With that, Su Xiaonan turned to the server, inquiring, "Surely your establishment has surveillance footage?" The server nodded affirmatively. Su Xiaonan felt reassured. The evidence would ensure Wu Shanshan face justice. Once she was out, who knew how long that would take? There was no need to fear her threats. Wu Shanshan's face was a tapestry of resentment and despair. As she screamed frantically, her voice tinged with madness. She struggled violently against them, her strength seemingly amplified, nearly allowing her to break free. At that moment, Su Xiaonan noticed Wu Shanshan's pupils had grown unfocused, as if she had lost her sanity. Has she truly gone mad? Chapter 47. Seeds of doubt. Before long, the police arrived, subduing the deranged Wu Shanshan and taking her away. After gathering the details, Su Xiaonan was summoned to the police station to assist with the investigation and provide her statement. Others were present at the scene, collecting evidence and reviewing the surveillance footage in an office at the police station. Su Xiaonan awaited the officer assigned to take her statement. After a short while, a man in his 30s, clad in uniform, entered the room. At first glance, Su Xiaonan found him vaguely familiar. Before she could speak, the officer addressed her. "What a coincidence. Do you remember me?" "Officer Zhao, if I recall correctly." Su Xiaonan mused, recognizing him. They had indeed met before, this being their third encounter. When Li Xian had died, Zhang Huihui had been considered a suspect, and Officer Zhao had visited her in the hospital to ask her questions. Later, when Zhang Huihui encountered her own troubles, Officer Zhao sought her out once more. Su Xiaonan remembered his name, Zhao Yanhui. Her impression of him was not particularly favorable. It wasn't that he had done anything wrong. It was just that he had treated her as a suspect, bombarding her with inquiries that had left her feeling quite irritable. He was perceptive and had a penchant for probing into minutiae, which had been overwhelming for her at the time. Yet, that was merely Zhao Yanhui's commitment to his job. "Yes, you are correct," Zhao Yanhui nodded, seemingly amused, indicating their peculiar fate of crossing paths repeatedly. Su Xiaonan understood that his intention was not to forge a camaraderie. There was an underlying suspicion in his words, and truth, she too felt that something was amiss. In such a short span, she had become entangled in numerous incidents, all of which were criminal in nature. However, she could not voice her concerns and forced a smile, saying, "It is rather coincidental." Zhao Yanhui's demeanor turned serious once more. "How did you come to know her?" he added, referring to Wu Shanshan. "We aren't well acquainted. We met online. I write stories on the internet, and she is one of my readers." Su Xiaonan briefly recounted her acquaintance with Wu Shanshan. Omitting the fact that Wu Shanshan had indeed summoned the Ghost Immortal. It was best to keep her identity as the Ghost Immortal's envoy a secret. This matter would not affect the Ghost Immortal, but it could have repercussions for her. Fortunately, she had not engaged in any actions that could be substantiated by evidence. Even if the police wished to scrutinize their conversations, she would firmly assert that they were merely jesting. A playful exchange between an author and her reader. As the author, it was entirely normal to engage in such banter with her audience. Should the truth come to light, she would maintain that she had no knowledge of the Ghost Immortal's authenticity. Zhao Yinhui quickly typed Su Xiaonan's statements into the computer, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, making it difficult to ascertain his thoughts. He then inquired, "Do you know why she insisted on meeting with you?" Su Xiaonan immediately shook her head, saying, "Initially, I was unclear. She insisted on telling me that she had summoned the Ghost Immortal and claimed to have a secret to share. While I was skeptical, I was also curious about her true nature, which prompted me to agree to meet. It was only when she pointed the syringe at me that I realized she was not merely unwell. There was something far more troubling at play." Su Xiaonan gestured to her head. "I believe she must have been mentally unstable for quite some time. After all, being diagnosed with AIDS is an immense burden that few can bear." Su Xiaonan suddenly realized that her ability to lie had significantly improved. She felt no anxiety at all. The falsehoods flowed effortlessly from her lips. Zhao Yinhui remained silent, and indeed, Wu Shanshan had truly lost her sanity. Wu Shanshan was still at the police station, incessantly babbling incoherently, trying to lunge at anyone in sight to bite or claw at them. Her mental state had deteriorated severely. After posing a few more questions, Zhao Yinhui printed out the documents on the computer and presented them to Su Xiaonan for her signature. Su Xiaonan meticulously reviewed the content, confirmed its accuracy, and then inscribed her name upon it. "Is that sufficient, Officer Zhao?" Su Xiaonan inquired, glancing at Zhao Yinhui. "Am I free to leave?" Zhao Yinhui nodded and smiled. "Yes, thank you for your cooperation." "Then I shall take my leave," Su Xiaonan replied, feeling slightly relieved as she gathered her belongings in preparation to exit. But at that moment, Zhao Yinhui suddenly called out to her. "Wait a moment." Su Xiaonan paused, her recently relaxed nerves tightening once more. She turned back, asking, "What is it?" "I have one more question to ask you." "Not as a police officer, but in my personal capacity," Zhao Yinhui said, his smile carrying a profound undertone. "Is that acceptable?" It felt as if he sought Su Xiaonan's consent, yet his tone made it seem impossible for her to refuse. A sense of unease stirred within her, though her expression remained composed. "Sure, go ahead." Zhao Yinhui began. "Does the wish-granting ghost you wrote about truly exist?" Su Xiaonan felt the atmosphere around her chill instantly. Why would Zhao Yinhui pose such a question? Had he uncovered something? After a brief moment, Su Xiaonan shook her head and replied with a smile, "Officer Zhao, rather than asking me, why not try summoning it yourself in the dead of night and see if it appears?" Zhao Yinhui nodded with a smile. He certainly did not believe in such absurdities. Yet, he keenly sensed that Su Xiaonan seemed to be concealing something. "If there's nothing else, then farewell." Su Xiaonan waved her hand and turned to leave, secretly wishing never to cross paths again. Upon exiting the police station, she immediately shed her jacket and discarded it. She felt an overwhelming discomfort with the attire she wore. Once home, she changed into a completely new set of clothing, tossing the old ones into the trash bin. Some of those clothes had been purchased not long ago, and she felt a pang of regret. However, thinking of Wu Shanshan, she decided it was best to part with them. Reflecting on the day's events sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her with lingering fears. Had it not been for the power of the ghost, Wu Shanshan's revenge might have already succeeded. It seemed prudent to exercise caution in the future and refrain from indiscriminately meeting others. She sensed that the matter of the ghost might escalate further, as the one disseminating those stories. Her identity would inevitably become sensitive. Although she had committed no crime, who could predict the outcome? Zhao Yinhui's final question was certainly not random. It felt like a probing inquiry, perhaps planting a seed of suspicion in his mind. While the police might not take action against her, such matters would undoubtedly not bode well for her. Why did she suddenly feel as though she had become a criminal? Su Xiaonan tapped her forehead. Overwhelmed with frustration, the incidents triggered by the ghost would not affect it, yet she bore the brunt of the consequences. If she continued to share those stories, trouble would inevitably arise. "Ghost, you wouldn't truly wish to harm me, would you?" Su Xiaonan prayed, though deep down, she recognized the futility of her supplication. Her knowledge of the ghost was limited, but she understood that it possessed little emotion and could hardly care for her. All the troubles it attracted would have to be resolved by her own accord. Chapter 48. Please, Spirit of the Pin. At present, Lin Yuan's wish power stood at 3.4. placing him at the lower echelons among wandering spirits. However, it must be noted that in this world, formidable ghosts were exceedingly rare. After all, the underworld enforcers did not simply idle away. In most cases, spirits had not developed sufficiently powerful abilities before being dealt with. The conditions for the emergence of powerful apparitions in this world were still lacking. Thus, even without considering his unique abilities, Lin Yuan was not particularly weak in terms of energy. Yet, few sought to make wishes upon him. Even Su Xiaonan had exerted herself, but the wish-granting ghost remained unable to achieve any notable recognition in a short span. In this world, the prevailing belief was that ghosts did not exist. Gaining acceptance for a new concept always required time. Moreover, individuals outside the city could not summon him. Most would dismiss the notion of the wish-granting ghost as a mere fabrication, even if they were aware of it and attempted to call upon it. At this juncture, it was already past 1 a.m. when Lin Yuan suddenly sensed a surge of wish power emanating from a distance. After a brief assessment, he realized that the individual was not attempting to summon the wish-granting ghost, but was engaged in a spirit-writing game. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. The person's desire to encounter a ghost provided him an opportunity to enhance his presence. Following the thread of wish power, he arrived at the destination. Upon encountering the summoner, Lin Yuan was surprised to discover that it was a familiar face. The term familiar was his own interpretation. To the other person, they were evidently strangers. Lin Yuan had seen him once a few days prior, during which the individual had attempted the spirit-writing game and had been frightened away due to his timidity. This time, having chosen a different location, it was curious that he dared to engage in such a game again. Having summoned Lin Yuan on both occasions, it was clear that they shared some connection. Of course, the primary reason was that there were few ghosts in the vicinity. Lin Yuan was likely the only one available. Thus, if one sought a ghost, they would inevitably summon Lin Yuan. Yet, this person, aware of the existence of spirits, still dared to play such games. Perhaps this time, he would not be frightened away. Lin Yuan reached out and grasped the pin. His eerie aura transferred to the individual's hand. In an instant, the man before him opened his eyes, glancing around in a state of panic, his expression a complex mix of fear and excitement. Even though he could not see, he could feel it. A hand joined his in gripping the pin, mirroring the circumstances of his previous summoning of the spirit. As expected, it wasn't long before the pin began to move uncontrollably across the paper. Drawing a perfect circle, so precise it appeared to have been crafted with a compass, he shivered, his breath growing heavy, an urge to flee surging within him. Yet he managed to restrain himself. The spirit had manifested. And this was precisely what he had desired. Gazing at the circle upon the paper, he slowly spoke. "Spirit of the pin, have we met before?" His name was Wang Yuan, a webcaster who had encountered a minor mishap during a live stream about 7 or 8 days prior. On that occasion, it was a friend who had invited him to stream from a rather peculiar house, a haunted one. His friend had rented the house to a couple, where the husband, a habitual gambler with a penchant for alcohol, often resorted to domestic violence. One fateful day, inebriated, he accidentally killed his wife. Consequently, that house became infamous. His friends sought to sell the property, yet haunted houses were notoriously difficult to market due to their grim history. When a potential buyer hesitated, his friend proposed that Wang Yuan conduct a live stream from the house to demonstrate that it was devoid of ghosts. Though he had been a streamer for a year or two, he was far from a major influencer, merely scraping by in his pursuit of viewership. He frequently altered his content and style, yet perhaps due to a lack of talent or the overwhelming competition in the industry, he had seen little success. At the time, he was vexed about what to stream next when he received his friend's suggestion, which he embraced with enthusiasm. After all, it was a favor from a friend, and he would be compensated. Alleviating his content dilemma. It was a win-win situation, and the notorious case from 2 years prior still lingered in public memory, so streaming from such a site might attract viewers. He undertook extensive preparations, researching details about the murder case online and even devising some spirit summoning games to enhance the stream's entertainment value while proving the house was ghost-free. However, things took a bizarre turn. He genuinely summoned a ghost. When the stream commenced, the intrigue surrounding the haunted house drew a considerable audience, peaking at around 1,000 viewers. He played several spirit games, such as peeling an apple in front of a mirror and playing rock, paper, scissors with his reflection. Although he harbored some trepidation, having little faith in ghosts but still feeling uneasy within a haunted house, nothing occurred to assuage his fears. Fortunately, everything proceeded without incident, allowing him to relax considerably as the stream progressed. Viewers made various imaginative requests for spirit games, and he received numerous tips in the process. It was the first time his stream had attracted so much attention, and he garnered gifts totaling several hundred. Under viewers' demands, he decided to play the pin spirit game, having saved it for last to build anticipation and maximize potential gifts. By the time he prepared to play, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Originally, he intended to conclude the stream and retire for the night, yet he could never have anticipated that, under the watchful eyes of all, he would genuinely summon the spirit of the pin. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered, staring at the circle on the paper, his entire body trembling. After a brief pause, he finally regained his composure and, in sheer fright, fled the scene, leaving behind the live streaming equipment in the room. If it had been an ordinary place, it might not have mattered. However, this was a haunted house, an abode where someone had perished, possibly due to a homicide. The sudden occurrence of such anomalies would instill fear in any rational individual. Upon returning home, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease and fell ill, plagued by fear for several days, as if his entire worldview had been shattered. Days later, he managed to enlist a friend to retrieve his live streaming equipment. His friend was understandably furious with him, nearly berating him to the point of exasperation. Had it not been for his ill-fated live stream, his friend's property would likely have been sold, perhaps at a slightly reduced price. Yet, due to his dramatic episode, the house would remain unsellable for years unless the price was drastically slashed, resulting in a loss of at least several $100,000, while properties where homicides had occurred might still find buyers. Who would dare purchase a house suspected of being haunted? After regaining his composure, he suddenly noticed a significant increase in the number of followers on his platform account, along with numerous private messages from concerned viewers. Through those messages and the screenshots sent by the audience, he realized that after his abrupt departure, viewers in the live stream had noticed that the pin remained upright on the paper, only toppling over after some time. A heated debate ensued among many, eager to ascertain whether he had truly encountered a ghost. During the days he refrained from streaming, speculation ran rampant, with some even believing he had met his demise. Such conjectures only fueled the frenzy further. He had never experienced such attention before. On the day he resumed streaming, the number of viewers in his room nearly doubled in the live stream. He addressed the various inquiries from his audience. Some remained convinced that he had indeed seen a ghost, while others speculated that he had employed some trickery. Regardless, it was undeniable that his popularity had surged. Unfortunately, this fervor did not last long. Within 2 days, he had returned to his previous state of obscurity. At that moment, he felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing he might have missed a golden opportunity. A fortune had descended upon him. Yet he had managed to evade it. Seizing the lingering warmth of that excitement, he felt compelled to make another attempt, fully aware of the risks involved, but the potential benefits were undeniable. If successful, he could very well become a prominent streamer. Even if not at the pinnacle, he would certainly be in a far better position than he was now. The incident with the pin spirit could be seen as both his misfortune and a potential stroke of luck. Regrettably, he could no longer return to his friend's house, as their friendship had soured, and his friend would never allow him to stream from that location. Instead, he rented another apartment, not far from his friend's place. Despite several attempts, he was unable to summon the pin spirit again. His popularity plummeted due to the previous live streams, as viewers had come for the pin spirit, not him. After analyzing the reasons for this decline, he deliberately chose a time for his next live stream similar to the last. This was his final opportunity. If the pin spirit did not appear again, all who had been following him, regardless of their belief, would gradually forget about the incident. Fortunately, the pin spirit finally made an appearance. He struggled to suppress the rising tension and fear within him. At that moment, sweat beaded on his forehead and palms, and he cautiously turned to glance at the live chat. Initially sparse, the chat suddenly became animated. The pin spirit had arrived? Could it be real? That circle drawn was rather eerie. Surely, he must have drawn it himself. How could he draw such a perfect circle? Let him remove his hand and see if the pin would fall. Observing the lively chat, Wang Yuan realized that the audience was intrigued, presenting him with a golden opportunity. Yet, this was also a precarious situation. The viewers were merely spectators. Only he understood the depth of his fear and trepidation. Nevertheless, no matter how intense the fear, it paled in comparison to the allure of desire. Chapter 49. The fate of the Pin Spirit. Wang Yuan was acutely aware that the viewers flocking to his livestream were solely attracted by the Pin Spirit. His entire fame stemmed from his previous summoning of the spirit. However, the majority of the audience remained skeptical, believing he was merely crafting a sensational narrative to garner attention. Yet, it was precisely the element of the unknown that piqued their interest. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the camera, saying, "Dear viewers, the Pin Spirit has arrived. However, I cannot ascertain if it is the same spirit as last time. I am unaware if there is any danger involved. Aside from the last encounter, I have never interacted with a Pin Spirit before, and I do not know what might transpire. I am terrified. Please, at the very least, send me some gifts, or I will lack the courage to proceed." Despite his fear, Wang Yuan could not forget the necessity of gifts. As a streamer, his survival depended on it, and it was the very purpose of his broadcast. "Keep it up, streamer. I've sent you some gifts." "Who are you kidding? Do you think we're fools? Not giving anything." Wang Yuan ignored the chat and focused on continuing the game. He turned his gaze back to the pin on the paper, feeling an unmistakable presence before him, one he could not see. Yet, perhaps it was better not to see it. If he did, his fear might intensify. Carefully, he asked, "Hello, Pin Spirit, have we met before?" He sought to confirm whether this was indeed the same spirit he had summoned previously. After summoning the Pin Spirit last time, he had fled immediately, and aside from experiencing a bit of fever that night, nothing else had transpired. Whether the fever was connected to the Pin Spirit remained uncertain. In any case, this Pin Spirit should be relatively safe, right? Of course, there were risks involved, but for the sake of fame and fortune, taking a little risk seemed worthwhile. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt an inexplicable force acting upon the pin, rendering him unable to control it. The pin's tip slowly sketched a checkmark on the paper. The meaning was clear. It affirmed his words. This was indeed the Pin Spirit he had summoned last time. Wang Yuan sighed in relief. If it were a familiar entity, the likelihood of safety might be higher. "Thank you, Pin Spirit, for your presence. I humbly request your forgiveness for my previous rudeness. I also wish to atone for my earlier disrespect." Having spoken, he turned back to the camera. "Dear viewers, the Pin Spirit has answered me. It is indeed the same spirit I summoned last time. This is my first time communicating with a Pin Spirit in this manner, and I am genuinely scared. Please send me some gifts to encourage me." His voice trembled with tension, unsure if his actions might provoke the spirit's ire. Yet, his purpose in summoning the Pin Spirit was for the live stream. Even if it might displease the spirit, he had to continue. Otherwise, what would be the point of summoning it? Nonetheless, he was prepared to flee should the spirit truly become enraged. "Then don't send gifts. If you have the ability, just stop streaming. Streamer, remove your hand. If the pin remains upright, I'll send you a luxury car. Yes, take your hand away. I'll send you a luxury car too. You won't get any gifts this way." Although Wang Yuan was a small-time streamer, he understood one principle. He could accommodate the viewers' demands, but he must never satisfy them immediately. Otherwise, where would the gifts come from? Those who claimed they would send gifts were unlikely to follow through. If he complied, they would immediately feign ignorance. Thus, the more interested they were, the more he had to keep them in suspense. Ignoring their demands, he addressed the camera. "Does anyone have questions for the Pin Spirit?" No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt the pin in his hand move. A chill ran down his spine, and he became tense, swiftly turning to look at the pin on the paper. He found himself utterly unable to control it. The pin's tip rapidly scrawled a series of words. The letters were crooked and bizarre. Sinister in appearance, "Those who seek shall receive." Gazing at the 4 characters on the paper, Wang Yuan felt a rush of trepidation, yet moments later, a surge of excitement washed over him. It seemed the Pin Spirit had heard his conversation with the audience. These words were a response to him and the viewers. Those who seek shall receive. As long as there were questions, the spirit would surely answer. Perhaps he could even enlist the Pin Spirit's assistance for minor tasks, making the live stream more engaging. For him, this was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Most importantly, he had not sensed any malice from this Pin Spirit. Even though streaming without permission was an act of considerable disrespect, the spirit appeared unperturbed. Perhaps it had tacitly accepted his actions. "Thank you, Pin Spirit. I am grateful for your presence. If there is anything you need me to do, within my capabilities, I shall certainly comply." After speaking, Wang Yuan looked back at the camera. "The Pin Spirit has declared that those who seek shall receive. If anyone has questions, please let me know, and I will ask on your behalf. But before that, everyone, please send a wave of gifts. I'm taking a significant risk here. He noticed the number of viewers in the live stream was steadily increasing, yet the gifts were still sparse. ISNT at your own handwriting, and it looks so terrible. Streamer, ask the pin spirit how it died. Yes, streamer, ask that. Ask and I'll send you a plane. I want to know how the pin spirit died too. If you don't ask, there will be no gifts. Seeing those comments, Wang Yuan felt a headache coming on. The audience was clearly reveling in the chaos. Everyone knew that one must not inquire about the cause of death or grievances when summoning a pin spirit. These were the rules to be strictly followed. Although this spirit of the pin appears to have a pleasant demeanor, who knows what might transpire if it were to pose a question. Furthermore, this spirit has not provoked him in any way. Why would he choose to provoke it? If he were a ghost and others deliberately breached taboos, he too would feel anger. Host, since you are hesitant to inquire about the cause of death, could you ask if this spirit perished in that previous house? Wang Yuan felt speechless. This question was hardly any different. However, he realized that even now, the viewers in the live stream did not truly believe he had summoned the spirit. He contemplated for a moment, turning his gaze to the pin in his hand. Since the spirit had claimed to grant requests, it should be amenable to answering some trivial inquiries. Now, he merely needed to elicit some extraordinary events from the spirit, thus allowing the audience to understand he had genuinely summoned it. Moreover, should any unusual phenomena manifest, he might indeed gain considerable notoriety. Such peculiar occurrences are highly captivating to the public. He ceased interacting with the audience. Spirit of the pin, I shall now remove my hand. Could you please grasp the pin on your own? This was something the viewers had shown great interest in previously, and it seemed prudent to reveal this card now. The pin promptly sketched a checkmark upon the paper. This was akin to a small wish of Wang Yuan's. Regardless of how trivial, now that the spirit had arrived, Lin Yuan would surely fulfill it. Gazing at the symbol on the paper, Wang Yuan could not help but chuckle. This spirit was rather accommodating and agreeable. As long as the audience witnessed something unusual, the live stream's effect would vastly improve. And the viewers would trust him more, resulting in an abundance of gifts. Wang Yuan turned his gaze toward the camera. Dear viewers, the spirit has acquiesced. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Please shower me with gifts, just 100 will suffice, and I shall immediately release my hold to reveal whether the spirit is indeed present. Lin Yuan also glanced at the barrage of comments. Indifferent to Wang Yuan's attempt to solicit gifts, Wang Yuan's strategy was quite astute, and the consumption of luck was minimal while yielding commendable results. If the live stream truly gained traction, even if he did not become a top-tier host, earning 1,000 or 800 a day would certainly be effortless. Additionally, as long as he could maintain the momentum, it would result in long-term gains. This cost-effectiveness was far superior to directly making wishes to the spirit. However, aside from luck, there existed another element, karma. Whether ghost or human, engaging in actions that violated the rules would invariably attract karmic repercussions. Humans and ghosts traverse different paths, distinctly separated. Spirits cannot influence earthly matters. Nor can humans exploit spirits for their own ends. Utilizing spirits for live broadcasts would inevitably be subject to karmic consequences. Humans possess a physical form, granting them a considerably stronger capacity to withstand karma than spirits. Yet there remains a limit. Such broadcasts, if conducted only a few times, would be manageable. However, excessive occurrences would cross the line, leading to inevitable backlash, and matters of this nature were best left unspoken by Wang Yuan. Just as Lin Yuan ought to refrain from divulging. Chapter 50. Please Spirit of the Pin, seek a person. Wang Yuan stared at the live stream interface, noting that a few viewers had indeed sent him some gifts, albeit not many. The comments predominantly urged him to commence promptly. We know you want gifts, so hurry up. Show us something, and naturally, we will reward you if you deliver a good show. Gifts are guaranteed. Wang Yuan did not believe a single word of it. He had finally piqued the audience's interest, and the spirit had consented. Without gifts, he absolutely could not proceed. This method proved effective, and shortly thereafter, the live stream room had nearly amassed the desired number of gifts. All right, dear viewers, I shall now demonstrate. Prepare to witness a miracle. As soon as Wang Yuan finished speaking, a flood of comments surged forth. Don't deceive us, or we want a refund. It must be fake, or he has done something to manipulate it. How can you believe in a spirit of the pin? I regret it. I want a refund. Wang Yuan was unfazed. Those demanding refunds were mostly individuals who had not contributed a penny. He turned to regard the pin in his hand, sensing that the invisible hand remained firmly upon it. Watch closely, see if I deceive you. Wang Yuan slowly released his grip, withdrawing his hand from the table, his palms open in the air, while the pin stood resolutely upon the paper. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. Spirit of the pin, I am grateful to you. The comments exploded once more. Oh my, it's real. 666. It can indeed stand up. Could there truly be a spirit of the pin? Nonsense, why can't I summon one? In reality, there is someone on the other side, but effects have been added, so we cannot see. Indeed, if you look closely, part of the screen seems to be shaking, creating a blurry sensation. It certainly does. If you don't scrutinize it, you can't see it. What a waste of excitement. Could it be that the camera captured the spirit, thus being influenced? What an explanation. No wonder all those supernatural videos appear so blurry. Wang Yuan scrutinized the live stream footage and indeed, as those individuals had said, a portion of the image was consistently shaking, albeit subtly. The area that trembled coincidentally aligned with where he was seated. However, this was inconsequential. Just like the various supernatural videos circulating online, even the most convincingly crafted would not persuade many to truly believe. Regardless of belief, people maintained a desire to watch. Moreover, this was a live stream, offering a refreshing novelty, and he received a considerable number of gifts. Additionally, he did not require every viewer to believe in the spirit. Excessive realism might even invite trouble. Dear viewers, you have all witnessed. I did not touch that pin, yet it stands upon the paper because it is now held by the spirit of the pin. Now you should believe that I have genuinely summoned it. Dear viewers, please follow. I am the only host on the internet to have successfully summoned the spirit of the pin, and I have done so twice. You are worth following. Another wave of comments cascaded through. But Wang Yuan paid them no mind, turning once more to the pin. Seizing the moment while everyone remained excited and curious, he could request the spirit to perform additional feats. After all, the spirit had claimed to grant requests. Spirit of the pin, my name is Wang Yuan. Could you inscribe my name upon the paper? No sooner had he spoken than the pin swiftly scribbled 2 characters upon the paper. Wang Yuan. Observing this scene, the comments erupted yet again. I told you there was a spirit. It's real. The spirit speaks. Nonsense. There is clearly someone opposite. Are you all blind? Did you not notice how the image was distorted? Host, ignore these detractors. Wang Yuan surveyed the live stream interface, observing the continuous debates. Yet the gifts continued to pour in. As viewers showered him with gifts, the excitement surged, and the number of viewers swelled. Soon, the actual viewership surpassed 2,000. For a small host like him, this was a considerable number. Although he still had a long way to go to achieve fame, he understood that this time, he had made the right bet. If executed well, he might truly carve a niche for himself in the live streaming realm. His expectations were modest. Earning a few hundred or 1,000 daily would suffice. He glanced at the viewers in the live stream and inquired, does anyone have questions? You may type them in the comments, and I can ask the spirit on your behalf. And no sooner had he spoken than several comments appeared. Ask the spirit if it is male or female. Honestly, I still want to know how the spirit died. Inquire if the spirit has a boyfriend or girlfriend. Should I burn some offerings for it? Host, perhaps it's best to refrain. If you truly anger the spirit, trouble may ensue. The comments were rife with absurdity, leaving Wang Yuan feeling rather exasperated. These individuals seemed determined to drive him to his demise. Let us avoid such clearly disrespectful inquiries. Although the spirit is a ghost, it has not provoked us. Mutual respect should prevail. Questions of this nature were absolutely ones he would not dare to ask. One must value their life. At that moment, Wang Yuan noticed that someone had sent him a private jet as a gift in the live stream. This gift, valued at 300 yuan, was quite significant for a small host like him. Wang Yuan immediately expressed his gratitude. Soon after, he noticed that the individual who had sent the gift had posted a message. I have a question I wish to ask the spirit. Please ensure you inquire. What is your question? Wang Yuan inquired that I wish to know the whereabouts of my son. Your son? Upon reading the comments, Wang Yuan keenly sensed that this could be an intriguing matter. What happened? Please elaborate. The individual, whose nickname was Yang Shi, quickly shared his experience in the comments. He had a son, aged 6, who had been missing for 3 years and was now 9.1 day, due to unforeseen circumstances. He was unable to pick up his son from school on time, arriving more than 10 minutes late. However, upon reaching the school, he discovered his son had vanished. He immediately reported it to the police. But after several days of searching, they still had no leads on the child's whereabouts. Over the years, he had tirelessly sought his son, spending substantial sums, yet there had been no news. He felt close to despair, on the verge of giving up, but today, he fortuitously stumbled upon this live stream and witnessed Wang Yuan genuinely summon the spirit of the pin. This sparked a sudden thought. Could he inquire about his son's whereabouts through the spirit? Although he harbored little hope and was uncertain whether the spirit was real, he could not resist the urge to try, pondering, what if it works? If Wang Yuan truly summoned the spirit of the pin and failed to inquire, he would regret this missed opportunity for the rest of his life. Streamer, could you please ask if we can indeed learn of my son's whereabouts? I would be immensely grateful. Even if there is no outcome, I will continue to shower you with gifts. This inquiry is far more meaningful than the frivolous questions posed by those merely seeking entertainment in the comments. Moreover, if successful, it would yield significant benefits for him as well. Rest assured, my friend, I will certainly assist in posing this question, and we can forego the gifts. Although he desires monetary compensation, one must maintain certain ethical boundaries. Since the individual has already contributed gifts, this minor favor can be accommodated, as it forms part of his live streaming content. For now, let us first assist Brother Yang Shi by inquiring about his son's whereabouts. If we can clarify this matter, it would be a meritorious deed. Wang Yuan then turned, gazing at the indistinct yet potentially existent figure before him. Spirit of the pin, I wish to pose a question on behalf of a viewer in the live stream. He recounted the details of the individual named Yang Shi and his son, providing the contact information and requesting a photograph of the missing child. He displayed the image directly in front of the pin. Spirit of the pin, this is the photograph of the missing child. His name is Yang Xian. Can you tell us where he is now? Lin Yuan glanced at the photograph, and coupled with the information Wang Yuan had just provided, it sufficed. Reviewing past occurrences and those currently unfolding was a trivial task for him. He swiftly marked a check on the paper. Witnessing this affirmative symbol brought an expression of surprise to Wang Yuan's face. He had not anticipated that the spirit of the pin possessed such capabilities. This was truly remarkable. Not only would he be able to help others, but if successful, his own reputation would also soar. Imagine a streamer who, during a live broadcast, summoned a spirit of the pin and through it, helped a person locate their long-lost son. Such a feat, whether or not it trended, would certainly provide ample traffic to sustain him for a considerable time, perhaps even elevating him to the status of a prominent streamer. Furthermore, benefiting others while reaping personal gains. What could be more gratifying? Spirit of the pin, where is he now? The pin moved swiftly, and soon new characters appeared on the paper. Pay the price. Chapter 51. It is the wish-granting spirit. Upon reading the 4 words before him, Wang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. A spirit writing pay the price was unsettling enough. The spirit of the pin demanded a price. But what would that price entail? A sense of dread enveloped him. Surely, the spirit would not demand his life. Yet, the spirit's request seemed reasonable. If one seeks assistance, it is only fair to offer something in return. The critical question was, what price must one pay to obtain this information? Wang Yuan mused that if the cost were not severe, he could bear it, as it would ultimately be beneficial to him. However, if the price were substantial, he would have to reconsider. While he felt sympathy for the plight of the gentleman, offering help should not come at an exorbitant personal cost. A single character soon appeared on the paper. Luck? Luck? What does that mean? After he posed his question, the pen ceased its movement. After a moment, it drew a cross on the paper. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, but he grasped the implication. The spirit of the pen seemed unwilling to elaborate. Perhaps due to the limitations of communication through writing, that moment, he glanced at the comments. The barrage of messages was chaotic, with various opinions expressed. Some condemned him for exploiting a grieving father's search for his child, while others defended him, and still, others accused everyone of being actors. However, the viewer engagement in his stream was undeniably increasing. The gentleman's attempt to utilize the spirit of the pen to locate his child was inherently captivating. He remained indifferent to the insults, having grown accustomed to them, but one comment caught his attention. Streamer, have you heard of the wish-granting spirit? The pen spirit you summoned may be the wish-granting spirit. I am not entirely sure. I saw something about it online. and I used to be skeptical. However, the spirit you summon bears a striking resemblance to the wish-granting spirit, if that is the case. It may indeed know the whereabouts of that gentleman's child. You should inquire further. The wish-granting spirit? Understood, I will ask. Wang Yuan turned back, albeit with some confusion, and inquired, Are you the wish-granting spirit? If so, he could request the viewer to elucidate the nature of the wish-granting spirit. The pin marked another check, confirming the inquiry. Wang Yuan was momentarily stunned, feeling a mix of astonishment and dread. He had not expected the comment to be accurate. The name wish-granting spirit was new to him. Yet it was easily comprehensible. Now he understood why the spirit of the pin had initially stated that wherever there is a desire, there must be a response. The entity before him was no ordinary spirit. The name suggested it had the ability to fulfill wishes. He then turned back to the screen, where the individual had sent another message. Indeed, I am so excited. Let me take a moment. It feels almost surreal, it's like a dream. How could such a being truly exist? Wang Yuan promptly posed another question. Do you have knowledge of the wish-granting spirit? I know a little, but I cannot vouch for its authenticity. Someone posted stories online about the wish-granting spirit. Engaging in a transaction with the spirit requires luck, approximately 10 points per individual, though it can vary. The explanation is somewhat complex, but luck influences your fortune and fate, making it quite crucial. If your luck diminishes significantly, you may encounter misfortune or, unbeknownst to you, have your destiny altered. If it were to vanish entirely, it could be fatal. However, I've heard the wish-granting spirit tends to be quite benevolent, posing little danger. All right, I understand. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment before turning back to inquire, Wish-granting spirit, how much luck must I expend to learn this information? A number appeared on the paper. Wang Yuan contemplated this. It didn't seem excessive, yet it pertained to matters of fate, so he could not afford to disregard it lightly. Such a cost was intangible and its consequences unpredictable. This was not something to be squandered lightly. If it were for his own concerns, he would willingly expend 2 points of luck. However, this was someone else's matter, and sacrificing his luck for another was unacceptable. I am sorry, but the wish-granting spirit requires me to expend 2 points of luck to reveal the answer, so I truly have no choice. You know this is equivalent to 1/5 of my luck? Streamer, I implore you to help me. Please use my luck. Just ask again, I beg you. This means everything to me, very well. Wang Yuan turned once more, asking, Spirit, is it permissible to expend his luck? As soon as he completed his question, the pen drew a cross on the paper. The distance was too great, and there were no objects associated with that individual nearby. Lin Yuan could not sense his will. Wang Yuan immediately inquired. Why is that? Is it because he is not present? The pen marked a check. Brother, the spirit says it is impossible. He must be here in person. Thus, Wang Yuan found himself at an impasse. Engaging in a transaction with a spirit sounded inherently perilous. He could not sacrifice his own luck to aid someone else. At that moment, the individual sent another message in the comments. Streamer, it's better not to converse casually with the spirit. Every request or question you pose to the spirit requires the expenditure of your own luck. While it may not seem substantial over time, you'll realize it becomes quite serious upon reading that comment. Wang Yuan found himself in agreement. Everything in this world has a price, and how could a spirit aid him without expecting something in return? He sought to utilize the wish-granting spirit, and the spirit was equally intent on leveraging him. It was a mutual exchange, devoid of unearned benefits. Thank you, I understand. Wang Yuan addressed the camera. Brother, I apologize, but I cannot assist you. As you have seen in the comments, I am unable to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of comments flooded in. His live stream now boasted 4,000 to 5,000 viewers, a considerable audience. The streamer is truly shameless, exploiting a father's search for his child to gain traffic. Such a despicable person. Those gifting him are hardly worth it. This sort of individual deserves to be banned. Streamer, please help that uncle. He has searched for so many years and finally found a lead. What harm is there in assisting him? You said you would help. Why are you not doing so now? Can't you see the price that must be paid? It's only natural that he cannot assist. Some criticized him for sensationalism, others resorted to moral coercion, while some expressed understanding. Nevertheless, Wang Yuan remained unconcerned. As a streamer, his priority was traffic. Whether it was positive or negative, it mattered little. He refrained from arguing in the comments. Though he still hoped to assist the gentleman in locating his child, if he could achieve this, It would elevate his status significantly, and he could help someone in need. However, he was unwilling to bear the cost required. Wish-granting spirit, I sincerely thank you, but I must regretfully decline to pay such a price. The pin promptly marked a check on the paper. That moment, Wang Yuan received a message on his phone. It was from someone named Yang Shi. Anchor, I implore you to assist me. I am truly unable to reach you in a short period. If I miss this opportunity, I am uncertain if there will be another. I have been searching for 3 years, and I genuinely do not wish to relinquish this chance. I understand that you may have to pay a price, and I cannot ask you for help without compensation. I can offer you money. How does 300,000 sound? 300,000. Wang Yuan felt a flicker of temptation. 27 years old. He had not even saved up 20,000. His parents were on the verge of despair over his marriage prospects, burdened with concerns about bride prices and housing. They desperately needed money. Yet, he felt utterly powerless regarding his own situation. At times, he truly believed himself to be a scoundrel, having squandered so many years without achieving anything. Even the car he had purchased was funded by his parents. If he could secure 300,000, it would alleviate much of his parents' stress. Furthermore, if he were to genuinely assist this individual in locating his son, the entire affair would gain significant traction, undoubtedly benefiting him as well. Seemingly fearing that Wang Yuan would hesitate, the individual immediately transferred 20,000 to him. I do not know what this wishful spirit is, nor do I know if it is real, but regardless of the outcome, this is yours. However, if I can genuinely find a lead on my son, I assure you that I will pay you the remaining balance as long as the information is credible. Wang Yuan stared at the transfer on his phone, hesitating for a moment. He could sense the urgency in the other party, a desperate resolve to do anything for his son. He accepted the payment and replied, "All right, brother, I agree." Wang Yuan tucked his phone away and faced the camera. "Thank you to the viewers in the live stream. I have reached an agreement with brother Yang Shi. I am now willing to pay the price to help him inquire about his son's whereabouts." Wang Yuan then turned his gaze to the pin before him. "Wishful spirit, I apologize, but can I change my mind? I am willing to pay the price. Please answer my earlier question and assist me in finding young Exine." Chapter 52. A fiery opportunity. Jiang Yuan observed the pin on the paper. He could not ascertain whether the wishful spirit could genuinely help that brother find his child, nor could he predict if his own luck would be squandered in vain. However, since the brother had provided the funds and it would benefit his live stream, taking a gamble was not out of the question. If the wishful spirit turned out to be a fabrication, then perhaps the notion of luck was merely a mirage as well. In that case, he likely would not suffer too great a loss. The barrage of comments in the live stream grew increasingly lively. Regardless of whether the audience believed in all of this, their curiosity about the event was undeniable. Humans are inherently drawn to the unknown. Under everyone's watchful gaze, several lines of text appeared on the paper. One a location, the other a name. Wang Yuan recognized the place, but the name left him puzzled. Chui Jiao, spirit, what is the significance of this name? Is it Yang Xian's current name? The pin marked a check on the paper. Wang Yuan nodded excitedly. Regardless of the circumstances, the information provided by the spirit seemed credible. He addressed the camera. "Brother, did you see the information the wishful spirit provided?" "I did. Thank you. Anchor. I am preparing to drive over immediately. It's a bit far, but I should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Please extend my gratitude to the wishful spirit. If I can truly find my son, I will honor the spirit's presence in my home for a lifetime." Wang Yuan relayed the brother's words. Lin Yuan did not respond. Such matters were inconsequential. Unless he was on the verge of vanishing, such veneration held no significance. At least for now, his source of energy relied solely on the will of the people. "Spirit, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. You are truly a divine being." At this stage, Wang Yuan felt it was nearly time to conclude the live stream. The discussion surrounding the wishful spirit was evidently real. Over time, it would impact his fortune. Moreover, the live stream had created a suspenseful narrative. Would brother Yang Shi find his son? The audience would undoubtedly be intrigued by this matter, making it an opportune moment to end. As the stream approached its conclusion, he expressed, "If there is another chance, I hope to invite you again, wishful spirit. Until we meet again." At this point, Wang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. There is a saying, inviting a spirit is easy, but sending them away is difficult. What if the spirit refused to depart and insisted on exhausting all his luck? However, his worries proved unfounded. Shortly after he spoke, The pin suddenly toppled onto the table. The eerie atmosphere around him dissipated instantly. Is it gone? Wang Yuan sighed in relief. This wishful spirit was far more amicable than he had anticipated. He glanced at the camera, noticing many viewers showering him with gifts, pleading for him not to let the spirit leave. Yet, at this point, it was too late. He had already bid farewell to the spirit. To summon it back would surely invite trouble. He checked his earnings from the live stream, amounting to over 1,000, a record for him given the short duration of the stream. Clearly, people were immensely interested in such peculiar matters. Thank you all, but the spirit has already departed. It is too late to request anything now. When I asked you to pose questions, you all insisted on causing a ruckus, and now I find myself unable to resolve it. Many expressed regret, while others remained skeptical. Could that brother also be an accomplice? Look at the screen. Didn't that blurry section just vanish? I told you. There must have been someone on the other side, holding the pen and writing. That man claiming to have lost his child is likely a fraud, exploiting this situation for sympathy and views. I can only wish that what he claims happens to him. Surely a fabrication. What kind of clout-chasing anchor could summon a spirit to assist in a live stream? Despite the loud skepticism, support for him was also substantial. The ongoing debate was not necessarily detrimental. At least it indicated that people were deeply invested in the unfolding events. He sincerely hoped that Brother Yang would indeed find his son based on the information provided by the wishful spirit, both as a blessing for a man who had been searching for his child for 3 years and as a hopeful anticipation for his own rising popularity. I understand that many do not believe I genuinely summoned the wishful spirit and think everyone is an accomplice, but as a small-time anchor, I hardly make any money from a single stream. So where would I find the means to hire an accomplice? However, that is of little concern. The truth will reveal itself in time. He paused before continuing, and about that brother. He truly lost his child. I hope those who criticize him can show a bit of compassion. I am grateful to all the supporters. I will conclude here and prepare to log off. Everyone should get some rest. You may follow me, and let us see if that brother can indeed find his son through the information provided by the wishful spirit. I believe we will have answers in the coming days. I will keep in touch with that brother, and if he agrees, I would be willing to witness this extraordinary experience in person. After logging off, Wang Yuan's emotions were a whirlwind of excitement tinged with fear. He was fortunate that he had summoned the wishful spirit and not some malevolent entity. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, the wishful spirit had proven to be quite agreeable. He quickly searched online for information regarding the wishful spirit. There was scant content available, and even what existed bore no relevance to the entity he had summoned. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a post in a paranormal forum, authored by someone with the nickname Nan Nan. This individual had shared numerous tales about the wishful spirit, and their descriptions closely mirrored his own experience. It seemed this person possessed considerable knowledge about the wishful spirit. After contemplating for a moment, he sent a private message to this individual, briefly recounting his experience of summoning the wishful spirit. However, it was late at night, and the recipient might not see it immediately. He then recalled the brother searching for his son and quickly reached out via chat. He had resolved to conduct a live broadcast, allowing for immediate updates on the situation, and a live stream would undoubtedly elevate the event's visibility, boosting his own popularity in the process. Of course, there were risks. If he failed to find anything, it could devolve into a farce. The brother answered promptly, currently driving in a chaotic environment, seemingly engaged in an argument with someone. After listening for a while, Wang Yuan gathered that Yang Shi's family was skeptical of the situation and was disputing with him. However, upon learning that Wang Yuan intended to join him, Yang Shi expressed his enthusiastic welcome. Wang Yuan quickly searched for the address on the map. He decided to set off immediately. If he left now and took a break on the way, he would likely arrive by tomorrow afternoon. The timing seemed just right. If he could live stream the entire event, once they located Yang Xian, he would undoubtedly gain significant fame. Thus, he was undeterred by the potential exhaustion. Leaving his home for the parking lot, determined to embark on his journey that very night, as he approached his car and reached for the door, an eerie sensation washed over him. He felt as though something sinister had sent a chill down his spine, causing involuntary shivers. This sensation bore a resemblance to the one he experienced when summoning the wishful spirit, yet it felt distinctly different. The coldness associated with the wishful spirit had invaded his body from the outside. However, this chilling sensation emanated from within his body, spreading like flames and instantaneously enveloping him entirely. Alongside this coldness, he sensed an aura of danger, a palpable dread that seemed to arise from within, as if his very being was issuing a warning. Wang Yuan could not help but tremble. Fortunately, that feeling dissipated swiftly, and the surroundings returned to normalcy. What on earth was happening? He had never encountered such an experience before. The earlier incident felt like a stark reminder from his body, cautioning him against continuing certain actions. He had a strong inkling of what those actions were. The only perilous and outrageous endeavor he had undertaken recently was enlisting the help of a spirit to assist him in broadcasting his live stream. Clearly, such behavior could not persist in all matters. Excess is detrimental. For him, as long as he could effectively harness this surge of attention, his life would flourish. There was no need to invite further trouble or seek out unnecessary thrills. Nevertheless, he still had to visit that place. It was an opportunity he had painstakingly secured. To forfeit this chance for fame would be akin to a death sentence. Chapter 53. I wish to transform into a ghost at last. The ghostly spirit, you have arrived. I was genuinely worried that you would not show up today. Seated in his wheelchair, Wang Chuan's demeanor was utterly transformed compared to a month ago in the evening. He had specifically requested his wife to assist him in a thorough cleansing, shaving his beard, tidying his hair, and donning fresh attire, casting aside the shadows of his former despondency. He appeared remarkably revitalized, almost as if he had undergone a metamorphosis since last month. Lin Yuan glanced at Wang Chuan before him. The live stream had just concluded, and sensing Wang Chuan's will, he had returned. Upon seeing Wang Chuan's appearance, Lin Yuan immediately surmised the outcome of their earlier discussions. Wang Chuan had mentioned using his wife's fortune to wish for the healing of his legs, but now that she was absent, it spoke volumes about the resolution they had reached. Although Wang Chuan appeared invigorated, a resolute expression lingered on his face, hinting at deeper meanings behind his newfound composure. A dignified farewell to this world. For he understood all too well that his forthcoming wish could cost him his life. Sudden paralysis had rendered him incapable of self-sufficiency, leading to feelings of inferiority, sensitivity, fragility, and despair. Had he not clung to the hope that the ghostly spirit could restore him, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Yet, that hope had now dissipated. It was not that Qinya had refused his request for assistance. Rather, he had failed to disclose anything regarding the spirit to her. That night, upon her return, Qinya had revealed to Wang Chuan that she was pregnant. Now, over 3 months had passed. In truth, Qinya had known for some time. She had kept it from Wang Chuan initially because she lacked the courage to bear this child under such circumstances. Her husband had just become paralyzed, the costs of treatment were exorbitant, and the future remained uncertain. While she desired a child, the timing felt like a grievous mistake. Yet, she confided in Wang Chuan, perhaps out of guilt. Though she had remained faithful physically, she acknowledged that her heart had wavered during that period. She longed to shed the burdens that suffocated her, to escape the weight of their home. Such thoughts filled her with self-reproach and remorse. After all, Wang Chuan had cared for her meticulously for 4 years, yet she had barely begun and already felt overwhelmed. Such notions should not have arisen at all. In that moment, she resolved that regardless of the challenges, she would bring this child into the world, as a form of atonement to Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan remained oblivious to Qinya's thoughts, yet the news of her pregnancy stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He yearned for a child, yet felt little joy, primarily sorrow and self-loathing. At present, he was incapable of fulfilling his duties as a father. He felt like nothing more than a burden. He could not allow Qinya to expend her fortune to save him. That might very well cost her half her luck. If it were just the two of them, he could consider it, but now there was an unborn child to consider. How could he bear it? Losing 5 points of fortune might not leave Qinya paralyzed like him, but what of the child in her womb? When his wife insisted on carrying the child to term, he found himself unable to voice his concerns. His heart was heavy with self-loathing and fear. He dreaded the prospect of medical expenses overwhelming him, rendering him incapable of providing for the child. He feared that as the child grew, the stigma of having a disabled father would weigh heavily upon them, breeding feelings of inadequacy. Meanwhile, Qinya would have to care for him and the child, shouldering all the burdens alone, which would be an immense struggle. Even with the support of relatives, life would remain arduous. During those moments, he truly empathized with Qinya's despair that had driven her to contemplate suicide in the park. If she died, she would be free, no longer a burden. What was the point of living if he could not care for himself? To be a liability to his wife and child? Countless times he had posed this question to himself, each inquiry deepening his anguish. He often entertained the thought that perhaps death would be preferable. If he were to die, although the family's savings were scant, they would at least allow his wife to raise the child. As the child matured, life would become somewhat easier. Moreover, if his wife were to remarry, it would not matter as long as their child thrived. He simply did not wish to be a hindrance. Yet, he had no genuine desire to die. He yearned to witness the birth of his child, to discover whether it was a boy or a girl, to hear its cries, to bask in its laughter, to gently caress its cherubic face. There were so many things he wished to do. But alas, he found himself unable to fulfill any of them. He grappled with his predicament for many days, seeking reasons to continue living. Yet, no matter how many reasons he conjured, they paled in comparison to the reasons urging him toward death. He even felt shame for his desire to live. During this tumultuous period, he endured profound anguish, until one day, he suddenly pondered that perhaps there existed a better way to achieve everything he longed for. He need not be a burden. He could witness his desires fulfilled. He prepared his farewell letter and made arrangements for his affairs after his passing. Today, he finally took that decisive step. Spirit, it is splendid that you have come. I previously attempted to summon you, but you did not appear. I made numerous attempts, and I feared you would not arrive today. Thankfully, you have come. This is wonderful. My final wish should soon be granted. He gazed at the pen standing upright on the paper, motionless. He understood that the spirit had little interest in these matters and only required him to articulate his wish. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express more. Even if he was speaking to a ghost, engaging in conversation felt comforting, for there might not be another opportunity. Though he had reached this juncture, he remained grateful to you, the spirit of fulfillment. I exchanged my legs for my wife's, hoping for her recovery. Initially, I regretted it deeply. Although I love her dearly, I could not accept my new reality as a cripple. Yet now, everything has changed. I have a child. I cannot selfishly trade my wife's and child's well-being for my own legs. However, I also do not wish to burden them in my current state. Reflecting back, when I made that wish, I was engulfed in despair and helplessness. At times, I even thought that if I were to die suddenly, that would be for the best, as all burdens would vanish. At least you allowed me to experience a fleeting moment of joy before death. Albeit brief. Now, with a child on the way, it seems I have not lost too much. Spirit, this is the final wish I can make to you. My wish is as those words were about to escape his lips. He hesitated. After all, once he uttered this wish, there would be no turning back. Facing death, anyone would falter. Yet ultimately, he dispelled that hesitation. If there are indeed spirits in this world, then why not become one himself? To transform into a ghost would mean liberation from the constraints of the flesh, no longer a burden. Perhaps he could even protect his family in another form. Spirit, I have contemplated this for a long time. This may be my best option at present. I entrust all my fortune to your discretion, with the sole hope that you allow me to die, to become a ghost, and to remain by my child's side. Would that be acceptable? He was willing to relinquish all his fortune to the spirit, not out of trust, but because he sensed that the spirit was likely an emotionless entity. Such a being would not deceive him, merely adhering to the established rules. Additionally, he considered that his fortune might be insufficient to fulfill his wish. Regardless, he intended to exhaust all his luck, allowing the spirit to allocate it according to his desire, which might prove more beneficial. After speaking, he anxiously fixed his gaze on the pen, fearing that his wish might be declined. Yet, before long, he found solace as a mark appeared on the paper. Chapter 54. A new beginning. Gazing at the mark on the paper, Wang Chuan felt a strange mix of fear and an unprecedented sense of relief. Every individual confronts fear in the face of death. Even those who ardently seek it may experience regret in their final moments. No one truly wishes for death. However, since his paralysis, his mental state had undergone a dramatic transformation, as if countless burdens weighed heavily on his heart, inflicting unending torment. Now, those burdens had vanished entirely, granting him a sense of liberation. The prospect of becoming a ghost suddenly seemed less daunting. After all, the spirit of fulfillment was likely a ghost as well. He found himself envious. Should this wish come to fruition, shedding the shackles of the physical form would offer him liberation. However, he was acutely aware that he could never attain the same level of existence as the ghostly immortal. It was a rarity for any spirit to achieve such a state, at that moment. His primary concern revolved around the implications of his transformation into a ghost. He promptly inquired, "Ghost immortal, what will it be like after becoming a ghost? Will I still retain my humanity?" Such a notion was, of course, implausible. Wang Chuan quickly realized the foolishness of his question and added, "What I mean to ask is whether I will still possess human emotions and memories, and if I can think like a human and occasionally engage in activities. This inquiry is of utmost importance to me, Ghost Immortal. I beseech you to provide me with an answer." If there were to be nothing left, he could scarcely comprehend the significance of his transformation into a ghost. The ghostly immortal was nearly omnipotent, yet he was merely an ordinary individual, destined to become an ordinary ghost. After posing his question, he fixated his gaze intently upon the sheet of paper before him. His expression tense. Before long, the paper revealed the ghostly immortal's response, succinctly stated, "Part." Upon reading this answer, the tension within him eased somewhat, though the ghostly immortal's reply lacked specificity. Was it a substantial part or merely a minuscule fraction? The paper then displayed the word "small." This indicated that he would retain a portion of his emotions and self-awareness, albeit only a diminutive fragment, merely some shards of his former self. He surmised that the remnants would likely consist of the most intense feelings he had experienced in life. Strong enough to forge an obsession, in that case, it would suffice. After all, as a ghost devoid of a physical body, it was only natural to lose certain aspects upon transformation. Will I adversely affect my family? Lin Yuan marked a tick on the paper, only to subsequently draw a line through it, indicating both affirmation and negation. Whether or not this would depend on Wang Chuan himself, he need not draw too close. Merely observing from a distance would suffice. Should he insist on prolonged, intimate contact, naturally, there would be repercussions, I understand. Wang Chuan thought, having grown accustomed to communicating with the ghostly immortal. Knowing this was sufficient. Ghost immortal, I implore you to grant my wish and allow me to become a ghost. However, I would like to afford myself a few more hours to thoroughly appreciate this world. Lin Yuan marked another tick on the paper. After a person passes away, they typically transform into a soulless remnant, adrift until ultimately entering the underworld. If an individual possesses an exceptionally strong obsession and a deep attachment to the mortal realm, such emotions may enable them to become a wandering soul, lingering among the living. Wandering souls are frail, posing little danger. They remain in the world while retaining a small portion of their emotions and memories. Occasionally observing their family is not out of the question. If one were to speak of danger, it would arise if a timid person were to catch sight of them, potentially leading to fear-induced accidents. This represents the greatest peril of a wandering soul. In other respects, they find it exceedingly difficult to exert any influence over the affairs of the living. Although Wang Chuan did not vocalize it, his wish undoubtedly indicated his desire to become such a wandering soul. In truth, even if he did not express this wish upon death, he still had a chance to transform into a wandering soul, albeit not guaranteed. However, following the wish, Lin Yuan could elevate that probability to 100. He would assuredly become a wandering soul, remaining by his family's side, and of course, there was also the possibility of being forcibly taken back to the underworld by the emissaries of death. Yet, by imposing certain restrictions, that probability could be reduced to zero. After all, as a mere wandering soul, so long as he did not accumulate karma, he would not attract the attention of the emissaries. If he could evade detection by them until the birth of his child, then his wish would have been realized. As for what would transpire thereafter, Lin Yuan would not concern himself with it. Whether his child would be born safely was no longer his concern. Lin Yuan only guaranteed that he would witness that moment. Becoming too involved would only deplete his fortune significantly. In this manner, the consumption of fortune was not excessive, leaving him with nearly 2 points of fortune remaining, as Wang Chuan's fortune was already close to 5 points. Fulfilling this wish and repaying it would be entirely adequate. However, since he was granted the freedom to allocate it as he pleased, Lin Yuan decided to channel the remaining fortune into the energy he would possess after transforming into a wandering soul. This way, perhaps Wang Chuan could exist for a longer duration. His choice was undoubtedly the optimal one. He possessed little emotion belonging to humanity, whether good or bad, and thus lacked compassion or self-serving motives. This also signified that he would adhere to the spirit of the contract, ensuring the utmost fairness, As Wang Chuan gazed at the tick on the paper, a sudden emptiness enveloped his heart. His wish was on the verge of realization, yet he felt no joy. Surveying his surroundings, every object within the house evoked a sense of reluctance within him. This was the home in which he had lived for many years. A place imbued with sentiment. Though he would not depart from here, what remained would no longer be the true essence of himself. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Ghost immortal, thank you, at least I shall find liberation. In this manner, I can conclude my life with dignity. Had he not believed that the ghostly immortal could heal him, he would have long ceased to desire life, having refrained from action solely due to his attachments to this world. He was profoundly grateful that the ghostly immortal allowed him to remain in the world he cherished, alongside humanity. However, the ghostly immortal paid little heed to his gratitude, for he observed that the pen had already fallen onto the paper. The ghostly immortal had departed. Wang Chuan, feeling somewhat despondent, turned his wheelchair to gaze at his wife, who lay asleep in the bedroom. She had indeed endured much hardship during this time. I hope you can take good care of our child and uphold your promise. Previously, he had feigned a test, urging Qinya to terminate the pregnancy, for they were currently unable to bear the burden of an additional child. Yet, Qinya was resolute. It was evident that she was determined to keep the child at all costs. She loved this child dearly, alleviating Wang Chuan's worries. As for whether Qinya would remarry or choose to remain single after his passing, he no longer cared, as long as he could accompany his child as a ghost. That was sufficient. Presently, he would neither become a burden nor miss the opportunity to witness the birth of his child. This was already the best possible outcome. He then made his way to the balcony. Gazing out into the night, it was deep into the night, and darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only a few lights flickering. Yet, to him, this darkness appeared as an extraordinarily beautiful sight. In the past, he had never considered these scenes worthy of nostalgia. Perhaps it was because he was nearing death. At this moment, he perceived the beauty in all things of the mortal realm. He could already sense changes occurring within his body. All his organs were failing. The aura of death was spreading through him, and soon, his life would come to a complete end. His sole desire was to observe this world as much as possible before his demise. He persevered until dawn, witnessing the first rays of morning light grace the earth. It was the first time in many years that he had witnessed the sunrise. He beheld the red sun rising slowly. He could not help but exclaim, "It is truly beautiful." A smile graced his face, a smile that would forever remain etched upon him. His hands fell limply, and his eyes could no longer open. As the sun emerged, darkness receded, and the world, as it always did, welcomed a new day. And he, too, embraced his new existence as a ghost. Chapter 55. The search begins. Wang Yuan arrived at the location indicated by the ghostly immortal at noon, Chui Family Village. Situated in a remote central region, it was a considerable distance from Zhengzhou City. The journey took longer than he had anticipated. He had driven for nearly 10 hours straight, scarcely pausing for rest. At times, he felt drowsy and on the verge of dozing off, relying solely on sheer willpower to press on. Earlier that morning, he had already begun a live stream from his car to build anticipation for this event. It was evident that the audience was genuinely intrigued by the situation. He parked his vehicle a fair distance from the village and, upon disembarking, faced the camera with palpable enthusiasm. After a continuous 10-hour drive, I have finally arrived at Chui Family Village, the place where Yang Xie's son, Yang Xian, has mysteriously disappeared, as mentioned by the ghostly immortal. Allow me to show you the surroundings. It is indeed an incredibly secluded area. As he spoke, Wang Yuan used his phone's camera to capture the distant scenery, depicting farmland, wasteland, and forest that appeared on the screen. He slowly turned around, allowing the viewers in his live stream to clearly see his location. At that moment, his stream boasted 2,000 to 3,000 viewers. Although he had mentioned that Yang Xie would only arrive in the afternoon, the audience's eagerness was palpable. They could hardly contain their curiosity about the unfolding events. The notion of a streamer summoning a spirit during a live broadcast was already extraordinary, but it became even more astonishing when this spirit claimed to be the ghostly immortal, providing information about a long-lost child. This situation was undeniably remarkable. Regardless of belief, the audience was irresistibly drawn to the outcome of this tale. Furthermore, if Yang Xie succeeded in locating his child, would it not suggest the existence of a ghostly immortal capable of granting any wish? Such a revelation would profoundly challenge people's worldviews. Observing the flurry of comments and the continuous stream of gifts in the chat, Wang Yuan experienced an exhilarating sense of connection with his audience. Though his viewer count was not overly high, their engagement was strikingly vibrant. He felt an inkling that he was on the cusp of becoming a sensation. If Yang Xie could successfully reunite with his son, it would be a joyous occasion for all. Yang Xie's family reunited and Wang Yuan reaping immense viewership. Family, I will now reach out to brother Yang Xie to confirm the situation on his end. Until he arrives, we will refrain from taking any actions to avoid alerting the snake in the grass. Wang Yuan produced another mobile phone and contacted Yang Xi. Once the call connected, he immediately said, Brother Yang, I have arrived at Suijia village. To avoid alarming the locals, I am currently waiting at the village entrance and have not yet ventured inside. How long until you arrive? On the other end of the line, Yang Xi's voice came through, accompanied by that of a woman, presumably his wife. Although Yang Xi's family was skeptical, they had come along as well. We should still need 3 to 4 hours to get there. Yang Xi replied, his tone laced with urgency. He was eager to reach the village and ascertain the condition of his son. However, the roads here were dreadfully challenging to navigate. Do not worry, Brother Yang. I, along with the viewers in the live stream, will support you. Once you arrive, we will spring into action. Thank you, brother. My wife is also following your live stream and we are incredibly grateful for everything you are doing for us. Regardless of the outcome, I am thankful that my son's situation will be known to more people. It is no trouble at all. Since I have encountered this situation, it is only natural for me to lend a hand. After hanging up, Wang Yuan addressed the audience in the live stream, saying, Dear viewers, let us take a stroll around the vicinity to familiarize ourselves with the area, and perhaps enjoy the scenery, as Brother Yang still has a few hours before he arrives. Wang Yuan did not enter the village but instead wandered around the outskirts, maintaining a safe distance to avoid raising any suspicion among the villagers, which could hinder their efforts to locate the child. The viewers in the live stream engaged in fervent discussions. While many remained skeptical, believing it to be a publicity stunt with a script, the number of viewers continued to rise. By 4 in the afternoon, Wang Yuan spotted a black vehicle approaching him and immediately recognized it as Yang Xi's car. They had been in contact half an hour prior, and Yang Xi had relied on Wang Yuan's guidance to reach this location. Dear viewers, I see Brother Yang's car approaching. I am heading over now. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of the long-awaited drama. Comments and gifts flooded the screen. As the vehicle came to a stop, Wang Yuan hurried over. Is this you, Brother Yang? Just as he finished speaking, a man in his 30s, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall and slightly plump, stepped out of the car. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his face bearing signs of fatigue, and his demeanor was tinged with anxiety, yet flickered with a glimmer of hope. I am Yang Xi. Hello, streamer. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Thank you immensely for your efforts on our behalf. It is no trouble at all. The viewers and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. We all hope for your family's reunion. Now, let us discuss our next steps. As Wang Yuan finished speaking, 2 more individuals emerged from the vehicle, a man and a woman. The woman was Yang Xi's wife, while the man was his brother-in-law. Both regarded Wang Yuan with expressions of skepticism, having not witnessed Wang Yuan's previous live stream summoning the spirit. Yang Xi's wife had previously expressed her displeasure regarding the 20,000 yuan Yang Xi had given to Wang Yuan. Believing it to be a swindle, in truth, Yang Xi himself harbored little hope. Yet after 3 years of searching, they were unwilling to let any opportunity slip away, no matter how slight as they approached the answer. Their anxiety only intensified. After a brief discussion, they decided to first inquire within the village. If they could gather any information about Yang Xian, it would be ideal. If not, they would reach out to the local police station for assistance. Wang Yuan turned to the camera, his face brimming with anticipation. According to the spirit, Yang Xian's current name is Cui Jiao. We have decided to begin our inquiries in the village. I will keep the live stream running to document our experiences. Thank you all for your support. May we witness a miracle. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 5,000. Gifts continued to pour in, leaving Wang Yuan with a beaming smile. As a small streamer, he had never encountered such a scene. He had not even solicited gifts today, yet he received an abundance of donations. However, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. The higher his popularity soared, the harsher the fall could be if he failed to locate Yang Xian. If they truly did not find him, the viewers would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon him. Though black notoriety could still be considered notoriety, The risk remained that he might emerge with only the black and none of the art at this moment. He too felt a surge of anxiety. He could only pray that the spirit had not deceived him and that the 2 points of luck he had expended were not wasted. The quartet set off towards the village, each individual bearing their own emotions but united by a singular goal, the heartfelt hope of finding Yang Xian. Chapter 56. His voice as the group entered the village. Wang Yuan continued streaming live, interacting with the viewers as they walked. The village appeared quite impoverished, with only a handful of households, most of which looked dilapidated, some verging on being uninhabitable. Like many villages, the youthful labor force had migrated to the cities, leaving behind the elderly, women, and children. In such a village, the likelihood of encountering outsiders was low, and their arrival quickly drew the attention of the locals. However, the villagers were relatively amiable. An elderly man smoking outside his home noticed them and inquired where they were from and whom they were visiting, likely mistaking them for relatives of someone in the village. The group intended to ask about Yang Xian, but upon hearing the old man's voice, Wang Yuan approached him directly. "Sir, we are looking for Cui Jiao. Do you know where his family resides?" "Who?" The old man, hard of hearing, raised his voice. Wang Yuan repeated, "Cui Jiao." After hearing the name, the old man shook his head, indicating he did not recognize it. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling a sudden unease. Logically, in such a small village, how could no one recognize the name? Returning to the group, he noticed that Yang Shi's face reflected disappointment and anxiety. He genuinely feared that this would turn out to be another fruitless trip. Over the years, they had encountered hope countless times, only to face disappointment time and again. Each instance dealt a severe blow to their spirits. Yang Shi contemplated for a moment and added, "Although there are not many people in the village, some may be familiar with each other, but they might not know the full names. Especially with children, they may only know which family a child belongs to, but not necessarily their actual name." Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. It indeed made sense. Cui Jiao was only 9 years old, so it was not surprising that the elderly man did not know his real name. However, if they inquired about which family he belonged to, the old man might have some knowledge. "Shall we show him a photo?" Wang Yuan suggested. He walked over again and said, "Sir, he is a 9-year-old boy." He then produced the photo that Yang Shi had sent him, showing Yang Xian at 6 years old. This was his appearance back then. "Now that he is 9, have you seen him?" "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." Wang Yuan noticed the old man's expression shift slightly as he extinguished his cigarette and stood up. "Heading towards his house, sir. Please don't go." Wang Yuan called out, but the old man did not look back or utter a word. Watching the old man retreat, a surge of excitement welled up within Wang Yuan. "Brother Yang, I believe we might not have come to the wrong place." He was convinced that from the old man's expression, he had indeed heard them. However, the old man pretended not to have heard and simply went home. The implication was clear. Cui Jiao certainly existed, and the old man was reluctant to speak, suggesting there was a story behind it. If Cui Jiao had been taken by someone from the village, it would explain everything, as they would not want to offend anyone they might see regularly. Yang Shi's face also exhibited a flicker of excitement. He too recognized the significance of the old man's reaction. Though they could not yet confirm that his son was here, at least there was hope. As long as there was hope, that was sufficient. Yet, he made a conscious effort to temper his emotions and not become overly excited. The closer they drew to the truth, the more he worried about the potential for disappointment. They decided to continue their search throughout the village, inquiring at each house. If they could not find any leads, they would contact the local police station to request assistance in retrieving the household registration records. Regardless, they were determined to locate the boy named Cui Jiao. As the group continued deeper into the village, a woman in her 40s happened to emerge from her home. Wang Yuan promptly approached her. "Excuse me, do you know where Cui Jiao's family lives?" The woman paused for a moment, scrutinizing them with a hint of suspicion. "What are you all here for?" "We have come to visit relatives but cannot find our way around the village and thought to ask you for directions." The woman remained silent, shaking her head, indicating that they did not seem credible. Yang Shi stepped forward, producing a stack of cash. "Please, I beg you, tell us where he is." The woman glanced at the money, her eyes momentarily gleaming, her hands twitching. But she quickly restrained herself, maintaining her silence. It was evident she was tempted. "Please, I implore you, it is truly important to us," Yang Shi pleaded as he extended the money. The woman looked around quickly, then accepted the cash and tucked it into her pocket. She then turned her head slightly and pointed towards the east side of the village. "It's over there, but don't mention that I told you." Upon hearing the woman's words, Yang Shi's face was alight with uncontainable excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, at the very least, her words confirmed the existence of a person named Cui Jiao in this village, and it was highly likely that he had been reclaimed by that family. The information provided by the wishful ghost was entirely consistent. This Cui Jiao was most probably his son, Yang Xian. "Thank you, elder sister." Yang Shi expressed his gratitude with fervor. However, the woman uttered not a word, hastily retreating into the courtyard and shutting the gate behind her. Wang Yuan also felt a surge of exhilaration as he observed that Yang Shi's wife and brother-in-law were visibly moved. Initially, they had been entirely skeptical of those claims, and had it not been for Yang Shi's insistence, they might not have even come. But now, they too began to believe. "Brother Yang, let us hurry over. This time, your family shall surely be reunited," Wang Yuan proclaimed excitedly, addressing the audience in the live stream. "Dear viewers, we have finally uncovered the truth. There indeed exists a Cui Jiao here, precisely as the wishful ghost foretold. I am convinced that he must be Brother Yang's son, Yang Xian. We are drawing ever closer to the truth, and the answer will soon be unveiled. Let us first wish for their family's reunion." During Wang Yuan's enthusiastic declarations, Yang Shi and his companions could no longer contain their inner excitement and swiftly made their way toward the direction indicated by the woman. Observing this, Wang Yuan hurried to follow. Aside from Yang Xian's family, he was perhaps the one most eager to locate him. This information, which he had procured through tireless effort, was also pivotal for his own ascent to fame. By the time he caught up with the three, he was already panting heavily. Suddenly, Yang Shi's wife halted, her expression turning peculiar, as if she were intently listening to something. Her gaze became somewhat vacant, her thoughts seemingly captured by an unseen force. "What is it?" Wang Yuan finally found an opportunity to catch his breath and inquired of Yang Shi's wife. "Xiao Xian, I heard him calling me. He is right there," Yang Shi's wife exclaimed suddenly, her excitement palpable. As she changed direction and ran northward, shouting, "He is there. I heard him. He is right there." Her voice, tinged with fervor, startled Wang Yuan. Yang Shi was momentarily taken aback, but seeing his wife racing farther away, he had no choice but to follow. Wang Yuan, ignoring his need for air, dashed after them, unwilling to miss a single moment. "Viewers, it seems my sister-in-law has discovered something. She appears to have heard Yang Xian's voice. Let us hurry and see," he exclaimed breathlessly. "Now, I too am incredibly excited. I hope that it truly is their son's voice. Let us pray together for them." As he spoke, he gasped for breath, while the audience in the live stream began to flood the comments with their well wishes. Many of them had been watching since noon, and after several hours, their emotions were fully engaged, yearning for the conclusion of this extraordinary event. Chapter 57. A mother's heartbeat. They followed Yang Shi's wife, running for 100 or 200 meters, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Ahead lay fields and barren land, leading Wang Yuan to doubt whether she had truly heard anything. He certainly hadn't caught any sound moments ago. As they ran, Yang Shi voiced his concerns. "What is going on? Did you perhaps mishear?" Yang Shi's wife came to a halt, appearing frantic and almost deranged. "I heard his voice. Our Xiao Xian is right here. I heard it. I truly heard it. Where has it gone now?" she cried out, her agitation palpable. Wang Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had anticipated a resolution, only to be met with confusion. "There is no sound. You must be mistaken," Yang Shi admonished. Yang Shi's wife was nearly in tears, insisting, "No, there absolutely is. I heard him call me Mom. He is right here. Dear sister, truly, I did not hear anything." Yang Shi's brother-in-law interjected. "Perhaps your longing for the child has caused you to hallucinate. It's all right. We are very close to finding their home." Before Wang Yuan could finish, Yang Shi's wife suddenly yelled with fervor, "I found him, over there. We finally found him." Once more, Yang Shi's wife sprinted towards the distance, and they had no choice but to follow. The group quickly exited the village and ran some distance further. When Wang Yuan faintly heard the sound of children playing, in the distance, a group of children was frolicking, their voices faint due to the distance. Yet, upon hearing that sound, everyone was stirred into excitement. Yang Shi's wife, in a frenzy, cried out, "Xiao Xian, Mommy is coming." Mommy is here. They followed Yang Shi's wife, racing along the rugged path until they spotted a pond. Further ahead, they could see several children at the water's edge. One child turned to look at them at that moment. Wang Yuan observed that it was a boy, likely of a similar age to Yang Xian. For some reason, he was crying with another child nearby attempting to console him. Xiao Xian, Yang Shi's wife, dashed forward, enveloping the child in her arms, holding him tightly. An overwhelming tide of emotions surged within her, and her face was awash with tears. Xiao Xian, it's Mommy. Mommy has finally found you. Yang Shi's expression shifted from shock to immeasurable joy. He recognized his son, the child he had desperately sought for 3 long years. At that instant, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, and all his emotions became unbridled. He rushed forward, joining his wife in a tight embrace with their child. Son, Daddy has finally found you. The boy cried even harder, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke, calling out to his parents. Dad, Mom. Even after 3 years, Yang Xian immediately recognized his parents. The family, after enduring 3 long years, was finally reunited, overwhelmed with joy, rendered almost speechless, only able to weep in each other's arms. Wang Yuan watched this scene with moist eyes, feeling immense joy in his heart. Not only was he elated for this family's reunion, but he was also thrilled for the impending fame that awaited him. He had summoned the wishful ghost and utilized its power to help this family reunite. These events combined would surely propel his popularity to new heights. He felt as if he were dreaming, unable to fully believe that this was reality. Unable to resist, he pinched himself. It hurt, but this was no dream. Dear viewers, they have finally reunited as a family. The host is genuinely overwhelmed with excitement, nearly at a loss for words. Let me catch my breath. Wang Yuan took deep breaths, capturing the poignant scene of the family embracing and weeping on his phone. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement, an avalanche of comments flooding the screen. The host is truly a good person. He has really helped this family reunite. Is this real? Am I not seeing things? Emotionally, I truly hope this is real, yet the reality is that it must be fake. Why does this feel scripted? It doesn't seem like it. It feels so authentic. Authentic. This is so unbelievable. How could she hear a voice from that far away? If this isn't scripted, I'll eat my words. Indeed, after such long anticipation, it lacked the thrilling twists I had imagined. You could at least have arranged some surprises. It felt as if the child were waiting there. It was all too orchestrated. The acting was quite good. I was totally immersed. In response to the skeptical comments, Wang Yuan clarified, I can swear that these events are absolutely real. Yet, some people will refuse to believe even when faced with the truth. I don't blame you for your skepticism, as I too find these occurrences to be quite miraculous. First, the wishful ghost revealed Yang Xian's whereabouts, and then his mother heard him calling from such a distance. Frankly, I thought my sister-in-law was experiencing hallucinations. But now it seems this could indeed be a case of a mother's intuition. That's quite true. It sounds unbelievable, yet many have personal experiences to attest to such phenomena. Thus, Wang Yuan's explanation garnered some acceptance among the audience. Host, I've been watching your live stream the entire time I started when you summoned the wishful ghost yesterday. It's so incredible. The wishful ghost truly exists. There really is a spirit that can grant wishes. I feel like I'm in a dream. Can someone wake me up? Does anyone know how to summon the wishful ghost? I want to make a wish too. In the comments, some questioned him, while others believed, and still others expressed their curiosity about the wishful ghost. Summoning the wishful ghost to ask a few questions could lead to finding long-lost family members. These events were indeed too bizarre, and many people yearned to make wishes to this wishful ghost. However, those matters could wait for another time. Recalling the sudden sensation of palpitation he experienced last night, Wang Yuan felt it might be best to refrain from further attempts to summon the ghost. Continuing down that path could indeed pose a risk. Presently, the viewership in his live stream had surpassed 7,000, and the gifts received that day had already totaled 5,000 to 6,000. Just from a few generous viewers in the stream, he had received nearly 2,000. He received a plethora of private messages. Apart from a few meaningless insults, the rest were requests for his assistance in summoning the spirit of a ghostly being, as well as inquiries about potential business collaborations. Regardless of the veracity of these matters or the beliefs of the people involved, it was evident that this incident would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy across the internet. Wherever there is a trending topic, self-media outlets will flock to it, sharing the excitement while simultaneously propelling the entire event to new heights. This was merely the explosive beginning of his fame. Henceforth, his popularity would only continue to escalate. Moreover, this fervor could be converted into commercial value, with immense wealth already at his doorstep. Now, he needed only to contemplate how best to seize this opportunity. If he succeeded, he would become the next internet celebrity earning millions annually. At that moment, Wang Yuan spoke again in the live stream, saying, "For now, let us focus on brother Yang Shi and his family, as there have been new developments." The new developments Wang Yuan referred to were that Yang Xian's adoptive parents and the villagers had heard the news and were making their way to the scene. However, they had already reported the child missing to the police the moment they located him, and law enforcement was likely en route, so there was no immediate danger. Ultimately, no conflicts erupted between the two parties until the police arrived to mediate. In the following days, Yang Xian's biological parents underwent a paternity test, which confirmed that they were indeed the child's biological parents. Yet, Yang Xian's adoptive parents were unwilling to relinquish him easily. They insisted that they had found the child, took pity on him, and decided to adopt him. Over the years, they had raised Yang Xian as their own son, treating him well. Yang Xian could attest to this. Although he could not clarify whether he was bought by his adoptive parents or rescued, they had indeed been kind to him. Due to financial constraints, they could not provide him with an overly lavish life. But they never mistreated him or laid a hand on him. They were willing to let him go, but insisted on receiving compensation to make up for the emotional and financial investment they had made in him over the years. The two parties engaged in protracted negotiations, and ultimately, to avoid future complications, Yang Shi agreed to pay them 50,000 yuan, thus bringing his son home. Throughout this ordeal, Wang Yuan live-streamed the events, and as the days passed, this situation became one of the most talked-about topics online. Wang Yuan had truly risen to fame. Prior to this incident, he had only a few tens of thousands of followers, but now, his follower count had surged to over 600,000. Gazing at his account, Wang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism. For the first time, he realized that achieving his long-held aspirations was, in fact, remarkably simple. However, acquiring something does not guarantee its preservation. When one possesses nothing, there is no fear of loss. Yet, once one has something, the greatest fear becomes the potential for loss. He understood all too well that his current situation was a result of the wishes of the ghostly being. But if he ceased to engage with the ghostly realm, how could he safeguard his newfound fortune? Chapter 58. The spirit of wishes rises now. Lin Yuan had been a ghost for nearly a year, and his interest in all matters was gradually waning. He was unaware of the events unfolding around Wang Yuan, nor did he care, yet he could infer from the internet's fervor that the spirit of wishes had indeed become a sensation. When Wang Yuan summoned him during a live stream, some viewers even recognized him, and at that moment, he surmised that the spirit would inevitably gain popularity. Currently, discussions surrounding the spirit of wishes were somewhat overshadowed by reports of a UFO being shot down by a certain country. Yet it remained a hot topic online. While mainstream media had not covered it, numerous self-media outlets and video bloggers were continually capitalizing on the situation. They either published articles or produced videos, thoroughly analyzing the events at hand. The prevailing opinion remained that Wang Yuan was merely engaging in sensationalism, exploiting the public's curiosity to create a hot topic. The family involved was simply a troupe hired by Wang Yuan. Despite Yang Shi's family later appearing on Wang Yuan's live stream to recount their experiences and present ample evidence, skepticism and disdain persisted. Various video bloggers analyzed Wang Yuan's summoning of the spirit, noting that some footage appeared slightly distorted, suggesting that it had been manipulated. Many streamers attempted to emulate Wang Yuan, but ultimately failed to summon the spirit of wishes, or even the spirit of the pin. Eventually, one streamer broadcasted a live session, employing special effects to conceal an individual in the live stream, perfectly recreating the scene of Wang Yuan summoning the spirit of the pin, further casting doubt on the authenticity of the event. The vast majority of those following the situation deemed it a farce, asserting that no such spirits existed in this world. Nevertheless, a portion remained steadfast in their belief in the existence of spirits. As they had always held such convictions, even if the event were fabricated, they would still proclaim it as truth to validate their beliefs. The two factions continued to argue online, and coupled with Wang Yuan's frequent live streams and attendance at various business events, the topic's popularity surged. Although Lin Yuan was unaware of these developments, he felt their repercussions. The number of individuals attempting to summon him had clearly increased. However, Lin Yuan did not adjust his schedule due to the rise in summoners. He continued to awaken only around midnight. If he sensed someone calling for him, he would select one and respond. If not, he would simply disregard it. His interest in all matters had grown increasingly faint. Even towards the wishes of others, he could no longer personally intervene to fulfill each person's desires. The workload had become unmanageable. In light of this situation, he entrusted Su Xiaonan with a task, likely his final one. As time progressed, he might even lose interest in assigning tasks to the messenger. In any case, he decided to let everything unfold as fate would dictate. As long as he existed, everything would operate according to its own course, and he was indifferent to how it would ultimately manifest. Lin Yuan sensed the surrounding wishes. It was now midnight, and 5 individuals in Zhengzhou were summoning the spirit of wishes. One could imagine that in various corners of the world, others were attempting to call upon him, though he could not perceive those wishes. Following the explosive popularity of the spirit of wishes, Lin Yuan had successfully helped 4 individuals realize their desires. However, the number of those calling for him was far from that figure. On the first day alone, dozens had attempted to summon him. Yet most received no response, and the numbers had gradually dwindled. Today marked the 5th day, with only 5 remaining. After all, many who sought to summon the spirit of wishes might have simply been caught up in the moment. Lacking any truly pressing desires, it was entirely normal for them to give up. Lin Yuan had fulfilled the wishes of 4 individuals. Among them, one wished to become beautiful, another aspired to gain admission to a prestigious university. A third desired to resurrect their struggling company, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, and the final individual yearned for their novel to achieve fame. Lin Yuan had granted each of these wishes in turn. Throughout the process, he had accumulated a total of 1.5 units of willpower, bringing his current total to 5.5. Now, it was time to select the 5th individual. He would randomly choose one from the 5 who called upon him today. It was decided. Lin Yuan followed the stream of willpower and appeared before the chosen individual. This person was indeed fortunate, as the probability of summoning a spirit diminished with each passing moment. Of course, this fortune applied only to the present. Whether it would continue to be deemed fortunate in the future remained uncertain. At midnight, a man sat upright at a table, his expression one of utmost reverence. A candle flickered atop the table, accompanied by a piece of paper and a pen resting upon it. Anyone familiar with the tale of the spirit of wishes would recognize that he was imploring the spirit to appear. The man's name was Han Liang, in his early 30s, and at that moment, he pressed his hands together in a gesture of prayer, eyes closed in earnest anticipation, silently reciting, "Spirit of wishes, I beseech you. Please come to me. I truly need your assistance. You claim to grant every request. I have summoned you countless times. Please, you must arrive." Previously, he had encountered stories of the spirit of wishes online, but had dismissed them as mere fantasy. Utterly implausible, at his age, he had naturally outgrown such illusions. However, just a few days prior, he had witnessed a live stream in which the host summoned the spirit of the pin before a captivated audience. Instantly, he was enthralled, feeling as though his worldview had been upended. The spirit even wrote, "All wishes shall be granted." At that moment, he felt a sense of familiarity, until the host inquired about the whereabouts of a child. And the spirit replied that a price in luck must be paid. In that instant, he suddenly pondered whether the so-called spirit of wishes might indeed be real. Unable to contain himself, he posted a comment in the live chat, urging the host to inquire further. The spirit affirmed his question. Later, when the host successfully located the child based on the spirit's guidance, he could no longer deny the existence of the spirit of wishes. Overcome with excitement, he showered the host with gifts. Despite the skepticism surrounding the event, with many asserting it was scripted and entirely fabricated, Han Liang remained steadfast in his belief in the existence of spirits. Yet, his repeated attempts to summon the spirit of wishes had all ended in failure, and no matter his efforts, the spirit simply would not appear. However, as he perused the online posts again, he stumbled upon a curious detail. Every individual claiming to have summoned the spirit of wishes was located in Zhengzhou. This revelation sent him into a frenzy, as the host of the live stream had also summoned the spirit from Zhengzhou. He had previously thought that the similar IP addresses were merely the result of the host using multiple accounts. Now, he realized that perhaps only in that location could one successfully invoke the spirit. Thus, he took the high-speed train to Zhengzhou City overnight, where he conducted the ritual to summon the desired ghostly deity. Now, on the 3rd day, If he failed to summon the ghostly deity, he would have no choice but to concede. In that case, he would have to resolve the issue in his own way, even if it meant taking a life to reclaim his own. Although he appeared to be honest, within he harbored a resolute and unyielding nature. Once he deemed something to be right, no amount of persuasion would sway him. In his youth, he had suffered greatly due to this temperament. Even though he had become somewhat more adaptable to societal pressures with age, he still found himself acting impulsively at times, particularly in this matter. He could not allow the woman, who was clearly deceitful in her intentions for marriage, to claim half of his assets. It was not merely a matter of money, but rather a principle he held dear. Ghostly deity, I implore you, please come. Though he was prepared to embrace a fate of destruction rather than compromise, that was a choice he wished to avoid. No one wished to live a life of despair. It was merely that circumstances left them with no alternatives. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an eerie chill enveloping him, causing his heart to race. He hastily opened his eyes, only to find that the pen had inexplicably risen perpendicularly on the paper. Observing this peculiar scene, Han Liang felt no fear, but rather elation. The desired ghostly deity had finally arrived. Chapter 59. The true victim. Are you the desired ghostly deity? I traveled thousands of miles to Zhongzhou City in hopes of summoning you. And thankfully, you have come. At this moment, Han Liang was overwhelmed with excitement. Ever since he discovered the existence of the desired ghostly deity, he had conceived the idea of seeking the deity's assistance in resolving his troubles. However, after numerous failed attempts to summon it, he was on the verge of giving up, until fortune smiled upon him. He understood that there might be a price to pay, but he was not particularly concerned about such costs. After all, he had long resolved that he would rather face destruction than allow that woman to take even a penny from him. He was unwilling to accept such an injustice and felt compelled to seek retribution. Throughout his life, he had never engaged in any unlawful activities nor harmed anyone. Yet, due to a moment of blindness, marrying that woman had led to such a heavy price. He could accept the lesson and the losses it brought, but he could never accept that woman deriving any benefit from him. At that moment, the pen moved slightly, drawing a checkmark on the paper, as if to confirm his inquiry. Thank you, ghostly deity. Han Liang sighed in relief. For if there existed a desired ghostly deity, there must be others as well. Thus, he needed to ascertain its identity. Ghostly deity, I humbly request your presence because I have a matter to beseech you. My wife, named Lu Yuyan, or perhaps I should say my ex-wife, as we are currently embroiled in a divorce lawsuit, my wish is. He suppressed his excitement, reflecting momentarily. Clearly, he could not simply wish for Lu Yuyan to lose the case. For such an outcome would bear no significance. A defeat in court did not guarantee she would not claim his money nor imply she would face appropriate consequences. If Lu Yuyan lost, it would merely result in the court rejecting her divorce petition. That woman had effectively ruined him without consequence, which was utterly unjust. What he sought was fairness. He wanted her to pay for her misdeeds. He had met Lu Yuyan over a year ago at a matchmaking event, surrounded by numerous women. Yet, he immediately noticed Lu Yuyan and felt a strong attraction towards her. After a brief exchange, they learned about each other's basic circumstances. Lu Yuyan was 3 years younger than him. Although she hailed from a rural background, she was strikingly beautiful with a pleasant demeanor, making her an ideal candidate for a wife. Their conversations flowed effortlessly, and he felt a deep connection. At that time, he was already 30 years old. Perhaps due to his earnest nature, he had not experienced many romantic relationships and had little experience with women. He was an utterly ordinary man, having faced countless failures in matchmaking. His parents were increasingly distressed over his single status as they approached 60, while peers were already becoming grandparents. Han Liang himself harbored worries about remaining unmarried at his age. Fearing that finding a partner would only become more difficult at times, he even thought he might end up living a solitary life, which was a truly disheartening thought. Though he lacked significant achievements, he had a stable job, and his family's financial situation was decent, not markedly inferior to others. He had no bad habits, was neither short nor overweight. Yet the prospect of living alone for life was a bitter pill to swallow. Upon encountering Lu Yuyan, he felt as though this might be heaven's final opportunity for him, and he resolved to seize it wholeheartedly. They exchanged contact information and chatted online for a while. Unlike previous women he met who would ignore him after adding him, Lu Yuyan was different. She never neglected him, and even when her replies were delayed, She would offer explanations. He sensed that Lu Yuyin respected him and was genuinely interested. Eventually, they arranged to meet again, and their interactions were consistently pleasant. He finally felt that love had arrived. However, Lu Yuyin consistently refused to engage in overly intimate contact, explaining that she was a rather conservative woman. At the time, he paid little mind, assuming she was simply a good woman with high moral standards. Moreover, during their dates, she never made him spend excessively, always seeking ways to save money and subtly hinting at their future together. He suddenly felt compelled to make Lu Yuyin a promise. He proposed marriage, but she hesitated, stating she needed time to think. This caused him considerable concern, and he felt quite anxious. Having struggled for years to find a partner, his self-esteem was fragile. He feared he might not be worthy of such a woman. Objectively speaking, however, his family resided in a large city, owning 2 spacious properties worth several million. As the only child, these assets would eventually belong to him. In contrast, Lu Yuyin came from a rural background, earning a modest income of 4,000 to 5,000 a month, which would hardly allow her to afford even half of one of his family's homes. Yet, past emotional wounds had caused him to underestimate himself. During Lu Yuyin's period of indecision, he felt increasingly uneasy. However, he eventually received a message from Lu Yuyin, revealing that she did wish to be with him but felt unworthy due to her previous marriage. Upon hearing this, Han Liang was indeed shaken. He thought, despite everything, he should not settle for a divorced woman. He had barely experienced love himself and found it hard to accept such circumstances. Yet, recalling their time together, he hesitated to end their relationship so easily. He inquired about the circumstances of Lu Yuyin's previous marriage. She recounted her upbringing in poverty, with parents who married her off to a man she did not love for the sake of a dowry. After marrying, that man not only cheated on her but also subjected her to domestic violence. Unable to endure it, she sought a divorce through the courts. Their union had been brief, lasting less than a year. Lu Yuyin further explained that she had been divorced for over 3 years, spending that time alone, harboring a deep fear of relationships and marriage until she met Han Liang, which finally instilled her with courage. At that moment, Han Liang was blissfully unaware that these were merely lies. Looking back now, he could hardly forgive himself for believing such a melodramatic tale. Reflecting on their shared moments and learning of Lu Yuyin's past, his heart softened. He thought to himself that being divorced was not a fault. Misfortune in relationships was simply part of life, and he should not disdain Lu Yuyin for it. Moreover, at 30, he felt that if he did not marry soon, it would only become more challenging. It was unlikely he would encounter another woman with whom he connected so well in terms of personality and appearance. Furthermore, many women around the age of 30 who had never married might have cohabited with others. Fundamentally, there was little difference from marriage, aside from the absence of a certificate. He shared his thoughts with his parents, who, despite their reservations about him marrying a divorced woman for the sake of appearances, ultimately recognized the reality. In the end, Han Liang resolved to accept Lu Yuyin's past and proceed with their marriage. At the time, Lu Yuyin's parents demanded a dowry of 180,000, which he learned was a standard amount in the area. So he acquiesced. However, during the wedding preparations, Lu Yuyin's parents raised their demands, not increasing the dowry but insisting on numerous additional fees, transportation costs, red envelopes, and other charges, totaling over 100,000 in total. Han Liang's family spent 340,000, while Lu Yuyin's family contributed nothing. Those demands were orchestrated by Lu Yuyin's parents, and she initially defended him, attempting to negotiate with them. Yet now, he realized it had all been a performance. Had Lu Yuyin truly cared little for his money, her parents could not have dictated the terms. Lu Yuyin was merely concerned that if her parents pushed too hard, Han Liang might withdraw from the marriage, leaving them with nothing. However, he had not comprehended this at the time. Despite the unpleasantness surrounding the wedding, Han Liang silently vowed to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. He vowed to treat this woman well for the rest of his life, diligently nurturing their small household and attempting to mend the wounds Lu Yuyin had previously endured. Yet, regrettably, after their marriage, their lives descended into further turmoil. He soon became the scoundrel his wife accused him of being. Marked by infidelity and domestic violence. It was then that he realized that perhaps Lu Yuyin's former husband had experienced a similar fate. They were both deceived, and truly, they were the real victims. Chapter 60. Evidence may not be the truth. From the very day of their wedding, Lu Yuyin confided in Han Liang that she had often suffered abuse at the hands of her former husband. which had left her with psychological scars regarding men. She expressed a desire for them to sleep in separate rooms temporarily and to refrain from any intimate relations. She wished to see how Han Liang behaved over time, and only if he proved himself worthy would she genuinely accept him. Although the wedding arrangements left Han Liang feeling disgruntled, he respected her wishes, understanding that they were to share a lifetime together, and he did not wish to start their marriage on a sour note. However, after just a few days, Lu Yuyan seemed to transform entirely. Gone was the gentle demeanor she had before their marriage. Instead, she became increasingly combative, seeking every opportunity to quarrel. Although Han Liang had a generally good temper and could endure much, Lu Yuyan was unreasonable, turning even the most trivial matters into grounds for conflict. It felt as though she was deliberately instigating trouble. Even the most patient person has a breaking point. Within a month of their marriage, Han Liang struck Lu Yuyan for the first time. His blow was not severe, yet Lu Yuyan wept inconsolably, threatening to take her own life, leaving him with no choice but to offer repeated apologies. In the end, Lu Yuyan insisted on returning to her parents' home for a cooling-off period. A few days later, she returned and immediately announced that Han Liang's previous behavior reminded her too much of her ex-husband, and she refused to enter another pitfall. They must sign an agreement, or she would not feel secure. If he refused, they would have to divorce. Having just invested over 400,000 to bring her into his life, Han Liang found the prospect of divorce unacceptable. The agreement stipulated that he must respect Lu Yuyan, and should there be any further instances of domestic violence or infidelity, he would leave empty-handed. This agreement held no legal weight, and its adherence relied solely on personal integrity. In a bid to ensure a peaceful life with Lu Yuyan, he reluctantly signed it. However, although the agreement lacked legal validity, it effectively solidified the accusations of his infidelity and abuse. While he had lost control once, he did not believe it amounted to domestic violence. Yet, a few months later, he indeed strayed. He did not believe the blame rested solely on him. Human beings have physiological needs. During that time, Lu Yuyan continued to argue incessantly and forbade him from any form of intimacy, leaving him emotionally drained. One evening, overwhelmed, he visited a foot massage parlor. Before marriage, he had never frequented such establishments, but after that day, he found himself returning daily. Not all women are as aloof and reserved as he had thought. The women here simply required a little money to flatter him, indulging his desires without reservation. In stark contrast, his wife, whom he had spent hundreds of thousands to marry, would not even allow his touch. He found these women rather agreeable. However, Lu Yuyan soon discovered his secret and erupted in fury, demanding a divorce and insisting he leave with nothing. Han Liang, incensed, felt justified in his actions, claiming he had been provoked by her refusal to engage with him. That day, in a fit of rage, he struck Lu Yuyan again and forced himself upon her. Following this, she reported him to the police. Fortunately, with the intervention of law enforcement, the situation did not escalate further. He was merely detained for a few days for violating public order regulations. Upon his release, Lu Yuyan remained silent, disappearing for a time. Han Liang experienced a pang of regret and guilt, knowing he had cheated and struck Lu Yuyan. He hoped she would calm down, and upon her return, they could have a conversation, perhaps even find a way to mend their lives together. At that time, he still held a flicker of hope for his relationship with the other woman. When Lu Yuyan returned, they indeed had a heartfelt discussion, and she agreed they could work things out. However, she insisted that she would manage the household finances, and he must surrender his future earnings to prevent him from visiting such places again. Otherwise, she threatened divorce. Han Liang hesitated but ultimately acquiesced, as the house had been registered in Lu Yuyan's name prior to their marriage, and he had already invested over 400,000 for the wedding. The thought of divorcing just months after marrying was unbearable. The sunk costs were too significant for him to extricate himself. With their savings dwindling to around 100,000, he begrudgingly accepted her terms. Yet, the more he conceded, the more Lu Yuyan pressed her demands. Within days, she insisted that Han Liang's parents' property be transferred to her name, threatening divorce if he did not comply. Han Liang found this request unacceptable. By this point, he believed Lu Yuyan was exhibiting troubling behavior. She was resolute in her desire to divorce him and claim his assets. They had been married for less than a year, and she sought to claim half of his wealth. He could not accept this. When he refused, Lu Yuyan dropped the pretense, taking to social media to publish several articles recounting their experiences, albeit with her own embellishments. In Lu Yuyan's narratives, Han Liang was depicted as a seemingly honest man with a cruel heart, who not only subjected her to long-term abuse, but also frequently cheated and coerced her into relations. She claimed to have preserved evidence of all her accusations, sharing images of her injuries, the signed marital agreement, police records, and proof of Han Liang's detention. All of this corroborated her claims. Subsequently, Lu Yuyan leveraged this evidence and public sentiment to force him to comply with the agreement, demanding a divorce and that he leave with nothing. Han Liang realized he had been thoroughly ensnared by this woman from the very beginning. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he struck Lu Yuyan once more. This time with significant force. He was not one to anger easily, but when he did, no one could dissuade him. His history of domestic violence was now undeniable, and he felt no remorse for his actions. In that moment, he contemplated ending her life, along with her family, ensuring they would all suffer the same fate. Yet, he hesitated. He did not wish to sacrifice his own future. What would become of his parents? But now, everything had changed. The wish-granting spirit had appeared. If he uttered his desire, the spirit would surely fulfill it. His wish was for that woman, his ex-wife, Lu Yuyan, to receive her just deserts. Her actions were nothing short of fraud, and she deserved to face the full force of the law, to be imprisoned. And no sooner had he spoken his wish than a check mark appeared on the paper, signifying the spirit's agreement to his request. Chapter 61. The outcome is inevitable. Gazing at the check mark on the paper, Han Liang exhaled in relief. Since the wish-granting spirit had consented, it seemed unlikely there would be further complications. In tales, such spirits are nearly omnipotent, and no matter how cunning Lu Yuyan might be, she could not possibly stand against the spirit. He understood that every wish comes with a cost, but at this juncture, he was indifferent to the price. Whatever it may be, it was far preferable to the thought of ending that woman's life. Yet, he remained curious about what he would have to sacrifice. Spirit, what must I give in return? The pen swiftly inscribed a numeral upon the paper, the number 3. With a stroke of fortune, this matter would unfold with ease. The woman's fate had long been predetermined, and her secrets would inevitably come to light. Han Liang's wish was merely to reclaim justice for himself, requiring nothing more from that woman, essentially aligning with her original outcome. After all, one who frequently treads by the riverbank is bound to get their shoes wet. Lin Yuan now needed only to make slight alterations, hastening the occurrence of this event. Therefore, the expenditure would not be substantial. For Han Liang, this remained of utmost significance, for even years later, should the woman's misdeeds be revealed and she face legal repercussions, it would be too late for him. He could not reclaim his assets. Thus, it must be now. Observing the numeral on the paper, he felt it was far less than he had anticipated. Merely losing 3 points of fortune paled in comparison to the loss of half his estate. Moreover, fortune is not a fixed entity. It is entirely possible that, even without this transaction, losing half his wealth might still result in a loss of fortune. Therefore, expending this fortune to preserve his assets seemed entirely reasonable. Furthermore, having witnessed a live stream, he noted that Wang Yuan had sacrificed 2 points of fortune to obtain information about a child. Yet, Wang Yuan, despite losing 2 points of fortune, had blossomed into a sought-after streamer, seemingly unscathed. This indicates that not all transactions yield adverse outcomes. Additionally, even if there were negative repercussions, he was willing to accept them. Spirit of wishes, I can fully accept the price. I hope you grant my desire. He concluded, glancing once more at the pen on the paper. Is there anything you require me to do? Should there be tasks for me, I will cooperate to the best of my ability. The pen marked a cross upon the paper. He was not required to undertake any specific actions. Everything would unfold naturally, and the outcome he desired would materialize. Spirit of wishes, our court case commences tomorrow morning. Will everything transpire in time? Another tick appeared on the paper. Han Liang inhaled deeply, feeling an extraordinary lightness envelop him. It seemed all matters were under the control of the spirit of wishes. He grew somewhat exhilarated. Thank you. Should this succeed, I shall devote my remaining years to venerating you. Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than the pen fell upon the paper. The spirit of wishes offered no response, for it had no interest in his gratitude. This was merely a transaction. Nevertheless, Han Liang's gratitude lingered. This was a feat beyond his own capabilities. Without the spirit, he would have suffered far greater losses. He remained seated for quite some time before rising. At that moment, He felt a twinge of anticipation regarding how the spirit would resolve his troubles. However, he was certain he could not fathom it. Had he been able to predict it, he would not have been ensnared by that woman, utterly powerless. When the time came, he would naturally learn everything. He had purchased a high-speed train ticket for the early morning. Departing now would allow him to return just in time for the court session tomorrow. In general civil cases, one might entrust a lawyer to represent them, but divorce cases necessitate the presence of both parties. Furthermore, he wished to witness firsthand the outcome of today's proceedings and how his wish would be fulfilled. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yuan could still sense that some individuals were attempting to summon the spirit of wishes. However, since he had already fulfilled one person's desire today, he would not attend to any further summons. Many sought the spirit's wishes, yet it was impossible for him to assist each one personally. That was unfeasible. Through these experiences, Lin Yuan's understanding of human nature had deepened. He could ascertain that, regardless of whether summoning the spirit merely consumed fortune or even life, individuals would still queue to invoke the spirit of wishes. People frequently encounter matters beyond their resolution. An entity capable of fulfilling desires holds immense allure for humanity. The cost is never an issue. People merely seek pathways to realize their wishes, for instance. Just moments ago, he had discerned from Han Liang's fate that he had a considerable probability of resorting to murder. Of course, upon the spirit's emergence, that probability diminished to zero. For such individuals, even if it meant paying the ultimate price, they would appeal to the spirit of wishes. However, all those wishing to make a request must wait in line. Nevertheless, once Su Xiaonan's tasks were completed, this queue would significantly decrease, and the influence of geography would lessen. In due time, all trivial matters would be handled by the messenger, such as communications with the wishers. For Lin Yuan, this held little significance. He would leave it to the messenger, focusing solely on fulfillment. The spirit of wishes' reputation had begun to spread, and many were already aware of it. Should this trend persist, Su Xiaonan would soon find it challenging to bear the weight of these karmas. These karmas should have been Lin Yuan's burden, but the existence of the messenger allowed him to evade them. This was the price of becoming a messenger. It was, in itself, a transaction. Addressing the impact of karma was the messenger's responsibility, and the contract with the messenger included no clause obligating the spirit of wishes to provide assistance. Thus, Lin Yuan would not intervene, yet the solution was not difficult. Su Xiaonan should arrive at it. At 8:10 a.m., Han Liang was still in the taxi, engaged in a phone call. A middle-aged man's voice emanated from the other end. He was the lawyer Han had hired for his case against Liu Yan. Mr. Han, the hearing begins at 9 o'clock. Will you be able to make it? The lawyer's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, as the trial was imminent, yet the party involved might not arrive. Just yesterday, Han Liang had confidently asserted that he would be present. Growing anxious, Han Liang replied with a tone of resignation, I'm currently stuck in heavy traffic and unsure if I'll make it in time. However, it's not too far, so I believe it should be manageable. You must arrive. This is the second trial. If you do not have a valid reason for your absence, the court may rule against you. After hanging up, Han Liang gazed at the traffic, which resembled a long, winding dragon, feeling a surge of frustration. After concluding his conversation with the spirit, he had immediately boarded a train to return. The train had arrived at 6 a.m., and he had thought he had a couple of hours, ample time to reach the courthouse. Yet, misfortune struck. There were few taxis available at that hour, and when he ordered a rideshare, the driver inexplicably took a wrong turn. This caused him to wait for over 20 minutes, and ultimately, the driver canceled the order, forcing him to summon another vehicle. Those 20 minutes were crucial. As a result, once he reached the city, he missed the window of smoother traffic, and congestion ensued. Now, after a full 30 minutes, they had traversed less than a kilometer. Although there was still time, it was awkward. Even if he were to alight immediately and take the subway, it was highly probable he would still arrive late. The current subway station would likely require waiting in line. As he felt his agitation rising, a thought suddenly struck him regarding yesterday's summoning of the spirit. The spirit did not necessitate his timely arrival at the courthouse. Rather, regardless of his actions, the outcome he desired would undoubtedly manifest. With this realization, Han Liang felt a wave of calm wash over him. For from the moment the spirit of wishes had acquiesced to his request, the conclusion had already been sealed. His presence or absence would not alter the result. 20 minutes later, it was 8:30 a.m., and Han Liang received another call from his lawyer inquiring about his whereabouts. At this moment, Han Liang's tone was remarkably composed. No need to worry. Traffic is beyond anyone's control. However, it appears I will likely be unable to make it. Upon hearing his words, the lawyer's urgency dissipated. If the client remained calm, why should he be anxious? If all else failed, they would simply lose the case. After all, they had already lost in the first trial, and he held little hope for the second. Han Liang continued to reassure the lawyer over the phone when suddenly, the lawyer's tone shifted, shock evident in his voice, accompanied by surrounding commotion. This is too coincidental. It seems you need not worry any longer. Your wife? No, your ex-wife. She just had an accident. Chapter 62. Such coincidence in the morning, Lu Yuyin arrived at the courthouse accompanied by her lawyer and family. Her mood was quite pleasant today. As the trial approached, she felt no trace of nerves, only anticipation. She was quite familiar with the court, having fought divorce cases before. Unless Han Liang presented groundbreaking evidence, the second trial would not entirely overturn the first verdict. The likelihood of her winning this case was not just high, it was nearly assured. Many assert that marriage is a woman's second chance at life, a sentiment she wholeheartedly agreed with. Moreover, few understood this notion better than she. In just over a year, she had managed to acquire nearly 2 million in wealth through marriage. Such an amount, earned through conventional means, was utterly unattainable in a lifetime. There was no alternative to reeling in fools like Han Liang for quick riches. The best part was that it was entirely legal. She simply married, found herself dissatisfied, and then divorced. No one could cast judgment. Every aspect of this affair was verifiable, with ample evidence to substantiate her claims. To the outside world, she was a woman who had suffered from poor choices, a tragic victim who garnered sympathy from all online. Countless individuals supported her courageous stand against the scoundrel, positioning her as an independent and brave female icon. Amassing a significant following, she believed that following this incident, she could effectively manage her online persona, capitalizing on her fan base, potentially earning considerable profits. At that moment, the lawyer beside her interrupted her thoughts, urging, "Let us proceed inside. Remember my words. No matter what transpires, remain calm, and do not speak out of turn. I will handle everything." Lu Yuyin's lawyer was a woman in her 30s, highly skilled in handling divorce cases. They had previously collaborated once, and Lu Yuyin found her to be exceptionally professional. Since then, Lu Yuyin had consistently sought her counsel on legal matters, and the lawyer had provided her with numerous strategies, teaching her how to preserve evidence. The smoothness of Lu Yuyin's divorce from Han Liang could not have been achieved without her lawyer's invaluable assistance. "Rest assured, sisterly," Lu Yuyin replied with a smile. Then turned her gaze towards her parents. The lawyer's admonition was not directed at her. She understood well enough that there would be no trouble, but it was primarily for her parents' benefit. Lu Yuyin's parents nodded in agreement. Their faces radiating an undeniable joy. It was indeed a spectacle for them to smile so broadly after their daughter had divorced due to domestic violence. Nevertheless, considering the division of over 1 million yuan, their elation was entirely understandable. Lu Yuyin's father assured, "Do not worry. I will speak when necessary and remain silent otherwise." Lu Yuyin nodded. Just as they were about to enter the courthouse, a man's voice suddenly called out from behind. "Lu Yuyin?" Instinctively, she turned to see who had called her. The man appeared to be in his 30s, of average height and slightly overweight. She found him somewhat familiar but could not immediately recall who he was. However, upon seeing her, the man erupted in anger, shouting, "So it is you, you filthy whore. I've been searching for you for so long, and you finally show up." Although she could not remember who he was, Lu Yuyin recognized the hostility in his voice. After all, she was acutely aware of her own standing. There were certainly many men who wished her harm. "Let us hurry inside," Lu Yuyin urged, preparing to flee. She had no desire to engage with an enraged man at that moment. As she attempted to escape, the man rushed toward her, his eyes blazing with fury. Lu Yuyin's father quickly stepped forward to intervene, but his frail frame, standing only a little over 5 feet tall and aged, was no match for the man. The assailant shoved him aside effortlessly, sending him crashing to the ground, and then disregarding him entirely. He swiftly grasped Lu Yuyin by the collar and yanked her toward him. Lu Yuyin, being slender and weak, could not resist the man's force, and she was thrown to the ground, her head striking the hard surface, causing her hat to fall aside. "You deceitful bitch, daring to swindle me out of money. I will kill you." the man roared as he struck her face with a fist. Consumed by rage, he cared for nothing but to inflict harm upon her. Only after receiving that blow did Lu Yuyin finally recognize the man before her. Approximately 3 years prior, she had met him during a blind date. After accepting the betrothal gifts, she discovered that his claims of having multiple properties were mere fabrications. He was not wealthy at all, and the betrothal gifts he had presented were cobbled together from loans. Infuriated, believing she had been duped, she fled under the cover of night. She recalled that the betrothal amount was 288,000 yuan, which was, of course, non-refundable. However, she had resolved never to deceive the same person multiple times, regardless of the sum. She would leave, come what may, in order to avoid situations such as this. To her astonishment, she encountered him here today as the man swung another punch at her. Lu Yuyin felt as though the bones in her face might shatter. At that moment, she sensed the looming specter of death. Her lawyer urgently shouted for help, while her parents rushed forward, attempting to restrain the man. Yet he landed another blow upon her. Fortunately, court personnel soon arrived, restraining the assailant and preventing any further harm to Lu Yuyin. Bloodied and dazed, Lu Yuyin's parents quickly called for an ambulance to take her to the hospital. This sudden turn of events left both her lawyer and her parents in a state of shock. Clearly, given the circumstances, Lu Yuyin would be unable to attend court that day, and the proceedings would have to be postponed. Han Liang's lawyer, having witnessed the entire ordeal, relayed the incident to him. What a stroke of luck. Just as you can't attend, your ex-wife is also incapacitated. He continued, I didn't catch everything clearly, but her injuries appeared quite severe. That man showed her no mercy. She will likely need several days to recover, which gives us ample time. The lawyer added, I overheard that man claimed Lu Yuyin had swindled him. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, it could work to your advantage. Perhaps we can use this time to gather further evidence. If we can prove her prior fraudulent intent in marriage, we might orchestrate a stunning reversal. The lawyer's excitement was palpable. Previously, Lu Yuyin had made quite a scene at Han Liang's company, attempting to force him into relinquishing everything, even posting evidence of her domestic abuse online, which garnered significant attention. Her aim was to leverage public sentiment to compel Han Liang to fulfill the agreement. Lu Yuyin's actions had generated considerable buzz online surrounding the case. If they could indeed overturn the ruling in the second trial, it would significantly benefit Han Liang's career. Such occurrences were not uncommon, yet obtaining proof that the woman had entered the marriage with the intent to defraud would be challenging, particularly in Han Liang's case, as he had indeed resorted to violence, resulting in his detention, complicating matters further. However, if they succeeded, it would enhance his reputation considerably. The lawyer spoke at length over the phone, but Han Liang's response was notably subdued. While his tone suggested a hint of pleasure, it lacked any fervor, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. The lawyer even began to suspect that Han Liang had orchestrated the assault on Lu Yuyin. Han Liang, understanding this implication, reassured, rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with me. I would never resort to such tactics. That would be foolish. At that moment, Han Liang felt increasingly confident that Lu Yuyin would inevitably face her just deserts. He was a man of his word, and the only unexpected element was the manner in which events had unfolded. He eagerly awaited what would transpire next, impatient to witness the downfall of that woman. Chapter 63. A shift in public opinion. After Lu Yuyin was assaulted, the assailant was apprehended by the police. During the interrogation, he divulged the entire truth. His name was Qian Peng, and he had seen Lu Yuyin's posts online a few days prior. In a bid to substantiate her claims of domestic violence, she had shared photos of her injuries, which, although only revealing half her face, showcased extensive bruising. Nevertheless, Qian Peng recognized her immediately due to a distinctive mole on her face that he remembered vividly. 3 years ago, shortly after they had met, he had been captivated by Lu Yuyin, and they had decided to marry to secure her hand. He had paid 288,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, a portion of which was borrowed. However, as the wedding approached, Lu Yuyin abruptly vanished. He had been enraged at the time, but despite searching extensively, she had seemed to evaporate. He had even reported her disappearance to the police, but there had been no progress. Coming from a modest background, he had suffered greatly over the years, and only recently had he managed to repay the borrowed money. He felt that his life had been irrevocably derailed by that woman. At that moment, he vowed that if he ever found Lu Yuyin, he would ensure she paid dearly. A few days ago, upon seeing her photo online, he could not resist the urge to come and confront her. However, upon arrival, he realized that finding someone in such a large city was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Serendipitously, he had little hope, but while strolling that morning, he spotted a woman exiting a taxi. Her hat nearly blown away by the wind. In that brief moment, he caught a glimpse of her face and thought she resembled Lu Yuyan. Following her to the courthouse, he became increasingly convinced. Especially upon witnessing her engaging in divorce proceedings, he called out her name, and to his astonishment, she turned around. In that instant, he knew he had found the person he had been searching for. Fueled by memories of his past grievances, he charged at Lu Yuyan and struck her. The police corroborated Chen Peng's account, having verified with his local precinct that he had indeed filed a report regarding Lu Yuyan's disappearance. His claims were substantiated. Lu Yuyan had taken his betrothal gifts and then vanished. However, this alone did not confirm that Lu Yuyan had committed fraud. She could easily argue that she felt they were incompatible, or that Chen Peng had made some error, prompting her to leave in anger. As for the betrothal money, she had not sought it back after losing contact due to her phone being misplaced. There was no evidence to prove that her initial acceptance of marriage was driven by a desire to deceive him. With careful handling, this did not constitute a crime. Nevertheless, as Lu Yuyan had shared her experiences online during her divorce from Han Liang, it had drawn considerable public attention. Consequently, the news of her assault quickly spread across the internet. The reasons behind Chen Peng's actions have been unearthed by netizens, leading to a swift reversal of public opinion. Initially, a multitude supported Lu Yuyan online, yet now, an equal number vociferously condemns her. Many are left to ponder whether the alleged domestic violence was merely a self-scripted act by Lu Yuyan, aimed at garnering sympathy and manipulating public sentiment to coerce the male party into relinquishing his assets. A plethora of Lu Yuyan's personal information has been revealed, alongside numerous photographs circulated online. Soon after, another individual emerged, penning a scathing critique of Lu Yuyan. He claimed to be yet another victim of her deceit. His circumstances mirrored those of Chen Peng, as Lu Yuyan had absconded after accepting a substantial bride price. Despite his efforts, he could not locate her. Moreover, during their courtship, Lu Yuyan employed various tactics to swindle him out of valuables worth tens of thousands. His total losses amount to approximately 300,000. He has since reported the incident to the authorities and urged other victims of Lu Yuyan to come forward for justice. The matter had already garnered significant attention, and with this shocking twist, its prominence only increased. Lu Yuyan is now experiencing the backlash of public opinion. Subsequently, another individual claiming to be Lu Yuyan's ex-husband recounted a tale strikingly similar to that of Han Liang. He had recently married Lu Yuyan, only to divorce within a year. During their divorce proceedings, Lu Yuyan threatened him with evidence of infidelity and domestic abuse, compelling him to acquiesce to her demands and cede the majority of their assets, amounting to over $1 million. He recognized Lu Yuyan's dubious nature but felt powerless against her. Now, he too has reported her to the police, hoping for her severe punishment. Had it been only Chen Peng, Lu Yuyan might have escaped serious repercussions, merely required to return the money, with her divorce from Han Liang remaining unaffected. Even if a judge suspected her marriage was a faude for financial gain, there was insufficient evidence. However, the current situation is markedly different. The tide of public opinion has turned against her, and as more individuals she has wronged come forward, the cumulative evidence threatens to expose her deeds entirely. Regardless of her explanations, they cannot obscure the fact that she has committed fraud. In the hospital, Lu Yuyan, infuriated, nearly hurled her phone. At this moment, fear enveloped her. The shift in public sentiment has made it clear that even if she avoids imprisonment, she will be drowned in a deluge of criticism. It seems increasingly unlikely that she can continue her deceitful ways, effectively severing her source of income. She promptly posted another message online, claiming that she did not recognize any of the individuals involved. They were all hired by her ex-husband to defame her. Currently embroiled in a divorce lawsuit, he seeks to use these tactics to force her to relinquish her rightful assets. She asserted that Chen Peng, the one who struck her, was also hired by him. Ladies, keep your eyes wide open and do not be deceived by that scoundrel. Her assertions garnered considerable support. For those unaware of the truth yet drawn to conspiracy theories, her narrative seemed entirely plausible. Many expressed sympathy for her, yet such compassion cannot alter her predicament. While her statements may placate some netizens, they hold no weight with law enforcement, due to the growing attention surrounding the case. Local police have prioritized it and summoned Lu Yuyan for questioning. Upon receiving the police summons, Lu Yuyan understood the gravity of her situation. At this juncture, no one could rescue her. Her attorney could only strive to secure a reduced sentence. A vague sense of manipulation lingered in her mind, as if an unseen hand orchestrated events. After being recognized by Qin Peng, a torrent of revelations surfaced, leaving her with no opportunity for redemption. Could it be Han Liang? She shook her head, dismissing the thought, for she believed that man lacked the capability to orchestrate such a scheme. Upon learning of Lu Yuyan's summons, Han Liang was also called to the police station. Authorities recognized that his marriage to Lu Yuyan was itself a ruse, and he was summoned as both a victim and a witness. With a mix of excitement and agitation, Han Liang entered the precinct, fully cooperating with the investigation and recounting the entirety of his relationship with Lu Yuyan. Should the police take this case seriously, Lu Yuyan's actions would not withstand scrutiny, and she would undoubtedly face legal consequences. After leaving the police station, Han Liang consulted with his attorney. Once the police filed charges against Lu Yuyan for fraud, he could petition the court to annul his marriage to her. He would not need to go through a divorce or divide assets. Their marriage, born of Lu Yuyan's deceit, would be rendered null and void. If Lu Yuyan's crimes were confirmed, their union would be deemed illegal, allowing him to reclaim his status as a bachelor. That woman had once loomed over him like a dark cloud. But now it seemed that cloud would finally dissipate. All traces of her presence in his life would vanish. As he basked in the sunlight, Han Liang felt a profound sense of joy. He was grateful to have engaged the assistance of the elusive Ru Yuan Guixian at the last moment. What appeared to be a ghost was, in truth, a pair of hands manipulating the fate of many. As for what would happen after his run of luck ended, he was no longer concerned. Chapter 64. Karma. Su Xiaonan suddenly discovered that her posts regarding Ru Yuan Guixian had inexplicably gone viral. During this period, she had been preoccupied with other matters and had not monitored her forum account. Thus, when she encountered this phenomenon, she was taken aback. The intensity of the attention left her feeling alarmed. The supernatural realm typically garnered little traffic, yet a sudden influx of individuals had emerged. She could not fathom where these people had come from. Recently, after work each day, she had been studying web operations and design to fulfill the tasks assigned by Ru Yuan Guixian. Being quite busy, she had neither the leisure nor the inclination to browse online information, remaining oblivious to Wang Yuan's situation and the rising popularity of Ru Yuan Guixian. However, the comments revealed to Su Xiaonan the reason behind her post's newfound fame. This was simply outrageous. Someone had summoned Ru Yuan Guixian during a live broadcast, locating a long-missing child before everyone's eyes. Su Xiaonan found it utterly unbelievable and hurriedly searched for related information online. The incident had garnered considerable attention and had become a recent topic of discussion. She noted that Wang Yuan had skyrocketed to fame, amassing hundreds of thousands of followers and achieving both wealth and notoriety. Naturally, people, intrigued by the live broadcast, sought out Ru Yuan Guixian. Online, she was the sole individual to have shared stories about Ru Yuan Guixian. As the first to publicize the ghostly figure. She naturally attracted some attention. The comments indicated that nearly everyone had come to her post due to that incident. Understanding the full scope of events, Su Xiaonan felt a chill run down her spine. Although she was the messenger for the ghost, the fame of Ru Yuan Guixian did not necessarily bode well for her. Being the envoy of Ru Yuan Guixian sounded impressive and had its benefits. But fundamentally, she was merely the scapegoat bearing the burden of karma. The realms of the living and the dead are distinct, and interactions between the two are strictly forbidden. Anyone who violates this rule must bear the consequences of karma. If a ghost initiates contact with a human, the ghost bears the karma. However, if a human reaches out to a ghost, the human must shoulder that burden. As the one who disseminated information about Ru Yuan Guixian. She would also bear a portion of the karma should someone engage with the ghost as a result. Essentially, nearly everyone learned of Ru Yuan Guixian through her. The more people believe in the existence of Ru Yuan Guixian, the greater the karma she must endure. If someone made a wish to the ghost because of her, her karmic burden would increase accordingly. When few were aware of the ghost, her stories held little influence, and the impact of karma on her was negligible. Furthermore, with the token provided by the ghost, she could wield the ghost's power while enduring the karma, thus ensuring her safety. However, everything changed after Wang Yuan's live broadcast. The reach of a live stream far surpassed that of a few posts on a forum. Should this trend continue, the karma she would need to bear could reach astronomical proportions. Even with the ghost token, survival would become increasingly difficult. Additionally, being entangled in karma would not spare her from the scrutiny of the underworld, Su Xiaonan sighed. This karma should rightfully fall upon Ru Yuan Guixian, as it was the ghost who initially set her on this path. Yet, as the envoy, she was left to shoulder the burden. It was akin to her igniting a tiny spark that ultimately led to a raging inferno, one that could consume her entirely. Her recent experiences had illuminated the inevitable nature of this conflagration. Ru Yuan Guixian would undoubtedly become known to the world. Humanity's desires are insatiable. Beyond the implications of karma, the people and events surrounding her could also plunge her into peril. Previously, Wu Shanshan had sought to exact revenge on her, and the officer named Zhao Yanhui was clearly suspicious of her harboring secrets. As the ghost gained recognition, such complications would likely multiply, and a single misstep could result in her demise. Yu Yuan Guixian, however, remained indifferent to her fate, and no matter how well she performed, there was no way to gain additional assistance from the Wish Ghost, for the Wish Ghost cared for nothing at all. How did it come to this? Countless troubling matters swirled in Su Xiaonan's mind, making her feel as though her head had swollen. In the comments section, many people tagged her, eager for her to elucidate the matter of the Wish Ghost, or to seek her counsel on how to summon the Wish Ghost, questioning why they were unable to do so. Furthermore, a multitude engaged in debates over the authenticity of the Wish Ghost. Of course, there were also numerous skeptics who questioned whether she was merely collaborating with Wang Yuan for publicity. It was these critical comments that brought Su Xiaonan a sense of familiarity. If all were like this, she would not have to bear so much karma. Aside from the deluge of over 1,000 comments, her inbox was flooded with private messages from netizens. She had become the focal point of everyone's attention. Although it was Wang Yuan who had summoned the Wish Ghost during his live broadcast, she was the one who had disseminated the news. Everyone naturally assumed she possessed more knowledge than Wang Yuan. You wished to leap into the river yourself, yet you drag me down with you. Su Xiaonan silently cursed the streamer named Wang Yuan. Not only did she have to shoulder the karma, but Wang Yuan was equally accountable. They were both transgressors of the rules. However, bolstered by the power of the Wish Ghost, the karma she bore would undoubtedly be greater than Wang Yuan's. While she might escape unscathed for now, Wang Yuan's fate was uncertain. Su Xiaonan took a sip of water to steady herself, then glanced at the slew of private messages, which were largely similar to the comments. Almost everyone sought her insight into the Wish Ghost. In the past, when there were fewer inquiries, she might have replied. But now, gazing at the 99 messages, she felt utterly disinclined to respond. Just as she was about to close the messages, one caught her off guard. Wang Yuan? The very streamer, though she harbored a poor impression of him. Curiosity compelled her to see what he would say. Upon opening the message, she discovered he had sent her 5 messages over different dates. The earliest was from 15 days ago, presumably when Wang Yuan had first summoned the ghost. The remaining 4 were from recent days, the latest arriving that very morning. I am Wang Yuan, the one who recently summoned the Wish Ghost during a live broadcast. I genuinely wish to speak with you. You have not replied before. I implore you, amidst your busy schedule, to find a moment to respond. I am in trouble, and if you are willing to assist me, there will be ample rewards. Su Xiaonan needed no contemplation to discern the nature of Wang Yuan's troubles. Although he had made wishes to the Wish Ghost, it had merely consumed 2 points of luck, hardly sufficient to invoke significant peril. Even if he was more unfortunate than she had been, it would only amount to some minor setbacks, as it merely affected transient fortune, a brief period of endurance, and it would pass. Yet, the incident with Wu Shanshan still haunted her. She was acutely aware that she could not aid anyone. Each individual had their own fate. Her intervention would be futile and might even breed resentment. While the populace could do nothing to the Wish Ghost, targeting her would be all too easy. Moreover, Wang Yuan had indirectly implicated her in his plight, and witnessing his misfortune should have brought her some satisfaction. She pressed down on her laptop, intending to shut it, but halfway through, she opened it again. Ultimately, she couldn't muster the resolve to be callous. Perhaps this time, it was for her own benefit. If he could turn back sooner, our troubles would lessen. She had just searched for Wang Yuan, fully aware that what he was engaging in was akin to self-destruction. However, she did not respond directly to his message. After a moment's contemplation, she created a new document on her computer and began to type. She intended to craft a story based on Wang Yuan as a prototype. She would make some alterations to address his queries. This was the extent of what she could do. Through her narrative, she would unveil all the rules pertaining to the Wish Ghost, allowing people to comprehend the entirety of the regulations and the consequences of their actions. As for the choices they made, she would not interject further. Each choice bore its own consequences, and no one was exempt from that truth. Chapter 65. Nightmare warning. Wang Yuan jolted awake from his dream once more, sweat beading on his forehead and back. The perspiration soaked through his clothing, his heart racing, and his face contorted in terror and unease. The dream had felt exceedingly vivid. In it, he found himself enveloped in darkness, in a foreboding place. He knew not where he was, nor how he had arrived there, but he understood that it was undoubtedly a perilous locale. Trembling with fear, he instinctively resisted, yearning to turn back, but his body was entirely unresponsive, his feet unwillingly propelling him forward. Beneath him lay a bed of soft, black soil, yielding underfoot as though he tread upon clouds. Strange, exquisite flowers bloomed upon the dark earth, beautiful yet exuding a perilous aura. The elongated petals unfurled like dragon claws. Crimson as flames, he recognized them. They were the spider-lilied. It dawned upon him that he had likely ventured into the realm of the dead. Panic surged within him, compelling instinctual resistance, yet his struggles were in vain. His body moved against his will, drawing him ever onward into the treacherous, uncanny thicket of flowers. As he crossed into that field of spider lilies, the bizarre blooms began to transform. The slender, leafless stems morphed into what resembled human arms. The flowers morphing into grotesque, eerie hands. One by one, hands emerged from the black soil, seizing his body, their icy grip shocking him as if struck by lightning. He screamed, desperate to fight back, to flee, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. His body began to sink. The black earth beneath him seemed to turn to quicksand, and those hands clutched him tightly, striving to pull him into that mire. He gradually sank, more than half of him engulfed by the dark soil. Terror consumed him, leaving him on the brink of collapse, with nothing but despair remaining in his heart. At that moment, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, "Do not struggle. This is the resting place of all the deceased." The voice was haunting, akin to a blade of ice piercing through his eardrum. Yet he could not afford to dwell on it. He shouted, "Let me go. I want to leave. I am a human. A living person." He heard the voice again. "You are not dead yet?" "Yes, I am not dead," he cried urgently. "I am still alive. Please let me return." The voice drew closer, as if someone whispered directly in his ear. "If you are still alive, then why do you seek contact with ghosts?" He whirled around. A visage too horrific to describe confronted him. The face appeared to have rotted for ages, decayed flesh and stark white bones visible. Caked in blackened soil, emanating an overpowering stench, he trembled, a shiver coursing through him. Yet he suddenly awoke from the nightmare. However, the chill and dread he had felt lingered upon him. Panic-stricken, he surveyed his surroundings. Glancing left and right, there was nothing at all, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Such dreams were no novelty to him. These past days, he had reveled in the benefits of sudden fame, basking in the limelight. Yet no one knew how terrified he truly was, how poorly he fared by helping Yang Shi find her child. He had garnered immense attention, rising to prominence overnight. Business collaborations flooded in, filling his coffers, and for the first time, he felt like a public figure. Though maintain his image, he even declined the 300,000 yuan Yang Shi offered him, as such money was trifling in comparison. Maintaining his popularity meant that attending any event would yield similar earnings in today's world. As long as one had fame, avenues for monetization were plentiful. However, popularity inevitably wanes. Therefore, he seized the moment and signed with a live-streaming company. Although the company was not particularly large, it held a respectable reputation in the industry, and he was now a key focus for development. The company invested significant resources in him, maximizing the traffic and crafting his personal image. Hoping to sustain this wave of popularity in the present day, a successful live stream could sell products worth millions, allowing him to profit handsomely. This was something he could scarcely have imagined before. He merely needed to recount the tale of how he summoned the Wish Ghost to help Yang Shi locate her child, or share stories provided by the company concerning the Wish Ghost. While marketing related merchandise, items such as clothing and accessories emblazoned with the Wish Ghost's likeness, inherently worthless, could be sold at exorbitant prices, as long as he articulated that a portion of the proceeds would contribute to the construction of a temple for the Wish Ghost. Serving as offerings to the spirit, The probability of summoning the Wish Ghost would significantly increase for participants. Just by stating this, products would swiftly sell out, likely because people were desperate for the existence of the Wish Ghost. The company planned to forge a deep connection between Wang Yuan and the Wish Ghost, collaborating with various temples to fully exploit the potential of this major intellectual property. In the company's view, the Wish Ghost was a fabrication of Wang Yuan's, albeit a successful one. With proper utilization of this persona, they could ensure Wang Yuan's enduring fame. Wang Yuan himself believed that if leveraged correctly, he could feast upon the fruits of the Wish Ghost for a lifetime. Yet, not long after, just as he was riding high on his success, he began to experience nightmares. Endless nightmares plague him, each one bearing a striking resemblance to the last, and within these dreams, the sensations are hauntingly vivid, as if they were the very fabric of reality. Initially, he may have held onto a glimmer of hope, but now he is resolute in his belief that these are warnings. A formidable force seems to caution him against certain actions. In the past, the warnings were subtle, but today, they are glaringly explicit, indicating that his transgressions are intertwined with the supernatural. Although he has refrained from summoning the elusive spirits, the warnings persist, growing increasingly severe. The reasons behind this are not difficult to surmise. If he possesses even a modicum of sense, he can discern the underlying cause. Despite his abstention from invoking the spirits, he has continuously shared tales of them publicly, which has become the crux of his warnings. Yet, he cannot cease sharing. To sever ties with the spirits would be to abandon his identity. His audience is composed of those fascinated by the supernatural. Without the spirits, he would be rendered insignificant. He finds himself incapable of relinquishing this path, as doing so would entail forsaking everything he has worked for. Had he never experienced it, perhaps indifference would prevail, but once one has tasted success, it is an arduous task to let go. He is convinced that a resolution must be attainable. Over the past few days, he has tirelessly sent private messages to the individual who disseminates information about the spirits, yet he has received no replies. In his spare moments, he visits temples to pray and has sought guidance from a master. To no avail, his only hope rests on the possibility that the poster will respond. This individual was the first to share insights about the spirits online, undoubtedly privy to the truth behind his current predicament. Wang Yuan pulls out his phone and enters the forum, only to find no new messages. The individual still does not reply, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. He even begins to wonder if something has befallen this person. Yet, just as despair threatens to engulf him, he notices a new story has been posted. Finally, an update. Wang Yuan feels a surge of excitement as he quickly clicks on the post, hoping to glean the information he seeks from this narrative. Chapter 66. Only turn back. The fact that the individual can still post indicates that they are alive and presumably unharmed, which brings Wang Yuan a measure of relief. He imagines that this individual must be experiencing similar events. Their actions are fundamentally alike, and if he is encountering such phenomena, it stands to reason that they are too. Moreover, those posts were made several months ago, the earliest dating back 4 to 5 months. The fact that this person has survived and continues to post suggests that they too are not in dire straits. He hopes that they will address his inquiries. He clicks on Su Xiaonan's post, reading her latest creation. Upon reaching the first paragraph, a look of surprise spreads across Wang Yuan's face. The story is based on him. Notably, there is no mention of the elusive spirits, implying that his plight may not be directly related to them. Even if the entities he conjured were not the spirits, similar occurrences could still arise. The narrative unfolds from a first-person perspective. The protagonist inadvertently summons a pinned spirit during a live broadcast. Initially gripped by fear, however, they soon realize that this event garners significant attention, allowing them to earn more money. Ultimately, they succumb to temptation, launching another live session to continue summoning the pinned spirit. The beginning mirrors his own tale so closely that he is nearly certain this story will contain the answers he seeks. Perhaps the poster is using this method to respond to his questions. Why not simply tell me outright? Why resort to such an indirect approach? Yet it is undeniable that the poster has seen his private messages. Their choice to reply in such an oblique manner likely stems from a desire to avoid direct entanglement with him. He continues reading. Indeed, the subsequent events closely parallel his current experiences. The protagonist's ability to summon the pinned spirit catapults them to fame. As such, bizarre occurrences are undeniably captivating. They receive considerable attention, transforming from an obscure streamer into an internet sensation. They begin to relish their newfound success. However, this state of affairs does not persist for long. The protagonist senses that something is amiss. For instance, they are plagued by incessant nightmares, even during the day, experiencing eerie hallucinations or inadvertently venturing into strange locales. One moment, they find themselves in a bustling city, only for it to morph into something bizarre the next. These places are eerily desolate, devoid of human presence, as if they have transcended the realm of the living. They struggle and flee, barely escaping these uncanny environments. Yet upon emerging, they realize they remain in the same spot. Bystanders merely perceive them as zoning out, but only they are aware of their harrowing ordeal. Wang Yuan absorbs this. A chill runs down his spine. While not identical, these experiences bear a striking resemblance to his OWN. It seems that the individual indeed possesses profound knowledge. If they are aware of so much, surely there must be a solution. Wang Yuan presses on. I feel fear, a constant state of anxiety. In a month, I have lost 30 to 40 pounds. I know that if this continues, even if I do not perish, I will be driven to madness. I cannot endure this any longer. I must find a way to resolve this matter, regardless of the cost. This sentiment mirrors Wang Yuan's current mindset, as he too has explored every avenue in search of a resolution to his predicament. Will he find a way? At this moment, Wang Yuan has fully immersed himself in the protagonist's journey. During this time, he scoured various temples and Taoist shrines, seeking a sage who could assist him in resolving this issue. I am now quite wealthy. I would be willing to pay any amount to someone who can help me. Unfortunately, he has yet to encounter a truly capable individual, and he has been swindled out of considerable sums. Ultimately, he finds a recluse atop a mountain. He knows not their name, and their whereabouts are unpredictable. Their meeting is a fortuitous encounter. The sage immediately discerns his troubles. They accurately describe his current situation and inquire whether he has engaged in any improper conduct. He replies that he has not. Throughout his life, he has committed no wrongs. While he cannot claim to be a paragon of virtue, he is certainly not malevolent. The sage shakes their head, simply stating that morality is irrelevant. The separation of yin and yang is as distinct as day and night. Whether human or spirit, this rule cannot be breached. He must not attempt to engage with the other side, lest he suffer the repercussions of karmic retribution. Having listened to the sage's words, he quickly recounts his recent experiences. The sage explains that if his interactions with spirits were limited to himself, there would naturally be no issues, even if he had to bear karmic consequences within his capacity. However, by continuously broadcasting and sharing this matter with countless individuals, the karmic weight he bears has reached a critical threshold. He urgently inquires about a remedy. The sage shakes their head, advising that it is not too late to turn back, lest he ultimately reap the bitter fruits of his own sowing. Thus, it becomes apparent that all of this is a consequence of karmic retribution. Upon reaching this understanding, Wang Yuan finally comprehends the nature of his plight. His current tribulations stem not only from his contact with spirits, but, more crucially, from his decision to disclose these matters to a multitude. He has fundamentally violated an unspoken rule. With this clarity, his fear begins to wane. Clearly, as articulated in the narrative, a solution exists. He hastily scans the text again. Hearing the sage's words, he implores, "What should I specifically do?" The sage replies that there are two options. The lower path requires him to simply cease his current activities, and the karmic impact will naturally dissipate. However, having accrued too much karmic debt, his lifespan will inevitably shorten. This option is one he will certainly reject. He quickly presses for the higher path. The sage elucidates that it is equally simple. He must demonstrate to all that he did not genuinely summon the pin spirit. For there are no spirits in this world. By alleviating the influence and relinquishing all that he has gained through this, the karmic weight will gradually dissipate, leaving him unburdened. Upon encountering this, Wang Yuan furrows his brow. He is resolute in his refusal to comply. This solution is something he could conceive on his own. What need has he for a sage's counsel? The implications within the dream have already become glaringly evident. If he simply concludes his current endeavors, everything will vanish. Compared to the protagonist of the story, he is not yet ensnared too deeply. However, this is by no means a simple task. It would necessitate relinquishing everything he has built. While it may sound facile, the reality is exceedingly challenging. Who would willingly part with all they have toiled for? His reasoning is not flawed. The protagonist in the tale has made a similar choice. I quickly ask the sage if there are no other alternatives. I am unwilling to do this. The wealth I possess is the result of risking my life and giving my all to attain it. There is no way I will abandon it. The sage shakes their head, stating that there are no other options, only the path of turning back. Yet, just as he has begun to savor the taste of success, with his career flourishing and income rising, the prospect of surrendering all that in an instant is unfathomable. The sage remains silent, merely shaking their head before departing. From their expression, it is clear they anticipated his ultimate choice all along. To gain something and then lose it does not imply a return to the status quo. To forsake all that he has fought so hard to achieve is akin to a death sentence. Wang Yuan can empathize deeply. These words articulate his innermost thoughts. He knows all too well that turning back is the path to safety. Yet, like the individual in the story, he finds himself unable to retrace his steps. Perhaps there are alternative methods. No, there must be. If one truly succumbs to the ravages of karma, death is inevitable. Thus, those who post such messages should have perished long ago. He continued to read, eager to discover the fate of that individual, for it might very well mirror his own. Chapter 67. Writing one's destiny. After bidding farewell to the sage, I returned home, now enlightened to the cause and effect of events, and my fear had considerably diminished. However, I would never adhere to the so-called sage's directives. While his suggestions might indeed absolve my karma, they were far from the answers I sought. I yearned to discover my own solutions. Upon reaching this point, Wang Yuan silently declared, "This is correct. Destiny is in our own hands. Why should I heed the words of some sage?" This proclamation was less directed at the characters in the story and more a self-affirmation. What would follow? Would he alter his fate? Wang Yuan pressed on with his reading. Certain fears, when confronted, lose their potency. Yet, once one relinquishes that fear, the reality often proves much less daunting. I had come to understand that the visions before me were mere illusions. If that were the case, what was there to fear? Once, I had been truly impoverished, having endured those harsh days. I would never consider karma more terrifying than poverty. In the days that followed, I maintained my routine. Perhaps due to my shift in mindset, the instances of those illusions gradually decreased, eventually ceasing altogether. For many consecutive days, I encountered none of those phenomena. All things strange had departed from my life, and I was immensely relieved. I had triumphed over the mysterious unknown through my own strength, and my life began to normalize. Though my online popularity had waned, I had accumulated enough wealth during this period. Even if my fame were to vanish entirely, I would not revert to my former circumstances. If this were the conclusion, Wang Yuan would be quite pleased. Yet, he knew this could not be the end. He had read similar tales, most concluding tragically. There was no reason to believe this person's fate would differ. Just when I thought I had weathered the storm of karma, I realized my error. As long as one persists in their actions, karma cannot be dispelled. Those illusions served as warnings. When they vanished, it signified that I was beyond warning, beyond salvation. As for the specifics of what transpired with me, I cannot divulge. Such details are inconsequential. You need only know that I am on the brink of death, and no one can save me. This is my ultimate fate. Now, I implore you all, never engage in actions you ought not to undertake. In the realm of the living and the dead, neither should pry into the affairs of the other side. Is this truly the end? Upon reaching this point, Wang Yuan felt somewhat speechless. He craved more information. Yet the story had abruptly halted. He speculated that she seemed reluctant to divulge further details, perhaps due to karma. His conjecture was accurate. Su Xiaonan refrained from writing a continuation out of fear of accruing additional karma. She merely wished to convey what should not be done, leaving the specifics for individuals to discover through their own experiences. Why should she risk writing such things? However, if death were an inevitability, how had she survived? Was she immune to its effects? Wang Yuan found himself dissatisfied with this ending, unable to accept it. Was it truly impossible to combat karma? He believed there must be alternative outcomes. He did not deem the character in the story erroneous. The protagonist merely made choices that many would consider. There is a saying, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Those who shy away from risks cannot expect to reap great rewards. The first time he summoned the spirit, he was nearly terrified to death. Yet, when he recognized an opportunity, he seized it with fervor. Had he not done so, he would not possess his current circumstances. Now was the time to transform his previous efforts into tangible results. He would not allow mere illusions or a fictional narrative to intimidate him. He promptly sent a private message to the individual who posted the story, stating, "I have seen your tale. Thank you for clarifying my doubts. However, I do not believe that is the only conclusion for the protagonist. At the very least, your survival serves as an example." Wang Yuan was acutely aware that these stories had recently gained significant traction. Through the barrage of comments in his live stream, he knew many viewers were familiar with those narratives. The collective views on those posts had already reached hundreds of thousands. Given this scenario, how could the poster dare to continue sharing? Did she not fear accumulating karma? Certainly not, for their actions were identical. Moreover, his understanding of the Ru Yuan ghost was indirectly acquired through her. The karma she bore would undoubtedly exceed his own. The only explanation was that she had a means to resolve it all. Wang Yuan believed that if she could find a solution, so too could he. It had been quite some time since that person had replied to him. It was unlikely she had not seen it, but rather that she chose not to respond. "You cannot frighten me. I will write a different conclusion." Wang Yuan sent this message and then closed his phone. Having unraveled these matters, he found himself considerably less fearful. There must be a way to resolve the issue of karma. Although this individual was unwilling to disclose it, the Ru Yuan ghost would surely reveal it to him. If necessary, he could consider the Ru Yuan ghost as the source of all this. Surely, the spirit could assist him. He had made a wish to the ghost, expending 2 points of luck, yet he had not encountered any misfortunes recently. On the contrary, everything had proceeded smoothly. He surmised that his recent actions had elevated his fortune. After all, he had transformed from an obscure streamer into his current self. If his luck had not increased, such ease would be impossible. However, he had privately attempted several times, whether summoning the spirit through the method of inviting the pin spirit or through the approaches described in those stories about inviting the Ru Yuan ghost. He had not managed to summon the spirit again. He was unsure why. Yet he believed that as long as he persevered, he would eventually succeed in calling forth the ghost. Even if he could not, he would devise his own strategies. Ultimately, no one would compel him to relinquish everything he had now. He was not easily intimidated. Lying in bed, Wang Yuan prepared to continue his slumber. Tomorrow, he had a live stream scheduled, a promotion that had been in the works for quite some time, having secured a significant amount of traffic. Thus, there would be an even larger audience. If tomorrow's stream were successful, the subsequent development of the Ru Yuan ghost IP would proceed much more smoothly. All of his efforts, though selfish in nature, also indirectly promoted the Ru Yuan ghost. The spirit, too, likely desired to be known by more people. Wishing was a transaction, and the ghost would likely benefit from it as well. This was a mutually advantageous arrangement. Perhaps the Ru Yuan ghost would, out of appreciation for his diligence, offer him assistance. Even if everything fell through, he still had an alternative path: to withdraw at the most perilous moment. As long as the timing of his retreat was judicious, he could maximize his benefits. With this thought, he suddenly realized that many roads lay ahead, and returning was not his only option. For him, retreating was not a safe haven, but rather an endless sea of suffering. Upon reading Wang Yuan's message, Su Xiaonan shook her head in resignation. She chose not to respond, for if one wished for death, no counsel could dissuade them. However, having endured so much, Su Xiaonan was no longer the person she had once been. This was Wang Yuan's choice, and she would not intervene. Wang Yuan was an adult. He could not be oblivious to reason. He had made his choice, and he must bear the consequences. Chapter 68. The mediator ghostly spirit, you have finally arrived. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight, Shui Yu's expression was one of uncontainable excitement. Lin Yuan recognized him. This was their second encounter. Recently, the popularity of the Ru Yuan ghost had waned, leading to a decrease in individuals wishing upon the spirit. This was the first time in 3 days that Lin Yuan sensed the presence of wish energy. Surprisingly, the summoner was a familiar face. He recalled that months prior, this individual had wished to enhance his social skills. Now, they met again. Lin Yuan was not taken aback. Anyone who had wished upon the Ru Yuan ghost and survived had a significant likelihood of returning. After all, life is fraught with various misfortunes. And who would choose the difficult path when an easier solution exists? He held the pin that had been inscribed on the paper, marking a tick. Shui Yu's excitement was palpable. He stood and declared, "Ghostly spirit, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance last time. Now that we meet again, we are somewhat familiar, are we not? However, this time it is not I who wishes upon you, but rather another individual. I am concerned that he might inadvertently offend you, so I have concealed him. May I bring him forth for your approval? Lin Yuan had sensed another presence upon his arrival, as a ghost. He indeed preferred solitude, a trait common to all spirits. However, he had no objection to the presence of one or two individuals. He marked another tick on the paper, indicating his consent. Wonderful, ghostly spirit, I shall summon him immediately. Shui Yu exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back respectfully, saying, Ghostly spirit, please wait a moment. At that moment, Shui Yu was anxious that the spirit might grow impatient and depart. Though the wishmaker was someone else, it was of immense significance to him. After wishing upon the spirit, Shui Yu had indeed observed an enhancement in his abilities. Those around him perceived that he had transformed into a different person. Exhibiting a demeanor that consistently instilled a sense of comfort in others, he could effortlessly mingle with people, forging friendships even with clients, without exception. However, despite these social graces, his performance remained stagnant, perpetually hindered by a myriad of reasons that obstructed him from earning a greater income. Regardless of his relentless efforts, the outcomes were invariably the same. As months passed, his initial enthusiasm waned significantly, leading to a state of complacency and a decline in his performance. Ultimately, due to an oversight, he encountered several issues at work and was dismissed. One of the properties he sold had complications regarding its ownership. The title deed bore solely the name of the husband, yet it was a joint asset of the couple. At that time, the couple was in the midst of a divorce, with the husband seeking to sell the house to transfer the funds elsewhere. His client purchased the property, which subsequently led to considerable trouble, as the landlord's wife persistently brought people to cause a disturbance, demanding the client vacate the premises, and even threatening legal action. In light of such circumstances, the client could not refrain from holding him, the intermediary, accountable. This client summoned numerous individuals to his agency, adversely affecting the company's reputation. The resolution ultimately involved the agency refunding the client's commission, while he personally compensated the client several tens of thousands, which was his only savings. Following this incident, he was also dismissed from the company, largely due to his dwindling motivation. Despite his considerable efforts, he found himself devoid of any genuine fulfillment. At times, he pondered whether he should perhaps make a wish to a spirit for something more tangible. Yet, it was too late for regrets. In truth, he was not entirely incapable of altering his current predicament. It was merely too arduous and exhausting for him to persist. Prior to undertaking any endeavor, one often overestimates their resolve. At times, he contemplated simply giving up altogether, when unexpectedly, an event transpired. He stumbled upon a live stream from a broadcaster, which sparked inspiration within him. He suddenly realized that the amount one can earn in life is contingent upon the nature of their endeavors. Previously, as a real estate agent, even with immense effort, earning tens of thousands a month was the pinnacle. Why not venture into a more lucrative field? That broadcaster had harnessed the popularity of the spirit to achieve notoriety online. Having discovered the spirit's potential even earlier than that individual, why could he not do the same? Thus, he conceived a new idea. Although he decided to remain in the same line of work, he resolved not to continue as a real estate agent. Agents profit from informational disparities. When certain information is possessed by agents but remains elusive to those in need, they can exploit this to generate revenue. He now perfectly fit this criterion, having acquired knowledge about the spirit, which, despite its brief online fame, was still met with skepticism by the majority. Even those who had attempted to summon the spirit had failed, thereby casting doubt on its existence. Thus, in terms of information, he still held an advantage. Furthermore, he could connect those willing to relinquish their fortunes with those possessing luck but lacking financial means. The fortunate would receive money, while those with money would have their wishes fulfilled. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Having spent considerable time as a real estate agent, he had interacted with individuals from various strata and had accumulated a modicum of resources. If this endeavor were to succeed just once, it would yield more profit than a year's worth of his previous work. At the onset of this plan, he recalled a former client who had purchased a high-end residence through him. The property was valued at over $4 million, a considerable sum for a second-tier city like Zhengzhou. This client, just 60 years old, was not particularly advanced in age but was in poor health. He owned several companies in the country but had only one son, with whom he had a strained relationship, resulting in years of absence and minimal contact. Despite his wealth, he was profoundly lonely. Given his deteriorating health, no amount of money could alleviate his plight, and those around him were largely anticipating his demise, hoping to benefit from his passing, as he was effectively without heirs. This reality fostered a kinship between Shuiyu and the client. Akin to a friendship that transcended generations, the elderly man had expressed on multiple occasions that if he could return to his youth or regain his health, it would be a tremendous blessing. With his current condition, what use was wealth? Thus, when Shuiyu contemplated this opportunity for profit, the elderly gentleman was the first person who came to mind. Each time Shuiyu visited, he reassured the man that his health would improve. Yet, the elderly man merely shook his head, declaring such a notion impossible, as his ailments were the lingering effects of his youth, exacerbated by age, and beyond the reach of medical intervention. Whenever he spoke of these matters, a profound sense of resignation adorned his countenance. Perhaps in his youth, he had possessed the vigor and vitality of a young man, but now, he was merely a shadow of his former self. Akin to a setting sun, this individual, wealthy yet with an urgent need, was the ideal candidate. Consequently, Shuiyu informed him that there existed a method to restore his health. Aging is an inevitable experience that no one can evade. Medicine indeed cannot halt our decline, yet alternatives do exist. Upon uttering this, the elderly man eagerly inquired about the method. Spirits. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman did not outright dismiss Shuiyu's claim but rather remarked that throughout the years, he had burned incense and worshipped deities, contributing generously to temples, yet his health remained unchanged. What are gods and spirits but mere clay idols? The notion of spirits is but a delusion. Shuiyu recognized that the elderly man entertained a belief in spirits, albeit with a degree of skepticism. This was not surprising. Individuals of his age, in such frail health and lacking familial support, often seek some form of spiritual solace. Spirits serve as the most suitable form of comfort. Generally, older individuals tend to harbor superstitions regarding spirits, whether out of genuine belief or a mere desire for their existence to be true. Spirits do exist, and they are indeed effective. The reason you have not succeeded previously is that you have burned the wrong incense and worshipped the wrong deity. I know of one that is exceptionally efficacious, yet its existence is a secret known to very few. Shuiyu then produced a jade carving, which he had purchased online for a mere 10 yuan. Although the material was inferior, it had been blessed by the deity. Carry this with you, and you shall receive its protection. Yet to restore your health, you must make a wish, and if your wish is granted, you must fulfill your promise, though the cost of doing so is considerable. The elderly man replied, if it truly can restore my health, what price would be too great for me to pay? For him, even if his health were to be restored for only a few months before his demise, it would be worth it. He yearned desperately for the sensation of well-being, as for his wealth. Given his condition, material possessions had become inconsequential. Even if he were to pass away, he would have more than enough money to spare. And to whom would he bequeath this fortune? He wished to leave it to no one. Thus, whether it be wealth or life, he would unhesitatingly relinquish either for the chance to regain his health. Chapter 69. Mediation. Shuiyu was not at all surprised by the elderly man's words. He could easily imagine how desperately the man craved health, much like his own desire for wealth. You need not sacrifice everything. The elderly man inquired, what spirit are you referring to? I cannot disclose that. Knowing would not serve you well, however. I can assure you that it can restore your health, and for it, this is but a trivial matter. As for the cost, it is negligible. As long as you are willing to part with a bit of money, the burden of repayment can be shouldered by another. The elderly man regarded him with suspicion. Shuiyu understood that the man likely harbored doubts, suspecting he was attempting to con him. He could envision that to restore his health, the elderly gentleman had likely exhausted various methods and spent considerable sums in vain. To alleviate the man's skepticism, he clarified, repayment is a matter that arises after your wish is fulfilled. Once your health is restored, you may pay me. Of course, you may choose not to, but the cost of the wish will then fall upon you. I merely use your funds to find someone willing to bear that cost. The elderly man nodded. If that were the case, it sounded reasonable. Then, how much are you willing to pay for this? The elderly man pondered for a moment, extending a finger. 1 million. How does that sound? Shuiyu shook his head. While that was indeed a substantial amount, scarcely anyone could produce such cash. But I believe that is insufficient for the restoration of health. Then how much do you propose? Shuiyu held up 2 fingers. 2 million. Once your health is restored, you may give it to me, and I will help you find someone to bear the cost. The elderly man hesitated for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Just moments ago, he had claimed he would sacrifice anything, yet when it came to discussing money, his resolve wavered. This was because, at the time of his declaration, he had not fully grasped the implications of what he was truly committing to. Thus, they formalized the agreement, specifying a 1-month deadline. Should the elderly man's health improve within this time frame, he was to pay Xueyu 2 million. However, this agreement held no legal weight. If the other party chose to renege, there would be no recourse. Thus, Xueyu further reminded that the spirits cannot be deceived. What they bestow can also be retracted. One must possess sincerity and integrity from beginning to end. Otherwise, in the end, the spirits will undoubtedly take far more from you than you have gained. For those who believe in the existence of spirits, a written agreement may not carry the same weight of intimidation as this saying. After reaching an agreement with the elderly man, Xueyu advised him to keep the jade carving close, assuring him that the effects would manifest naturally within a month. He aimed to make the elderly man believe that everything was a result of the jade carving, ensuring that he was unaware of the influence of the wish-fulfilling spirit. Xueyu had no knowledge of karmic matters. His actions were merely a consequence of his role. It was akin to a real estate agent, not revealing the landlord's contact information to a client. He could not disclose the existence of the wish-fulfilling spirit to the elderly man, nor would he even mention its name. Otherwise, what purpose would his role as a mediator serve? Perhaps one day, the name of the wish-fulfilling spirit will be known by all, but for now, he must exhaust every means to prevent people from uncovering such information. Once the matter with the elderly man was settled, Xueyu needed to seek out someone willing to exchange fortune for wealth. Such individuals were numerous, countless in fact. Based on Xueyu's understanding of the wish-fulfilling spirit, he could ascertain that if a person's fate lacked wealth, their pleas to the spirit would yield meager results. The tales circulating online elucidate the spirit's rules clearly. The spirit assists individuals in fulfilling their wishes by altering the nodes of their destiny. Those destined to lack money would naturally find it challenging to acquire it. For such individuals, directly appealing to the spirit would likely culminate in a dismal outcome. Thus, he believed he was engaging in a benevolent act, one from which he could also derive profit. He swiftly located someone eager to trade fortune for riches, an individual whose desires far exceeded their capabilities, yet abundant in desire but devoid of the means to realize it. This person was deemed a fitting candidate. During this period, as Xueyu had yet to summon the spirit, he allowed this individual to temporarily reside in his home. Now, all that remained was to call upon this person and have them make a wish to the spirit, thereby completing the transaction. The elderly man would gain health, the individual would acquire wealth, and he would receive a portion of the commission for facilitating the arrangement. In every respect, it was a perfectly reasonable endeavor. Xueyu hastily exited the room and made his way to the living room. Bursting into another bedroom, a man lay on the bed, engrossed in short videos, the volume blaring. Upon seeing Xueyu surge in, the man sat up inquiring, "What is the matter?" Xueyu responded urgently, "Chenggu, the spirit has arrived." "What nonsense?" The man seemed not to have heard clearly, silencing his phone before asking again. This man was Zhou Mingcheng, slightly over 30 and 7 or 8 years older than Xueyu. With a scruffy beard, a grimy face, and greasy hair, he appeared somewhat overweight, lacking any semblance of refinement, exuding an aura of despondency. He and Xueyu hailed from the same hometown, not far apart. However, they were not particularly close, merely possessing each other's contact information and seldom communicating. He was staying at Xueyu's behest, receiving daily monetary support. Xueyu, with a hint of anxiety, exclaimed, "Brother, have you forgotten what I told you earlier?" Zhou Mingcheng recollected, his expression revealing surprise. "You can't be serious, right? There really is a spirit as you described? Why would I deceive you? Hurry, follow me." Previously, despite their attempts to summon the spirit over several days, Xueyu had to let Zhou Mingcheng stay with him temporarily. This evening, Xueyu merely intended to try his luck, not anticipating that his casual effort would yield results. The spirit had indeed appeared. "All right, I'm on my way." Zhou Mingcheng, albeit skeptical, quickly rose, adding, "But remember what you promised me." "Of course I remember. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, I will not shortchange you. If we succeed, you shall receive 1,500,000. Upon hearing that sum, a peculiar gleam lit up in Zhou Mingcheng's eyes. 1,500,000 was an amount he could never hope to attain in his situation. That moment, he felt more urgency than Xueyu. "Let us go now." Shuiyu reiterated. Remember what I told you before. I've made the arrangements. When you go in, just make the wish as I instructed. Be clear with the spirit that you are only offering 3 points of fortune. Do not elaborate or inquire further. It will not benefit you. Above all, remember my words, and don't be nervous. The spirit is not frightening as long as you are polite and do not offend. All will be well. Don't worry, I understand. Zhou Mingxing promptly followed Shuiyu out of the bedroom. Chapter 70. The last bit of resolve. Shuiyu and Zhou Mingxing arrived at the entrance of the room where the wish-fulfilling spirit resided. Halting their steps, I want to go in. You go alone. Remember what I told you. Shuiyu believed that if he accompanied Zhou Mingxing, it might give the spirit the impression that he was exploiting it. He did not wish to leave a negative impression on the spirit. In truth, the spirit cared little for such matters. It was merely the perception of people that differed. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Zhou Mingxing replied, stepping into the room alone. In reality, he held little regard for Shuiyu's words, even considering the possibility that Shuiyu was experiencing an illusion. However, upon entering, he was immediately struck by an unsettling chill, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This peculiar coldness felt otherworldly, as if it belonged to a realm beyond human experience, instantly alerting him to something amiss. He quickly glanced towards the table, where, illuminated by the candlelight, he spotted a pen standing upright on the paper, sending a shiver down his spine. Some things may seem trivial in theory, but witnessing them firsthand evokes a profound sense of dread. It was indeed real. There truly existed a spirit. He had only cooperated with Shuiyu for the sake of the money. After all, spending a day doing nothing here was more rewarding than working a day for a paycheck. Having lived for over 30 years, he had never encountered a ghost, nor had he heard of anyone around him experiencing such a phenomenon. Yet, the sight of that pen standing upright on the paper stirred a wave of horror from deep within. Relentlessly bombarding his mind, he felt as though his entire worldview was being shattered. That pen, defying all logic, stood vertically without any apparent support, a violation of the laws of physics. Anxiety, unease, and a twinge of fear washed over him. However, these feelings did not linger long, quickly transforming into anticipation. Compared to his current predicament, ghosts were not so terrifying after all. For him, there were far more frightening things in this world than spirits. Shuiyu's promise of 1,500,000 had initially seemed unrealistic, as he had assumed the success of the endeavor was improbable. But now, everything had changed. The wish-fulfilling spirit was undeniably real, not a mere farce. Over the past few days, he had come across online discussions about the wish-fulfilling spirit, but he had always belonged to the skeptical camp, merely observing from the sidelines. Now, the truth was laid bare before him. The wish-fulfilling spirit was indeed genuine. All he needed to do was recite the words Shuiyu had taught him, and the task would be complete, leading to the acquisition of that substantial sum of money. In this context, how could he not feel exhilarated? That amount held immense significance for him. What could 1,500,000 accomplish? In many cities, it could barely suffice for a single apartment. And even a wealthy individual might pay a similar price for a luxury car. Yet for him, it represented a fortune with boundless possibilities. At 32 years of age, he had achieved nothing in his career. The money he had earned over the years was merely enough to get by. By this age, he remained unmarried. Unless fate intervened, he was likely to live a solitary life. Even if he were willing to accept a divorced woman with children, those women might not find him appealing. 10 years ago, he could never have imagined he would find himself in such a position. In his youth, he was not unattractive, neither overweight nor short, merely shy, lacking experience in dating and unable to pursue women. His parents had fretted over his prospects of marriage from a young age. Right after graduating from college, they arranged blind dates for him. Yet, at that time, he had no clue how to court a woman. Even when there were those interested in him, his personality ultimately caused him to miss those opportunities. In his younger years, he was indifferent, filled with ambition, convinced that wealth would naturally attract women to him, and he need not degrade himself. However, as the years passed, his age increased while his income stagnated, and success in his career remained a distant dream. Leaving his future shrouded in uncertainty, gradually, he began to feel anxious. The trials of life forced him to confront a harsh reality. He was an ordinary, incompetent man, perhaps destined to remain so for his entire life. The mounting pressures led him to embrace a state of apathy, as only by fully surrendering to the notion of being a failure could he alleviate his anxiety. Yet, deep within, he was unwilling to accept such a fate. Presently, he felt unqualified even to call himself an ordinary person. What ordinary individual, at his age, lacked a family? Among his peers, children were already a reality. But what of him? No family, no career. He was utterly devoid of possessions. He found himself entangled in a cycle of resignation and dissatisfaction, anxiety consuming him, each day feeling like an agonizing ordeal. The thought of returning home for the new year filled him with dread. Each year, he faced the relentless pressure from his parents regarding marriage, their incessant nagging. Those words had echoed in his ears for over a decade, yet each time he heard them, the pain resurfaced. His parents offered neither encouragement nor understanding, but rather resorted to moral pressure. Each time he embarks on a blind date, the prospective partner is either a divorcee or, in some cases, not only divorced but also accompanied by children. Yet, despite this, his parents persistently assert that as long as the other party is agreeable, he should not be choosy. What does it matter if they've been divorced? What does it matter if they have children? Have you taken a good look at yourself? What right do you have to refuse? They exclaim. Furthermore, they argue that such situations have become commonplace nowadays, and many are living perfectly well. We are no longer young. We cannot accompany you for a lifetime. We simply wish to see you married, to have a family. They point to others his age, who have long since become grandparents, lamenting that his prolonged singlehood brings them shame. Sometimes, as he listens to his mother's lamentations, he contemplates the unthinkable. Perhaps it would be better to end his own life, for he feels unworthy of existence. But he dares not imagine the suffering such an act would inflict upon his parents. At times, he considers accepting reality, marrying a divorced woman, even one unattractive and bearing children, and merely settling for a life of compromise. He feels he deserves nothing more than that. It seems to be his fate. However, he is unwilling to resign himself to such an ending. He refuses to settle, for that would equate to surrendering his life. He still possesses a flicker of hope, yearning to alter his destiny, feeling discontent with his current plight. Yet, if he submits to his parents' wishes, it would signify the extinguishing of that dwindling ember of hope. He envisions himself years hence, a mere shell of a man, indulging in smoking and drinking, aimlessly drifting through life. Having lost all motivation to strive, it appears that his future is bleak and filled with despair. However, if he could acquire that 1.5 million, everything would change. With that sum, he could undertake numerous ventures. He could purchase a vehicle, acquire a home in his hometown, and still have a substantial amount left over. The remaining funds, whether for business or investment, would at least grant him a stable career, alleviating many of his concerns. With such resources, the prospect of marriage would become significantly more attainable. The individuals he previously encountered in blind dates were all divorcees of advancing age, as that was all he felt he deserved. Yet with wealth, he could aspire to better. Even if he still found himself without a marriage partner, his newfound affluence would alleviate his parents' worries. It dawns on him that all his current tribulations stem from a lack of financial means. Once he acquires wealth, all his problems will dissolve. Previously, he lacked opportunity, but now, it stands before him. If he can just earn his first pot of gold, everything will gradually improve. He strides forward, taking a seat at the table, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. This opportunity must not slip through his fingers. Otherwise, thoughts of despair may consume him. He inhales deeply, places his hands together, and respectfully addresses. "Are you the wish-granting spirit? My name is Zhou Mingxing, and I am grateful for your presence. I have heard of your remarkable tales. You are truly a living deity. I find myself in need of your assistance." Upon finishing his statement, he observes as the pen glides across the paper, forming a checkmark. At the sight of that mark, Zhou Mingxing feels a surge of exhilaration, his heart racing even faster. It seems that everything he desires is within arm's reach. Chapter 71. There is still a future. As success draws near, caution becomes paramount. Zhou Mingxing is acutely aware of this truth. He strives to maintain his composure, for before him stands the legendary wish-granting spirit. This being, a powerful spirit, could potentially lead him to irrevocable ruin with a single misstep. Yet he refuses to follow Xueyu's instructions blindly. Being older and possessing more life experience than Xueyu, he cannot be easily intimidated by his words. Though Xueyu advises against asking too many questions, there are matters he must clarify. After all, Shuiyu is merely an intermediary, and their previous acquaintance is not deep enough for him to place complete trust in him. Spirit, before I make my wish, may I pose a few questions? He inquires, glancing anxiously at the paper, fearful that his inquiries might displease the spirit. Yet, Lin Yuan remains unfazed by his words, showing no signs of emotional disturbance. Not only are his words devoid of disrespect, but even if they were, Lin Yuan would remain indifferent in this world. There are few things worthy of his concern. Another checkmark appears on the paper. Since he is present, he will answer whatever questions are posed to him. Upon seeing the mark, Zhou Mingxing feels a wave of relief. The spirit seems far more accommodating than he had anticipated. Spirit, I wish to understand how much money I could obtain if I were to expend 3 points of luck. This question is imperative for him to clarify. Shuiyu mentioned a sum of 1.5 million to be granted upon completion of his task, yet he remains uncertain of the monetary value of the 3 points of luck he would be sacrificing. What if his luck is worth more than 1.5 million? That would indeed be a significant loss. Thus, it is crucial to ascertain this information. A number swiftly materializes on the paper. 30. Zhou Mingxing furrows his brow, realizing it must not refer to 30 yuan, but rather 300,000. While this sum is considerable, it is not something he can readily provide. It is disheartening. In his youth, he held aspirations of a bright future, never imagining he would find himself in such a predicament. 1/3 of his luck amounts to merely 300,000. He must concede that his life has been undervalued. The price offered by the spirit seems fair, dictated by his destiny. Currently, there exists no potential for wealth in his fate, or the likelihood is exceedingly low. He has spent the majority of recent years in a state of stagnation. Having made no effort, how could he expect to attain wealth? I understand now. Thank you. Wish-granting spirit. Though the answer stings, Zhou Mingxing must accept it. He ponders a moment longer before asking, Spirit, if I wish to make a request in the future, will I be able to summon you again? Another checkmark appears, and just as he feels a surge of joy, he notices the pen stroke yet another line through the checkmark, neither confirming nor denying. After a brief moment of contemplation, he grasps the implication. Should the spirit have provided an affirmation, it would signify a promise made to him, that upon summoning, the spirit would indeed appear. However, it is clear that the spirit will not offer any guarantees. Much like Shuiyu, who succeeded only after numerous failures in summoning the spirit. Yet, as long as the spirit does not deny his capability to call upon the wish-granting spirit, it indicates that he too may be able to summon it in the future. Shuiyu's role is merely that of a facilitator. There is nothing particularly special about him. Anyone, regardless of status, is treated equally before the wish-granting spirit. Understanding this brings him solace. Should he encounter further difficulties, he can continue to make wishes to the spirit. This realization is sufficient. A smile of delight spreads across Zhou Mingxing's face. He senses that today marks a pivotal turning point in his life. If he seizes this opportunity, the dreams he has yet to fulfill may finally come to fruition. While it may require some sacrifice, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. No one without his life experiences can truly comprehend the depth of his current anguish. Even if it meant trading his life for a chance to transform his fate, he would not hesitate. In his view, the cost is of little significance. Having asked the necessary questions, Zhou Mingxing is nearly ready to fulfill his commitment to Shuiyu. Spirit, I have completed my inquiries. I now have a wish that requires your assistance. There is an elderly man named Zhang Xinli, born on October 30, 1965, residing in Zhengzhou City. Zhou Mingxing relays all the information he possesses regarding this individual. Zhang Xinli is the elder Shuiyu referenced. By making a wish for the spirit to restore Zhang Xinli's health, they will secure a significant sum of money through him. Throughout the process, Shuiyu has been in contact. Zhou Mingxing has never met the man, having only seen a photograph. Conscious of his uncertainty regarding Zhang Xinli's identity, he anxiously adds, Spirit, is this information sufficient? If not, I can provide further details. To his surprise, another checkmark swiftly appears on the paper. The information is adequate. In truth, Lin Yuan cannot possibly misidentify the individual, even with only a name to go by. Although Zhou Mingxing and Zhang Xinli have never met, the mere fact that Zhou Mingxing can name the man signifies an intertwining of their fates. Therefore, the spirit will not make a mistake. Zhou Mingxing glances at the checkmark on the paper and continues. Spirit, I wish to expend my 3 points of luck to restore his health. It does not matter how long he remains healthy. but I can only expend 3 points of luck. Will that suffice? Upon uttering this, his expression suddenly shifts to one of tension, his gaze intensely fixed on the pin. This is the most crucial matter of the day. If successful, he will secure the 1.5 million, resolving all current troubles. However, should he fail, all efforts will be in vain. As he waits anxiously, the pen begins to move across the paper, ultimately forming a checkmark. At this sight, Zhou Mingqing's tension dissipates, as long as the spirit agrees. The matter is likely to be settled. With hands clasped together, he bows repeatedly to the pen, exclaiming with excitement, "Spirit, thank you. I hope for his swift recovery. Please grant my wish. I am willing to pay the price." Lin Yuan draws another checkmark on the paper, fully aware of the intentions behind Xueyu and Zhou Mingqing's actions. It must be said that Xueyu indeed possesses remarkable ideas. Whether it was his prior wish to enhance his social skills or his current role as an intermediary, reaping benefits from the situation, these are indeed commendable notions. He is truly embarking on an exploratory journey, albeit one fraught with peril. Spirits are not so easily manipulated. Attempting to harness them for personal gain seldom ends well. However, Lin Yuan remains unfazed. As long as someone makes a wish, he will ensure that person's desires are fulfilled. The underlying dealings are of no concern to him. Ignoring Zhou Mingqing's profuse gratitude, the task is complete, and he must take his leave. He releases his grip, causing the pen to tumble onto the paper. As Lin Yuan departs, the surrounding atmosphere gradually returns to normal. Zhou Mingqing gazes at the fallen pen, rubbing his eyes repeatedly and pinching himself to confirm that he is not dreaming or hallucinating. It is indeed real. Every bit of it. Unable to contain his excitement, he stands up abruptly, ready to rush out of the bedroom to share the news of his successful wish with Xueyu. Just as he is about to take a few steps, he hears the sound of Xueyu pushing the door open. Xueyu enters, his face reflecting similar excitement. What happened? Did it succeed? It succeeded. The spirit has agreed. Then there's no problem, Xueyu replies, knowing that once the spirit consents, everything will be smooth sailing. Once my health improves, I will promptly seek the payment. Upon hearing the mention of money, Zhou Mingqing's eyes gleam with bright anticipation, filled with visions of a promising future, a feeling he has not experienced in a long time. Years of failure had cast a shadow over his outlook, and he had feared the future. But now, he realizes that he too has a future, perhaps one that shines brightly. Chapter 72. Reversing aging at present, Lin Yuan's wish power has reached 8 points. And when Zhou Mingqing fulfills his wish, he will receive an additional 0.3 points energy-wise. He remains a wandering soul, yet among such souls, he is exceedingly powerful and on the verge of attaining the status of a vengeful spirit. The world is governed by strict rules, making it difficult for overly powerful spirits to emerge. Even now, despite still being a wandering soul, he surpasses the vast majority of spirits. However, with increased power comes increased scrutiny. Previously, due to his weaker energy, he attracted no attention from the emissaries of the underworld. Now, the situation is quite different. In truth, no matter his actions, conflict with the emissaries is inevitable. Moreover, given the current notoriety of the spirit that grants wishes, it is entirely possible that the emissaries are already searching for him. Lin Yuan remains indifferent. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. He returns to the realm of the stone, continuing his slumber. As for Zhou Mingqing, his wish will soon be realized. Lin Yuan has already manipulated his fortune to restore the elder's health. Xueyu, like Wang Yuan, is yet another individual seeking to exploit the wish-granting spirit for personal gain. The repercussions of karma will undoubtedly befall them. Even Lin Yuan, for having transgressed the rules, will be affected by karmic consequences. Ordinary individuals who transgress will find no escape. Xueyu answers the phone, his expression tinged with excitement. You mean to say, your health has improved significantly? On the 5th day after Zhou Mingqing made his wish to the spirit, Xueyu finally receives a call from Zhang Xinli. During this time, he has been quite anxious. Zhou Mingqing even suggested that if Zhang Xinli did not contact them soon, they should take the initiative to reach out. However, Xueyu declined, knowing that approaching them directly would yield poor results. Having worked as a real estate agent, he understands all too well the difficulty of collecting commission. Even when negotiations seem favorable, clients often attempt to haggle at the last moment. Zhang Xinli owes them 2 million. If the approach is mishandled, they may not secure the funds. Therefore, he must make Zhang Xinli believe that he is indifferent to money. Whether Zhang Xinli pays or not is of no consequence to him. Only in this way will Zhang Xinli fully trust his words, fearing the repercussions of making wishes come true, and willingly provide the money. Thus, he must feign a nonchalant demeanor, waiting for Zhang Xinli to reach out to him. This feels akin to a high-stakes gamble. Now, he awaits the outcome of this wager. The waiting process, naturally, is excruciating. Therefore, when he picks up the phone, his heart is already in turmoil, and Zhou Mingqing beside him shares the same sentiment. Upon hearing Zhang Xinli declare that his health has recovered, their excitement surges even more. This signifies that their payment is imminent on the line. Zhang Xinli's tone is brimming with joy. Despite having faced various situations, he cannot conceal his exhilaration. Just as you said, my health has suddenly improved. I feel at least 20 years younger. Zhang Xinli cannot pinpoint the exact day it began, but in recent days, his sleep has improved. His appetite has increased, and his mind has become crystal clear. He feels as if every part of him has reverted to the vigor of 20 years ago. The joints that once felt like rotting would have become remarkably agile. In the past, walking was a struggle, often requiring assistance. His mind, too, had dulled due to physical decline. Had it not been for the wealth enabling him to hire a caregiver, this solitary elder might have long since perished in his home. But now, he can run and jump. As long as he avoids overly strenuous activities, he faces no issues. His body, once akin to a crumbling machine, has suddenly rejuvenated. His current physique rivals that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Such a transformation raises his concerns. Could this merely be a fleeting phenomenon? Therefore, upon experiencing these changes, he promptly went to the hospital for an examination, which revealed that all was well. He is in good health, even surpassing the vitality expected of someone his age. Upon receiving this news, tears of joy streamed down his face. Those who have not experienced such a longing for health cannot comprehend his sentiments. Throughout his life, despite accumulating considerable wealth, he has scarcely enjoyed it in his youth. He toiled relentlessly, undertaking various arduous and menial tasks without regard for fatigue or hardship, solely focused on maximizing his earnings. Lacking formal education and hailing from a modest rural background, he possessed only the ambition for a better future and a sense of responsibility toward his family. For this, he endured hardships that others could not fathom. Coupled with his astuteness and the rapid societal development of the time, opportunities abounded. Decades of relentless effort transformed him from an uneducated rural youth into a wealthy entrepreneur with assets worth millions. Throughout this journey, he devoted everything to his career, neglecting family matters and his children, leaving him little time to indulge. His relationship with his children has grown tenuous, with his wife's early demise often attributed to him. Initially, he eagerly sent his son abroad for education, only for the son to remain overseas, refusing to return, and never once reaching out to his father. Stubbornly, he too refrained from contacting his son, unwilling to show any weakness, further straining their relationship. The prolonged silence has led to his current state, rendering them practically strangers. He has long ceased to expect anything from his son, resigning himself to the notion that he never had a son at all. In his youth, he believed that wealth would secure a good life. Only upon his physical decline did he realize that reliance rests solely on oneself. When one's health falters, wealth becomes irrelevant, especially for someone like him. An elderly man without children or relatives, he becomes prey in the eyes of others. Those who share even a minor connection with him resemble vultures, waiting for him to pass, at which point they will swoop in to feast. Even ancient emperors, who once wielded great power, faced miserable fates if they lacked descendants. Regrettably, life is a one-way street. Nothing can be revisited. Now, he can only await his descent into the grave, watching as the fruits of his lifetime's labor vanish into thin air. This is precisely why he is so fixated on his health. He has exhausted every conceivable method, yet aging is a natural law that cannot be reversed. No one can, medicine cannot achieve it. Leading him to once cling to superstitions about spirits, which too proved illusory. On that day, the word shui you spoke, though he initially doubted, he complied. His yearning for health was too profound. Much like those emperors who, in their twilight years, become obsessed with the elixir of life, did they truly believe the alchemists? They were not fools, but desperation drove them to grasp even the faintest glimmer of hope. Zhang Xinli, while not comparable to those emperors, shares a similar mindset. Though he held little hope, his health has indeed been restored. He certainly does not perceive this as mere coincidence. it is undeniably a miracle. Only the divine could reverse his aging. All prior doubts have transformed into fervent faith in this moment. Regardless of what spirit Shui spoke of, he has resolved to devote himself to its worship. On the other end of the line, Shui strives to conceal his own excitement, maintaining a calm tone as he says, "Congratulations. You have finally achieved your heart's desire. I must thank you. I know this is all due to the divine intervention you spoke of. Without such power, who could reverse aging? Could you tell me, what is the name of this deity?" Chapter 73. The art of pursuit and retreat. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware of such matters, for they contravene the natural order. Silence is, in truth, for your own good. Ignorance shields you from the repercussions, but should you become enlightened, the situation would transform entirely. I can divulge this information to you. Yet I urge you to consider carefully whether you wish to hear it. Once unveiled, there exists no room for regret. Shuiyu's words did not betray any reluctance to confide in Zhang Xinli. However, regardless of how Zhang Xinli responded, he would remain unable to disclose the truth. If Zhang Xinli were to truly grasp the nature of the wish-granting spirit, what purpose would Shuiyu serve as a mediator? These utterances were mere intimidation, yet for someone as life-conscious as Zhang Xinli, they held significant weight. A silence lingered on the line, indicating that the other party was engaged in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, Zhang Xinli's voice finally emerged. In that case, I shall place my trust in you and refrain from further inquiries. However, you must inform me how long I can maintain this state of health. Shuiyu furrowed his brow, genuinely uncertain, as he had not arranged for Zhou Mingxing to consult the spirit. Nevertheless, this detail held little importance. Regardless of duration, it was evident that Zhang Xinli had indeed regained his health. That depends on your individual circumstances. I cannot provide a definitive answer, but based on my experience, several months should pose no issue. Should complications arise, we can attempt it once more, though eternal life is not to be expected. However, I must caution you. Once a wish is granted, a repayment is required. Your health restored comes at a price, which you alone must bear. I have previously informed you of this. Zhang Xinli immediately inquired. What price must I pay? Previously, he had not truly believed in the possibility of his recovery, thus he had not probed further into the nature of the cost. However, now he found it imperative to address this matter. The spirit shall siphon your fortune. Should too much of it be lost, returning to your former state will not be so simple. What the spirit extracts from you far exceeds what it bestows. After all, it must earn its due. Would you not agree? Zhang Xinli's brow tightened, and he sighed. This perspective is indeed novel, starkly contrasting with the deity I had envisioned. I never claimed it to be a deity. Furthermore, have those you deem divine manifested themselves? Regardless of its divine status, it undeniably fulfills our wishes. It is only reasonable for it to exact a toll. Once Shuiyu concluded his explanation, silence engulfed the line once more. After a brief pause, Zhang Xinli responded, "That is indeed reasonable. Upon the fulfillment of a wish, I must certainly repay it. I recall you mentioning that assistance could be sought for this purpose." Do Zhang Xinli? Life held paramount importance. He had experienced wealth yet suffered due to health issues that prevented him from enjoying it. Having finally regained his health, he valued his life more than most. While he was not entirely convinced by Shuiyu's assertions, he would never gamble with his own existence. The truth could unfold gradually. The immediate priority was to navigate the current predicament. Upon hearing Zhang Xinli's words, Shuiyu maintained an impassive facade, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing the possibility of failing to secure the funds, the collapse of his first deal would be an immense blow, and Zhou Mingxing would not let him off lightly. I indeed made such a statement. But who would willingly shoulder the burden for you? On the other end of the line, Zhang Xinli chuckled lightly, fully aware that Shuiyu was soliciting money from him. Without the requisite funds, the matter could not proceed. 2 million is no trifling sum. Allow me to ponder this. That is acceptable. However, your wish has already been granted, and now is the time for you to repay it. Your fortune will continue to dwindle, and if you deliberate too long, there will be no need for consideration. Before Zhang Xinli could respond, Shuiyu interjected, "Let us proceed in this manner for now. Mr. Zhang, please contact me once you have made your decision. I will need time to arrange for assistance, as many others share this need." Shuiyu promptly terminated the call. Observing him do so, Zhou Mingxing eagerly exclaimed, "Why did you hang up?" His impatience was palpable. The 1.5 million promised by Shuiyu depended on Zhang Mingxing's funding. He had already made a wish to the spirit, and his luck had been expended. If the money were to remain unrecuperated, he would truly lose his mind. Had he not directly wished for money from the spirit, he would not have cooperated with Shui Yu. Do not fret. He will soon call back. The more anxious you are, the less likely he is to comply. Zhou Mingsheng refrained from further commentary, understanding the rationale behind Shui Yu's strategy. Nevertheless, the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. Without the funds, the consequences would be dire. However, his anxiety did not linger for long. A few minutes later, Shui Yu's phone rang once more. He answered, and Zhang Xinli's voice resonated immediately. I have agreed. I will provide the 2 million. If I remain unharmed, we may have the opportunity to collaborate further. Moreover, I have numerous contacts. Many individuals have needs that I can certainly assist with. Such a transaction could not be safeguarded by any contract. He needed to ensure that Shui Yu recognized his value as extending far beyond 2 million. After navigating the complexities of society for so long, he knew that only those with value were spared betrayal. His life now rested in Shui Yu's hands. To regain control, he needed to impress upon Shui Yu the magnitude of his worth. Indeed, I share your sentiment. I also hope to maintain a collaborative relationship with you. Mr. Zhang, this arrangement is beneficial for both parties. Zhang Xinli readily responded, provide me with your account details. I will transfer the funds to you today. As for the matter of repayment, I leave it in your capable hands. After hanging up, Shui Yu quickly sent over his account information, subsequently glancing at Zhou Mingsheng with a hint of elation. It has been accomplished. He has agreed to pay, and the funds will arrive today. Zhou Mingsheng exhaled in relief. He had been closely monitoring Shui Yu, fearing he might default or fail to recover the money. Now, he could finally rest easy. Before long, Shui Yu received a text notification from the bank confirming the deposit of 2 million into his account. He scrutinized the balance, counting several times before feeling reassured. I will now transfer your 1.5 million. Actually, I've decided to give you 1.8 million, keeping only 200,000 for myself, considering the considerable effort you have expended. Chenggu. He opted for this arrangement, knowing that if he retained 500,000, Zhou Mingsheng would undoubtedly feel discontented. After all, Zhou Mingsheng had sacrificed his luck as payment, while Shui Yu had merely facilitated their connection without making significant contributions himself. As a mediator, taking too large a cut would invite resentment, and he wished to avoid leaving any potential pitfalls in his first transaction. Zhou Mingsheng appeared taken aback. He had not anticipated Shui Yu's willingness to increase the payment. Truth be told, when the funds had arrived, he had felt a twinge of discomfort knowing he would only receive 1.5 million from the total. However, this was an agreed-upon arrangement, and reneging now would be unreasonable. With Shui Yu now voluntarily offering him an additional 300,000, he felt a sense of relief. He felt compelled to acknowledge this kindness. I truly need the money at this moment, so I shall not decline. A great favor cannot be left unacknowledged. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. This division of profits was entirely acceptable to Zhou Mingsheng, and he was even somewhat grateful. After all, the information and the connections had been provided by Shui Yu. Receiving 200,000 from the 2 million was not excessive, especially since the additional 300,000 was an unexpected boon. Such windfalls invariably bring joy. In truth, 10 was Shui Yu's psychological expectation. However, had he initially stated that he only required 200,000, he would have never received Zhou Mingsheng's gratitude. Cultivating friendships is always worthwhile, as they may prove useful in unforeseen circumstances. Not at all. I simply find you to be a genuine and agreeable person, which is why I have chosen this course. Furthermore, you have certainly earned it. Offering a few kind words costs nothing. Even if they may seem insincere, they bring comfort to the heart. This was a lesson Shui Yu had recently learned. Zhou Mingsheng smiled broadly. I too find you to be an admirable individual. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall not refuse. Earlier, Zhou Mingsheng had merely been exchanging pleasantries, but now his words were sincere. He had genuinely come to regard Shui Yu as a friend. Chapter 74. Not what I said. Shui Yu transferred the funds to Zhou Mingsheng, and they celebrated together before Shui Yu saw him off the following day. He repeatedly cautioned Zhou Mingsheng to remain vigilant and attentive to any potential dangers that might arise. Although he sought to profit from this venture, it did not imply he was a rogue intermediary. He still possessed a conscience, at least enough to wish for Zhou Mingsheng's safety. This was also why he had only allowed Zhou Mingsheng to expend 3 points of luck. When he made his own wish, he too had consumed 3 points. While he had encountered some difficulties, it was not excessively dire, as there was no risk of losing his life. Thus, although he aimed to profit, the essence of the situation remained one of mutual consent, with both parties obtaining what they desired. He merely maximized the benefits for everyone involved. While he did employ certain tactics, he had not deceived anyone regarding critical information. This could hardly be deemed a negative action, at least in his view. Rest assured, I have also come across tales of the wish-granting spirits. I understand that losing luck will certainly lead to complications. Yet I am prepared to accept that. Zhou Mingxing is well aware of these matters. However, he has received 1.8 million, a sum he may never earn in his lifetime. He has only expended a trifling amount of luck. And if there were no troubles at all, he would feel embarrassed to accept such a reward. Moreover, if he wisely utilizes the 1.8 million, he can surely compensate for the luck he has lost. Shui Yu patted him on the shoulder, saying, Chenggu, since you understand this, I shall not say more today as someone who has been through it. I will merely remind you of a few points. It would be best for you to refrain from any actions for the time being, especially those that require financial outlay, such as investments, and be wary of potential scams targeting you. In short, exercise caution in all matters. After this period passes, everything will improve. After parting ways with Zhou Mingxing, Shui Yu returned home, his heart brimming with excitement. Though he had only received 200,000 from the total of 2 million, this amount represented the fruits of his labor over the past 3 to 4 years. From the moment he embarked on this venture to the time he received the funds, merely half a month had elapsed. The prospect of earning such income in just half a month was exhilarating. In most cases, as long as one possesses wealth, the majority of difficulties can be surmounted. Thus, it is only natural for individuals to harbor some obsession with money. The average person is no exception. This was merely the first transaction. Further opportunities are bound to arise. Zhang Xinli had promised to introduce clients to him, which was no empty promise, as he too would benefit from it. He had completely embraced the notion of the supernatural and had a vast social circle. Knowing numerous individuals die in the past, he had also encountered some affluent people who would likely have their own needs. As long as he could establish a reputation within this circle, he would undoubtedly have no shortage of business in the future. Shui Yu began to envision a promising future. At this moment, the prospects were vividly clear in his mind. His future appeared bright. He then thought of someone. Su Xiaonan was this young woman who had first enlightened him about the matter of the desired spirit. It had been a long time since they last communicated, and he recalled promising Su Xiaonan that he would keep her informed about subsequent developments. However, in recent times he had been somewhat unsettled, even contemplating giving up, and lacked the motivation to reach out to anyone. Yet now, with his spirits lifted, he resolved to share his good fortune. He had Su Xiaonan's contact information and sent her a message. But after waiting for a while, he received no reply. Shui Yu then opened the forum where he had previously encountered the story of the desired spirit. It had been some time since he last perused those tales. He had followed Su Xiaonan's account, and upon visiting her profile, he discovered new posts. Another story had emerged. Generally, he would be among the first to read the stories Su Xiaonan had shared, but lately, his thoughts had been elsewhere, and he had not been attentive in recent days. Upon seeing this new story, he was quite surprised. It appeared to be adapted from the experiences of a broadcaster named Wang Yuan. Su Xiaonan had mentioned that her stories were largely drawn from reality, albeit with slight alterations. The protagonist's experiences in the first half of the story were nearly identical to Wang Yuan's, experiencing nightmares and suddenly encountering hallucinations, or finding oneself in bizarre locations. Seeing this, Shui Yu was suddenly seized by a sense of foreboding. Could it be that Wang Yuan had encountered misfortune? However, there were no relevant reports online, and he had seen Wang Yuan live streaming the previous day, promoting merchandise related to the desired spirit, and it was said that he intended to donate a temple for it. Clearly, Wang Yuan was thriving. What could be the explanation? Even if it were an adaptation, it shouldn't diverge so drastically from the original. Shui Yu continued to read on in the story. A sage informed the protagonist that they were influenced by karma, that humans and spirits exist on different paths, separated by the realms of yin and yang, and that humans should not engage with spirits, much less exploit them for personal gain. Yet the protagonist was unwilling to believe this, ultimately leading to tragedy. Shui Yu sighed, exclaiming that it was indeed foolish. One could survive simply by ceasing their actions, yet they were determined to court disaster. However, he quickly realized that Su Xiaonan's publication of this story must carry deeper significance. The stories themselves may be inconsequential, Yet the myriad rules they contained were very real, Su Shaonan likely intended to convey a message through this narrative. One should not engage lightly with spirits, nor should one indiscriminately share tales of the desired spirit with others. These actions incur karma. When karma accumulates to a certain extent, it brings calamity. However, if one only interacts with it on their own, it poses little issue, as such karma is bearable. This story had been posted for several days. Had the broadcaster not seen it? Why did he dare to proceed so recklessly? Shuiyu was uncertain whether Wang Yuan had encountered these stories. Yet it was undeniable that if he continued down this path, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. His concern for Wang Yuan stemmed from his awareness that his own actions mirrored those of Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had shared the tale of the desired spirit with the public through live streaming, while he, though not live streaming, acted as an intermediary. Were it not for him, Zhou Mingqing would not have come into contact with the desired spirit, nor would he have made wishes upon it for Zheng Xinli's health to be restored. Although Zheng Xinli was unaware of the existence of the desired spirit, his actions had also breached the boundary between humans and spirits, as he was the one who directly benefited from the matter and could not escape accountability. Did this mean that he too would not bear karma? No, that was impossible. The story was adapted from Wang Yuan's experiences, and the person referred to in the tale was Wang Yuan, not him. He had not live-streamed or widely promoted the desired spirit. How could he possibly be tainted by karma? Their circumstances were entirely different. Even if karma did exist, Wang Yuan had disclosed the matter of the desired spirit to countless individuals, and he was still unharmed. Meanwhile, he had only disseminated this information within a limited circle, making it even less likely for him to encounter trouble. Yet, despite the limited scope of his dissemination, his actions were arguably more egregious than Wang Yuan's, as he was directly guiding others in transactions with the desired spirit. Could such business truly be off-limits? It was evidently a mutually beneficial arrangement, with all parties reaping rewards. Why should it not be permissible? Having just tasted the sweetness of success and envisioning a bright future ahead, he now faced the prospect of being forced to relinquish it all. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from Zheng Xinli. He answered promptly. Xiao Shui, Zheng said. Hello, Mr. Zheng. Zheng Xinli directly inquired. What is the status of the repayment? Rest assured, I have already found someone. You need not worry. Your luck will remain unaffected. That's good to hear. Zheng Xinli continued. There's another matter. I have a client I could introduce to you. Would you like to meet him? He is wealthier than I am. You could potentially ask him for 3 million or even 4 million. You can use 2 million to settle the repayment, and we can split the remaining 2 million out initially. Shuiyu was still in a state of indecision, but upon hearing Zheng Xinli's words, he finally resolved his inner conflict. Great fortunes require bold risks. Without daring to take chances, how could one ever attain wealth? Very well, let us proceed with this. He had finally discovered a lucrative opportunity. There was no way he would abandon it due to a bewildering story. If he did, would he not be as foolish as the protagonist in the tale? You can arrange a time for him and me to meet. Absolutely, Xiao Shui. I can keep introducing clients to you. But you must remain diligent regarding the repayment matter. Rest assured, there will be no issues. After ending the call, Shuiyu also closed the post. After all, the story did not pertain to him. Why should he be concerned? Furthermore, since Wang Yuan was still alive, he was even less likely to encounter any trouble. This wealth was his for the taking. Yet, people often remember that fortune favors the bold, while forgetting that it can also lead to peril. Chapter 75. A man's joyous occasion. I am truly grateful to you. Desired Spirit My company was on the verge of collapse, and I had lost all hope. Yet in my most desperate hour, you came to my aid. That I truly received that investment, which has resurrected my company. Without you, I would have nothing now. A man in his mid-30s knelt fervently before a low table, where an incense burner emitted fragrant smoke from several burning sticks. A candle flickered on the table, next to a sheet of white paper upon which a pen stood upright without any support, an eerie sight. Yet this man was unfazed, having summoned the desired spirit for the second time. At this moment, he was filled only with excitement. Spirit, I will never forget your immense kindness. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. If so, please feel free to command me, and I shall fulfill your wishes without demur. The man's name was Sun Qian, and he was the proprietor of a software company. A month prior, his company faced imminent bankruptcy due to financial woes, and the investor who had promised to inject capital had lost interest. avoiding him entirely. He sought investment everywhere, even suffering from a bleeding ulcer from stress, yet he could not secure a single penny. Hardly anyone believed in the project his company was developing. Just as he was at his wit's end, he stumbled upon a live stream where a broadcaster successfully summoned the desired spirit, claiming to have found a long-lost child through it. At that moment, he could not discern whether it was mere sensationalism or genuine. Nevertheless, he could not resist searching online for information about the desired spirit. Ultimately, he discovered some posts on a supernatural forum, which included tales about the desired spirit. It was a most enigmatic spirit, its origin shrouded in mystery, possessing the power to fulfill any desire, provided one could summon it. Normally, such notions would be met with skepticism. However, in times of desperation, even a glimmer of hope compels one to take a chance. Moreover, there was the living example of Wang Yuan at that time, a man who had never believed in the supernatural. He nevertheless attempted to invoke the wish spirit, as suggested online, with little more than a mindset of experimentation. Remarkably, fortune favored him, for on his very first attempt, he succeeded in summoning the wish spirit. It is worth noting that this was during the peak of the wish spirit's popularity, with many seeking its aid. He was merely one among countless hopefuls. His success could only be attributed to sheer luck. He made a wish to the wish spirit, desiring to attract investment to revive his nearly defunct company, offering a price of 3 points of luck in return. Once the deal was struck, he remained hesitant to fully believe in the unfolding events, yet the following morning, upon waking, he received an unexpected phone call. On the other end was an executive from an investment firm. They had previously been in contact, but the firm had shown little interest in his project, merely offering vague assurances to consider it. Thus, he had no reason to anticipate their investment. However, the caller promptly offered a sum of 10 million. With a contract ready to be signed that very day and that instant, he felt as though he were dreaming. Yet, recalling his wish to the wish spirit the night before, he understood that it must have been the spirit that granted his desire. Without the wish spirit, how could such a fortuitous event have occurred? With financial concerns alleviated, his company soon returned to normal operations, and the project progressed smoothly. Furthermore, the investment firm expressed great confidence in them, preparing to provide additional funding, with projections suggesting profits in the hundreds of millions. His company had been entirely revitalized. Initially, he worried that the cost he had paid would bear severe consequences, yet as time passed, he experienced no adverse effects. The loss of luck seemed to have no bearing on him. Rather, his career flourished. He had not encountered any misfortunes whatsoever. This filled him with immense gratitude towards the wish spirit, whom he regarded as a savior. "Oh, spirit, were it not for you, I would not possess all that I do now. There is no need for modesty. Should there be anything within my power, I shall exert every effort. Even if I cannot accomplish it myself, I shall find someone who can." Yet, the pen merely marked a cross on the paper. For Lin Yuan required no assistance from others. Emotion had largely faded from his life, leaving him devoid of desires, thus rendering the aid of others unnecessary. Upon seeing the negation inscribed on the paper, Sun Qian's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. However, it was but a fleeting disappointment, for that was not the purpose of summoning the spirit. His earlier words were merely an attempt to foster a closer rapport with the spirit for future endeavors. He pondered briefly before articulating his true intention. "Oh, spirit, I have summoned you for another matter. I have another wish, and I hope you can aid me in its realization." Upon finishing his statement, he observed the pen making a checkmark on the paper. While attempting to ingratiate himself proved fruitless, as long as he could pay the price, Lin Yuan would certainly fulfill his wish. Sun Qian continued, "It is thus, O spirit, that my wife has been with me for over 6 years. Yet, I have never truly loved her. She is an unattractive, uneducated, and coarse woman. She married me solely for my wealth, and throughout these years, her family has done nothing to assist me other than seek my money. As a business owner, my company is currently valued at no less than 30 to 40 million, thanks to your assistance, and it has progressed remarkably. Perhaps in a few years, I might even reach a net worth in the hundreds of millions." Lin Yuan had no doubt that Sun Qian could become a billionaire. He had previously observed Sun Qian's fate. This individual was destined for prosperity after the age of 30. Originally, a potential bankruptcy could have plunged him into a temporary low. Yet now, even that low had vanished. With luck far exceeding that of the average person, his chances of success were considerable. Although he had expended 3 points of luck on his wish, this had not adversely affected him. In fact, the revival of his company had nearly restored his luck to its pre-wish state. The potential for him to become a billionaire still resided within his destiny. Sun Qian continued to lament his wife. Among my friends, who has not married a young and beautiful girl, I am no less than them. Indeed, I may even surpass them in prospects, yet I am condemned to live with that old hag. Every time I think about it, I feel stifled and wronged. That woman, in every conceivable way, is unworthy of me. If I cannot rid myself of her, my life will be ruined. Sun Qian's greatest regret in life was not marrying a woman who met his standards. He wed at 30, which was relatively late, as he had missed the optimal age for marriage, leaving him with fewer choices when he sought a partner. Of course, the primary reason was that he had not yet achieved success and was merely an ordinary worker at that time. Lacking wealth, older in age, and with little confidence in the future, he felt that if he did not marry soon, his options would only worsen. It was then that he met his current wife. A woman 2 years his junior, she was of average appearance, lacking education, and had not even completed high school. She possessed no remarkable skills, yet was diligent and capable of managing a household, making her a suitable partner for daily life. However, she was not his ideal choice for marriage, yet one must accept reality. She was a reasonable option. Ultimately, he married her, and in truth, their life together was quite satisfactory. His wife managed household affairs adeptly and took great care of him. At that time, she admired him greatly, frequently encouraging him and supporting his aspirations, which instilled confidence within him. After that, his life began to change. He decisively resigned from his job and embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, achieving success within a few years. Now, he encountered a broader array of people, with various women continuously appearing by his side, each younger and more attractive than his wife. Theo asserted that he felt no desire would be a lie. His relentless endeavor to build a business and accumulate wealth was not without purpose. He naturally aspired to a better life. He had acquired all that he desired, from luxurious cars to grand homes. Yet his wife remained the sole blemish, bringing him a sense of embarrassment whenever he took her out. That woman had become unworthy of him. He now understood the saying regarding the 3 joys of man: promotion, wealth, and the death of a wife. He had experienced the first 2. Yet the third had eluded him. He felt it was time to find a new wife. He had a mistress who was exemplary in every regard, perfectly embodying the youthful dreams he once harbored, capable of mending all his regrets. However, as long as his wife lived, how could he replace her? Before marriage, he possessed nothing. All his assets were marital property. Should he divorce, he would lose far too much. Thus, he could only beseech the spirit for assistance in realizing the wish of a deceased wife. Chapter 76. Cost-effectiveness. Sun Qian harbored a significant concern. He feared that by directly articulating his wish, the wish spirit might deem him a villain, bringing him trouble. Therefore, he felt compelled to clarify the matter, at the very least striving to appear less callous. O spirit, it is not that I am heartless or ungrateful, but rather that this woman truly lacks awareness. She is utterly unworthy of me, and our bond has long since dissipated. Her persistence in this marriage is solely for my wealth. I once proposed divorce, offering her 3 million, yet she audaciously demanded half of my assets and half of my company shares. However, the company is entirely mine. She has contributed only a modicum of assistance in the early days and often meddles in my affairs, dragging me down. Over the years, she has indeed performed some household chores, but how significant are those? Even hiring a maid would cost a mere fraction of what I have given her. 6 years. And I offered her 3 million. Surely, that should suffice. Everything I possess has been earned through my hard work, and I have generously supported her family, providing them with substantial sums. I have been more than fair to her. To demand half of my hard-earned wealth is simply outrageous. It is only natural that I refuse to relinquish everything I have worked tirelessly to achieve to that woman. Do you not agree? Sun Qian lamented his wife while striving to justify his actions, yet Lin Yuan remained indifferent, offering no response. Regardless of whether Sun Qian's desires were righteous or nefarious, as long as he could pay the price, Lin Yuan would grant his wish. He held no interest in moral judgments, viewing such matters as utterly inconsequential. If pressed to identify what he cared about, it would solely be his own rules. Noticing the pen on the paper remained still, Sun Qian felt a twinge of unease. He could not discern whether the spirit rejected his explanation or simply did not care. After a brief hesitation, he finally voiced his wish. In truth, he did not necessarily wish for his wife to perish. He would be content if the woman simply departed from his life, preferably without claiming much of his wealth. However, achieving this would not be straightforward. Even wishing for such a thing from the wish spirit would require a significant expenditure of luck. He was a shrewd individual. Through his previous encounters with the wish spirit, he had gleaned much about its rules. Wishing for a specific outcome inherently demanded a higher price. However, accomplishing a goal need not always entail the spirit executing the task directly. Any task, once its critical steps are accomplished, becomes remarkably simple, allowing one to operate independently thereafter. In such circumstances, the effort expended is minimal, yielding a higher cost-effectiveness. Presently, a most opportune moment arises. His wife has fallen gravely ill, afflicted with acute leukemia, necessitating an urgent bone marrow transplant. The surgery must be performed imminently. He could manipulate this situation to fulfill his own desires while simultaneously conserving his own fortune. Ghost Immortal, my wife is unwell and is about to undergo surgery. I hope you can ensure her bone marrow transplant fails. Initially, upon learning of his wife's illness, he felt a sense of relief, believing that she would soon perish. Only later did he realize that her death was not imminent. Even if he sought to evade the surgical costs through various excuses, yet, her family managed to gather the necessary funds and found a compatible donor. Should the surgery succeed, her chances of recovery are significantly high. Thus, he must take action to thwart the operation. If it fails and complications arise, the likelihood of her demise increases dramatically. This wish is undoubtedly simpler than directly wishing for her death or for her to agree to a separation without assets. The inherent risk of surgical failure already exists. Even without his wish, such an event could transpire. However, once he articulates his desire, that potential becomes a certainty. After expressing his wish, Sun Qian anxiously gazed at the pin before him. Uncertain of how the Ghost Immortal would respond, he understood that he was indeed callous and ungrateful, and no matter how he attempted to justify his actions, they were undeniably disgraceful. Yet, upon hearing Sun Qian's wish, Lin Yuan merely marked a check on the paper. Were he still human, he might perceive Sun Qian as a thankless, despicable character who abandons his ailing wife. However, he is not human. Human morality holds no significance in his eyes. Seeing the affirmative symbol on the paper, Sun Qian exhaled in relief. He realized that the Ghost Immortal's silence stemmed from an indifference to notions of good or evil. Even immoral or criminal acts would receive approval. All his worries vanished. The Ghost Immortal appeared more like an emotionless entity, lacking feelings and thus devoid of preferences, treating all matters with impartiality. Ghost Immortal, should my wife's surgery fail, what price and fortune must I pay? No sooner had he posed the question than Lin Yuan inscribed a numeral on the paper. 2. This cost was not exorbitant. It could even be deemed quite low. Sun Qian felt a surge of joy. Realizing his conjecture was correct, this was the logic by which the Ghost Immortal demanded fortune. This meant he needed to expend merely 2 points of fortune to rid himself of a woman he held in disdain. All the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated would remain his own, untouchable by others. And 2 points of fortune, to him, were trivial. He had previously expended 3 points for a wish, which ultimately bore no consequence. Fortune is not static. Even after expenditure, it can potentially be restored. Nothing had transpired in his life, perhaps because his fortune had already been replenished. Thus, losing fortune is not inherently dreadful. What matters is what one gains in exchange for that lost fortune. Ghost Immortal, I thank you for acquiescing to my request. I am willing to pay the price. Please make my wish come true. Upon Sun Qian's conclusion, the pen marked a check on the paper, signifying agreement. Sun Qian's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Ghost Immortal. Lin Yuan remained indifferent to his gratitude. He had already witnessed that when Sun Qian made this wish, fate had silently begun to shift. Although Lin Yuan was unaware of the specifics between Sun Qian and his wife, he could infer from the changes in Sun Qian's fortune that his wife's contributions to his success were significant, albeit unacknowledged by him. However, the moment he voiced that wish, the bond between him and his wife became irreparable. Regardless of whether his wife lived or died, he could not retain what he currently possessed. The seemingly useless woman in his eyes was, in fact, an indispensable ally on his path to success. Yet Sun Qian was willing to expend his own fortune to eliminate this vital support. His fate was all but sealed. Moreover, while Sun Qian believed his method of wishing would conserve fortune, rendering it highly cost-effective, high cost-effectiveness often correlates with inferior quality. The adage "you get what you pay for" applies here as well. However, Lin Yuan would not caution Sun Qian. He would merely assist individuals in realizing their wishes, nothing more. Sun Qian, brimming with excitement, wished to utter more flattering words, but before he could, he noticed the pins suddenly topple. Lin Yuan had already fulfilled his wish and would not linger. Had he departed? Sun Qian rose, eager to foster a closer relationship with the ghost immortal. However, it seemed increasingly difficult. Yet, it mattered little. At least his wish was on the verge of realization. As the ghost immortal had proclaimed, his wife's surgery could not possibly succeed. That woman was doomed. Promotion, wealth, and the death of his wife would all transpire in his life. That woman represented the only imperfection in his existence. Once she was gone, he could marry his mistress, and then his life would be truly complete. Chapter 77. Impersonating the ghost immortal in the live broadcast room. Wang Yuan faced the camera, his expression a blend of joy and apprehension. Dear viewers, I know you have eagerly awaited today's live stream. In truth, I am equally excited. Just a little longer, and we shall commence. I will once again summon the ghost immortal and select a fortunate viewer to have their wish granted. Furthermore, I will provide this viewer with benefits, as I will bear the cost of fulfilling their wish. However, before we proceed, we must undertake one more task. You may click the link in the comments section to purchase the Ghost Immortal's talisman. This talisman has been personally blessed by the immortal and can ward off evil and misfortune. Who knows when it might prove beneficial to you? You may use it for yourself or gift it to family and friends. This is also a way for you to express your sincerity to the ghost immortal. Possessing a talisman increases your chances of summoning the immortal. Once sales surpass 5,000 units, our ceremony will officially commence. At that point, you will witness the entire process of summoning the ghost immortal firsthand. This live stream was orchestrated under the company's directives, deliberately scheduled for the early hours, mirroring the time of Wang Yuan's previous summoning of the ghost immortal. Recently, interest in the ghost immortal had waned, and without the creation of new buzz, people would soon forget the phenomenon entirely. Countless events transpired daily in this world, and public attention continually shifted. To maintain interest, they could only plan another sensational incident. Wang Yuan would once again invoke the ghost immortal and have the immortal assist in fulfilling a wish, subsequently following up with a live broadcast. Of course, they did not genuinely intend to summon the ghost immortal, as the company personnel were skeptical of such matters. The ghost immortal merely served as an excuse for profit. Moreover, even if they believed in the immortal's existence, it was an unpredictable factor. It would be more effective to create a scene through special effects to simulate the immortal's appearance. This ensured better control. After all, their primary pursuit was financial gain. As long as they could generate interest and profit, everything else was inconsequential. At this hour, the viewers still present in the broadcast room were predominantly loyal fans. While some criticized the endeavor as a money-making scheme due to the exorbitant price of the talisman, over 100 yuan, when its true value online barely reached 7 or 8, it did not deter others from placing orders. Within mere minutes, sales surpassed 3,000. However, the rate of increase slowed thereafter. Despite Wang Yuan's enthusiastic promotion, it did not reach 5,000 within half an hour. Nonetheless, that figure had already exceeded their recent broadcasts. At this moment, the audience urged him to hasten the summoning of the immortal. Observing the comments, Wang Yuan recognized that he could no longer focus on selling products. Excess would lead to diminishing returns. It was now time to summon the ghost immortal. I am grateful for your support. Dear viewers, now it is time for me to give back to you. Let us begin the ritual to summon the ghost immortal. Upon his declaration, the audience in the broadcast room flooded the comments with excitement. Finally starting. I was about to fall asleep. Hurry up, I want to see how to summon the immortal. Is there really a ghost immortal? Why can't I summon one? It must be fake. I'm just here for the spectacle. While I hope this is real, I know it's likely fabricated. But I still find the host's stream amusing. I'll just treat it as a story. The majority of those in the live room remained skeptical. Yet, some insisted that the ghost immortal was real and that they had successfully summoned the immortal before. These individuals were, in fact, hired by Wang Yuan's company to bolster credibility. Wang Yuan glanced at the comments and continued. I understand that many of you have attempted to summon the ghost immortal, but the vast majority have not succeeded. However, my relationship with the ghost immortal is exceptional. I am its representative in the human realm. I have assured the immortal that it will certainly appear tonight. Tio maintained the hype. Wang Yuan consistently asserted himself as the Ghost Immortal spokesperson, claiming to embody the immortal's will. This narrative also explained why Wang Yuan could summon the immortal while others could not. After speaking, Wang Yuan picked up a pen and a sheet of paper, placing them on the table before him. The venue for the live broadcast is not solely occupied by him. Within the room, aside from a few assistants, there exists a diminutive green figure clad in green attire and wearing a matching hood. However, these individuals remain outside the camera's view. The little green figure will, at an opportune moment, approach and retrieve the pin. Due to special effects, the audience in the live stream is oblivious to the presence of this green figure. Although some traces may remain, it is of little consequence. After all, even if he were to truly summon the wish spirit, the influence of such a being would inevitably introduce some imperfections into the video. Even if it is a fabrication, as long as it is meticulously orchestrated, the quality of the broadcast will not suffer significantly. Regardless of others' opinions, as long as there is sufficient buzz, the live stream will prove lucrative. If he diligently works for a year or so, he could amass enough wealth to retire. Although he claims to wish to dictate his own conclusion, he still harbors concerns regarding karma. He has grown weary of this life, filled with trepidation. Su Xiaonan's tale does not explicate the consequences of karma. The lurking dangers could descend upon him at any moment, leaving him in a state of profound unease. Although he has not experienced such nightmares recently, his mind remains restless. Yet, for the sake of financial gain, he must press on. With just a few more months of perseverance, he could earn a fortune that would take the average person several lifetimes to amass. As for the family, the ritual to summon the wish spirit is quite simple. Sincerity and a fervent desire are paramount to increase the likelihood of being sensed by the spirit. Only when the spirit perceives your intent will it manifest before you. Now, I shall demonstrate to you all how I invoke the wish spirit, Wang Yuan declared, taking a deep breath, his expression grave and somewhat anxious. At this moment, he fervently hoped that the wish spirit would not appear. His willingness to partake in the deception orchestrated by the company stemmed from the fact that should the spirit truly arrive, the burden of karma he would bear would only intensify. However, his worries were unfounded. Devoid of genuine desire for the wish spirit, Lin Yuan could not possibly materialize here. Wang Yuan joined his hands in prayer, closed his eyes, and silently chanted the name of the wish spirit. Occasionally, he would furtively open his eyes to cautiously survey his surroundings. The chilling aura from the last encounter did not manifest this time, which greatly relieved him, and he subtly moved his fingers. This was their signal. As long as he performed this gesture, the little green figure would scurry to him and retrieve the pin. The presence of the green figure would be concealed by special effects, combined with the unique angle of the camera, creating the illusion that no one was present in front of him while the pin stood upright. Upon witnessing his movement, the prepared little green figure cautiously approached, stopping beside the table in front of him, extending its arm to gently grasp the pin. The pin stood upright on the paper. To the viewers in the live stream, it appeared as if an invisible entity had lifted it. This scene was exceedingly bizarre, reminiscent of the previous occasion when Wang Yuan summoned the wish spirit. The audience erupted with excitement. The wish spirit truly has arrived. I recall that the last time was quite similar. The spirit has come again. This is fantastic. I want to make a wish. Please, streamer, grant me the opportunity to wish. I will shower you with gifts, and I will purchase whatever you ask. Many viewers in the live stream were overwhelmed with excitement, though some astute and composed individuals pointed out the inconsistencies. Wang Yuan remained unfazed by the nitpicking audience. Even if he had genuinely summoned the spirit, such individuals would inevitably exist. Addressing the camera, he proclaimed, "Anyone with wishes may type them in the comments. I will select one individual as our lucky viewer, allowing the spirit to fulfill that wish. However, the wish must not be overly unrealistic, as the streamer must also bear a cost." No sooner had Wang Yuan finished speaking than countless viewers began typing their wishes in the comments. This opportunity to have a wish granted, with no apparent cost, prompted everyone to join in, regardless of their beliefs. Chapter 78. Fulfilling Everyone's Wishes. Wang Yuan beheld the incessant stream of text in the comments, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Should today's event succeed, his popularity would surely endure for a while longer. Addressing the little green figure before him, he said, "Oh, wish spirit, you have finally arrived. You fulfill the wishes of all beings. Your merits are immeasurable, akin to divine beings. I now wish to spread your benevolence throughout the world via this live stream. I will select one person from the audience and ask you to help them realize their wish, while I shall bear the cost. As soon as Wang Yuan concluded his statement, the little green figure grasped the pen and marked a check on the paper. This was reminiscent of the wish spirit style. I understand. Thank you for your generosity. Wang Yuan slightly turned, addressing the camera. Thank you all for your support. The spirit has agreed to assist in fulfilling one wish. What wishes do you have? Type them quickly. I will begin selecting soon. The volume of comments surged, filled with a myriad of wishes. Wang Yuan meticulously examined the comments, his expression revealing exasperation. Some individuals' wishes were simply too far-fetched. For instance, wishing to become the world's richest person was clearly unfeasible. He could not afford the price. Desiring to be a certain celebrity's boyfriend was equally impossible. If one wished for that, they could summon the spirit themselves and make the request. There were also those who wished for a particular nation to vanish or for the scammers in certain areas to descend into hell. While the wish spirit could potentially grant such wishes, he simply lacked the fortune to expend. Wang Yuan read aloud several wishes, most of which were exaggerated. Those who typed them likely found it amusing and did not take it seriously. Among these gestures were some who were genuinely earnest. For instance, a viewer requested assistance in locating a missing child, a sentiment echoed by many due to the incident involving Yang Shi. They all hoped the spirit could help reunite them with their lost loved ones. While this plea seemed sincere, Wang Yuan knew he could not assist, as the wish spirit before him was a mere facade. Furthermore, even if he were to reenact Yang Shi's situation, it might not garner the same fervor as before. This time, a different theme needed to be adopted. He then read another comment where the individual claimed to be gravely ill, suffering from late-stage stomach cancer with only months left to live. This wish appeared plausible. Asking the spirit to cure his ailment could be seen as saving a life, thus earning him a bit of karmic merit. He resolved to allow the spirit to assist this individual in fulfilling their wish. If you agree, please type 666 in the comments. The comments flooded with 666s, yet many expressed dissatisfaction. Streamer, choose me. Exactly. Why select him and not me? Is he a plant? I implore you, streamer, choose me. My situation is urgent. Yet I have been unable to summon the spirit. You are my only hope. This is all scripted. Just enjoy the spectacle. Why take it seriously? In the face of such skepticism, Wang Yuan remained indifferent. The viewers were correct. The individual was indeed a plant. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not choose anyone else. If this man's claims were genuine, it implied he was likely facing death, and he could not stand idly by. The other wishes were either jesting or lacked urgency. There must be a prioritization of matters. Although many others also had pressing issues, he could only assist one person, a limitation he could not circumvent. These individuals could attempt to summon the wish spirit themselves. If they succeeded, their problems would naturally resolve. Well, I've explained everything that needed explaining. Now, I ask this chosen individual to share your situation in the comments. The rest, please refrain from commenting for the time being. Should anyone disrupt, I shall have no choice but to remove them. Shortly after Wang Yuan's words, the comments gradually quieted. The selected viewer began to narrate his circumstances. My name is Li Ziqiang. I am 42 years old. Recently, I was diagnosed with stomach cancer, and it is nearing the late stages. At my age, with elders above me and children below, I am the primary breadwinner of my family. If I were to pass, I truly do not know how my family would cope. However, my illness is exceedingly difficult to treat. We have already spent nearly 200,000 to 300,000, yet there are no signs of improvement. I have ceased treatment now, as I am terrified. What if my condition does not improve, and I have squandered so much money? What will happen to them once I'm gone? This man, claiming to be Li Ziqiang, articulated his ordeal with great clarity and detail, a narrative scripted by the company. The more tragic Li Ziqiang's tale, the more sympathy and attention it would garner from the audience. As expected, many sympathetic remarks appeared in the comments. This man has it so tough. I'm in tears. Middle age is never easy. Let the spirit grant his wish. I shall not contest. In fact, I am worse off. He has a chance for the spirit to heal him. While I may not have that opportunity, nevertheless, I have come to accept fate. This was precisely why Wang Yuan chose this individual. He was indeed in a dire situation, but he believed that the wish spirit would heal him. He now made a wish to the spirit. Li Degu's illness will undoubtedly be cured. and his family's fortunes will surely flourish. Bravo, Streamer. I admire your compassion and sound principles. Go, Streamer. Ensure the spirit helps this brother, Li Ziqiang also commented, stating, if my illness can be cured, I will never forget your great kindness, and my family will always be grateful to you and the wish spirit. Gratitude is unnecessary, for Wang Yuan embodies noble righteousness. Instead, one should sincerely express appreciation to the Guixian, for it is the Guixian who has granted your wishes. We all ought to devoutly believe in the Guixian of fulfillment, as one never knows when we might need to seek its assistance. Regular offerings are essential. Relying on last-minute prayers is of little use. That said, I intend to construct a temple for the Guixian, which is precisely what it desires. After all, it too requires a place of refuge. At present, we are in the process of raising funds, and everyone is welcome to contribute. It is anticipated that the temple will be completed in a few months, and I shall inform everyone when the time comes, allowing them the opportunity to visit. The Guixian of fulfillment responds to all requests. After discussing the temple donation, Wang Yuan turned his gaze to the table before him. On the table, the pen remained standing upon the paper. However, the small green figure that should have been opposite him had mysteriously vanished. Yet, the pen still stood upright on the paper, unsupported. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yuan was struck with shock, feeling a chill seep into his being. This chill was perilously intense and overwhelming, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Could it be that the Guixian has arrived? But moments later, he dismissed this notion. The Guixian could not possibly be present. Furthermore, the Guixian of fulfillment did not possess such a violent, menacing aura. Typically, it emanates a sense of ethereality and tranquility. Thus, this presence was undoubtedly something far more terrifying. The Guixian would never take a life, but what stood before him was not bound by such constraints. He hastily scanned his surroundings. Not only had the small green figure disappeared, but even the assistant from the live broadcast had vanished. The environment around him plunged into darkness. The live streaming equipment had ceased to exist, and the glow of the screen had vanished, as if he had unwittingly stumbled into a bizarre realm. At this moment, all he could perceive was the sheet of paper and the pen standing upon it. Chapter 79. I quit. Wang Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The eerie scene around him fostered a burgeoning fear within. He hurriedly stood, no longer able to concern himself with anything but the desire to escape this place. Yet, after merely a few steps, he discovered the strangeness of his predicament. Regardless of where he ran, he remained in the same spot. The table was perpetually behind him, along with the paper and the pen, which stood pointed downward upon the page. Despite the absence of any barriers, he was inexplicably unable to escape. This bizarre phenomenon exceeded his comprehension. Panic enveloped him like a cocoon. His heart raced, pounding against his chest. What is happening? Why is this happening? He murmured anxiously, cradling his head in his hands, desperately attempting to calm himself. He understood that this matter had no connection to the Guixian of fulfillment. Thus, only one possibility remained. It was karma. Those dreams were warnings, urging him to cease his current actions, yet he had ignored them. The nightmares may have dissipated, but that did not signify the dissolution of karma. It merely indicated that he was no longer worthy of warning. Since he refused to repent, today marked his demise. No, I do not wish to die yet. Gathering his courage, he turned to face the paper and pen on the table. Unbeknownst to him, the pen had already inscribed a single word upon the page: death. The writing was grotesquely fierce, exuding an icy, sinister aura. Gazing at the word, Wang Yuan felt as though he could not breathe. Terror rendered him numb, nearly incapacitating him. I acknowledge my faults. Please spare me. I vow to atone for my mistakes. I shall surely repent. It was only at this moment that he truly panicked. Previously, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that if he ceased summoning the Guixian or withdrew in times of danger, perhaps he would escape unscathed. Before this, he had arrogantly proclaimed his intent to script his own conclusion. In retrospect, his earlier thoughts seemed exceedingly ludicrous. One only comprehends their insignificance when faced with peril. When danger looms, no action can reverse the impending doom. He collapsed helplessly onto the ground, utterly at a loss for what to do. The pen seemed to be possessed by some unseen force. Frantically scribbling across the paper until it finally came to a halt, he uneasily lifted his gaze, only to see the paper filled with chaotic lines. However, Those lines were not devoid of structure. Upon closer inspection, they formed countless words. Death. Each word echoed the same grim fate, as if he was left with but one path to follow. In despair, Wang Yuan's fear transformed into rage. He rose defiantly and shouted at the table. What are you? By what right do you dictate my life and death? My life is mine to command. Though his voice was loud, it lacked conviction. His actions served merely as a means to bolster his own courage. The pen remained still, suddenly toppling onto the paper with a resounding thud. It rolled across the paper and fell from the table, landing on the floor with a crisp sound, as if it had triggered some hidden mechanism. Wang Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his head pounding fiercely. Yet when he turned to look at the table again, he saw a small green figure grasping a pen, which now stood upright on the paper. The ominous words had vanished from the sheet. He rubbed his eyes, unable to discern whether what he had just witnessed was an illusion or if the current sight was merely a figment of his imagination. What is happening? Outside the camera's view, his manager anxiously observed him, her expression fraught with urgency. Just moments ago, Wang Yuan had appeared entranced, suddenly rising from his chair with terror etched across his face. Uttering nonsensical words, she had not understood what he was saying, nor did the audience in the live stream. The chat was flooded with myriad speculations, many viewers frightened by Wang Yuan's behavior, as it seemed utterly genuine. If it were an act, his performance surpassed that of many top-tier actors. What is wrong with you? Why did you deviate from the script? Given that the broadcast was live, the manager's frustration, though palpable, was muted, barely audible to Wang Yuan. However, he could infer the meaning behind her expression and gestures. Still in a daze, his mind felt as though it had short-circuited. While he understood her words, he was at a loss for how to respond. What had just transpired? Why had he returned to the live stream? After a moment of bewilderment, he gradually regained his composure. Indeed, he was still alive. Everything that had occurred was likely a mere illusion. No one sought his life, nor would he perish. What was happening? Come here. In light of this unexpected situation, his manager was equally distressed. The company had invested substantial resources into this live broadcast, spending a considerable amount of money. Should it fail, both she and Wang Yuan would bear the consequences. Wang Yuan finally processed the situation, feeling somewhat calmer now, and spoke to the camera, his expression apologetic. Dear viewers, I apologize, but we have encountered a minor issue. The Gu Xian must return. I will step away briefly, and I will explain everything shortly. Having said this, he glanced at the small green figure, subtly gesturing with his finger. The figure understood, releasing its grip on the pen and hastily departing. To the audience, the pen appeared to topple, as though the Gu Xian of fulfillment had taken its leave. Wang Yuan rushed over to his manager. His manager, Su Qingmei, a woman in her 30s with a polished bob haircut and a tall, slender figure, was clad in a sleek black business suit, exuding a commanding presence. As a shareholder and executive of the company, she oversaw numerous prominent streamers. Even though Wang Yuan was currently in high demand, he had to tread carefully in her presence. Su Qingmei exited the live stream room, with Wang Yuan closely following. As soon as they stepped outside, she could no longer contain her anger. What is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly act like that? What on earth were you trying to achieve? She had longed to express her frustration, but had refrained during the broadcast. I do not know what happened. It was as if Wang Yuan struggled to articulate his recent experience. He wished to claim it was an illusion, yet he sensed it was far more than that. You were asleep? What kind of dream could you possibly have in broad daylight? Su Qingmei scolded him, but then reconsidered, acknowledging the late hour. I understand. The workload has indeed been heavy lately, and you might be feeling exhausted. However, this is a pivotal moment for you. Your future depends on your performance. The company has invested considerable resources into your success, and I hope you will take this seriously. Wang Yuan fell silent, his internal conflict raging. After much deliberation, he finally voiced his thoughts. I think we should just give up. We are deceiving the audience, and that I am struggling to continue. What did you just say? Su Qingmei's tone sharpened. You cannot be serious, after all this time. You suddenly have a guilty conscience. Have you forgotten how you rose to fame? Wasn't it through these very means? Now you wish to stand on moral high ground, claiming you do not want to deceive your audience. What about all the resources the company has invested? Wang Yuan remained silent. Indeed, at this juncture, It was not as simple as saying he wanted to quit. He had signed a contract with this company, which had invested in him. He could not simply walk away without consequences. If he did, the company would undoubtedly seek retribution, and the penalty fees could ruin him financially. Yet, he truly could not continue. The experience he had just undergone left him shaken. Money was important, but without life, wealth held no value. Observing his silence, Su Qingmei sighed, her tone softening. It is not uncommon for streamers to face psychological barriers. You need not bear such a heavy burden. The audience is aware that we are deceiving them. They are utterly unconcerned, merely yearning for the existence of beings such as the wish-fulfilling ghost immortal. You have bestowed upon them a beautiful dream, yet now you must shatter it with your own hands, which is undeniably cruel to them. However, these words do not penetrate Wang Yuan's ears. He certainly comprehends the reasoning behind it. Yet this is merely an excuse. He may disregard the audience, but if he continues down this path, it could cost him his life. Ultimately, he has made a decision. I have thought it through. I am quitting. Chapter 80. A compromise. Su Qingmei looked at Wang Yuan with a hint of irritation. You better be joking. I'm not joking. I truly am quitting. Starting today? No, from this very moment. Once those words escaped his lips, Wang Yuan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps he should have done this long ago. Nonetheless, it is not too late to begin anew. The despair he had just experienced made him acutely aware of how precious life truly is. I really can't continue. It's not about the audience. Nor is it a matter of conscience. It's simply that I am on the brink of death. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingmei furrowed her brows and asked urgently, what on earth is going on? Wasn't everything fine before? Some things can only be understood through experience. I know you may find it hard to believe, but I must tell you. Everything is true. The wish-fulfilling ghost immortal exists. The Yang family reunion is real, and it is indeed due to the ghost immortal that they have come together. I genuinely summoned the ghost immortal. Su Qingmei regarded him with a strange expression. You're not running a fever, are you? She leaned in and placed the back of her hand against Wang Yuan's forehead. His temperature was normal. You're not sick. So why are you speaking such nonsense today? What I'm saying is entirely serious, Wang Yuan replied with a grave expression. He pulled out his phone and opened the post sent by Su Xiaonan. You can take a look at these stories. I don't know who the poster is. That person is quite enigmatic. Yet, all the tales concerning the wish-fulfilling ghost immortal were initially released by her. There are many rules involved, and all of them are genuinely in existence. In the last post, she mentioned that one must not make contact with ghosts. Those who violate this rule will suffer the consequences of karma. Su Qingmei took the phone and quickly skimmed through the post. In truth, she had already read the previous stories shared by Su Xiaonan, as they had gained quite a bit of attention, making it impossible for her to ignore them. However, she had yet to see the most recent one. As Su Qingmei continued to browse, Wang Yuan added, the wish-fulfilling ghost immortal is indeed real, and I have been informing everyone of this truth. Therefore, by violating this rule, I will be subjected to the repercussions of karma. Su Qingmei replied coldly, if that is the case, then wouldn't all those who write ghost stories be dead? Wang Yuan shook his head. It's different. The ghosts in their stories do not exist. But the wish-fulfilling ghost immortal does, and I even managed to summon it during my live broadcast. Since the wish-fulfilling ghost immortal is omnipotent, why don't you ask it for help? I've tried several times. But I haven't been able to summon it again. I don't know why. It used to be that as long as the timing was right, I could summon it without fail. Perhaps the ghost immortal is busy now. Su Qingmei's gaze fell upon Wang Yuan's face, filled with an odd expression. She began to comprehend that Wang Yuan was likely experiencing some sort of mental issue. She had already read the stories within the post, and it was almost certain that he had been influenced by the content. Wang Yuan seemed to be grappling with a delusion, mistaking his fantasies for reality. Su Qingmei sighed but refrained from further denying his claims. This was not the time for debate. She needed to communicate with him in a manner he could understand. After gathering her thoughts, she spoke gently, let us not discuss the ghost immortal for now. Tell me, how have I treated you during this time? Wang Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Sister Mei has been very kind and caring toward me. Many resources from the company have been provided by you, including this instance, but I must apologize. While I fear the consequences of breaching the contract, I cannot knowingly pursue a path leading to destruction. Su Qingmei nodded. It's only natural for you to think that way. Life is certainly more valuable than money. However, you must consider this carefully. If you truly breach the contract, you won't just lose the money earned during this period. You may also end up in significant debt. There's nothing I can do. Su Qingmei extended her hand, halting his words. Your actions could lead to mutual destruction for both you and the company. None of us desire such an outcome. How about you listen to my proposal? Wang Yuan looked at Su Qingmei with confusion. Sister Mei, do you believe what I say? I do, Su Qingmei replied with a smile and a nod. You claim that your live broadcast violates the rules and that you will be affected by karma, possibly even facing life-threatening consequences. In that case, I want to let you continue broadcasting, but you must ensure a proper handover of your responsibilities. As long as the handover is handled well, I will take charge of future broadcasts, and you needn't worry about anything else. This way, I can make decisions, and the company will not hold you accountable. Waiving any breach of contract fees, your salary will be disbursed as usual, minimizing losses for both parties. Does this sound agreeable? Hearing Su Qingmei's words, Wang Yuan hesitated for a moment. He had to admit, this was a good plan. Given his deep connection with the wish-fulfilling Ghost Immortal, his departure would make it challenging for the company to continue profiting from that brand. However, if he fabricated a reason and handed everything over to Su Qingmei, the company could still profit from it. Su Qingmei held significant influence within the company and could ensure that they would not pursue him for any breach of contract without jeopardizing the company's interests. Su Qingmei continued, in business, one should see things through to the end. Wouldn't you agree? I understand your position, but I hope you won't put me in a difficult situation. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, Sister Mei, I agree. Su Qingmei smiled. Now you need to return and provide an explanation to the audience. Today's broadcast should conclude for now. Su Qingmei glanced at the broadcast data. Despite the unexpected turn of events during Wang Yuan's live session, the impact had not been detrimental. In fact, the number of viewers in the live stream had continued to rise during Wang Yuan's absence. Should things unfold according to their script, it wouldn't hold much interest, as the audience could anticipate the subsequent developments. Although Wang Yuan had encountered an incident during the broadcast, he had not revealed the true reason, which had piqued the audience's curiosity. After all, many people were simply there for the spectacle. With proper handling, such an incident could be transformed into a source of traffic. Just concoct a reason. There's no need to explain everything to the audience in detail. Leave them with a suspenseful element. Inform them that we will resume the live broadcast tomorrow afternoon, at which time we will clarify what transpired today. Wang Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss, as his mind was preoccupied with thoughts, rendering him incapable of formulating a suitable excuse. Su Qingmei noticed his predicament and said, just say that you lost too much luck and encountered a minor issue. The Ghost Immortal has already departed, and it cannot be summoned again today. However, we will provide a detailed explanation during tomorrow's broadcast. And regarding the matter with Li Ziqiang, you should inform the audience that we will fulfill his wish in the live stream tomorrow. You don't need to elaborate too much today, just convey that information. That's no problem, Wang Yuan nodded. This was indeed a feasible plan, capable of explaining the previous events while leaving the audience intrigued. They would likely be eager to learn what had transpired. Sister Mei, I will go explain to the audience now. As Wang Yuan stepped into the live stream room, Su Qingmei observed his retreating figure. Her expression tinged with helplessness. She had once held high hopes for Wang Yuan, but never anticipated that he would be suffering from delusions, genuinely believing in the existence of the wish-fulfilling Ghost Immortal. He was ensnared in his own narrative, unable to extricate himself. Su Qingmei had resolved not to continue using Wang Yuan. He was an unstable element. Yet, she was confident that as long as the handover was executed properly, she could easily replace him. After all, what the audience craved was the wish-fulfilling Ghost Immortal. Who delivered the broadcast was inconsequential. When Wang Yuan entered the live stream room, he felt remarkably at ease. All he wished for was a smooth conclusion to this matter. As long as he handed everything over to Su Qingmei, the subsequent events would no longer concern him. He could retain the earnings he had amassed during this time. In fact, that sum was substantial. At least in his previous life, it would have taken him a decade or two of hard work to accrue such wealth. He had been blinded by the allure of money and should have stopped long ago. The fortune he had earned was sufficient to accomplish many endeavors, enough to grant him a different life. Chapter 81. The final time the following afternoon, upon arriving at the company, Wang Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. His colleagues regarded him with peculiar expressions. Before his arrival, these individuals seemed to be whispering amongst themselves, pointing fingers. Yet, as soon as he entered, they fell silent, feigning ignorance of any prior conversation. Wang Yuan understood that they were gossiping about him. After last night's incident, it was likely that many now viewed him as mentally unstable. Nevertheless, he found little concern in this. Having brushed against the precipice of life and death, he had adopted a more open-minded perspective. Let them think what they will. All he desired was to live well. After today, he would depart from this company for good, and they would have no further ties. According to Su Qingmei's plan, he would soon explain the events that transpired last night during the live broadcast. In truth, this matter left him quite distressed. The hallucination he experienced last night may have been a final warning. Should he continue to disregard the situation, his life could be in jeopardy. Yet, he found himself compelled to acquiesce to Su Qingmei's wishes. He was unwilling to relinquish the wealth he had painstakingly acquired. Losing that money, coupled with a substantial debt, would be tantamount to death itself. He could only reassure himself that this would be the last time, and that there should be no major issues. Nevertheless, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. Yet, one could hardly blame him. It is human nature. Regardless of who one is, it is exceedingly difficult to watch oneself lose all possessions while being burdened with a significant debt. He had to take a chance. Upon ascending the staircase, he spotted Su Qingmei, who greeted him with a friendly wave. "How are you? Did you get some rest?" Wang Yuan nodded. "Much better." Mei Jie. Su Qingmei led him to the live streaming room, stating, "Since you're here, we'll commence the broadcast shortly. Are you prepared? Have you reviewed the materials I sent you?" "I have," he replied. The documents Su Qingmei referred to were the scripted outline they had collaboratively devised for the live stream. Primarily authored by her, with Wang Yuan merely required to follow the provided content. "Familiarize yourself a bit more. We have half an hour before we start." Just as Su Qingmei was about to leave, she paused, turning back to Wang Yuan. "Today's events are crucial for you as well. I hope you can treat them with the seriousness they deserve." Her words carried a profound significance, serving as both a reminder and a subtle threat. Wang Yuan understood the implications. Should he falter, the company would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Conversely, if he succeeded, it would be a joyous outcome for all. Yu Yuan Guixian was a prestigious name. While other streamers and companies might aspire to share in this success, they could not seize the market without someone like Wang Yuan. This was precisely why Su Qingmei was determined to ensure a smooth handover of responsibilities. Regardless of Wang Yuan's capabilities, his role was vital. After all, he was the first to summon the Ru Yuan Guixian through live streaming, representing it in the eyes of certain viewers. Rest assured, Mei Jie, there will be no unforeseen incidents today. Su Qingmei felt reassured by his words. "That's good to hear. I have faith in you. I trust you won't disappoint me." As they entered the live streaming room, Wang Yuan began preparing for the broadcast. The previous night's unexpected events had only heightened the audience's curiosity. The very occurrence of unforeseen circumstances had lent a degree of credibility to the situation, stirring the viewers' intrigue. With 30 minutes remaining before the official start, the real-time audience count had already surged to tens of thousands. Although Wang Yuan's follower count was not particularly high within the industry, the quality of his fan base was exceptional, with a far greater likelihood of financial support compared to his peers. This was also the reason Su Qingmei was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. As a small company aiming for growth, they needed to carve out a unique path, and Ru Yuan Guixian perfectly aligned with their objectives. By the time the broadcast officially commenced, the viewer count had swelled to nearly 200,000, the highest attendance in recent streams, even surpassing the previous night's numbers. The comments section erupted with inquiries. "Host? What happened last night? Why did the stream end so abruptly? We demand an explanation. Could it have been staged? If so, the acting surpasses even seasoned veterans." Observing the fervent discussions in the comments, Wang Yuan took a deep breath. His expression one of regret. "I apologize, everyone. I must clarify something. I am not the spokesperson for Ru Yuan Guixian. I have no affiliation with it. I merely made a wish to the Guixian. During my wish yesterday, I encountered some strange occurrences." Wang Yuan proceeded to recount the hallucination he had experienced, embellishing the tale to convey that he had barely survived. As he narrated, his face was etched with genuine terror. Those expressions were not feigned. Merely recalling the events of last night sent chills down his spine. "I am unsure of the cause, but this condition has plagued me for quite some time. Prior to this, I had been plagued by nightmares. Perhaps my impersonation of the Guixian's representative has drawn its ire." Upon hearing Wang Yuan's confession, the comments became even more animated. "I trusted you. You've deceived us all. Fraud, refund. What about the items I purchased? Can they be returned? I knew he was a fraud. It's rare for a con artist to admit their deceit. What is going on here? Seeing the heated comments, Wang Yuan quickly added, I had no choice. While I may have misled you in some respects, the items are indeed genuine. They truly yield results. I have another piece of good news. The true representative of the Gui Xian is right here with me. You will see her shortly. All my items were procured from her, so I assure you of their authenticity. Wang Yuan began to follow Su Qingmei's script, outlining the events that had transpired. Surely, you all remember that before I summoned Ru Yuan Gui Xian, there were already stories circulating online about it. Yes, that individual is the true representative of the Gui Xian. She was the first to mention the name Ru Yuan Gui Xian on the internet. A fact easily verifiable. Wang Yuan's words shifted the tide of the comments. Many viewers had indeed come across the posts by Su Xiaonan, recognizing her as the earliest source of information regarding the Gui Xian. I understand now. According to those tales, the host must be under the influence of karma. It's true. I read those stories too. The last one seemed to predict the host's fate. How terrifying to foresee the outcome. What a pity we can't contact that person. She's completely elusive. Always said the host couldn't be the Gui Xian's spokesperson. Someone else knew about Ru Yuan Gui Xian before him. It seems my suspicions were correct. Regardless, it was clear that Ru Yuan Gui Xian was indeed real. The question remained as to why it was unattainable for them in this world. If anyone understood Ru Yuan Gui Xian better than Wang Yuan, it would undoubtedly be the individual who penned those stories. Wang Yuan was merely one among many who had made wishes to the Gui Xian, lacking any unique distinction. The mysterious author never revealed themselves and never responded to inquiries, leaving their identity shrouded in secrecy. The audience's interest in this enigmatic figure far surpassed their curiosity about Wang Yuan. Declaring her as the true representative of the Gui Xian, the audience readily accepted the notion. Host, did you truly summon that person? Please bring her forth. I want to see her. The excitement in the live streaming room reached an unprecedented height. The viewers were eager to uncover the identity of this mysterious individual. Observing the flurry of comments, Wang Yuan felt a sense of relief. The audience's interest had been piqued, and it was now time for Su Qingmei to make her entrance, and no need to rush. She is right here in our live stream. After yesterday's events, I felt a surge of fear, realizing I could no longer pretend. Thus, I reached out to her and expended considerable effort to persuade her to join us today. I can bring her out now. Chapter 82. The decaying individual. The enthusiasm in the live stream was at an all-time high, and with the audience's fervor, Su Qingmei stepped into view of the camera. Today, she donned a form-fitting black dress and a mask obscuring her eyes, adorned with the image of a nightingale. Her attire not only accentuated her figure, but also exuded an air of mystery. Her entrance immediately captivated the audience's attention, a deliberate strategy on Su Qingmei's part. A mysterious yet alluring woman is universally appealing. However, stripped of that mystique, the allure would diminish significantly. Thus, she opted for the mask, stirring the audience's curiosity. Furthermore, the representative of the Gui Xian should inherently embody an aura of enigma. Su Qingmei's appearance ignited a flurry of comments, with viewers showering her with enthusiastic gifts. Observing the frenzied comments, Su Qingmei realized her gamble had paid off. From this moment on, she could usurp Wang Yuan's position. Wang Yuan exhaled in relief. With this, the transition of responsibilities could be deemed successful, and the company would not hold him accountable. He could safeguard his wealth, and the company could continue to thrive. The losses for everyone would remain minimal, all within an acceptable range. However, Su Qingmei's actions carried an inherent risk, as she was not the one who had authored the posts. Should the original author expose the charade, Su Qingmei would fall from grace just as swiftly as she had risen. Not only would she suffer, but the company might face dire consequences as well. Yet, true to Su Qingmei's character, she would never forsake immediate gains, as she put it. If one could not earn money in the present, then there could be no future, for there would simply be no tomorrow. How long Ru Yuan Gui Xian would remain popular was uncertain. Failing to capitalize on the current momentum would be the height of folly. However, all of this was no longer Wang Yuan's concern. His task had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Su Qingmei's livestream was an overwhelming success. Her background as a streamer made this her forte. During this broadcast, Su Qingmei summoned Ru Yuan Gui Xian, granting a wish to a man named Li Zili, curing his cancer and fulfilling the promise made the previous day. Naturally, all of this was merely a performance for the audience's benefit. Ultimately, The fervor surrounding this live broadcast reached unprecedented heights. Culminating in a perfect conclusion as the event drew to a close, it seemed that almost no one cared about Wang Yuan any longer. This stark contrast left him feeling somewhat despondent, akin to the sensation of warmth dissipating once the guests have departed. Yet, it was precisely this reality that ensured his survival. He no longer needed to engage in any matters pertaining to the elusive spirit of desire. The influence of karma, it seemed, should now be alleviated. At the very least, it would not worsen. For even if karma lingered, it should no longer concern him, as it would be borne by Su Qingmei. This was also the reason he had acquiesced to her request. Wang Yuan departed from the company shortly after 10 in the evening. The moment he stepped outside, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, his steps buoyant and light. Such a sensation had been long absent since those nightmares began plaguing him. Indeed, one must remain steadfast and untroubled by any sense of guilt. As he approached the parking lot, he entered his vehicle, started the engine, and gently pressed the accelerator, causing the car to glide forward. Once on the road, he hastened his speed, but unexpectedly, a figure appeared before his car, seemingly out of nowhere, as if it were about to collide with him. Startled, Wang Yuan instinctively slammed on the brakes. The vehicle screeched to a halt, but the figure was too close. He still felt the impact. The inertia nearly propelled him into the steering wheel. What a reckless act! Panic and anger surged within him as he realized he might have struck someone. He had always been a cautious driver, never having been involved in an accident, yet his mind was now a tumult of confusion. He struggled to regain composure and glanced outside. However, there was no sign of anyone. The figure had vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. He pondered the bizarre circumstances, uncertain whether he had indeed hit anyone. Yet, out of an abundance of caution, he hastily exited the vehicle to inspect the surroundings. His car was fully insured, and even if he had genuinely struck someone, the insurance would suffice for compensation. Furthermore, the dashcam would provide evidence that he was not entirely at fault, preventing any major repercussions. However, if he had indeed struck someone and failed to notice it, only to drive away, that would lead to grave complications. After thoroughly examining the area around his car, he found no one and no signs of any impact. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Was it merely an optical illusion? Regardless, the absence of an incident was fortunate. He fastened his seatbelt, restarted the engine, and drove a few meters before abruptly slamming the brakes once more. In the rearview mirror, he glimpsed a figure seated in the back seat. A wave of chilling dread washed over him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. It was impossible for anyone else to be in his car. If there were, it certainly would not be a living person. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he fought against his fear and slowly turned to look, yet the back seat was empty. As if the figure he had seen was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. An overwhelming sense of terror enveloped him, tightening its grip around him. He suddenly felt cold, his body shivering as if he were burning with fever. Could it be that the influence of karma had not dissipated after all? Following the warning he received yesterday, he had resolved to cease all live broadcasts. Yet today, he had assisted Su Qingmei with one. Perhaps he had crossed some invisible line, forfeiting any chance of reprieve. As this realization struck him, the fear in his heart surged like a tidal wave. No, it was merely an illusion. It could not claim my life. Wang Yuan took a deep breath, attempting to calm his frayed nerves. Once his trembling subsided, he prepared to accelerate and leave the area. However, at that moment, another figure appeared ahead. This time, he observed it with utmost clarity. The person seemed to materialize from thin air, gradually approaching him. Illuminated by the headlights, he discerned the individual's face. At that instant, he felt as though he might suffocate. The figure was utterly grotesque. It resembled no human being. Its face was horrifically decayed, flesh hanging in tatters, with gaping holes revealing its teeth. Only its eyes, alive with a fierce intensity, bore testament to its existence. Yet those eyes radiated a piercing gaze that struck Wang Yuan's heart with 1,000 daggers. Overcome by fear, he instinctively pressed down on the accelerator, hurling his vehicle toward the figure. As he drew near, the person abruptly vanished, prompting him to slam on the brakes once more. Anxiety and terror gripped him. He gasped for breath as an even more frigid chill enveloped the interior of the car. Out of the corner of his eye, he sensed something beside him and quickly turned to the passenger seat. The man he had seen earlier was now seated beside him. The stench of decay emanating from the man was overwhelming. Upon closer inspection, his body bore signs of decomposition, with exposed bones in certain areas. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wang Yuan felt his emotions fraying, and he screamed in a frenzy, flinging open the car door and dashing away. After only a few steps, he collided with something solid, a putrid object that exuded a foul odor. He focused his gaze to find that it was the very man from before. No, he was certainly not human. The decaying corpse of the man oozed a noxious liquid that clung to Wang Yuan's body. Inciting both revulsion and terror and despair, he crumpled to the ground. Die! The man's rotting mouth uttered a single word. Chapter 83. Go call for help. Wang Yuan was nearly overwhelmed, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. His mind was a void, utterly incapable of coherent thought. He yearned to flee, yet found himself unable to rise, as if his bones had been stripped away. With great difficulty, he managed to plead, "Please spare me. I will never engage in such activities again, I beg you." However, his entreaties fell upon deaf ears. The grotesque figure before him merely stared, silent and unyielding. Just as despair consumed him, the figure suddenly vanished. As abruptly as it had appeared, gone? Wang Yuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, unsure whether the encounter had been a mere illusion or a tangible reality. I have resolved to sever ties with these matters. Why does this persist? Though he posed the question, he was acutely aware of the answer. It was far too late. He should have acted long ago, especially after assisting Su Qingmei with her broadcast today. He was unwilling to relinquish all that he had painstakingly acquired. Yet life is rife with inevitabilities. Sometimes, one must willingly forsake certain things. Clinging to everything ultimately leads to the loss of all. He hurriedly rose to his feet, returning to his car, gasping for breath, his heart racing. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to regain some semblance of calm. Checking the time, he realized it was already past midnight. This should serve as yet another warning. I will not involve myself in such matters again, and such occurrences should cease. With this thought, his heart found a modicum of solace. He drove for several minutes and arrived at the entrance of his apartment complex. This was a newly rented residence, secured shortly after signing a contract with the company, conveniently close to work. He had initially believed he would reside here for an extended period, but it now appeared that he would soon depart. He had resolved to finalize his resignation the following day and return to his hometown, vowing never to return to this city. He intended to sever all ties with this place, drawing a clear line. For the rest of his life, he would never again engage with anything related to spirits. He would remain silent about this harrowing experience, wishing only to live peacefully, without the need for wealth or fame, merely to exist. Only those who have truly danced with death can comprehend the value of life. Everything else pales in significance. After parking in the underground garage, Wang Yuan made his way toward the elevator. The surroundings were dimly lit, with only a few faint lights piercing the oppressive silence. This environment rekindled his unease, prompting him to quicken his pace, eager to return home. As he neared the elevator, he spotted a man leaning against the wall, smoking a half-burnt cigarette, seemingly awaiting the lift. Upon seeing another person, his anxiety eased somewhat, and he gradually slowed his stride. He approached, pressed the elevator button, and cast a glance at the man smoking beside him. There was a nagging familiarity about him, as though they had crossed paths before. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a scruffy beard, greasy, unkempt hair. A rather unrefined individual. As Wang Yuan scrutinized him, the man took another drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. "Don't you recognize me?" The man did not meet his gaze, instead focusing on the extinguished cigarette. Wang Yuan was taken aback, pointing at himself. Are you speaking to me?" The man raised his head but still did not look at him. "Is there anyone else here?" At this hour, there were scarcely any other souls lingering outside. Indeed, it was just the two of them. Wang Yuan inquired curiously, "Do we know each other?" The man turned his head to face Wang Yuan, a peculiar smile stretching across his face, yet he remained silent. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, struggling to recall who this man was. He seemed so familiar. The man spoke again. "It's fine if you don't remember. You will eventually." Wang Yuan regarded him with confusion. Yet he had little desire to converse with this strange individual. The elevator arrived, and he promptly entered, eager to return home, dismissing everything else as inconsequential. As he stepped inside, the man followed him, prompting Wang Yuan to press the button for the 12th floor. He glanced at the man and asked, "Which floor are you going to?" "Whichever is fine." "Whichever." Wang Yuan found this response odd. Such matters could not possibly be trivial. He suddenly became alert, casting furtive glances at the man out of the corner of his eye. While simultaneously inquiring, "Do you live here as well?" the man replied, "No, I have come for you." Wang Yuan's body stiffened momentarily, not merely due to the man's words, but because he had just caught sight of the man's shoes. Those shoes bore an uncanny resemblance to those worn by a decaying figure he had seen in his hallucinations. Reeking of foul odors, it dawned on him why the man before him seemed so familiar. They had indeed crossed paths before. Leaning against the corner of the elevator, he anxiously gazed in the man's direction. Fear rapidly spread through his body, rendering him nearly breathless. "It's you." The man's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Ah, you've remembered." Wang Yuan felt as if he might collapse to the floor, weakly asking, Are you human or a ghost?" The man slightly turned to face him, stating, "I am neither human nor ghost. Or perhaps I am both at times. I myself do not comprehend what I truly am." Wang Yuan was bewildered, yet he understood that this individual was far from ordinary. He might very well be the one who could determine his fate. "What do you want?" The man's gaze fell upon him, akin to a hunter assessing its prey. "Fear not, the time has not yet come. At least today, I shall not do anything to you. You may live for a few more days." A few days seemed too brief. Wang Yuan immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, "I beg you, spare me. I just wish to live." The man's tone was devoid of sympathy, laced instead with sarcasm. "Now you grasp the value of life. Yet why did you disregard my previous warnings? It is too late. Accept reality." Wang Yuan shouted, "Why? Is it merely because I hosted a few live streams? I only wanted to earn some money. What is wrong with that? Even if I were at fault, it hardly warrants death. I care not for such matters. All I know is that you are entangled in karma." Wang Yuan felt utterly drained, leaning weakly against the elevator wall. "Do I have no chance whatsoever?" The man remained silent for a moment, gazing at him meaningfully. "No, there is still a glimmer of hope. What opportunity? Tell me, I shall heed your every word." At that moment, the elevator reached the 12th floor and the doors opened. The man stepped out without hesitation. Wang Yuan, watching the man's retreating figure, yearned to chase after him, but the man's voice echoed back, "Seek help, be it from a person or a ghost." "Are you suggesting the wishful ghost immortal?" Wang Yuan wished to inquire further, yet the man had already vanished. Just like that, he disappeared. What on earth was he? He could not fathom it, ultimately leaning against his door and sitting down. At that moment, Wang Yuan found himself less fearful. He suddenly felt he had grasped the opportunity to survive. The man was correct. The wishful ghost immortal could undoubtedly assist him. The ghost immortal was all-powerful. Every wish granted, every request fulfilled. In this situation, only the wishful ghost immortal could resolve the predicament. However, he had attempted to summon the ghost immortal several times before, all to no avail. Trying again today would likely yield the same result. A person? There is indeed another who could assist me. I may not be able to summon the ghost, but seeking out an individual should prove simpler. That person was the first to recognize the wishful ghost immortal, and many believed she had some connection to it. If he could summon the ghost immortal to save him, it would be ideal. Yet, if he could not summon the ghost immortal, he would have to exhaust every means to find that person. No matter what, he must ensure his survival. At this moment, he valued his life more than at any previous time. Chapter 84. Finding a helper. Save me, I beg you. Su Xiaonan had just logged into her forum account when she noticed a flood of private messages. The deluge of messages was the result of Wang Yuan and Su Qingmei's live streams. They had publicly declared that those who posted such messages were representatives of the Ghost Immortal, naturally drawing people to the forum. Glancing at these messages, Su Xiaonan felt utterly helpless. Most of them she had not read, as their contents varied widely, with some truly dampening her spirits. Yet, she inadvertently caught sight of one message. This individual was pleading for her assistance. Upon checking the username, she recognized it as Wang Yuan, the one who had been live streaming under the banner of the wishful ghost immortal. She surmised that Wang Yuan must be teetering on the brink of death. However, she had already warned Wang Yuan previously and had been quite explicit. He had disregarded her caution and continued on his reckless path. Now that he found himself in trouble, it was of his own making. Furthermore, she had yet to settle accounts with him for sending someone to impersonate her. Originally, the popularity of the wishful ghost immortal had begun to wane, but their antics had revived interest, thereby increasing the karma she had to shoulder. The woman impersonating her would eventually feel the repercussions of karma as well. Nevertheless, she lacked the energy to worry about others, as these two had already implicated her. Not only had they burdened her with karma, but they had also made her the center of attention. Yet, Su Xiaonan still opened that message. She genuinely wished to know what had transpired with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had sent a total of over a dozen messages, the earliest being from the early hours of this morning and the latest just moments ago, all conveying similar content. Almost every half hour, Wang Yuan sent another private message. Clearly, he was in a state of panic. This piqued Su Xiaonan's curiosity about what he had experienced. Most of the stories she had crafted were based on her known information, making reasonable inferences. The story did not detail the specifics of being entangled in karma, as she had never experienced it herself and was thus unaware. Yet, she was eager to uncover what had transpired with Wang Yuan, for such occurrences could also befall her. They were both individuals ensnared by karma. While she believed Wang Yuan deserved his fate, she could not bring herself to revel in his misfortune. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to respond to Wang Yuan. After all, he would not survive much longer. What is wrong? What on earth has happened? Mere seconds after sending her message, she received a reply from Wang Yuan. The other party had likely been glued to their phone. You finally replied. I beg you. You must save me, please. Just reading those words, Su Xiaonan could sense the urgency in his tone. Before she could respond, he sent another message that I am going to die.